Chapter 281 A Mobile Battle Star. What is this? His trump card? Just as he was thinking about whether to give it a try, Li Qing suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed it lightly. The powerful spiritual energy condensed into a big hand and pressed down heavily to scatter his will. Then the black hole door suddenly lit up in the darkness, and a ray of light flew out from it. The ray instantly crossed a distance of 7 or 8 million kilometers and accurately hit a frigate. Then, a ball of bright light expanded rapidly, instantly submerging everything around it and forming a ball of light with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. All the ships within the range of the light ball melted quickly like snow under the scorching sun and turned into nothingness. And this was just the beginning. After that ray of light, rays of light continued to shoot out from the black hole and scattered in different directions. It is only 1,000 kilometers wide, but a small angle change, when extended to nearly 10 million kilometers, will amount to a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. A total of 100 rays of divine judgment light flew out continuously. At first, they were concentrated in a certain range, but after crossing nearly 10 million kilometers in a very short time, they had already covered an area of millions of kilometers. From a distance, it looked like huge fireworks were exploding in the dark starry sky. So gorgeous. The shooting out of all 100 rays was just the beginning. The door of the black hole closed and opened in another direction, and rays of light were shot out continuously, with intervals of less than a minute. After 100 rays, the black hole door closed again and opened at another location, and another 100 rays of divine judgment shot to another location. In 4 rounds, a total of 395 rays of divine judgment flew out, transforming into 395 light balls with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, covering millions of square kilometers of the void. The densely packed fleet quickly disappeared as the gorgeous fireworks exploded. From the time the first ray of divine judgment was shot out to the time the last ball of light exploded, the interval was less than 15 minutes. What can you do in 15 minutes? A large number of orders can be issued, and with the assistance of numerous staff groups, orders can be sent down to every fleet. Even if it is a robot commander, orders can be accurately sent down to every warship. However, these are just orders. The battleship was unable to react. It takes at least several minutes from the time the command center discovers the abnormal attack, to the time it reacts, to the time it makes a quick decision, to the time the order is quickly issued to the fleet, and to the time the fleet prepares to evade. Theoretically, a few minutes is enough for the fastest frigate to start and break out of the range of the divine judgment light force field. However, these 15 minutes refer to the time from the emission of the first ray of divine judgment light to the end of the force field of the last ray of divine judgment light, not the effective time of the first ray of divine judgment light. At the speed of light, it can travel tens of millions of kilometers in 33 seconds. From the moment the first ray of divine judgment was fired, they only had 33 seconds to react. What can you do with this little time? Find a place to die comfortably. So, when this earth-shaking wave of divine judgment ended, Kamuro, the Lord of the Sea of Stars in the player culture of the Chinar star cluster, was stunned. He was really stunned. As the Lord of the Star Sea who has lived for tens of thousands of years, he is considered to be knowledgeable and experienced. What is there that I haven't seen? But he had never seen a scene like this before. Otherwise he would have responded. A wave of earth-shaking divine judgment light directly blew his huge fleet into pieces, and it is estimated that less than 1/5 of it remained. The remaining 10 divisions could be assembled, and their combat effectiveness was not weak. But he had no confidence at this time. He reacted almost instantly, slammed the scepter in his hand to the ground, and said softly, "Retreat immediately." After a pause, he said softly, "Get closer to the 2nd United Legion." He held the scepter in both hands without moving, but he could not hide the shock in his heart. Now he understood why the divination said that. And the shadow he felt was not false. "No, I want to leave now." Kamuro paused with the scepter in his hand without hesitation. A circle of spiritual energy exploded, and his figure began to become illusory. But at this moment, Li Qing and Cybertron, who were guarding the fortress, stood up at the same time. The spiritual light on their bodies burst out, and they turned into 2 light men. Without hesitation, they stretched out their hands and pressed down at the same time. Buzz! A circle of psychic energy ripples exploded in the fortress, and a huge golden chain of light appeared out of thin air above Camero's head and fell to lock the space. A point of golden light in the center of the pattern outlined by the chain fell and shot into Camro's head. The psychic energy in his body exploded violently, and his figure twisted and blurred. After a few seconds, it recovered and he was still in the same place. There are two. He stood up suddenly, and for the first time, a trace of panic appeared in his eyes. He wants to hunt me! After the panic, he was filled with indescribable anger. He laughed angrily. Very good. You are really brave. I want to see if you have the ability. The scepter in his hand paused again. The space shook violently, and a strong distortion exploded like lightning. His figure shook, and after solidifying for a moment, it slowly disappeared. But the scepter remained. A few seconds after the distortion exploded and disappeared, the space returned to its original state, and the scepter turned into powder and slowly fell. He ran away. Li Qing looked back at Cybertron, and Negator Cybertron also looked over at him. But there was no worry on either of their faces. He can't run away. We need to eat up this fleet first and then chase him. Cybertron nodded and raised his hand. An invisible distortion flashed by, and the huge fleet disappeared in an instant. It appeared behind the enemy fleet the next second. The Camro Star-Lord's fleet was caught off guard and fell into chaos. Then it was separated by the human fleet that was well prepared. After doing all this, Cybertron the Negator teleported away. At the same time, the black hole gate opened, and huge golden figures flew out of it, killing the super psychics of the Zener Star Cluster player civilization, who jumped out of several mobile fortresses in groups of 3. Without any command, he accepted these 4 advanced mobile fortresses and 8 conventional mobile fortresses without hesitation. The door of the black hole opened, and he slapped it with his backhand and rushed into the door of the black hole. Then, they did the same thing and opened the black hole door under another mobile fortress again. And several negative star people pressed it hard together. Boom! The huge fortress exploded with a loud bang. And as the fortress broke into pieces, endless flames gushed out. Pity! The first advanced mobile fortress was successfully forcibly taken away, but the following ones were unwilling to give in and actually blew themselves up. The fortress's energy reactor exploded from the inside due to the forced overload, and he had no way to stop it. The same happened to the following few ships. Faced with an unknown situation, unable to resist and with no hope of escape, they blew up their fortresses one after another. Li Qing was heartbroken when he saw this. Fortunately, the first ship did not react in time. Once they entered the palm-held universe, they had no choice. The negative star people fully exerted their abilities and broke through the fortress shield at an extremely fast speed and forcibly terminated the self-destruction program before they self-destructed. After capturing the ship, Li Qing will have 2 advanced mobile fortresses and 3 conventional mobile fortresses at his disposal, greatly increasing his strength. After all the mobile fortresses had self-destructed, the remaining fleet was trapped. Seeing no hope of escape, they also self-destructed one after another. Even the frigates. This is the difference between player civilization and ordinary civilization. Ordinary civilizations can surrender if they cannot win, but there is no room for surrender when player civilizations are fighting each other. Once they are defeated and captured alive, there is only death left. No second choice. It's a fight between player civilizations where it's either you or me. So when faced with disappointment and no hope of escape, the best option is to self-destruct the battleship, killing both the enemy and us. If you die, you can be resurrected, so the loss is not big. If you are captured alive and sent to human territory and then killed, the loss of resurrection is 10 times that of a normal death. Therefore, the cruelty of the war between player civilizations is far greater than that of the normal war between civilizations. Once it breaks out, it will be a fight to the death. Watching the enemies self-destruct one after another, Li Qing ordered the fleet to gather and clean up the spoils after the self-destruction ended, and then left a mark in this galaxy for the next transmission. He put the huge fleet into the universe in his palm, and left alone with a jump. By connecting with the Cybertron general who had caught up with him earlier through the Mind Matrix, Lord Kamuro's Starcy did not go too far away at this time. Instead, he used a jump to teleport to a galaxy about 200 light-years away from here, and joined another fleet that was even larger than the previous one. Camro did not realize that he was marked. If he returned to the territory of the Zener Star Cluster civilization, he might be discovered by the will of the Zener Star Cluster civilization. However, in the territories of other civilizations outside, The reaction in this regard would be a bit slow, and he would not be able to discover the mark that Li Qing had put on him with the power of many negative star people. The reason why he did not return to his own civilization, but continued to stay nearby was because there was a huge mobile war star in the fleet where he was staying. I guess he believes that with the war star in hand, he has enough confidence to deal with the next crisis. If it were any other hunter, having a mobile battle star in hand would indeed be a bit tricky. Under normal circumstances, there would be no way to deal with a mobile battle star. But when Li Qing appeared again, he was already in the star ring around the gas giant planet. Cybertron was inconspicuous among the countless meteorite dust in the star ring. Through secret observation through psychic means, it can be seen that a huge fleet that is at least 70% larger than the fleet just defeated is parked near another orbiting planet in a star system more than 1 billion kilometers away. It was a frozen planet. The thick ice layer on the surface had been blown away, revealing a huge crater with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, which contained a large number of human traces. Sure enough, they are digging graves here. Li Qing could see clearly that the artificial traces were exactly the same as the architectural style of the super anomaly he had just seen, and they were definitely relics of the same civilization. From this, we can infer that the Star Lord from the player civilization of the Qing'er star cluster led his fleet here not for sightseeing, nor for the blueprints of advanced energy weapons, nor for any special purpose of brushing up against any anomalies, but for digging graves. And it is a super continuous pattern. The planet in front of them is one step, and the previous super relic is the next step. Seeing this, Li Qing became interested. It is so great that a Star Sea Lord could personally lead a huge fleet of hundreds of divisions, including a mobile war star, to come all the way to another civilization's territory to dig a grave. This grave must be related to advanced energy technology. Normal super tombs are no longer of interest to such big shots, unless they are as bored as Li Qing and have nothing to do. But the probability of this happening is not high. So, Li Qing pinched his chin slightly and decided to take action after the fleet in the universe in his palm was repaired. There was a lot of loss in the previous battle, and even more damage of various kinds, which are now being repaired intensively. He looked around, then turned and entered the palm-sized universe. At this time, all the warships have been put into the super dock for repair, and it is estimated that they can be fully repaired within no more than 5 days. Li Qing didn't care about most of the damaged warships, as he mainly needed to repair the Fearless divisions. After experiencing actual combat and feeling the huge gap between the Fearless division and conventional level 5 technological battleships, Li Qing no longer looked down on these conventional fleets. In addition, as the enemies he needs to face become more and more powerful, the Star Lords who often have level 6 enhanced technology, the warships with only level 5 technology are not only useless on the battlefield, but may also be a hindrance. He really wanted to abandon the construction of conventional battleships and focus on building the Dreadnought division. But the blueprint is not enough. We need to get more destiny points. In addition to forcibly improving technology, this thing can also strengthen the existing mother chip and increase the number of copies. For example, he can only copy 500 Star-class escort ships and 50 Dreadnought battleships every day. If he uses destiny points to strengthen the mother chip, the number of copies can be greatly increased. 1 destiny point can increase the copy limit by 100%, and 10 points can increase it tenfold. Originally, 500 escort ships and 50 Dreadnought battleships could be copied a day. After strengthening it 10 times with 10 destiny points, 5,000 escort ships and 500 Dreadnought battleship blueprints could be copied every day. The maximum number of Dreadnought divisions that can be built in a year will also increase from 1 to 10. It's speechless. Only he would be so short of blueprints. Other advanced civilizations, like him, only have 1 escort ship mother chip and 1 Dreadnought battleship mother chip. They don't seem to be short of them, nor do they use destiny points to strengthen the mother chips. It is impossible to use rare destiny points to strengthen the mother chip. If extra destiny points are really obtained, the first thing the Lord of the Star Sea will do is to strengthen other technologies. Most of the Star Lords have mastered the 6th level of enhancement technology, but not all of them have mastered it completely. There is no necessary connection between mastering level 6 enhancement technology and becoming a Star Lord. As long as there are enough destiny points for promotion, one can be promoted to Star Lord even without mastering the complete level 6 enhancement technology. Of course, generally speaking, they all have more or less mastered some of the level 6 enhancement technology, but not necessarily all of it. He did not stay in the Palm universe for long. After all the ships were repaired, he left immediately to reunite with the Cybertron General. 5 days passed, and Camro did not leave. Instead, during these 5 days, he joined a fleet that was much larger than the one he had previously annihilated. The two combined had approximately 150 divisions, 1 mobile battle star, 1 war moon, 8 advanced mobile fortresses, 22 conventional mobile fortresses, and nearly 150 division-level fleets. Most of them were standard divisions, with a small number of reinforced divisions. Li Qing also found a large number of escort ships among them, but their specifications and sizes were not as good as his star-level escort ships. Did he dig up the mother chip? The appearance of this batch of escort ships is not very similar to the warships of the player civilization of the Chiner star cluster. Instead, they are very similar to the super abnormal warships seen before. Chapter 282, Chasing for Billions of Miles. So, he really did dig up advanced civilization technology in this super continuum ruins? Li Qing couldn't help rubbing his chin. Quite surprised. The mother chip of the escort ship has been dug out, and we are still digging. Doesn't that mean that there is a high possibility that there are other advanced civilization technologies in the ruins below the super anomaly? No. We have to take this relic too. Li Qing rubbed his chin and came up with an idea. But before that, we should complete the plan first and capture this alien star lord alive. Without any warning, he just walked out and was immediately spotted by the enemy reconnaissance fleet that was everywhere. Camro spotted Li Qing first, and after suffering a loss once, he did not dare to be careless this time. He did not underestimate Li Qing because he was alone, and immediately ordered the fleet to prepare for battle. Without any nonsense, Li Qing stretched out his hands and grabbed. The black hole gate appeared again, and a huge fleet swarmed out of it. At a certain moment, Li Qing suddenly looked up and saw energy gathering at a huge cannon muzzle in the center of a huge war star in the distant direction. Countless bright lights slowly formed a vortex around the huge muzzle. It was obvious at first glance that the star blaster of the war star's main gun was being charged. It was probably because he saw that he was launching a ship and wanted to take the opportunity to fire a shot at the current black hole gate. Li Qing stood still and let it charge, but he focused all his attention on the charging of the star blaster. At a certain moment, the star blaster was fully charged. An unimaginable energy exploded, turning into an ultra-bright light column with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers that blasted towards the gate of the black hole. Li Qing, who was fully focused, immediately clasped his hands together to close the black hole door, and then quickly opened another black hole door in front of the fleet. The starburst light released by the star blaster is terrifyingly powerful, but its speed is infinitely close to that of a light beam, just like a laser. At this moment, the distance between them is more than 10 million kilometers, and it takes nearly 40 to 50 seconds for the speed of light to cross, which is enough for him to close the black hole door and then reopen it. Half a minute later, unimaginable star-shattered light crossed the starry sky and slammed into the black hole's gate. Countless people held their breath, staring at the terrifyingly powerful star-shattering light as it blasted into the black hole's gate. Then, amid the expectations of countless people, the light of the broken stars was like a drop in the ocean, with no reaction at all. How can this be? At this moment, Camro felt inexplicably regretful. After a few seconds of silence, he stood up and gave the order in a deep voice. The main force is preparing to retreat. Many of the subordinates looked at each other, confused for a moment. Most of the subordinates, who had witnessed Li Qing's strength before, were killed. This group of officers were from the other two joint legions. They had not seen Li Qing's methods, so in their eyes, they clearly had an absolute advantage. But the Lord gave this order, which really puzzled them. Although the method used to deal with the star-shattering blow just now was amazing, it was not impossible. They didn't think it could change anything. An admiral stood up and asked in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, we have the upper hand at this moment. Why should we retreat?" Camro also knew that his subordinates didn't know, so he explained seriously, "This opponent has a very powerful super treasure. One round of attack can easily cover a range of millions of kilometers. Except for the flagship, no fleet in the range is spared. The Third United Army was annihilated because of this." Everyone was surprised. Is there such a powerful super treasure? Kimura was not interested in explaining and ordered loudly, "Follow my instructions and retreat immediately." After a silence of more than 10 seconds, someone asked, "Where to retreat?" "The hull system. or the Xenot Fortress system, or retreat to the Xenic Fortress system first. Camera thought it was better to be safe. Thousands of years since he was promoted to Star Sea Lord, he rarely felt such a strong threat. It was the first time he felt fear, shame and anger. The dignified Lord of the Star Sea was forced to flee everywhere by a small military leader. If this were to be made public, he would be laughed at by his own people for 10,000 years. But at this time, he was outside the territory of civilization, and his many powerful means and main fleet were gone. So he really had no way to resist for the time being. He planned to first retreat to the Xenot Fortress Galaxy, an important fulcrum of civilization in the westernmost part, use the fortress system to escape pursuit, and then return to his territory to prepare and make a comeback. His idea was correct and his reaction was quick. But his fleet could not react that quickly. The Divine Judgment Light battle zone had already begun charging before Li Qing took action. And when he took action, it was almost fully charged. And the fastest batch was almost fully charged. When Camero decisively ordered a retreat and persuaded all senior officers to start evacuating, the first batch of Divine Judgment Light had already completed charging. Li Qing decisively stretched out his hand and pointed, and a seemingly inconspicuous ray of light flew out from the open black hole door. How can it be so fast? Kamuro looked desperate. Having witnessed the power of the light of divine judgment in the last round, he knew clearly how outrageous its power was. He once suspected that this was some kind of special ultimate weapon. A small beam of light attracted the attention of most of the senior officers. Under their gaze, the light traveled across a distance of more than 10 million kilometers and shot into the fleet. After a while, a dazzling ball of light exploded, quickly submerging everything within a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Then, nearly 400 rays of light flew out one after another and scattered towards the fleet. Nearly 400 light balls, with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers exploded. The sky and the earth were bright, and the indescribable light was about to melt everything. Even though Camera was well prepared, and the distance of the newly assembled fleet was not as close as before, the range was too large. Moreover, the fleet was currently assembling and not in combat, so the fleet was not too dispersed. A wave of earth-shaking light of divine judgment swept across the battlefield, directly stunning everyone. The fleet was also crippled, and at least 40% of the fleet melted in this wave of light of divine judgment. If you can't win, you can't win. Mental preparation can't change your fate. If you are unprepared and face the light of divine judgment again, the outcome will be no different from before. Camero's heart was bleeding at this moment. Even though he was a Star Sea Lord who had lived for nearly 10,000 years and was wealthy and powerful, he could not have as many fleets as he wanted. 2 rounds of sweeps wiped out a fleet of more than 100 divisions, and nearly 1,000 years of accumulation was wiped out in an instant. This is a huge threat. He instantly realized how great a threat Li Qing's move posed on a large-scale battlefield. If the Xener Star Cluster and the United Human Empire engage in a full-scale war in the future, this move will be able to influence the outcome of the war. After all, no matter how large a fleet is, it cannot withstand the repeated sweeping of such a large-scale AoE. Leave a part of the fleet to guard the rear, and the main force will forcibly jump away. He did not take advantage of the opportunity to counterattack after the light of divine judgment had already been fired once, but instead decisively took the opportunity to retreat. A large number of fleets that had escaped the bombardment area of the divine judgment light began to gather, while another part of the fleet that was not affected began to gather towards the mobile war star. A circle of ripples generated by the jump spread out with the war star as the center, and the group jump was about to begin. Li Qing was a little surprised by his opponent's decisiveness, but that was just a little surprise. He was not panicked at all. He just ordered the fleet to stop advancing and stay on standby. There was no interception because it was impossible to intercept. The mobile Battlestar's built-in jump system is not much worse than his, and the Battlestar's jump engine is very powerful. It can forcibly jump under attack, and it will not be unable to jump once attacked like a conventional battleship. 12 minutes later, the huge fleet disappeared right under his nose, leaving only a few scattered fleets on the battlefield spanning tens of millions of kilometers. Li Qing ignored these cannon fodder and ordered the fleet to retreat. There is no need to kill them all here. It doesn't make much sense. It is more important to catch the big fish. Half an hour later, the fleet jumped again and directly located Camero's position, appearing in a galaxy 400 light-years away. However, as soon as he jumped over, he found that Camro had already jumped away. This time we didn't have to wait too long. Only 10 minutes later we started the second jump. This time the jump location is very close to Camro. When the fleet emerges from the jump, it can even immediately see the huge fleet in the distant starry sky. Of course, this time he did not hide in the star ring, and the huge fleet was not hidden, and was also immediately discovered by Camro. I'm marked? Kamuro stood up suddenly, spiritual energy erupting from his body, and he soon discovered a normally imperceptible mark in his body. With a thought, powerful spiritual energy washed back and forth to eliminate the mark. Kamuro sat down again, pondered for a while, waved to a subordinate beside him, and said, I have a message here. Use psychic warping to quickly return to the Imperial Xenoc Fortress and immediately visit the commanders to hand them my token. They will then know what to do. The subordinate took the token, bowed his head and said okay, then turned around and disappeared into a stream of light. After doing this, he continued to say to another subordinate, you also go back to the Empire and take my token to visit the other princes. When they see the token, they will know what to do. The subordinate took the token and left without hesitation. After arranging all this, Kamuro let out a light breath and looked back in the direction of Li Qing, with a grim expression on his face. If you want to hunt me, then keep going. The fleet continues to jump. The target is the Xenoc Fortress. He found it. Keep following. At the same time, Li Qing turned and entered the universe in his palm and began to charge the light of divine judgment. The third jump was completed, and the location was still not far from Camro's fleet. The mark on Camro was cleared, but the other marks in his fleet were not cleared, so they could still be located. As soon as the jump came out, without waiting for them to prepare for another jump, the Cybertron god activated his unique ability, and the well-prepared fleet appeared directly within 5 million kilometers from Camro's fleet. Then the black hole gate opened, and rays of divine judgment shot out. Without any warning or preparation, the light of divine judgment filled the sky and hit them directly in the face, catching them off guard. The fleets in the jump state were very close to each other, and the distance between them was not as far as before. The fleets of 80 or 90 divisions were anchored in an area of no more than 1 million kilometers, and were submerged by this wave of divine judgment light that had been premeditated. The crushing of technology and capabilities caught everyone off guard. When the light of divine judgment in the sky slowly dissipated, the entire battlefield fell silent. The fleet of 80 to 90 divisions was completely annihilated by this earth-shaking wave of divine judgment light. Even many flagships were melted due to the overlapping range of divine judgment light. Only flagships and super flagships were left in the huge fleet. Many mobile fortresses surrounding the mobile war planet were in a state of confusion. The technological crush that was beyond imagination. The weapons with never-before-seen killing method. And the Cybertron general's talent that jumped into their faces without warning made them not know how to respond for a moment. But there was no need to think about how to deal with it, as this wave wiped out the fleet in seconds, leaving only some flagships. And this time Li Qing did not give him another chance. He opened the door of the black hole again. An inexplicable breath came out of it, and the mobile war star Nekamuro and his men jumped up together. The ultimate weapon. Even though it was the first time they encountered it, they instantly knew that this was the ultimate weapon. Evacuate immediately. On the other side, Li Qing, who had already activated the light of dimensional convergence, smiled and looked at the more than 35 negative star figures around him, and said lightly, "Get ready." A golden light flashed, and turned into streams of light that flew out of the black hole gate and disappeared in a flash. The next second, dazzling balls of light exploded in the cold starry sky, transforming into star-like figures surrounded by all kinds of colorful lights. At this moment, the negative stars fully demonstrated their strength. The combination of powerful bodies, energy and psychic power made them like gods and demons, or like Leviathan. This is the true form of the negative star person. This is the complete state of the negative star person. A powerful demon-like body, combined with super psychic powers, and the energy of a star. When these three are combined, each star negator is as powerful as a Leviathan. It's just that the negative stars are not in a complete state at this moment, and normally we don't dare let them display their strongest power in combat. Once they are injured in this incomplete state, it will be difficult for them to recover. But now he needs to hunt down a Star Sea Lord, and it has entered the final stage, so he cannot afford to hold back. Fortunately, they didn't need to fight for their lives. 35 huge Stargators, as big as stars united and pounced on the mobile war planet. Kamuro immediately ordered the Star Blaster to begin charging. And all the super psychics in the fleet went into battle. Boom! As the negative star users and less than 10 super psychics collided head-on in a simple and unpretentious manner, circles of violent energy and psychic mixed shock waves exploded with the collision point as the center. The twisted halos collided with each other and were suppressed back and forth by the negative star people. And the halos began to collapse. They were inferior in strength to begin with their numbers less than 1/3 of the negative stars, with 3 against 1. After just a few attacks, Kamuro's few super psychics were surrounded and put at a disadvantage. But they also bought enough time to charge the Star Blaster. After just 5 minutes of charging, the huge vortex in the center of the mobile war planet began to rotate violently, and a heart-pounding wave emanated from it. Li Qing could clearly sense through the black hole gate that the Star Blaster was aiming at the black hole gate. At this time, the dimension converging light was just in the charging stage and was still a long way from being launched. Chapter 283 successfully captured a Star Sea Lord. Let me show you some strength. Li Qing decisively stopped the energy storage of the dimensional convergence light. If he didn't stop, this star-shattering spear would definitely hit the ultimate weapon, dimension converging light, behind the black hole gate head-on. He didn't dare to bet whether this super weapon could withstand a star-shattering spear. With a thought, the black hole gate closed. Without locking onto a target, the dimensional convergence light automatically stopped charging. But Kamuro's star-shattering spear also lost its target at the same time, and could only follow its original trajectory and lock onto a nearby mobile fortress. Less than a minute later, the Star Blaster was fully charged, and a terrifying beam of light that made people feel palpitating spurted out from the vortex inside the Star Blaster. And the beam of light pierced through the void and hit a mobile fortress. The black hole door that was open less than a kilometer away disappeared like a drop in the ocean. Boom! Camro punched the armrest hard, feeling unwilling. Speed up and get closer. No matter how unwilling he was, the battle continued, and Camro chose to advance with the remaining fleet. He saw clearly that although the almost endless light of divine judgment had a large range, the damage it caused was only a huge threat to warships below the flagship, and was not a big threat to warships above the flagship or even mobile fortresses. At this time, he still had 1 mobile battle star, 1 war moon, 8 advanced mobile fortresses, and 22 conventional mobile fortresses, as well as thousands of Titan super flags or flagships. Even if there is no conventional fleet, even if the Star Blaster cannot be used, the conventional forces of these flagships plus fortresses and war stars are enough to crush Li Qing's dozen or so divisions head-on. His choice was not wrong. Even without a conventional fleet, these flagships and fortresses alone could easily confront Li Qing's conventional fleet head-on. However, Li Qing's ultimate weapon, dimensional converging light, is different from other ultimate weapons in that it has no cooling time. After withstanding a wave of star-shattering spears, Li Qing decisively opened the door to the black hole, and the second dimensional converging light began to charge. Kamuro, who was planning how to fight later, was stunned. He pressed his palm hard on the table, his eyes flickering, showing his strong inner entanglement and unwillingness. After hesitating for a while, Kamuro clenched his fists and hammered down, shouting viciously to his men, "Move on! I have a battle star, and I don't believe you can destroy my battle star with 1 blow. Even an ultimate weapon that is 100 times more powerful than a Star Blaster cannot destroy a mobile battle star with 1 blow. This ultimate war weapon is basically a symbol of invincibility. Even in a super battle like the total war of civilization involving tens of thousands of divisions. As long as you are not stubborn, the battle star will not fall." Kamuro, a dignified lord of the Star Sea, was forced to such a point by a small military leader. He endured it again and again, but finally couldn't bear it anymore. He just didn't believe that he could do anything to himself if he stayed on the war planet. As for the heart-pounding feeling of terror and threat, he attributed it to the innate fear of unknown ultimate weapons, and the strong threat to life posed by the ultimate weapons themselves. When the ultimate weapon is ready to fire, even those who are not the target will feel a strong sense of fear. This is the instinctive fear of life towards this ultimate threat. Even if it is not targeted, it will still feel fear when seeing this ultimate weapon firing. But the strength of the fear will be different. Sitting inside the mobile battle planet, Kamuro didn't want to escape anymore. He wanted to face it head-on. However, Although he did not want to escape, he was not really stubborn. He had already prepared for the psychic jump. Once the War Star showed signs of being unable to hold on, he would use his trump card to force the mobile War Star to jump away. In Camro's opinion, with the strength of the mobile Battle Star's energy shield, it can withstand even an ultimate weapon that is 100 times more powerful than a Star Blaster, which is enough time for him to escape with the mobile Battle Star. Therefore, when Li Qing turned on the dimensional convergence light again and observed the opponent again, he was surprised to find that the mobile War Star did not escape, but rushed towards the black hole gate. Oh! So brave? Li Qing was slightly surprised. But after thinking about it, he guessed his opponent's thoughts almost exactly. Indeed, sitting in the town with War Stars and changing it to anyone will have enough confidence to confront. Although the light of divine judgment is powerful, if you want to destroy a War Star, you will probably have to bombard it motionlessly for tens of thousands of rounds to destroy a moving War Star. 1 round per hour. After 10,000 rounds, the day lily will be cold. With such a long time, there is more than enough time to retreat calmly. However, this is under normal circumstances. Even advanced civilizations cannot destroy a mobile war planet in a short period of time. But Li Qing is not normal. Who would have thought that he would own an ultimate fortress from a super god level civilization? The ultimate weapons from a super god level civilization are unimaginable for normal civilizations. Camro's idea was exactly what Li Qing wanted. It was best not to run, and he didn't need to find ways to control the opponent's movement. As time goes by, the locking range of the dimension converging light is gradually expanding, and Camro's side has already gained an absolute advantage on the battlefield. A mobile War Star plus a War Moon and 8 advanced mobile fortresses, 22 conventional mobile fortresses, and thousands of flagships or super flagships form a heavy artillery array, madly pouring out firepower. The fortress orbital guns and the Battle Star's axis-based orbital main guns have extremely long range and power. In each round of bombardment, more than 2 divisions of warships are reduced to dust. Even the flagship cannot withstand the concentrated fire of multiple fortress and Battle Star main guns. In less than an hour, Li Qing's fleet of 4 divisions was destroyed by terrifying firepower. An hour later, the second round of concentrated fire began, and the Star Blaster vortex reappeared. It was probably because they thought that bombarding the black hole gate was ineffective. So this time, they aimed at a high-level mobile fortress. Li Qing knew the enemy's target at the first moment. He gritted his teeth with a feeling of relief and ordered to abandon this advanced mobile fortress. Boom! One after another light. The vortex flying from the vortex of the vortex. A high-moving mobile fort in the middle of the high. And the thick shield on the surface sank down. And the waves were swollen. 10 seconds later, the shattering starlight spear slowly dissipated, revealing the mobile fortress with its surface armor completely melted. Then, the second wave of main tracks prepared by the preparation. The main cannon of the fortress, the Titanlight spear, and the light of the sky penetrated the void and fell into the fortress. I saw countless explosions, and the huge armor fragments shocked with the horrible energy impact. Boom! With a loud explosion, an advanced mobile fortress turned into a ball of fireworks and exploded. Millions of clone crew members and a large number of crew members in the fortress were all killed in the fire. Only Prime and Cybertron escaped with some members of the command center using psychic jump. This is the cruelty of war. Billions of lives often perish in an instant. Although a high-level mobile fortress was lost in this wave, Li Qing was relieved. In order to annex a battle star, it requires 2 hours of charging. The Star Blaster that poses a threat to him is fired once an hour. Now an hour has passed. Even if he reacts now, it will be too late. No, it's enough for now. To be exact, at this time, the power of the dimensional convergence light is enough to cause devastating damage to the mobile war planet. What follows is just a matter of continuously expanding the range to ensure more certain killings. Kamuro did not realize this at the time. Although the threat he sensed from the black hole gate was getting bigger and bigger, he also considered whether to continue to use the star-shattering spear. But in the end, his firm will convince himself to rely on the War Star to withstand this round of enemy attacks as planned. Therefore, in the first hour, they did not attack the dimension converging light, but destroyed an advanced mobile fortress. He suppressed his uneasiness and ordered the fleet to launch an all-out attack to completely suppress Li Qing's fleet, without the assistance of the light of divine judgment, and with the intention of avoiding the loss of the fearless division by moving it to the rear and letting other fleets move forward. Even with Chuyuan's super talent and the buff bonus of the Void Realm blessing, it would not be a match for a mobile war star. With the fall of a high-level mobile fortress, the battle situation further deteriorated, and the human fleet, which was already at a disadvantage, was completely suppressed. The human fleet did not take any other action afterwards. Neither did it escape nor show any other cards. It even transferred 2 dreadnought battle divisions to the back, making it look like it was ready to retreat if the situation got bad. Seeing this, Camro breathed a sigh of relief. Young man, I cannot deny that you are quite powerful. But if you want to challenge a Star Sea Lord with just a trump card, I can only say that you are making a wrong idea. He coldly stared at the battlefield where his side was completely superior, and ordered the fleet to continue to maintain pressure, while gathering all flagships to aim at one of the conventional mobile fortresses of the human fleet and began concentrated fire. 2 advanced mobile fortresses, 4 conventional mobile fortresses, and 2 divisions of fleets were mobilized to go around from one side and rear, preparing to encircle the enemy from both sides. A war star has a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers, is equipped with countless main guns, and has more than 100,000 T-slot doomsday lights. When the war star came into range, it began to concentrate its fire. One round of attack blew away the thick shield of the conventional mobile fortress, and the armor was torn apart. The thick hull was constantly torn apart by the continuous bombardment after the war star adjusted its angle. Finally, at a certain moment, it could no longer hold on and turned into a huge fireball. After completing the strategic goal, the war star moved forward again. Kamuro set his sights on another conventional mobile fortress on the human side and sneered. Only a mobile battle star can resist. Today I will teach you a lesson for free so that you will know. Not good. As soon as he finished speaking, Kamuro's spiritual energy surged and his figure shook violently and became blurred. But the next second, this blur was solidified in the void and did not move. From the outside, it seemed that the starry sky where the mobile fortress was located suddenly stopped. And then the space where it was located seemed to turn into a painting and fell off from the starry sky of the universe, rapidly shrinking and flying into the black hole. The entire battlefield fell silent for a moment. No one knew what had happened. They only knew that the mobile battle planet and the command center were missing. I just saw that the mobile battle star, which was apparently fine, suddenly disappeared as if it was torn off. The entire battlefield was embarrassed at once, and the battle stopped weird, and neither of the sides was at a loss. A minute later, Li Qing walked out of the black hole door. The moment he took a step forward, his body expanded rapidly. Dazzling golden energy shot up into the sky and spread rapidly with him as the center, expanding outward layer by layer like golden lotus leaves. In less than 10 seconds, the golden lotus leaves had expanded to 1,000,000 kilometers away, and in the middle stood a golden light man tens of thousands of kilometers tall. The golden light man was surrounded by golden runes. His pupils were spitting flames like a demon, and he spoke in human language. Kamuro has been captured alive by me. If you abandon the fortress, I will allow you to leave alive. There was chaos within the Kinal Star fleet. Everyone couldn't believe it, but rationally they all believed that what he said was true. Everyone looked at Camro's deputies, who were nervously discussing what to do next. I propose to pay a certain price to redeem His Highness, one of the commanders said in a deep voice. If we don't redeem His Highness, the territory will surely be annexed by other lords. And we, as His Highness's most core and old subjects, will not have a good ending. The other commanders were silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement with his idea. Soon Li Qing received a redemption application and armistice agreement from one of Camro's men. After reading it carefully, he chuckled. The redemption application was quite sincere. They were willing to hand over all the remaining fortresses and the mobile war planet to him, and pay a full 100 billion cubic meters of refined steel as compensation for the defeat. If he had any additional needs, he could make them. To be honest, if a Star Lord from an indigenous civilization, such as the Kelzaka Star Empire, or even a Star Lord from the Browan Alliance, the eternal enemy of humanity, proposed this condition, he would agree. Feuds are feuds, but such good conditions are much more valuable than a mere indigenous Star Sea Lord. However, Kamuro is a Star Lord of a player civilization. Player lords will gain destiny points if they sacrifice themselves, but indigenous Star Lords will not, and the role of destiny points. Although he also lacks fortresses and warships, Li Qing lacks destiny points more. By sacrificing a player Star Lord, one can obtain at least 10 destiny points and a large number of civilization points. I won't talk about the civilized points. It's hard to say how much you can get. It mainly depends on how much Komuro himself has left. The destiny points are at least 10, which is of great use to him. He plans to use it to strengthen the mother chips of escort ships and dreadnought battleships, increase the number of copies of the blueprint, and increase production. This thing has proven its powerful combat effectiveness through actual combat exercises. It can take on more than a dozen divisions when fighting against a battleship with level 6 technological configuration. And it can probably take on 100 battleships with level 5. The output of such a powerful battleship is only 1 division per year, which is too little. It must be strengthened several times, with an annual output of more than 5 divisions. After a dozen years, it can build up 50 or 60 fearless divisions. In terms of conventional fleets, it will be enough to catch up with ordinary Star Lords. Therefore, Li Qing responded straightforwardly. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. His fate will be to be sacrificed, and become the nutrients for my promotion to the Lord of the Star Sea. If you leave your fleet and surrender, I swear by the will of civilization to let you leave safely. Chapter 284. Sacrifice, and the prerequisites for exchanging God-level technology. The natural outcome was that the talks broke down, as no one would agree to his request. Besides, they are all player civilizations, and the will of civilization is paying attention to them. If they can't save their own lords and still surrender, their fate will not be good if they return. They couldn't surrender either. If Li Qing didn't release them, they wouldn't give up their lord and leave. Therefore, a war that may be even more brutal is about to begin again. Having learned a lesson once, he could no longer use his dimensional converging light. The opponent could no longer wait foolishly for death, so he had to fight him head-on. The first wave of divine judgment light was still in the form of a position. 400 rays of divine judgment light directly cleared out the opponent's regular fleet, leaving only less than 1,000 flagships and numerous mobile fortresses, which were madly approaching them under the leadership of a war moon. The specifications of the war moon are between the mobile fortress and the mobile battle star. It far exceeds the mobile fortress in terms of specifications, combat power and functions. The war moon is large enough to be called a celestial body, and its gravity is strong enough to affect small warships. Its jump engine can ignore attacks and forcibly jump like a mobile battle star, and it can also forcibly jump with a fleet. But the charging time required for jump in combat status is longer than usual. It can be said that a war moon is actually a scaled-down version of a mobile battle star. The biggest difference between it and a mobile battle star, apart from its slightly smaller specifications, is that it does not have the ultimate weapon, the Star Blaster. Of course, if you have the ability to get some small ultimate weapons, you can also place them there. This time Li Qing did not fight hard like before. He let the Cybertron God General command the fleet. His God General's talent was that before the enemy ships approached, the fleet would retreat 20 million kilometers in a flash, and then keep a distance and wait for the light of divine judgment to accumulate energy. The Star Lords have already been captured, and the biggest strategic goal has been achieved. So there is naturally no need to use cannon fodder to attract firepower. Although he has higher standards now, and no longer looks down on level 5 battleships, it is better to avoid losses if possible. These level 5 battleships can't serve as the main force, but they can be used as cannon fodder or local fleets to maintain regional security. At a distance of 20 million kilometers, basically only the Star Blaster can hit it. Even the Axis-based orbital main guns on the War Moon cannot hit that far with various range bonuses. But the Light of Divine Judgment, with a basic range of up to 10 million kilometers, can hit it. Li Qing kept this distance afterwards. Every hour when the Light of Divine Judgment was fully charged, he would fire a round of bursts to forcibly destroy a conventional mobile fortress. 1 pill per hour. 2 pills per 2 hours. 3 hours. No more. Faced with this situation where they were completely out of reach, and could only be beaten, they did not remain stubborn like Camro. Instead, they retreated decisively after the 3rd hour, and moved away in a group with the Moon of War as the center. Li Qing naturally wouldn't chase him, since he had already caught the person. There was no point in chasing him. There would be no great benefit even if this fleet was destroyed. After making sure the enemy had completely withdrawn, Li Qing let out a long breath, clenched his fist, and waved his hand fiercely. Marvelous. After ordering Chuan to count the losses, he turned around and dived into the universe in his palm. In the core control room of the ultimate weapon, Dimensional Converging Light, Li Qing took the collected mobile battle star. At this time, The mobile battle star along with the thick shield layer was perfectly cut off, looking like a handicraft solidified in amber. Exquisite and beautiful. Li Qing held the ball of light in his hand and squeezed it gently, then smiled. He turned around and left the universe in his palm and appeared in the real universe. He let out a long breath and communicated the will of human civilization without hesitation. As a formal military commander of the United Human Empire, although he is not qualified to preside over the Senate meetings, it is still very easy for him to communicate the will of human civilization, even if this place is tens of thousands of light years away from the United Human Empire. It is only a slight delay. After a while, Li Qing felt an extremely kind will descending in the dark. And then the light ball in his hand began to glow. Tiny bits of starlight rose up, and the light ball gradually collapsed and disappeared. Faintly, he heard a scream of fear, but when he looked closely, he could not hear it from the light ball. 5 minutes later, the ball of light in his hand completely collapsed, turning into countless tiny stars that rose up and condensed into a ring-shaped nebula surrounded by flames above his head, which gradually shrank as the flames burned. As the ring nebula gradually shrank to its extreme, Li Qing, who was immersed in it, suddenly sensed something and looked towards the east. With some mysterious feeling, a huge pyramid composed of countless thrones suddenly appeared in the distant east. At this moment, one of the many dazzling thrones on the top of the pyramid suddenly collapsed and disappeared. At this moment, everyone who saw this scene understood clearly in their hearts that this represented the complete demise of a Star Sea Lord. Not to mention the military lords and overlords of the distant Zener star cluster, who were filled with anger and fear at this moment. After the throne collapsed, the pyramid had disappeared. But Li Qing could vaguely feel the extreme anger and malice coming from there. He was not marked or anything, but as long as he dared to appear in the eyes of any player from the Zener star cluster civilization, everyone would regard him as a mortal enemy. But Li Qing didn't care about these. The players' civilizations were in a life and death struggle. His focus at this time was on what good things were left behind after the sacrifice of the Lord of Camera Star Sea. After the will of civilization left with great satisfaction, Li Qing stretched out his hand, and the remaining starlight, after being burned by the flame, slowly fell into his palm and directly merged into it. Li Qing's eyes suddenly widened, with joy and a hint of surprise in his eyes. There are so many. The benefits were more than he had imagined. Not only was there a reward from the will of human civilization after the sacrifice, a full 10 destiny points, and an improvement in his status within human civilization, there are also the remaining destiny points and civilization points from the death of the Lord of Kamuro Star Sea, as well as a full 28 destiny points and 44,118 civilization points. A wave of wealth. This harvest was much higher than Li Qing had imagined. He had originally expected only 10 destiny points and tens of thousands of civilization points, but he didn't expect it to be so much. However, thinking back to the satisfaction and appreciation when the civilization left before, he had some guesses in his mind. It was estimated that there had not been a sacrifice for 8 or 9,000 years. He was the first one to be sacrificed in the past 8 or 9,000 years, and he became a Star Sea Lord all at once. The will of civilization was extremely satisfied. Not only did it have the 10 points from the sacrifice and the accumulation of Lord Camro, but even half of the destiny points he had consumed in his promotion to Star Sea Lord were probably peeled off. It seems that many military lords were sacrificed 10,000 years ago, but they were not treated so well. It would have been fine if it was just a few points of civilization, but a full 28 points of destiny were beyond Li Qing's expectations. How should I use it? In addition to the option of being promoted to Star Lord, there are 2 other options. One option is to strengthen the original level 5 technology and upgrade it to level 6 enhanced technology. 28 destiny points can basically strengthen all commonly used weapons. Another option is to strengthen the mother chips of escort ships and dreadnought battleships to increase production. Among them, it only takes 1 destiny point to strengthen the escort ship once, and increases the number of copies by 100%. It takes 2 destiny points to strengthen the dreadnought once, and it also increases the number of copies by 100%. A total of 28 points can strengthen each of the 2 mother chips 9 times, which means an increase of 900% in the number of additional copies. Originally, only 1 fearless division could be built a year, but now 10 can be built. Of course, there is a third option, which is to use it to repair the universe in the palm of your hand. 28 destiny points is a significant amount of repair, possibly even greater than the last time. In addition, if you don't want to use it to repair the universe in your palm, the destiny points themselves can also be used to exchange for the technology of the negative stars. One destiny point can be used as 10,000 civilization points. It is worth mentioning that the total civilization points accumulated by Li Qing over the years has reached more than 9,000. Together with what he just obtained, the total number of civilization points is 53,140. All in all, it is equivalent to having 330,000 civilization points. With so many civilization points, one can exchange 10,000 civilization points for the Star Guardian and 50,000 civilization points for the Star Hunter. Two types of battleship blueprints from the God-level civilization. Or more than 300 static streams of light, creating more than 300 new negative star people. Or exchange for a large number of various weapon accessories from God-level civilization. This wave. Li Qing suddenly realized that with so many civilization points, they could try to obtain the technology of God-level civilization. He immediately opened the technology exchange page for the negative stars. And then a large number of technologies with impressive names were presented to him. The first one was the exchange for the Star Guardians, and he immediately focused his consciousness on it and prepared to exchange it. However, just as he was about to exchange it, he paused the next second and a look of speechlessness appeared on his face. No way! The moment he was about to exchange, a necessary reminder about exchanging star energy technology suddenly emerged in his mind. In order to master the 8th order God-level technology, star energy technology, there is a key prerequisite. That is, everyone must ascend to the second stage. The necessary prerequisite for any advanced civilization is the ascension of all people. Whether it is the genetic ascension of all people, the mechanical ascension of all people, or the psychic ascension of all people, any one of them will do. This is the first stage of national ascension. And the second stage of national ascension is to ascend again on the basis of the original ascension. Generally speaking, a necessary condition for advancement to a higher civilization is a period of universal ascension. And level 7 dark energy technology and level 6 dark matter technology actually belong to the same level. Just like level 3, level 4, and level 5 civilizations are all conventional civilizations. Therefore, a level 6 civilization does not need to ascend again to upgrade to a level 7 civilization. But the gap between the 7th level civilization and the 8th level civilization is huge. The 8th level civilization is also called the God level civilization. And the distance between it and the 7th level civilization is even greater than the gap between advanced civilization and primitive people. Therefore, for the 7th level civilization to be promoted to the 8th level God level civilization, the entire nation must ascend again, and the civilization must ascend once more on the basis of the original ascension. This kind of ascension is also called the ascension of racial destiny, or the ascension of God. After ascension, all individuals in the entire civilization will undergo earth-shaking changes and be strengthened in all aspects. Just like the negative star civilization, they were not so powerful at the beginning. The original negative stars were just an ordinary species like humans. They also went through repeated national ascensions and finally transformed into the negative stars. A super god level civilization. Exchanging for star guardians is actually the beginning of trying to master the energy of the 8th level god level technological star. Due to the particularity of its battleships and technology, it can only be fully mastered after the second stage of ascension of all people. Of course, if everyone can successfully complete the second stage of ascension, it is actually the standard of god-level civilization. But before that, only one stage of ascension is needed to make limited use of some simple god-level civilization technology. To put it simply, as long as you can complete a stage of ascension, you can first exchange for Star Guardians or Star Hunters, and some non-core level 8 technologies. Only these can be exchanged. Other more powerful technologies, or the exchange of the most important star energy, can only be mastered after completing the second stage of ascension. In other words, even if you only want to exchange for Star Guardians, you must have a period of national ascension, which cannot be exchanged now. It is worth mentioning that in addition to the second stage of divine ascension, he can also exchange it in the name of the negative star race. But the prerequisite is that there must be more than 10,000 negative stars, so that the negative star civilization can be barely restored. This is also not satisfying, And the difficulty is not much different from the second stage of human ascension. Of course, the above are the core prerequisites for exchanging and building Star Guardians, and do not conflict with exchanging Star Guardians. He can force an exchange, but he can't build it. So, I can only say I am speechless. I was speechless when I thought about how I was excited to collect so many civilization points to exchange them. But when I really collected them, I was told that there were still some prerequisites. But there is no way. This restriction is a civilization restriction, not a restriction imposed by the negative star civilization. They also want you to inherit their civilization and grow up immediately. However, if these prerequisites are not met, it will be impossible to master these god-level civilization technologies, and it will not even be possible to understand that this is not the same level of technology. Fortunately, this won't take too long. He is already building a super cabin. Once it is completed, he can start trying the universal genetic ascension. By then, he can exchange for god-level civilization warships, such as Star Guardians, to play with. So, these civilization points can only be used in other ways? Li Qing checked the exchange panel again, after removing various technologies that could not be exchanged. Only Static Streamer, Servant of Light, Holy Guardian, Fearless God of War, and the like were available for exchange. Nanas. He closed the redemption page directly and began to ponder. Since the god-level technology he exchanged for cannot be used, he actually has few options. In addition to exchanging for negative star quotas, the other option is to strengthen the escort carrier chip. These two types are the most practical, and the others are not very practical. So be it. Li Qing considered it seriously, and spent 27 destiny points to strengthen the battleship mother chip. The escort ship and dreadnought battleship were strengthened 9 times each, increasing the number of copies by an additional 900%. This means that from now on, 9 times more blueprints can be extracted every year to build 10 enhanced fearless divisions. Then, he spent another 20,000 civilization points to exchange for 20 static streams of light, preparing to transform into a new negative star person. After the redemption is completed, there is still 1 destiny point and 33,140 civilization points left for use. Since it is impossible to directly exchange for god-level technology, we cannot use it all up. We should save it so that we can use it whenever we need it in the future. After coming out of the Palm universe, Li Qing was suddenly a little confused and didn't know what to do for a moment. Chapter 285 New Senate Meeting. This wave of benefits cannot be said to be bad, although it did not make his strength increase instantly, and it did not seem to be in line with the value of a Star Sea Lord. But considering that they simply captured a Star Sea Lord and did not occupy his territory, and the method of capturing him was special, it was impossible to loot any good things from Camro. As a Lord of the Star Sea, he must carry a lot of good things with him, such as a set of level 6 enhanced technological battleships and weapon accessories. However, he was caught by the light of dimensional convergence, and he can't unlock it now. He can't get the good things he carried on his body. This is a pity, but there is no way. With his current strength, being able to capture a Star Sea Lord alive is already a pleasant surprise. If Camro is not stubborn, it will be impossible to catch him. What else can he ask for? Moreover, the 7 generations of fearless divisions under his command are also very strong. At the current stage, the tenfold output will soon allow him to stockpile a group of powerful fearless divisions, which will fully enable him to maintain his strong strength during the several decades of gap before he masters the god-level technology. The temporary lack of god-level technology does not affect his competitiveness. On the contrary, it is just the right time to accumulate a large number of destiny points and civilization points. Otherwise, when the conditions are met, there will not be enough destiny points and civilization points to exchange. During these decades, you must find a player civilization to fight with. Otherwise it will be difficult to gather enough destiny points. Li Qing smacked his lips and thought so. At this time, Chu Yuan sent him a list of post-war reports. He glanced at it casually, and was not at all concerned about the huge losses reported. At the end of this battle, he only had 1 advanced mobile fortress and 1 conventional mobile fortress left. He sank 1 advanced and 2 conventional mobile fortresses in the battle. The 2 dreadnought divisions were powerful in themselves and well protected, so they were generally still there without much damage. But the other fleets suffered heavy losses. There are only 1.5 of the 5 standard level 6 divisions left. At most, there were 15 standard level 5 divisions, but now there are only a little over 4 left. This does not mean that there are only 4 complete divisions left, but that all the divisions have been crippled, and the remaining remnants are pieced together to form 4 complete division-level fleets. The losses were huge, but the results were even more astonishing. The 2 battles destroyed more than 200 divisions and more than 20 mobile fortresses. Because it was a battle between player civilizations, the spoils were much more than those of wild monsters, and a huge number of blueprints of warships of all levels were harvested. It was no problem to put together 15 or 16 divisions with level 6 technological configurations. In addition, there are 3 regular mobile fortress blueprints and 1 advanced mobile fortress blueprint. All in all, the gains outweigh the losses. Although he didn't get the god-level technology, the benefits brought by the 28 destiny points were still very great. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Qing led the fleet back home. However, they did not go home directly, but headed to the galaxy where they first saw Star Sea Lord Kamuro. There is a super anomaly there, which is also a part of a continuous tomb. It can allow a Star Sea Lord to lead a war star and a huge fleet of 200 divisions to dig far away from the territory of this civilization. It is very worth digging. After 2 jumps, the fleet arrived in front of the super anomaly again. At this time, the galaxy has returned to peace, and the anomaly looks like an ordinary military base from a distance. Although he did not have the token or coordinate chip for digging the grave. The grave had been activated by Camro and could be dug. Others could also rob it, but without the token, they would probably have to use violence to dig it. But it's not a big problem. The place is right here, and it's most likely the fortress planet. If it doesn't work, just use violent means to demolish the fortress planet. As long as he could successfully dig up this grave, there was a high probability that he would be able to find the coordinates of the next ring of graves inside it. And then he could continue digging. The fleet was in position. Li Qing cleared the area with a wave of divine judgment light from a distance of 20 million kilometers. He then continued to use kite tactics from a long distance. It took him 2 days to use divine judgment light to knock down the remaining flagships and fortresses one by one. In the end, only a fixed fortress planet remained. Next, use the light of divine judgment to shatter the fortress planet's shield and tear apart its armor from a long distance. Then destroy all defensive weapons on the fortress's surface at a targeted point, bombing the entire planetary fortress into chaos. He did not use the light of dimensional convergence. It was obvious that the next link of the super tomb was here. If he used the light of dimensional convergence to collect the ruins, they would be gone. The next step is to send ground troops to land. A large number of alien troops and 2-star elite army mechanized armored units were dispatched and began to land from gaps in different corners of the fortress planet. In addition, Li Qing also sent out a total of 5,000 giant combat bodies for the first time. This 5-star ground force is hundreds of meters tall. Its huge body comes with a battleship-level shield and power comparable to naval guns. Its powerful firepower is like a land battleship, invincible and unstoppable on the ground battlefield. The interior of this fortress planet has been hollowed out, and the winding terrain inside is extremely complex. Next, we can only rely on ground troops to search for the ruins hidden in some unknown corner in this complex terrain. Li Qing stopped the fleet above the orbit of the planetary fortress and told Chu Yuan to pay attention to the surroundings. He then uploaded his consciousness and prepared for a meeting. He received a reminder from the Senate half a month ago that this year's Senate meeting was about to begin again. His consciousness uploaded, and he stopped in front of the Lingxiao Palace as if he was familiar with the place, and greeted the several incarnations of military leaders standing at the door. After all, he had participated in more than 10 sessions of the Elders' Council, including several enemy military leaders of the Baji group, including military leader Feng Yun. Thanks to his wealth and generosity, he also got to know and befriended many military leaders. As time went by, more and more military lords arrived. He saw military lord Feng Yun and several other military lords coming over while chatting. The 2 of them happened to look up and saw Li Qing, clasped their hands together, and said with a smile, "So it's you, Lord Galen. I heard that you went to Silver Heart. Be careful. There is more than one player civilization there. It's very dangerous for you to go there alone. Don't get caught." Standing next to Feng Yun, another Lingji army leader, who was also affiliated with the Baji group, said expressionlessly, "General Jiawan, according to the rules, you need to send a fleet to serve in the 3 core fortresses within 10 years of your promotion to general. Time is running out now. I hope you can come back soon." Li Qing replied with a fake smile. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Lingji. I will be back soon. Hope so. At this time, Li Qing saw the old patriarch of the Qingheli family and the old patriarch of the Yu family coming together. He immediately apologized to a few acquaintances and went forward to pay his respects. With the successful establishment of Galanling, the Qingheli family and the Jinmen Yu family also entered a honeymoon period. Coupled with the Ding family behind Ding Yuran, the four military leaders became very close and naturally became close allies. The two old clan leaders had long since stopped caring about clan affairs and spent most of their time in seclusion, only occasionally going out. After paying their respects, Li Qing followed behind them and listened to their idle chat, listening to some interesting stories and gossip that ordinary people were not qualified to hear. Unconsciously, he followed the two old clan leaders into the Lingxiao Palace. As soon as he entered, Li Qing's eyes fell on the throne that was very close to the front among the many thrones in the center of the palace, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Before last year, his position had always been the last one among the military leaders. But this year he was no longer there. He had jumped to the top row of military chairmen, ranking 5th. Although even the top 3 were not a small surprise. There were no big surprises either. It can only be said that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the military leaders. After all, with 8 or 9,000 years of accumulation, there are always some powerful military lords whose accumulation is deep enough. Just by sacrificing a Star Sea Lord, one cannot compare with their 8 or 9,000 years of accumulation. The military leaders bowed one by one and walked to their respective seats. Li Qing also bid farewell to the two elders and walked to his own seat. The location of the human senate is very traditional. At the top is the rostrum, where the 14 Star Lords sit. At the bottom is the main seat for the military lord. And ordinary small lords sit in a circle surrounding the venue. At this time, Li Qing did not go around the back as usual, but went around the front and came to the front row of the venue. At this time, there were already several military leaders standing in front of their seats in the front row, with a look of surprise on their faces and no idea what to say. But Li Qing could guess what they were surprised about. He came in front of the group and found that the person standing in front of the 7th seat in a row was the Lingji army commander. He was speaking to an army commander sitting in the 8th seat on his right with his hands spread out in surprise. Li Qing came over and heard. I don't know which gentleman did something big to jump to the front, but I heard that Mr. Songshi went there some time ago. His voice suddenly disappeared, and he looked surprised. His eyes followed Li Qing, who passed by him. He walked to the 5th seat in a row and stopped. He bowed to the surprised veteran military leaders beside him and said modestly, Jialan Li Qing, Ji Ling Si Kong Jing Qing, Dong An Guo Wanfang. The remaining military commanders, who knew Li Qing, were all silent. It was Si Kong Jing Qing, the military leader, who had no grudge against Li Qing, who spoke. He cupped his hands and asked curiously, Please forgive my curiosity. I wonder what earth-shattering event Lord Li Qing has done to allow him to jump over 200 old guys and rank 5th directly. Li Qing bowed in return and said modestly, I didn't do anything. Actually, I just went to the Silver Heart area a while ago and was chased by a strong man from an unknown player civilization. Later, I killed him unexpectedly. I found out later that he was a Star Sea Lord from the Qiner star cluster. His. Everyone gasped. Sikong Jingqing bowed to him again very formally and said, It is true that young people are heroes. Young people are full of energy and have accomplished such a great feat so quickly. I admire them. Li Qing responded with a smile. Luck. Luck. This is not luck. This is ability. Judging from your achievements, it won't be long before you reach the top. If you have a chance in this joint battle between humans and Bruven, you may be able to cross that level and be promoted to the Lord of the Star Sea. Li Qing heard this and quickly waved his hand. I dare not even think about it. I cannot even covet the title of Star Sea Lord. You can't say for sure. Young people have unlimited possibilities. One of them was flattering the other one, constantly being humble. Ling Ji and Feng Yan both sat there with ugly looks on their faces. What made Ling Ji speechless the most was that Li Qing ranked 5th. He ranked 7th. And Sikong Jingqing ranked 8th. The two of them were praising each other with himself in between. It was so uncomfortable. Fortunately, this torment did not last long. Soon other military leaders arrived one by one, and it was not convenient to continue bragging like this with two people between them. However, when everyone arrived one after another, the top-ranked military leaders arrived. When they saw the unfamiliar face of Li Qing, they were all surprised and started chatting again. When people learned that Li Qing rose to the top by virtue of his terrifying feat of killing a Star Sea Lord from another player's civilization, they expressed their disbelief. Indian praise. It's impossible not to admire him. Unlike other superiors, no one has been able to kill the Star Sea Lord for 8 or 9,000 years. As members of the military lords, how could they not know how powerful a player Star Sea Lord could be? The fact that he could do it was a real skill, and there was no way to be jealous. If you don't agree, go kill one yourself. Killing a Star Sea Lord would not only improve their status, but also give them the destiny points they most dream of. At least 10 destiny points mean that he can select at least 5 level 6 enhancement technologies, which is enough to greatly enhance Galen Link's potential, with a beginning, and with opportunities to accumulate in the future. Perhaps within a few hundred years the 15th Lord of the Star Sea will be born. The discussion gradually spread to the back. The military leader at the back had no idea what was happening in the front. Li Yongcheng, who was sitting behind the military leader, did not notice that his grandson was not sitting in his original position. When he heard the discussion in front, he was very curious and asked an old friend in front. But before he could open his mouth, he heard a crisp voice. Boom! The bell rang, signaling the start of this Senate meeting. 14 military leaders appeared one by one, and the meeting place immediately fell silent. The person presiding over the meeting this time was Shanghai Lord Xiaobieli. He tapped the table lightly with his golden hammer and said with a smile, "Before this meeting begins, let us first congratulate Li Qing, the leader of the Galen. For completing a great feat, he directly killed a Star Sea Lord from the Chinar star cluster and received the reward of the will of civilization." As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell silent, and everyone looked at the figure in the 5th seat in the front row who stood up and turned back to bow. Li Yongcheng, the old patriarch of the Qingheli family, was stunned and did not even respond to the congratulations from his friends. How? To him, this news was like a supernova exploding in his mind. It was so shocking that he was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. At this moment, he had 1,000 words to say to his grandchildren. But this was not the right place, so he could only suppress his inner excitement. After the silence, there was an uproar of discussion, and everyone looked at Li Qing with shocked eyes, most of them with disbelief. Not only were they incredulous, even the lords, who had known the news earlier, found it a little unbelievable. You know, he could kill a Star Sea Lord head-on, which also meant that he might be able to defeat them in a head-on confrontation, which made them quite amazed. Chapter 286 4 Major Agendas. Fortunately, although they were amazed, they did not feel threatened, nor did they think that Li Qing relied on his own ability to kill head-on. They guessed that it was most likely that he used a strategy, a sneak attack, or the advantage of terrain, or took advantage of the alien Star Lord being in some unfavorable state to kill him. And it was unlikely that he was killed head-on by physical force. This was not the time for them to discuss. The meeting had already begun. Xiaobieli retracted his astonished gaze, tapped the golden hammer lightly to signal silence, and said in a deep voice, "This regular elders meeting has officially begun. There are 4 items on the agenda. Everyone has half an hour to review and think about them. The agenda will officially begin in half an hour." A light screen popped up in front of Li Qing's eyes, and a series of data appeared. First item on the agenda, in view of the recent 5 resolutions on a joint all-out war with Proven, all military commanders and lords are required to provide certain war resources to support the front line, according to their ranking within the empire. This agenda has been held every year in recent years, and it all involves resource support and the provision of materials according to strength and status. Those with stronger strength and higher ranking make more payments. Those with weak strength and low ranking pay less. Li Qing had always been ranked at the bottom among the military leaders. The total value of materials he was required to provide each year was about 100 trillion yuan, of which 1 trillion kilograms of food was a hard requirement, with no requirements for minerals, and the blueprints of battleships equivalent to a standard division. Food is a war reserve, which is necessary. Battleship blueprints are for players to exchange. Although the main forces of total war are the major military lords, the massive number of individual players are also a strong force. They may not be able to fight on the front battlefield, but they can be of great use outside the front battlefield. As Li Qing's status skyrocketed, the original 100 trillion was definitely not appropriate, but his status skyrocketed suddenly, and his strength did not increase with it. and it was impossible to determine it according to his current ranking. So, there is no definite conclusion yet. We have to wait and ask Lord Xiaobieli, who is presiding over the meeting. Second agenda. Someone has discovered traces of Leviathan, World Devourer, at the edge of the westernmost spiral arm of the Faust sector, the border between humans and Bruven. Preliminary observations show that it is flying towards the central part of the Faust sector. Players nearby are requested to be careful not to provoke the World Devourer. There is an attachment below the agenda, which shows the latest observation results. Although the World Devourer is targeting the central part of the Faust star field, the possibility of turning cannot be ruled out, and its specific destination is not clear at present. In addition, the World Devourer is now much larger than the last time it was discovered. The last time it was discovered, its body, excluding its tentacles, had a diameter of more than 300,000 kilometers. Now its main body diameter has exceeded 370,000 kilometers. It looks like it has swallowed at least 10 life-bearing planets. Judging from the fact that every time he appears, he devours and destroys multiple planets with life. I don't know which planets will be unlucky. This agenda has little to do with Li Qing, and is unlikely to affect the war. Although it is an extremely powerful Leviathan, it is nothing compared to an entire civilization. If it dares to enter the battlefield, it will be smashed to pieces by billions of fleets in minutes. Third agenda. The Human United Empire officially launches the Threat Elimination Plan, and sends a team of super psychics to infiltrate the Bruin United Civilization to assassinate the 4 great generals of the Bruin United Civilization. Bruin has a total of 4 gods in the entire civilization. Like the Cybertron god and Cyrus god, they possess extremely powerful special abilities. 3 of the gods are stationed in the 3 core fortresses, and the other one is located in the heart of Bruin. In order to ensure humanity's advantage in total war, the elders decided to send out an assassination team composed of super psychics, in an effort to successfully eliminate a divine general. Yes, the plan will be considered a success, as long as we can successfully eliminate one person. The general is extremely powerful, and holds a high position, surrounded by heavy troops. The success rate of the assassination is really not high. This agenda is just one of the preliminary preparations, and no one can say whether it will succeed. It is worth mentioning that don't think that Lord Sunluo had a lot of generals just because he had 3 great generals under his command. That was because wars were too frequent in the early stages of development, and several player civilizations were exterminated or expelled, and many powerful indigenous civilizations were exterminated. So many generals were born in the early stages of development. For thousands of years since then, there have been no major wars, and no new divine generals have been born in the entire Human United Empire. And this number is only relative. In fact, at the peak of human civilization, there were only 11 or 12 divine generals, most of whom were under the command of the top 3 lords. Moreover, as time went by, more and more gods fell. Especially the 3 independent gods of Lord Sunluo disappeared. Now, there are probably only 6 or 7 gods left in the United Human Empire. It is also worth mentioning that all the Star Sea Lords are not divine generals. Perhaps these big guys were once famous generals and excellent commanders, but after being promoted to Star Lords, their main profession became rulers. Their talents and basic command skills are still there, but without the bonus of their main profession, they are definitely not as good as professional commanders. Therefore, the 14 human Star Lords, including the number 1 Star Lord, are not divine generals. The 4th agenda item, regarding the establishment of the Allied Forces headquarters, and the selection of the various fleet headquarters for this all-out war. There are 4 agenda items, and the 4th one is the focus. Half an hour passed quickly, and Lord Xiaobieli struck with his golden hammer to remind everyone, and said in a deep voice, "Now we will start the first agenda. Everyone can continue to pay for the materials according to the previous payments. If you have any questions or objections, you can raise them now." As soon as the voice fell, the commander of the Fengyan army stood up and said, "His Excellency Li Qing, the leader of the Galan, has done a great deed. He is now ranked 5th. I wonder if he will provide supplies according to his ranking." Lord Xiaobieli looked at the 2 of them expressionlessly and said, "Material contributions are determined based on a combination of ranking and strength. Although His Excellency Li Qing is ranked 5th, his strength has not improved much. I have discussed with the other lords and have decided to calculate it based on the 50th place in the comprehensive evaluation. After that, the comprehensive ranking will increase by 5 places every year until it reaches the same level as the current ranking. He looked at the commander of the Fengyun army and asked in a deep voice, "Do you have any objection?" General Fengyun was silent for a moment and then sat down. Army Commander Xiao Bieli looked at Li Qing again and asked, "Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Li Qing nodded immediately and said, "I have no opinion. Improving 5 rankings in 1 year is equivalent to a 10-year buffer period. How could he have any objection?" He opened the light curtain to check the ranking list and scrolled to the 50th place. It showed that the 50th place would need to pay about 150 trillion supplies every year during the war, including 50 trillion kilograms of food and blueprints of battleships equivalent to a division. By the way, Mr. Li Qing, according to the regulations of the Senate, you need to send a fleet to serve in one of the 3 core fortresses in the 10th year after you are promoted to military lord. Since we are about to enter a full-scale war, you need to send at least 10 fleet divisions to serve in any core fortress. Li Qing nodded and said, "I can do it, but I'm not in the territory right now, so it may take about a year." Xiao Bieli said, "Don't worry. It has only been 9 years since you were promoted to military leader. You still have 1 year to prepare. And normally you have 1 year of flexibility. You only need to be in place within 2 years." After making sure that there were no other issues with the first agenda, Lord Xiao Bieli started the second agenda. There is nothing much to say about the second agenda. It is just to arrange a fleet to follow the Leviathan World Devourer and report any changes at any time. Next is the third agenda, Threat Elimination Plan. This requires each military leader to send a super psychic, or a high-level or above combat relic. If there are no super psychics or powerful combat relics other than the military leader, a division-level fleet must be contributed to any of the 3 core fortresses as compensation. Li Qing was not planning to send out the Star Bearers, but he did not have any powerful combat relics, so he was prepared to contribute a division-level fleet when the time came. It just so happened that his own fleet would soon need to be updated, with 10 fearless divisions a year, and soon the level 5 conventional fleet would be of no use. So it was just the right time to use it to pay off the debt. Soon, all the military leaders finished their selections one by one and came to the fourth and most important agenda item, which was about forming a general headquarters for the coalition forces and selecting the command headquarters of various fleets during the total war. It's fine if it's just the general headquarters. This is definitely the stage for the Lords of the Star Sea and has nothing to do with him. But in the 3-fleet command center, Li Qing felt that he needed to take an important position to facilitate his own plan. After all, one status is too low and there are too few cannon fodders to mobilize. So one will need to fill the cannon fodder oneself when the time comes. Our own fearless division is so precious. It would be a waste to use it as cannon fodder. At this time, Lord Xiao Bieli issued a table regarding the headquarters command and the official positions of the 3 legions. The general command was put aside, and the composition of the 3 joint legions was looked at first. The decision-making level of the joint corps consists of a commander-in-chief, 3 deputy commanders-in-chief, a chief of general staff, 2 deputy chiefs of general staff, a chief of general logistics, a chief of general intelligence, a chief of general equipment, and 10 army group commanders. A total of 20 positions. Not to mention the commander-in-chief. He doesn't even need to think about coordinating the overall situation, no matter what aspect he is responsible for. It is not his turn. The deputy commander-in-chief is generally responsible for major battlefield battles in all aspects. There are only 3 seats, so he also has little chance. The chief of general staff is second only to the commander-in-chief in status. He is generally responsible for overall strategic planning, and this is not his turn. The deputy chief of general staff assists the chief of general staff and is responsible for formulating combat plans. He could certainly fight for the position. The minister of general logistics is in charge of overall logistics, and no one else has a role in this. The chief of general intelligence is in charge of intelligence, including enemy intelligence movements, but he has no say in this. The minister of the general armament department is in charge of matters related to the replenishment of warship damage, which has nothing to do with him. The last 10 army group commanders mean that the 3 armies will form 10 army groups, and each of them will lead an army group composed of multiple corps-level fleets, which are considered to be the real power. If possible, Li Qing would like to get the position of army group commander. According to the scale of total war, an army group would have at least hundreds of division-level fleets, and as many as 200 or 300. Such a large fleet, plus his own strength, would be enough to complete that crazy plan alone. But the prerequisite is to get it. This kind of powerful position that actually controls the fleet is bound to be highly competitive. At this time Xiao Bili said, "Every position is open for competition. You can circle the positions you want to compete for. You can select multiple positions. Then indicate your strengths and specialties below. The lords will begin reviewing after collecting all the information. The results will be announced at the elders' meeting next year." Well, not now. Li Qing thought for a moment. Circled the 2 positions of Deputy Commander-in-Chief and Group Army Commander. And then thought for a moment before writing down the following. "I am fortunate to have gained the loyalty of an ancient god general. I believe I am qualified for the following position. There is nothing fancy about him. His only advantage is that he has a great general under him. When the time comes for the review, just pull out either Cybertron or Sellers. This might expose the fact that he had obtained Lord Sinlua's inheritance. But is he still afraid of this now? As the 5th-ranked military commander, he no longer needs to worry about being exposed. After completing and submitting the information, the next step is to handle the affairs of the small lord. It had nothing to do with Li Qing. He had been half asleep and half awake for almost 2 hours when he was awakened by a crisp sound. He looked up and saw Lord Xiao Bili announcing the end of the elders' meeting. People stood up one after another. As soon as Li Qing stood up, he heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around and saw the old patriarch Li Yongcheng coming towards him. At the same time, he glanced to the side and saw that Army Leader Lingji and Army Leader Feng Yun were looking at him. But when they felt his gaze, they quickly retracted their gaze. He ignored her and walked towards Li Yongcheng with a smile. The old patriarch looked at him with emotion and said, "Child, follow me." The 2 of them opened a private room in the Lingxiao Palace. Before they sat down, the old patriarch asked, "Child, have you used the destiny points you gained from sacrificing the Star Sea Lord of the Zener Star Cluster?" Li Qing nodded and said, "Used? Where is it used?" "Well," Li Qing said with a hint of apology, "it's not convenient for me to say." Li Yongcheng was stunned for a moment, then smiled after a little silence. "Then Grandpa won't ask you any more questions. Just figure it out for yourself. By the way, where are you now? If you are still near the Zener Star Cluster, you better come back as soon as possible. If they find you still staying in that area, other Starsea Lords will definitely come to snipe you." Li Qing nodded and said, "I'm just about to come back. It's good that you're back. Come back to Qinghe. Grandpa has something to tell you." "Okay. All right." The old patriarch seemed to be hesitant to speak, and Li Qing could roughly guess what he wanted to say. It was nothing more than that if he killed an alien Star Lord, he would gain at least 10 destiny points, which made him so excited because he saw some possibility. In response to this, Li Qing said that he didn't want him to be too excited, didn't want him to have too high expectations, and didn't want him to interfere with his plans. So he just said it directly. The old patriarch is definitely thinking about himself. But he is old and his ideas cannot keep up with the changes in his own strength. Only you know yourself best. Only you can control everything accurately. And no one can control you. After coming out of the Daluo Palace, his consciousness returned to the fortress. Li Qing was silent for a while. Then a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 287 2 Choices for Super Tomb. In Li Qing's opinion, regardless of the big things, it would not be a problem to get the position of Army Group Commander. After all, he was planning to send a Divine General to take action. With only 7 or 8 Divine Generals left in the entire Human United Empire, it would be no problem for him to take a position. This is also because he started too late. If he had waited a few more decades, according to his speed of development, he might have been able to compete for the position of Commander-in-Chief of the 3 fleets or Chief of the General Staff. Li Qing didn't dwell on it for too long. This thing would take a year to review, and the results would not be known until next year. He withdrew his thoughts, cast his gaze towards the shattered planetary fortress below, chin in hand, and began to check the results of the ground forces below. Huh? This sight made him feel surprised. He had sent out more than 2 million ground troops and 5,000 giant combat vehicles. But such a huge ground force was actually stopped. At this time, there are 2 main battlefields in the planetary fortress, located in 2 huge underground spaces under the thick alloy crust of the planetary fortress. It is also a transportation hub. With this place as the center, you can reach all directions and deeper underground surfaces. A large number of troops stationed in the planetary fortress established a defense line there and fought a fierce battle with the ground troops he sent out. To his surprise, They actually blocked the mixed forces of mechanical armored forces and giant combat bodies. Li Qing looked at the opponent's troops curiously. On the surface, they were common mechanized ground troops. That is, a more civilized version of the common clone troops of humans. But their combat effectiveness was much stronger than that of normal clone troops. In addition to this, there are also a large number of 3-star elite army genetic warrior units mixed in. This super soldier, who has undergone dozens of genetic modifications, possesses an extremely strong physique and adaptability. With a height of 3 meters, he can carry heavy weapons such as cannons with one hand, and his combat power is extremely amazing. In addition, there are many 4-star elite psychic troops. Their strong psychic powers can be amplified to exert good combat power. Under the control of the psychic troop leader, the gathered psychic powers can release a psychic storm covering several kilometers. Their combat power is extremely amazing. It was with the help of these elite ground troops that their attack was blocked. Li Qing became interested, and after a little preparation, an escort ship broke away from the fleet and crashed towards the planetary fortress. With such strong ground forces guarding it, this super tomb must be inside. The underground world more than 10 kilometers high is large enough to accommodate small warships. Li Qing came to the headquarters of the ground offensive force. At this time, the headquarters was discussing the battle plan fiercely. Seeing him coming, the generals just saluted and continued the discussion. Boom boom boom. Countless medium and short-range surface-to-surface missiles, dragging long tails of flames, soared into the sky and fell towards the enemy positions. As soon as they crossed the center line, they immediately saw countless tongues of fire spewing out of the opposite position, crossing back and forth to form a powerful firepower network. A large number of missiles were swept and exploded by the tongues of fire. In the end, a wave of thousands of missile clusters only exploded less than 50 balls of flames. Soon the other side launched a retaliatory counterattack, and thousands of missiles were launched into the air. Thousands of giant combat units standing on the battlefield adjusted their angles, and dozens of blazing flames spurted out from the chest of each unit, forming a cross-net that intertwined with the ground anti-aircraft firepower, instantly intercepting most of the missiles. Those that could not be intercepted fell into the battle line and exploded. Suddenly, dozens of huge flames rushed into the sky. The command center immediately counted the casualties, and then transferred troops from the rear to the front to fill the positions. After a while, Li Qing sensed a strong psychic fluctuation coming from behind the opposite line of defense. The fluctuation soon reached its peak and exploded. A psychic storm covering several kilometers exploded on the front line. And then the attacks in this range were instantly silenced, including the 5 giant war bodies. The surface battleship-level shields were all destroyed by the psychic storm. And this is just one wave. Such attacks will continue wave after wave. Various missile clusters, countless artillery long-range bombardments, and explosions on the battle lines of both sides. There was an open space in front of the battle line that had been pockmarked by artillery fire. The cannon fodder troops of both sides were frantically exchanging fire under the artillery fire on the front line. It's a complete waste of resources. There is not much room for maneuver inside this planetary fortress. Every step of advancement on the front line requires a large number of cannon fodder troops to sacrifice their lives. In the few hours when Li Qing's consciousness was uploaded to attend the Elders' Council, more than 100,000 ground troops had been killed or wounded on the 2 battlefield fronts, and even dozens of giant war bodies had been blown up. Fortunately, Li Qing didn't have much else at this time, but he had a lot of cannon fodder. Whether it is robot commandos or clone cannon fodder, the reserves are counted in billions. At this time, the ground force command's tactics were a tactic of attrition. They would first use cannon fodder to consume the enemy's firepower, and at the same time find out all of the enemy's cards. Once everything was confirmed, they would mobilize the main force to launch a thundering attack. Li Qing did not interfere with his subordinate's command. He just came to the front line to observe for a while, and then returned to the fleet and turned to enter the universe in his palm. What Li Qing saw and heard on the battlefield just now made him realize a flaw in his ground forces. That is, there were no psychic troops facing the enemy's psychic storm bombardment. There is no ability to react at all, and one can only take it, which is very bad. Opening the redemption page, Li Qing's eyes fell on the 2 redeemable options, Fearless God of War and Holy Guard. After a moment of contemplation, he spent a full 5,000 civilization points to exchange for 10 super warriors, Fearless War Gods, each with an initial psychic energy of more than 10 million. a huge body of over 1,000 meters tall, and some of the characteristics of negative stars, and the physique of Leviathan. Then he spent another 5,000 civilization points to exchange for a full 100 super soldiers, with an initial psychic strength of over 1 million, and a physical body comparable to the strength of the Leviathan. They possessed a series of super abilities, such as super strength, super speed, super endurance, immortality, and so on. They were super soldiers and holy guards. After the exchange is completed and the civilization points are consumed, billions of starlight will gather and condense into giants that are 1,000 meters tall and surrounded by infinite light. These giants are tall and muscular, and look very similar to Ultraman that Li Qing has seen before. But they seem stronger and more powerful than Ultraman. The Holy Guard is only about 10 meters tall, and is also tall and muscular, looking like a shrunken version of Ultraman. Neither the fearless god of war nor the Holy Guard had weapons in their hands, but with their strength, they could blow up even a giant warrior with one punch. Coupled with their powerful psychic powers, and the powerful energy they controlled, the combination of these three made them equally powerful with, or without weapons. Moreover, they can configure their own weapons, whether it is building their own ship-cutting swords that are hundreds or thousands of meters long, or carrying the main guns of battleships. They can be externally installed and replaced at any time. After the exchange was completed, Li Qing simply waved his hand to open the door of the black hole. One after another, extremely tall Ultraman walked out of the universe in his palm and appeared directly in the void of the universe. With such a powerful body, crossing the void is naturally a piece of cake. 10 Ultraman statues stood in the void, with a huge planetary fortress below them. A fearless war god standing on the far right drew a big circle with his hands and put them together. Dazzling light energy gathered and quickly condensed into a dazzling ball of light between his hands. The next second, a dazzling light blade spurted out from it and slashed towards the planetary fortress thousands of kilometers away. Boom! Amid the violent explosion, a circle of dazzling light burst out, and in an instant it soared hundreds of kilometers away, and a ball of flames rose from the center. When the flames slowly dissipated, a gap more than 10 kilometers long, nearly 2 kilometers wide, and 2 to 3 kilometers thick appeared on the surface of the planetary fortress, which was completely torn apart by the alloy armor. Through the distorted gap caused by the rising high temperature, one can see that the aftermath inside has not disappeared, but has hit the second layer, creating a huge gap in the second layer. It's quite powerful. This is not the full strength attack of the fearless god of war. If he attacks with full strength, the power will be increased tenfold. Set off. Li Qing waved his hand and ordered them to attack. Of course, more detailed orders were given to them immediately afterwards, and the ground troops below were ordered to cooperate with them. Then, Li Qing saw this group of super soldiers rushing into the battlefield, descending from the sky into the enemy's line, like gods under heavy artillery fire. And then waves of psychic storms exploded, and the battle line, that was thousands of kilometers long, was instantly paralyzed and silenced. The damage caused by psychic storms to precision instruments is particularly terrible. Once a psychic storm sweeps through, most weapons are directly scrapped and war machines are shut down. The psychic storm caused by psychic energy of 1 million strength has a maximum range of thousands of kilometers in space. When placed inside a planet, it is only a fraction of that in space. The specific amount of weakening depends on the strength of the planet's internal gravity and magnetic field. At this time, the psychic storm blasted by the Holy Guards was less than 100 kilometers. But if 100 Holy Guards were scattered, it would be enough to easily sweep across the battlefield. With the cooperation of the Holy Guards, the battle line that had been deadlocked for so long was broken in an instant. The ensuing battle was completely overwhelming and unstoppable. The front line quickly advanced forward, and the first layer of resistance was quickly cleared. After a short rest, the ground forces continued to advance to the lower levels. The resistance of the lower layer is stronger than that of the first layer, but it is limited. Facing the dimensionality reduction attack of the superdimensional level, the outcome is the same. Li Qing sat in the fortress and kept hearing good news coming from below. However, he soon discovered that he might have been too happy too soon. This planetary fortress seemed to have been transformed quite thoroughly, with layer after layer being built underneath. After 3 months, they had broken through more than a dozen layers that were nearly 1,000 kilometers thick. But they still hadn't reached the bottom. Normal planetary fortresses are usually modified into only a few layers, with each layer being about 10 kilometers thick. enough to withstand the bombardment of the fortress's main guns. For example, the planetary fortress of the former Lock Fortress of the Shada United Empire has a total of 3 layers. It's a bit outrageous that this thing can be renovated for more than 10 floors, and the bottom has not been reached yet. It doesn't feel like a planetary fortress, but more like a battle star. But it lacks the powerful firepower and sturdy structure of a battle star. And most importantly, it cannot move. However, despite the large number of layers, it still couldn't stop the ground troops from cooperating with the Holy Guards in their attack. And they continued to advance, firmly step by step. Time passed unknowingly. And one day in the 4.5 months, Li Qing, who was inspecting the newly developed super-habitable area in the Palm universe, suddenly received a report from his subordinates that there was new progress in the battle. After the main force broke through the 24th floor at the cost of over 1 million cannon fodder and huge losses of the main force, they discovered that the next floor was not a military zone, but a civilian area. After defeating the last defenders, the vanguard troops broke through 3 floors and arrived at the core scientific research area. The vanguard troops stopped here, not because they could not advance, but because the remaining defenders inside surrendered. Hearing this, Li Qing looked up in surprise. Can you still surrender? This was the first time he saw a wild monster surrender voluntarily. In the past, the wild monsters he had seen fought to the death and never surrendered. This aroused his curiosity, and he immediately returned to the planetary fortress and went to the bottom floor. In a huge square, Li Qing saw the appearance of the ancient advanced civilization race to which this super anomaly belonged. This is an alien species whose appearance is difficult to describe. The lower body is a bit human-like, but more like other species. The surface of the body appears to have undergone biochemical modification, and the head is covered by a huge hood with a light yellow liquid inside. They seem to be able to breathe in this liquid. As an advanced civilization, it usually goes through a process of universal ascension. The ascension route of this ancient advanced civilization is, to be honest, Li Qing didn't quite understand it. Speaking of mechanical ascension, although its body has a lot of biochemical and prosthetic implants, it is still flesh and blood. As for genetic ascension, the biochemical organs on the body's surface and prostheses don't make sense. It definitely isn't psychic ascension, as most individuals haven't awakened their psychic powers. But he was certain that this advanced civilization had definitely experienced a national ascension. However, from his perspective, he couldn't tell what kind of ascension it was. He could only guess that it was either mechanical ascension or genetic ascension. Perhaps, this is a unique way of ascension for this civilization. Mechanical, genetic, and psychic are the 3 mainstream ascensions. But that does not mean there are only these 3 types of ascension. The most typical example is the negative stars. Their ascension route is definitely not any of the 3 major ascensions. But one can see the shadows of genetic ascension and psychic ascension. It is estimated that it is a powerful ascension unique to the negative stars that is explored by combining the advantages of genetic and psychic ascension. However, no matter what kind of ascension it is, it does not affect the fact that this fortress planet has been captured at this time. Since these abnormal species can surrender, they can naturally communicate. Li Qing thought that he could communicate with them and ask them some ancient secrets. However, he soon found that he was overthinking. Although they could communicate, it was only limited to this super abnormal situation. They knew nothing outside of this. It was as if the world they lived in was only on this fortress planet. This was quite speechless and disappointing. After surrendering, the next step was easy. We directly took over the planetary fortress, which was equivalent to digging the grave. After completely taking over the planetary fortress and counting everything inside, a prompt made Li Qing fall into silence. The prompt was a system prompt, which roughly meant that he had successfully dug the grave after receiving the planetary fortress. Now there were 2 rewards in front of him, but he could only choose one. The first reward is to obtain all the technological information in the laboratory deep in the planetary fortress. The second reward is to activate the reactor deep inside the planetary fortress and complete the final transformation of the planetary fortress. He will then receive a mobile battle star with advanced energy configuration. Chapter 288: The Legacy of Advanced Civilization in the Isolated Star Region. That's right. This planetary fortress with dozens of layers of excavation is actually a mobile war planet under construction. It was normal that I hadn't realized it before. After all, this thing had never moved, and the force it was equipped with was not as strong as imagined, let alone the ultimate weapon. The Star Blaster. Who would have thought that this was a mobile war planet? But after understanding it, it makes sense. After all, it is impossible for a normal planetary fortress to be dug so deep. Only when building a mobile battle star. The dozens of layers inside are not dug out at all, but the battle star structure is assembled layer by layer. When it is in an abnormal state, it is a planetary fortress. After digging up super graves continuously, you can choose to obtain a complete mobile battle star. It is no longer the tattered one it is now, but complete and equipped with the ultimate weapon, the Star Blaster. Mobile battle star. The entire human United Empire may only have a dozen of the ultimate level war weapons in the Star Sea. And even the mighty Star Sea Lord may only have one. With a mobile war star. And a mobile war star from an advanced civilization. His strength instantly soared. If he adds the mechanical battle star in the isolated star field, he may have 2 mobile battle stars in the future. And he will be able to catch up with the Star Lords in terms of high-end military power. Normally this doesn't require hesitation. But what kind of technology would it be if it could be offered as a reward option together with a mobile battle star? It is unlikely to directly obtain a full set of dark matter technology, which is not even possible with 100 mobile battle stars. But it is worth mentioning here that when he stared at these 2 options, notes would appear below the options. If the second option was selected, this continuous super grave would end here, and there would be no next step. Accordingly, select the first one, and there will be the next step to continue digging. In other words, he either had to choose to get a war star and stop there, or give up the war star and continue digging. Li Qing fell into deep thought. Which one should I choose? What he was mainly concerned about was whether there would be any follow-up to the technological options. After all, this was a grave dug by someone else, and the keepsake was not in his hands. So he couldn't be sure whether there would be any follow-up. It doesn't matter if there is a fall. Just keep digging, and you will definitely get something. But if there are no subsequent coordinates, that would be ridiculous. The technological rewards at this stage are definitely not as good as a mobile battle star for him. But a decision must be made. Li Qing struggled for several days and communicated with his subordinates. After a brainstorming session among dozens of negative star players, they finally made the decision to choose technology. The reason is very simple. After everyone has combined the existing information and calculated, they feel that there is a high possibility that there will be the next link after choosing technology. If there is a next step, it means that the final reward of this super continuous tomb is likely to be advanced dark matter technology. Even if it is not, it is still top-notch technology or better than this. And it is likely to be more valuable than a battle star now. After making the choice, the core of the planetary fortress began to change. The core shrouded in light quickly shrank and eventually turned into 2 beams of white light that flew in front of him. Li Qing reached out to take it, and 2 white lights turned into 2 objects and fell into his palm. At the same time, the entire planetary fortress quickly turned gray, and the internal alloy structure quickly turned into gray stone. Obviously, if you choose the battle star, the light will transform the entire planetary fortress into a mobile battle star. Now that it has turned into gray stone, the war star is naturally gone, and there is no way to reshape it. Li Qing didn't regret it either. He took his things and turned to leave. The troops evacuated one after another, and he returned to the fortress command room and began to look at the 2 treasures in his hands. Both treasures are chips that emit a faint crystal light. Or in other words, they are chips made of crystal. Look at the left side first. The moment its attributes appeared in front of his eyes, Li Qing excitedly clenched his fist and shouted, "Marvelous! This is a coordinate chip, which contains a star map with coordinates on it." He quickly extracted the star map, and the starlight transformed into a star map in front of him that covered an area of about 30,000 light-years with his current position as the center. On this star map, there was a bright spot in the starry sky about 15,000 to 16,000 light-miles above his current position. Judging from the Milky Way star map, that location is above the Milky Way disk, far away from the main star field of the Milky Way. It is an isolated star field in the starry sky above the surface of the disc-shaped Milky Way. Judging from this ancient star map, the isolated star region is not very large, and appears to be only the size of a few hundred galaxies. So, that's where the last remnants of this advanced civilization that has already perished. Li Qing first closed the star map. The coordinates were already in his hands, and he could not escape. He then looked at another chip, and its properties appeared in his eyes. His eyes fixed, and he fell silent. The overall design drawing of a mobile battlestar includes the construction of the main structure of the battlestar, the combat system including the Star Blaster, the power system and energy system of the battlestar. A complete mobile battlestar can be built based on this set of blueprints. I can only say I am speechless. Choosing one of them will get you a complete mobile battlestar, while choosing the other will only get you a set of battlestar construction blueprints plus a coordinate, which is a huge difference in value. The gap between the blueprint and the complete mobile battlestar is too big. The complete blueprint will take hundreds of years to build so that it can be put into battle immediately. These hundreds of years are enough to conquer a vast territory. But there was no way. He needed to keep digging. When he got the most valuable treasure in this super tomb, this mobile war planet turned into a stone planet, and the super tomb was gone. Li Qing only took a short rest for a week, recalled all ground troops, and then led the fleet to leave the galaxy and head towards the direction of the coordinates. He needs to jump to the edge of the galaxy first, the place closest to the coordinates. If the bank is a huge silver plate, he must first go to the top edge of the plate and then jump over. It took 2 days to jump to the edge of the Milky Way galaxy. And then the fleet was brought into the palm-held universe. Only one dreadnought battleship was left in place, which adjusted its direction and began to jump towards the target direction. The fleet is too large and the fluctuations caused by the jump are too great. So it is possible that it can be monitored by some powerful civilization. Although normally no one would be so idle as to follow him. One has to be prepared for the worst. In addition, there is another important reason. That is, after leaving the Milky Way, there is endless eternal silence and void. That is the eternal deep space between the galaxies. The special rules of the universe cause the rules in this eternal deep space to be very different from the starry sky within the galaxy. Any warship in it will have its shield and hull decay and age at a very fast rate. And the deeper it goes, the faster the decay and aging will be. To put it bluntly, after entering the eternal silence void, the upper limit of any warship's shield, armor and hull will rapidly decrease. If it stays there for too long, the entire warship will decay and age. And eventually it will age to the extreme, and the metal structure will no longer be able to maintain its existence, and the hull will disintegrate, and then continue to decay until it disappears. In addition, there is very strong interference after the eternal silence void, and the effects of both the thrusters and the jump engines will be greatly weakened to 1/10 of the original. The original speed of 200,000 kilometers per hour became 20,000 kilometers per hour. Originally, it could jump 1,000 light years at a time, but now it can only jump 100 light years. And each jump will cause certain damage to the jump engine. After multiple jumps, the jump engine of the low-level civilization will be directly damaged. This also leads to the fact that no one dares to go to the eternal silence void. Once lost in it, it would be difficult to come back. This is also like the Broan Union and the Human United Empire setting up 3 core fortresses on their respective borders to form an iron wall of defense. But the 2 civilizations across the spiral arm have no defense line in the eternal void outside the spiral arm. It is precisely because of the danger of the eternal void that neither human civilization nor the Broan Union's fleet can pass through the eternal void and go around. So there is no need to set up a defense line at all. Of course, the speed of decay is also affected by technology. The warships of advanced civilizations are stronger, and are far less affected by decay in the eternal silence void than those of ordinary civilizations. The higher the technology level, the stronger the alloy and the higher the resistance. When the technological level reaches the 8th order god level civilization, it is basically completely unaffected by this kind of decay. In addition, the physical body is not affected by decay. The powerful Leviathan can cross the river system without being affected by relying on the physical body. So Li Qing withdrew the entire fleet, leaving only a level 7 peak dreadnought battleship across the eternal silence void. If there is any danger on the road, only a few ships will be lost, which will not affect the entire fleet. Li Qing's talent can increase the jump distance by an additional 3,000%. After being suppressed 10 times, it is only 300%. He can only jump about 300 light years at a time. It is more than 15,000 light years from the edge of the galaxy to the destination. So he needs to jump 50 times. It's not a lot. If it were an ordinary player, he could only jump about 10 light years at a time. And he would have to jump 1,500 times to make the jump. According to the characteristics of the Eternal Void, Level 5 technology can only make about 5 jumps before the jump engine is damaged. It takes 300 ships to make the jumps intermittently. It would be fine if it could be changed, But the key point is that normal players don't have a universe in their hands to fold up the boat. So they can only sail to the end with one boat. And there is a 100% chance that the boat will sink halfway. So it is impossible to pass. Therefore, these coordinates are useless even if given to other players, because they don't have the ability to get there. Li Qing's escort ship was equipped with level 6 enhanced technology, and its jump engine could be used more than a dozen times. He changed warships 4 times along the way, and it took him a week to finally cross a distance of more than 15,000 light years. The last jump directly entered the edge galaxy of this isolated star field, just after entering the galaxy's gravity well from the edge of the galaxy. Before having time to observe the galaxy, the battleship received an unfamiliar communication. After decoding, it was found that this communication was exactly the same as the previous super abnormal race. The decoded content shows, "This is the X841 monitoring system. Stranger, you have entered the monitoring area. According to Article 5 of the monitoring regulations, strangers without permission are not allowed to enter the galaxy." Just after decoding this message, another message came. "Warning, please leave the system within 10 minutes. Otherwise you will be considered a hostile target and attacked." Monitoring system. Li Qing pinched his chin, took out the coordinate chip he had obtained before, and passed the code that came with it. Soon the other side responded. "Receive the correct instruction. The monitoring system X841 is welcome to return to the air to return." At the same time, Li Qing received a clear star map sent by an unknown monitoring system. There was a line on it guiding him to a galaxy in the center of this isolated star field with only a few hundred galaxies. "Dear Air, in accordance with the number 0 guardianship agreement, please go to the number 0001 star field immediately to accept control." "Oh, is this the succession order?" Li Qing looked at the chip in his hand with some surprise. Just by relying on a code in it, he could directly obtain ownership of an unknown ancient civilization. Isn't this too exaggerated? The last link of this super tomb did not involve any fighting, and he just took the final benefit directly. He had never seen such a situation before. But Li Qing was not happy about this. Instead, he felt a little worried. No matter where you are, no matter which civilization, any benefit has already been priced. There are no restrictions on the surface. But in fact, the price may be marked in a corner you don't know. The last legacy of an ancient advanced civilization is given to you without any cost. He will never believe that such a good thing can happen. There must be other twists and turns. But it's just speculation now, and we don't know what the specific cost will be. Li Qing did not act pretentiously, and directly controlled the dreadnought battleship to sail towards the newly obtained coordinates. Once we entered the galaxy and followed the prompts from the monitoring system to fly to the center of the galaxy, we saw a superstar city as big as the Moon of War, with an extremely large fleet quietly anchored around it. They were all escort ships, dreadnought battleships, and super flagships used exclusively by advanced civilizations, surrounding mobile fortresses, and there was even a mobile war star in the center, even if it was never seen before. Li Qing also knew that the specifications of the superstar city that specifically was far more than humans was a huge star city of high civilization and exclusive stars. The specific name was unknown, but it could also be called Superstar City. In fact, there is no specific division for things like star cities, because different civilizations have different names for them. Like human Xingqiang divided into 2 specifications. One is a conventional star city with a diameter of 150 kilometers, and the other is a superstar city with a diameter of 500 kilometers. The superstar city before us, with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers, can generally only be built by advanced civilizations. In some records, it is called Pioneer Fortress, which means that these advanced civilizations with a history of millions of years are the pioneers of civilization. This Pioneer Fortress, which was as huge as the Moon of War, and the huge fleet surrounding it were quietly anchored in the starry sky, as if they were asleep. All the warships were turned off, and there was no light at all. Li Qing drove the warship slowly towards the Pioneer Fortress in the center with a nervous mood. According to the prompts of the monitoring system, he needed to use the star gate in the center of the Pioneer Fortress to teleport to galaxy number 0001, or he could teleport to other galaxies. Before the battleship arrived at the Pioneer Fortress, the central star gate of the fortress slowly lit up, and the dots of light gathered to outline a star gate. Li Qing waited for the star gate to restart, looking around at the huge fleet, and suddenly asked, "Can I go to other galaxies first?" Chapter 289, A Dilemma. Soon, the monitoring system 841 replied. Your Excellency the Heir. You can go to any galaxy at will. Open the stargates to other star systems for me. The Stargate network will be fully opened after the countdown. Li Qing looked at the countdown, which was ticking second by second, converted into human time. It was exactly 1.5 hours. While waiting, he looked around at the huge fleet and suddenly asked, "Are these fleets under your control?" The monitoring system immediately answers, "It will be under the control of the Guardian system before the successor goes to Starfield 0001 to gain final control." Li Qing's pupils opened instantly, and a look of extreme surprise appeared in his eyes. The meaning of this statement is quite clear. It means that once he enters the 0001 galaxy and gains control, the huge fleet in this galaxy will be under his control. Isn't this too outrageous? Although I haven't looked closely, but preliminary estimates show that there are at least more than 100 standard advanced civilization fearless divisions, more than 20 mobile fortresses, 2 war moons, and 1 mobile war star in this galaxy. And this is just this galaxy. According to the information revealed by the monitoring system, every galaxy in this isolated star field has a garrison. It cannot be said that all galaxies have such a strong garrison, but even if only 1/10 of the galaxies have it, it is a fleet that is larger than he can imagine. Such a huge fleet belongs entirely to the Heir. He was a little scared. According to the principle of equal benefits and risks, the price to pay for such a huge benefit would definitely be extremely terrible, and he couldn't guarantee that he could bear it. It's too hard. An hour and a half passed quickly. Li Qing, who had been staying where he was and not daring to run around, immediately controlled the warship towards the Stargate after receiving a prompt from the monitoring system that he could enter the Stargate, and was teleported to the nearest galaxy according to the star map of the isolated star field. After a few minutes, the transmission ended, and he appeared in another galaxy. What came into view was an equally huge pioneer fortress, and an equally huge fleet quietly anchored in the surrounding starry sky. With just a rough scan, Li Qing immediately discovered that the garrison scale of this galaxy was not as large as the previous one. Not only is the fleet size much smaller than the previous galaxy, but there are no mobile battle stars. There is only 1 war moon and 10 mobile fortresses in the core position. After scanning around, Li Qing continued to teleport. At this time, all the star gates in the entire isolated star field have been activated, and you can teleport directly without waiting. Next, he spent a week traveling around all the galaxies in the isolated star field. By the time he arrived around Galaxy 0001, Li Qing was already a little numb. There are 325 star systems in total, each with a forerunner fortress and a garrison in each system. There are 2 types of garrisons, one with a mobile battle star and one with only a war moon. Most of the galaxies only have the moon of war, 10 mobile fortresses, and 30 dreadnought divisions. And there are only 10 galaxies with mobile battle stars. In other words, just what we see now are 10 mobile battle stars, hundreds of war moons, thousands of mobile fortresses, and 6,000 or 7,000 fearless divisions. Hiss! Li Qing shook his body vigorously. At this moment, he felt surprised and happy. Such a huge fleet is parked here. It feels like it will all belong to you in a short time. Just thinking about it will be so beautiful. But he is scared. There is no free lunch in the world. God knows what the price will be for such an unimaginable benefit. After calming down a bit, the dreadnought battleship headed for the Stargate, heading for Galaxy 0001. After a short transmission, the battleship appeared in front of another Stargate. He looked up at the first moment and was shocked. Li Qing remembered that the last time he was so shocked was last time. There are 10 pioneer fortresses surrounding it. There are no fleets moored around, but behind the pioneer fortresses, an endless fleet can be vaguely seen quietly anchored in the starry sky. Several huge outlines can be vaguely seen inside, and judging from their size, they are probably mobile war stars. But this is not the point. The point is that in a more distant place, there seems to be a circle of something surrounding it. At this time, the monitoring system said again, "Please heirs go to Fortress number 1 to complete protocol number 0. Where is Fort number 1? But as soon as he finished speaking, he knew where Fortress number 1 was. It was the Pioneer Fortress, where the Stargate was located. It was only then that he saw that the Pioneer Fortress, where the Stargate was located, was much larger than other Pioneer Fortresses, and its size was even larger than a mobile battle planet. In other words, this is itself a large mobile war planet. A mobile war planet with a star gate. The clues from the guardianship agreement also confirmed his guess that the mobile war planet, with a star gate in front of him, was indeed Fortress Number 1. The dreadnought battleship sailed towards Fortress Number 1, which was gradually awakening from its slumber, and towards a huge passage large enough to accommodate a Titan. After entering, it was discovered that there was a huge space inside, large enough to accommodate a large fleet. Inside the fortress is an enormous battlestar structure, including a giant dock, and the interior style is exactly the same as the previous super anomaly. Following the instructions, the dreadnought anchored at an anchorage berth. After a moment of silence, Li Qing left the dreadnought with 10 holy guards and stepped onto this huge space, which was either a pioneer fortress or a war planet. I didn't take a close look at the interior of the battle planet, but it was basically the same as a mobile fortress, only larger. Along the way, I didn't see any living creatures, nor did I see any aliens. It was just empty. After traveling back and forth through a passage of tens of thousands of kilometers, he arrived at the core of the war planet. When he stood in front of an activated light gate, he heard a prompt from the monitoring system 841. Dear successor, please enter the command to enter the core control room and complete the final agreement. Li Qing took a long breath, stretched out his hand and pressed it on the light gate, and spoke a string of instructions that was thousands of words long. Then the light gate lit up, and his hand penetrated the light curtain directly, and he walked in involuntarily. Passing through the light curtain, what comes into view is a huge empty space. The ground and ceiling are full of flowing light. Countless digital subtitles are flowing in the light curtain. It looks like you have come to a virtual world. As if sensing his arrival, countless rays of light containing powerful spiritual energy gathered in the center of the empty space, condensing into a huge spiritual energy light ball suspended in the air. As the light gradually faded, a light man of an alien race outlined by soft light was revealed. He faced Li Qing and spoke in human language. Welcome, young civilization. I am the last prophet of the Ada Recorder. Li Qing immediately bowed to the light man with extremely powerful spiritual power and said, as a member of human civilization, I pay my highest respects to the great pioneer civilization. Young people from human civilization. According to the final agreement of the Ada Recorder, any young civilization that obtains the final instruction and comes to Starfield 0001 will have the opportunity to inherit the legacy of the Ada Recorder. Are you ready? Speculations aside, when Li Qing heard this sentence with his own ears, he couldn't help but let out a long breath to calm his inner excitement and anxiety, and asked seriously, Dear Prophet, there is a saying in my civilization that risks and benefits coexist. Any benefit has a price secretly marked. I want to ask, what will I face if I inherit the legacy of the Ada Recorder? Guangren immediately replied. This sentence is very interesting. As you said, risks and benefits coexist. Any benefit has a price secretly marked on it. The price of you inheriting all the inheritance of Ada Recorder is that you will inherit Ada Recorder's former enemy. This light man is obviously not a relic image, but a psychic individual with his own independent will. Facing Li Qing's doubts, he explained in great detail. I don't know how much time has passed, and I don't know if my former enemy is still around. If he is, when you inherit all this, he will definitely find out and declare war on you. Li Qing. He gritted his teeth and asked anxiously, I wonder which civilization was the former enemy of the Ada Recorder. Guangren replied, The Onuo Star Empire. The Onuo Star Empire? Li Qing immediately recalled what he knew about the advanced civilizations in the galaxy. There are only 4 known ones now, namely the CN Recorder, the Savanti Guardian, the Blog Ancient, and the Fiano Fragment. Wait, the Fianuth Fragment? What is the relationship between these two civilizations? Li Qing pondered for a few seconds and asked. In the current Milky Way, I have never heard of the Fionuo Star Empire, but there is an advanced civilization called the Fionuo Fragment. I don't know. That is the Fiano Star Empire. The Prophet Ida explained it to him. In the distant past, the Fiano Empire fell into depravity due to arrogance, pride, or being immersed in past glory. They stagnated their development and began to degenerate like those fallen empires in history. They gave up most of their territory and retreated to their place of origin, no longer caring about worldly affairs. Well, Li Qing was speechless. I never thought that Ada Recorder's former enemy was still alive. Although it has become a fallen empire, to him, it is no different from its heyday. Crushing the entire human civilization is as easy as crushing an ant. Yes, It is the entire human civilization that will be crushed to death. Not him. More importantly, once he accepts the inheritance and legacy of the Ada Recorder, the Ada Recorder's nemesis will immediately discover it. And at that time there is a high probability that he will revive from his corruption, which is also called awakening. They would recover the lost technology and sealed ships, and the entire civilization would awaken and recover to its former peak at an extremely fast speed. Then, they would declare war on him and crush him like an ant. Call. Li Qing shuddered. It was so scary. No. I can't accept the inheritance. Now he and the human race are neither prepared nor capable of fighting against an advanced civilization. Even if it is just a fallen empire that has lost its peak, it is not something they can contend with. Don't say that after inheriting the legacy, you will take all of this into your palm universe, and then abandon the isolated galaxy and leave. It's useless because he will be discovered the moment he inherits it. Because when he inherits all of this, the core of the galaxy must start transmitting the full set of dark matter technology from the Ada Recorders, including the mother chips of various ships and weapons, etc. Once this is turned on, it will definitely be discovered by the Fianu Fragment civilization. There is no doubt that as an advanced civilization it definitely has this capability. Advanced civilizations like this possess a galactic miracle megastructure called the Sentinel Array, which has the ability to monitor the entire galaxy. Even nebulae cannot block it. The entire Milky Way is no secret to such an advanced civilization. Normally, these advanced civilizations seldom pay attention to the development of lower civilizations. Even the fifth-level civilization is a lower civilization to them. However, the inheritance of higher civilizations, like the Ada Recorder, is definitely their key monitoring target. Once it revives, it will definitely be discovered. Therefore, the Ada Recorder shut down and silenced all the fleets in this isolated star region for fear of being discovered by the enemy. If Li Qing dares to inherit, he will definitely be discovered. He is a human being and cannot be hidden from any advanced civilization. By the way, not only the Fianu Fragments will discover him, but several other advanced civilizations in the galaxy will also discover him. And they all have Sentinel Arrays. They may not be enemies with the Ada Recorders, but that doesn't mean they are not interested. Whether it is studying the technology of other advanced civilizations, the huge fleet left behind by the Ada Recorders, or the complete ring world located in the 0001 galaxy, they will be interested. Yes, the Ada Recorder built a complete galactic miracle ring world in this galaxy for the heirs to use to rise. As long as they can withstand the fatal blow of the Fianu Fragments, they can rise again with the help of this ring world, return to the peak in a short time, and become one of the strongest existences in the galaxy. So, the price of this benefit is too outrageous. Li Qing was speechless. He felt his heart was bleeding, and his mind was a little confused. Prophet Ida did not urge him, but just stood there quietly without moving, allowing him to think seriously. This legacy cannot be abandoned. It was too tempting. Even though he knew it was covered with poison, and would kill him 100% if he ate it. The bait was too tempting, and he really didn't want to give it up. As long as you can successfully inherit, you will soar to fame immediately. The military strength of this batch of legacies alone is enough to sweep away most conventional civilizations, and become the strongest existence in the entire galaxy except for those advanced civilizations. Once I have digested its technology, the advanced dark matter energy combined with the 7th level escort ships and dreadnought battleships, my conventional combat power will be stronger than those advanced civilizations in the Milky Way. If I stay in this isolated star field for dozens or hundreds of years, I will basically have the strength to challenge any advanced civilization. But it's still the same question. How can I hide the fragment of Fianu while inheriting the estate? I'm worried. Li Qing rubbed his forehead and felt that his brain was not enough. After pondering for a while, he connected his mind to the mental matrix, communicated with the negative stars, told them the problems he was facing, and asked, "Now the problem is here. I want the inheritance, but I don't want Fianu to find out. Does anyone have any ideas?" Chapter 290, Taking Advantage of a Loophole. There was a rare moment of collective silence within the mental matrix. The negative stars, who always seemed full of wisdom, were rarely stumped. There was collective silence for a long time, and no one spoke. Li Qing waited for a while, but still no one spoke. And he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He also knew that this was a dead end. Unless there was something that could completely shield the galaxy from the prying eyes of the Sentinel Array, the Fianu Fragments could not be hidden by any method. Looking through his memories, There was no way he could hide from the Sentinel Array, a galactic miracle-level megastructure. Unless, etc. Li Qing suddenly came up with a crazy idea. Maybe it could be possible. He looked up at the Prophet Ida and said, "Respected Prophet, you know that if I inherit the legacy of the Ida Recorder, it will definitely attract the thunder strike of your old enemy, the Fionuo Star Sea Empire. Neither the current Ida Recorder nor my civilization can resist the opponent." The Prophet Ida was silent for a moment, neither nodding nor denying, and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" "I have an idea. Let's see if it's feasible. Since we can't hide it from the Sentinel Array of the Fionuo Star Empire no matter what we do, then can we change our idea? I have a special space relic with a huge independent space inside. We can put the Ida core into the space relic. Then we can complete the inheritance and handover in the space relic, thus concealing the truth from the world." Prophet Ida thought about it, shook his head slightly and said, "This method won't work. Once you take away the Ida core and lose my control, the fleets of the star systems in the isolated star field will automatically wake up, and we will still be discovered." "Well?" Li Qing pondered for a moment, and then expressed his second idea. "If that's the case, then let's change my idea. I can first use the space relic to collect all the fleets scattered across the galaxies into the space relic. After that, I can finally open the Ida core. In this way, even if they are discovered, they will only be some empty galaxies." He had some selfish motives for this idea, as he had a high probability of not being able to hide the fragments of Fionuo using this method. However, Li Qing never thought of hiding it. If it is best to hide it, if it cannot be concealed, hand over to the core of the Ida before the Fionuo fragments are found. You can avoid a crisis, and you can also get some rewards from the Fionuo fragmented civilization. He is not stubborn. If he really cannot embezzle the money, he can only maximize the benefits. This was also a helpless move, because the strength of the advanced civilization was too strong, and he was simply unable to resist it at his current level. It would be fine if it was just him. At most he would be on the run. But the problem is that his actions are likely to bring disaster to the entire human civilization. He is a human, and the angry Fionuo fragment will not listen to you saying this is a private act. He will directly declare war on human civilization. There is only one result of declaring war: the extinction of mankind. There is no second possibility. Today's humans are completely powerless to resist the fragments of Fionuo. Even if this is a fallen advanced civilization, it can easily crush human civilization. Prophet Ida hesitated for a moment, shook his head and refused. The fleet is left to the inheritors of civilization. No one has the right to take a warship away before the inheritance. Li Qing, well, hit a dead end. Li Qing spread his hands and said helplessly, "In that case, I give up." It is impossible for him to cause the destruction of human civilization because of his own selfishness. He is not the kind of bad person who will be punished by heaven and earth if he does not work for his own benefit. Or he actually does not mind damaging the interests of others for the sake of benefit. But this damage has an upper limit, or a bottom line. And exceeding this bottom line is not okay. The price of this benefit clearly exceeded his bottom line. So no matter how greedy he was, he had to give it up. Young human, are you sure you want to give up accepting the inheritance of the Ida Recorder? Li Qing took a deep breath and nodded seriously. "I give up." Prophet Ida nodded. "I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. So this inheritance ends here. According to the security and confidentiality regulations, please stay in the isolated star field until a new inheritor appears." As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying psychic power suddenly erupted from the body of the Prophet Ida in front of him. In an instant, super psychic power that reached the immortal level emerged and condensed into a curtain of light that exploded across Li Qing's feet, quickly forming a psychic cage with this core space as the boundary. Shit! The change happened so quickly that even though Li Qing was mentally prepared, he was unable to react for a while. But he was not too panicked. He just turned back to look at Prophet Ida and said seriously, "Let me go. I can swear to the universe's will, and I will never tell everything I saw today. You must know that I am very interested in the inheritance of Ida Recorders. But now I have not been prepared yet. I will come back to formally inherit all this after 10 years. The Prophet Ida looked at him expressionlessly, without responding to his next words, and only pronounced his fate in a cold voice. Any oath in the universe has loopholes. Only death is absolutely safe. Li Qing frowned and stepped back without hesitation. A black light appeared behind him, and quickly expanded to submerge him. Standing in front of the black hole gate, Li Qing asked in a deep voice, "Give you another chance? We can still..." Before he could finish his words, Li Qing felt a strong threat coming. He stopped talking without hesitation and retreated into the black hole gate. Boom! Li Qing retreated back to the universe in his palm and saw that the black hole door, which had not yet been completely closed, shook violently. The closing process was forcibly stopped by a terrifying spiritual energy. Li Qing stretched out his hand without hesitation and pressed it lightly. With the tenfold blessing of the universe in his palm, an immortal-level spiritual energy that was no less powerful than this terrifying spiritual energy emerged from his body and blasted down. Boom! The transparent psychic energy ring exploded like lightning 1,000,000 kilometers away, and the black hole gate shook slightly and stabilized again. Li Qing did not close the door of the black hole, but said from a distance, "My promise is still valid. Let me go! I will never tell anyone what happened here. According to the confidentiality regulations, you can only leave after a new successor appears." Grass. Li Qing closed the door of the black hole in anger. Sure enough, things that are too easy to obtain have terrible costs. I used to wonder why the last link of this super tomb was so easy. It was so easy to inherit the legacy of a higher civilization without any fighting. Now I know what the price is. The price is not just facing a full-scale declaration of war from an advanced civilization enemy, but also having to disagree. But this is understandable. For such an important inheritance, no matter who it is, if they do not accept it, they will definitely find ways to use it to seek benefits after they go out. Just like he thinks so. In order to ensure the safety of inheritance, it is reasonable to kill all those who do not accept the inheritance. But the temptation is too great. Even if you know that you may not be able to leave after coming here. If you ask 10,000 people to choose, all of them will choose to come. Without exception, Li Qing only dared to come here because he had a trump card in hand. Now the question is, how to break the impasse? Or to put it another way, how to seek benefits from this inheritance. Breaking the impasse is not a big problem. Opening the door of the black hole and sending a dimensional convergence light will definitely break the impasse. But it would be a pity to destroy it like this. This is the inheritance of an advanced civilization. And it definitely includes a full set of dark matter technology. This is the advanced technology that countless conventional civilizations dream of. Even if Li Qing holds the universe in his palm and can exchange it for God-level technology in the future, it will not diminish his desire. God-level technology is something that will happen in the long run. And it will take at least several decades to exchange. Who knows how long it will take to exchange it for Chi-Tion? It may even take hundreds of years. Before that, having a set of dark matter technology would greatly save him preparation time and greatly enhance his strength, allowing him to survive in this dangerous galaxy. Nana, my head hurts. Li Qing thought hard and combined with the wisdom of all the negative star people. He could not think of any way to break the situation while gaining benefits. No matter how intelligent the negative star people are, they still have to abide by the basic laws and are restricted within the framework. There is nothing they can do if they cannot jump out of the framework. Unable to leave for the time being, Li Qing did not hesitate to leave immediately and returned to the high-dimensional fortress to rest. He also took a look at the development of the universe in his palm. He hadn't seen it for a long time. I will inspect the dock area today. Go around the major habitable areas tomorrow. Visit the scientific research area the day after tomorrow. And the combat area the day after tomorrow to see how many more divine judgment lights have been repaired. And occasionally go to see the base of the super cabin to see how it is being repaired. Time passed. And before I knew it, a month had passed. On this day, Li Qing went to the scientific research area as usual, preparing to take a look at Qingwan's biological laboratory to see how far her research has progressed. She was drunk in the research of biological genes, especially about the research on gene locks for a long time. And I don't know if she has developed any sudden progress now. When he arrived at the laboratory, she was doing research. Li Qing did not disturb her, but just observed from outside. At this moment, she was using a corpse of a Kinal star cluster civilization to scan and analyze its genetic structure with molecular machinery. She seemed to be extremely focused and absorbed, and she didn't even notice him coming. Li Qing held his chin with his hand, watching her movements, her exquisite curves and figure with great interest. He recalled the time when he manipulated this exquisite and soft figure to pose in various extremely difficult positions, and the feeling of ecstasy he couldn't help but feel. A sudden burst of psychic energy interrupted his reverie and Qingwan's research. She frowned and went to a sealed laboratory next door. She pressed the switch, and the glass lowered. She could see a living specimen hanging on the wall with anatomical wounds and tubes all over its body. Li Qing could tell at a glance that the race of this specimen was from the Qiner star cluster civilization. It was an elderly eagle man, the same race as Camro. This is also a harpy from the Xener star cluster with the identity of a player, and a super psyker. But at this time, he has been completely imprisoned for her research. At this time, Qingwan observed the living specimen and pressed a switch on the wall. The wall behind the living specimen lit up, and suddenly a high energy surged. The old eagle man was shocked, and the spiritual energy that he had accumulated with great difficulty dissipated on the spot. Don't talk about cruelty. Being kind to foreigners is cruel to yourself. It is standard practice to use them as experimental research materials, and humans who are captured by them will also be used as guinea pigs for experiments. Little white mouse, etc. Li Qing suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He stood there for a long time, and a strange look slowly appeared on his face. Maybe we can try this. With a sudden inspiration, Li Qing immediately entered the laboratory. Qingwan turned around and saw a bright smile on his face, without any of the coldness and ruthlessness he had just shown when doing the experiment. Li Qing hugged her soft body without any explanation. The mind matrix connected their thoughts, and she could understand the behavior that would take a lot of words to explain clearly in an instant. After a while, she parted her lips and said, "This idea is very feasible. We can give it a try." Li Qing nodded and said, "If you can succeed, you can get certain benefits while avoiding the risks." She nodded. "I'll go wake him up." "Go ahead." Qingwan reached out and pressed a switch on the wall. A flash of lightning passed by, and the living specimen convulsed and twitched all over, then slowly woke up. Li Qing opened the door and stood in front of the eagle man. He waited for about a minute before saying, "No need to pretend, and don't store up spiritual energy. I know you are awake, and I want to make a deal with you. Not only will you be free, but you will also gain a powerful force far beyond that of your former monarch." Li Qing did not wait for his response, but said to himself, "There is a legacy from an ancient advanced civilization out there, but this legacy is dangerous. I don't want to take that risk. So here's your chance. I need you to inherit the legacy on my behalf. And I swear by the will of the universe that as long as you hand over the Pioneer database to me after you inherit the legacy, I will let you go immediately." Silence. It was extremely quiet inside. Li Qing stood motionless in the room, waiting very patiently, without any intention of rushing. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, an old voice suddenly sounded. "How do I know whether what you said is true or not?" Li Qing smiled slightly and said, "You have no choice but to believe that what I say is true." "Oh, right. This legacy comes from an advanced civilization. If you inherit it, you will get complete dark matter technology, more than 20 mobile battle stars, hundreds of war moons, thousands of mobile fortresses, and nearly 10,000 all-dark matter technology escort ships and dreadnought battleship divisions." After a pause, he said in a tempting tone, "This is a power that surpasses the entire Xenor star cluster. If you can inherit this power, you will immediately become the most powerful lord of the Xenor star cluster civilization and the unique monarch of your race. It all depends on your thought." The room fell silent. No one spoke, and Li Qing was not in a hurry. He didn't believe that anyone could resist such temptation. As he expected, the silence lasted only a minute. The eagle opened its eyes and looked at Li Qing, saying in a deep voice, "I agree to your proposal, but you need to swear by the will of the universe that you must let me go after I fulfill my oath." Li Qing smiled slightly and replied, "I agree, but I want to add one more thing. In addition to swearing by the will of the universe, you also need to swear by the will of the virtual world. You must hand over the Pioneer database to me after inheriting the legacy of the IDA recorder. Make a deal." Chapter 291 Pioneer Database. It is easy to say, but not so easy to swear. Li Qing and other Starnegators worked out an oath, and revised it back and forth to ensure that there were no loopholes. One oath is the version of the will of the universe. One oath is the version of the will of the virtual world. And there is no version sworn by the will of one's own civilization. The binding force of a vow sworn by the will of a civilization is only average. But when the benefits to one's own civilization are great enough, the room for maneuver is extremely large. Li Qing has experienced this personally. As for the oath to the will of the universe, it is also uncertain, because they cannot guarantee that the will of the universe will pay attention. To put it bluntly, normal players cannot reach the level of cosmic will. Li Qing, as the military leader, could do it. But the super psychic from the Zener star cluster in front of him was not a military leader. And under normal circumstances, he was not qualified to swear an oath to the will of the universe. So Li Qing added a virtual realm version. Both of them are super psychics, and are qualified to swear an oath in the name of the virtual realm will, and ask the virtual realm will be a witness. Anyone who violates it will be punished by the virtual realm will. This version of the vows is higher than the universe's will for powerful spirituals. After all, they are super spirituals. Once they violate the vows, they are unbearable at the price they pay. Not only will one be deprived of all spiritual power by the will of the virtual world, but one will also be captured and taken back to the virtual world by the will of the virtual world. How tragic the ending will be depends on the oath. In this regard, Li Qing did not do anything weird. The oath was very strict, making sure that neither side had any loopholes to exploit and ensuring the personal safety of both parties. Breaking the oath would have a terrible consequence, as not only would one be deprived of all spiritual powers, but one would also be captured back to the virtual world by the will of the virtual world. And then the soul and will would be decomposed into nutrients for the virtual world. And one would never be able to turn over again. Give the developed oaths to this civilization eagle person named Tigra. And he carefully checked a little and nodded. The oath is very strict. I have no problem with it. Li Qing smiled and said, of course I am rigorous. I come here with sincerity. But I have a question I need to understand. Explain. If I'm not mistaken, you should also be qualified to inherit this inheritance. Why don't you want to? Li Qing thought for a moment and replied. It's okay to tell you that the ancient advanced civilization you need to inherit has an old enemy. And that old enemy still exists today. It's called the Fianu Fragment Civilization. You may have heard of it. You want me to take this risk? Li Qing answered very honestly. Yes. I need you to inherit this legacy, so that you can take this risk. I won't force you. If you don't want to, you can give up, and I'll replace you with someone else. I remember that we captured a lot of your people in the previous battle. I'll ask them one by one. I think some of them will want to change their fate. Li Qing said in a bewitching tone. At any time, the interests coexist with risks. Think about this as an ancient high-level civilization inheritance. As long as you accept the inheritance, you can master the complete dark material technology, as well as more than 20 mobile war stars, hundreds of war months, thousands of mobile fortress, nearly 10,000 high-level civilizations, and a huge starring world. He opened his arms in an embrace. As long as you nod, you can get all of this. You will immediately become the most powerful existence in the Zener star cluster civilization, and the only monarch standing on the top of the pyramid. All other lords and military commanders combined are no match for you. With such great benefits, the only risk is a fallen ancient empire. Although the fallen empire was powerful, that was in the past. Millions of years of decline have caused their strength to be far less than its peak state. After you obtain the technology and fleet in front of you, plus the assistance of the entire Zener star cluster civilization, you may be able to defeat a fallen empire that has been in decline for millions of years. If you can successfully defeat the fragments of Fianalo, you will step on the peak of the galaxy of an ancient corrupt empire, and become one of the hegemon of the galaxy. With the potential of player civilization, it can digest the heritage of 2 higher civilizations in less than hundreds of years. By then, other high civilizations may not be your opponent. It is possible to dominate the entire galaxy in the future. The Tigla was silent, but his flickering eyes showed that he was uneasy. After a while, he suddenly asked, your human united empire is also a player civilization like us. Aren't you afraid that I will rise and exterminate you in the future? Li Qing laughed and said, that's why I made this deal with you. You need to hand over the Pioneer database to me after you inherit the estate. That way, I can also obtain complete dark matter technology. This way, while you are developing, I am also developing. In the future, humans can also become an advanced civilization. Then we can decide the outcome on the battlefield. Li Qing's words were sincere, but they could not stand up to scrutiny. But the problem is that Fatigla has no choice at this time. Either die or fight. When a person faces the threat of death, their bottom line will continue to drop, and they will abandon everything in order to survive. In addition, Li Qingming clearly told him that there would be risks after inheritance. But it was not a desperate situation. When there was a life-saving straw in front of him, he would definitely grab it without hesitation. Just like Li Qing said, this is not a desperate situation. There is indeed a possibility of a turnaround. But it is too difficult, and the loss of human civilization will be extremely large. There is a high probability that it will be completely defeated. He cannot make this decision for humanity as a whole. Of course, the main reason is that Li Qing has the inheritance of the negative star master in his hands. And he is confident in his heart. Unlike others who have no way out, and can only do whatever they want. The room fell silent again. Li Qing waited for a while and said, "You have plenty of time to think about it. Tell me when you have thought it through." As he said this, he took Jingwan's hand and turned around. But as soon as he took a step, he heard the voice of the eagle behind him. "I promise you." Li Qing immediately showed joy on his face, turned around and looked at the eagle man and said with a smile, "Wise choice. Maybe there will be risks. But for you, it is also an opportunity to change destiny, gathering the power of all Star Sea Lords and Lords in the entire Xinal Star Group. There may be a small possibility to block a falling empire that declines for millions of years. When you digest all your strength will soar quickly. You will be the hero of Xeno's civilization." Fatigra did not respond, but said expressionlessly, "Swear an oath." "Bring it on." Li Qing and Fatigra looked at each other and said in unison, "Li Qing, Lord of the Star Sea of the United Human Empire, is here to call upon the universal will of the universe and the Sea of Stars. Fatigra, a member of the Tower of Power, from the Xenar Star Cluster, calls upon the universal will of the Sea of Stars." The two of them spoke out together, reciting the oath that had been listed earlier word by word. After reading it the first time, there was no response. They were both stunned for a moment. And then Li Qing showed a strange look on his face. The next second, a huge will descended. And Li Qing said with a strange look on his face, "The will of the universe has recognized and witnessed our oath. The next step is to call upon the will of the virtual world." Before he said that, he communicated with the virtual world through the original channel of the universe in his palm, and then communicated with Yu Yao, asking her to do him a favor. It was a simple task. Let Yu Yao communicate with the will of the virtual world, and then use her authority as the son of the virtual world to temporarily create a holy place in the Palm universe to cover up the existence of the Palm universe, and prevent the will of the virtual world from noticing the existence of the Palm universe. It's not about doing any small tricks. That's meaningless. A minute later, the two spoke again. Li Qing, Lord of the Star Navy of the United Human Empire, is here to call upon the Supreme Void Realm will. Fatigra, a member of the Tower of Power, from the Xenar Star Cluster, is here to call upon the supreme will of the Void Realm. As soon as half of the words, the son of the virtual realm came from the power of the will of the virtual realm, and temporarily turned the region into a holy place. When their vows were finished, they were called by the call of the virtual situation, and the surrounding abnormalities were not found. After completing his oath, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief and said to Fatigra, "You can take a rest now. When you are ready, you can go out." Fatigra didn't speak. He smiled and left with Qingyu. 2 days later, Li Qing returned to the scientific research area by the information from Fatigra. In a room, he saw Fatigra, who had been restored in a room. He looked at Li Qing expressionlessly and said, "I am ready." Li Qing didn't talk any nonsense. He stretched out his hands and pulled his hand. A black line emerged, quickly opened to the left and right into a 3-meter-high black hole door, and reached out the gesture. "I'll come find you in a day." Fatigra glanced at him, took a deep breath, entered it, and disappeared. Li Qingmu looked at him, closing the door of the black hole, and a smile on his face. A slight smile turned into a laugh, and then he covered his face and laughed out loud. Time is a magical thing. Sometimes it seems to pass very quickly, just in a flash. Sometimes it seems to pass very slowly, as if a day stretches as long as a year. At this time, Li Qing felt that the days were long, and he was restless. I knew there were no loopholes in my oath, and there wouldn't be any problems. But I still felt uneasy. Jingwan sensed his uneasiness, and came forward to comfort him, using her soft body to ease his anxiety and tension. When people are immersed in something, time doesn't pass so hard. A day later, Li Qing, who had been sleeping for a long time due to overwork, opened his eyes on time, and slowly got up. Miraculously, Li Qing was not in a hurry at this moment. Slowly washing, dressed well, opened the door of the black hole again, and walked in without hesitation. After passing through the black hole door, he saw the huge space he had seen before. Thadagra was standing in the middle of the hall, talking to Prophet Ida about something. When they sensed his presence, they both turned their heads to look at him. The powerful pressure at that moment made Li Qing's thinking suffocate. Immortal level psychic? No. Although the psychic power is dozens of times stronger, it is not yet immortal. But the will has a tendency to be immortal. Is this also inherited? At this time, after inheriting the legacy of Ida Recorder, Thadagra not only increased his strength, but also naturally possessed an inexplicable majesty. He walked towards Li Qing, and a powerful pressure came with him. Li Qing stood there expressionless and motionless, but he was ready. If anything happened, he would immediately use the power of the negative stars to escape back to the universe in his palm. But Thadagra didn't do anything. He stepped to Li Qing and stood in front of him. As agreed, this is the Pioneer database. It contains what you want. Li Qing took it and looked at it without hesitation, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. The system prompts that this is indeed the Pioneer database of the Ada Recorder civilization, which contains the complete dark matter technology mastered by the Ada Recorders. After obtaining it, a team of scientists will extract the technology inside and be able to condense all the complete dark matter technologies of advanced civilizations one by one. Whether it is an escort ship or a dreadnought battleship, a Lost-class Titan and a Lost-class aircraft carrier, a Pioneer fortress with its own Pioneer Stargate, all dark matter weapons, accessories, etc. In addition to military aspects, it also includes all civilian technologies. It even includes a complete set of blueprints of galactic miracle megastructures mastered by the Ida Recorders, including a giant scientific research hub, a strategic command center, a sentinel array, a Dyson sphere, a matter decompressor, a giant dock array, and a ring world. It is worth mentioning that although these blueprints of galactic miracles are one-off, as long as there is a Pioneer database and sufficiently outstanding scientists, a set of blueprints can be extracted from them every 10 years. Perfect. After confirming that the Pioneer database was real, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, carefully put it away, looked up at Thadagra, and said seriously, "Our agreement has been completed. I will leave here. You will face the declaration of war from the Fianu fragment next. You'd better prepare for the battle as soon as possible. Although we are enemies and will have a war in the future, I still hope that you can hold on a little longer. If you can survive the attack of the Fionu civilization, we may meet again on the battlefield in the future." He meant what he said. He really wished that Farigra could hold on a little longer so that he could buy himself more time. Although he was used as a shield to avoid direct conflict with the fragments of Fionu, there will be a battle between him and the fragments of Fionu in the future. The awakening of an enemy of an advanced civilization will inevitably stimulate the Fianu fragments. They will most likely feel a crisis due to the awakening of their enemy, and thus awaken from their corrupted state, remember their past glory, regain the forgotten technology of ancient times, the lost creations and fleets of ancient times, and return to the big stage of the galaxy. This reawakened fallen civilization will soon be able to return to its peak state, and at that time, they will definitely take back the peak territories before their fall. These territories have been occupied by other young civilizations over the years, faced with the demands of the awakened civilization. These young civilizations will either obey or resist. Once resistance is established, a war that will cover most of the galaxy, or even the entire galaxy, will be inevitable. Fortunately, the United Human Empire is not in the center of the Milky Way, but in the spiral arm, far away from the center of the galactic stage. So there is still a certain buffer space. Li Qing must try his best to digest these advanced technologies in the shortest time possible, so that he can control his own destiny in the future galactic reshuffle. Chapter 292, Star Level Lost Titan. The battleship came out of the Battle Star Level Fortress. Li Qing looked enviously at the huge Pioneer fortresses, the huge fleet, and the mobile battle stars around him. He suppressed his inner desire, and ordered the battleship to prepare for the jump. Although he wanted it very much, he couldn't have it. At this stage, he cannot have anything to do with the Ida Recorder. When he returns, he will ask his negative stars to redesign all the technologies in the Pioneer database to remove all traces of the Ida Recorder. At this moment, it is estimated that the fragments of Fionu have already paid attention to this place, and even his departure from here has been seen. Anything related to the Ida Recorder in his hands will be discovered and then mixed up and attacked together. It is better to kill by mistake than to miss it. He believed that as long as he opened his mouth, Thadagra would immediately send him a mobile war star without hesitation. He was eager to drag Li Qing into this vortex that could shatter any civilization. The fleet jumped away without any interception, directly teleporting out of this isolated star region with only a few hundred star systems, and embarked on the return journey. Everything that happened next had nothing to do with him. Their oath covered all possibilities of hurting each other. Even indirect means would make it impossible for them to do so. As long as he did not expose himself, he would not have to worry about Thadagra dragging him into the water. After leaving the isolated star field, Li Qing immediately entered the palm-sized universe and summoned all the negative star people and servants of light scientists to begin studying the Pioneer database. The first step is to extract the technology inside and then redesign it. This is not difficult. After all, the scientific research team under him is so powerful at this time. Dozens of Starnegators, plus thousands of all gold servants of light. This is a scientific research team that is even more outrageous than any advanced civilization. After arranging his work, Li Qing did not continue to stay in the Palm universe. He returned to the battleship and prepared to return to the human territory. The next step is to hide. After returning, stay in the territory and start a comprehensive replacement of equipment, replacing all the weapons and accessories of the existing fleet from human level 5 technology or enhanced level 6 technology to dark matter technology. Try to build up a fleet before engaging in battle with the Bruven United Civilization. And then, it is very simple to go back. Just jump along the edge of the Milky Way and jump more than 2,000 light years at a time within the galaxy. The super strong penetrating ability can ignore most of the interceptions and natural dangers, even the border defense line of the Kel Zakar Star Empire. It took only a little over 2 months for the Dreadnought battleship to cross several star fields and return to Canaan territory. After returning to the Lord's place, Li Qing did not alarm anyone except the core of the territory. He dived into the palm-sized universe. 2 months was enough time for the negative star people and the scientific research team to extract the technologies in the Pioneer database one by one. There hasn't been time to redesign it. But it's not a big problem. It's just a matter of changing the appearance, which won't take long. Li Qing stood in a huge integrated laboratory. In front of him, a series of mother chips emitting faint crystal light were lined up, ranging from the most basic dark matter energy cannon to the powerful dark matter fortress orbital cannon, from the basic escort ship to the powerful Lost Class Titan. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Li Qing began to check out this entire set of advanced civilization technology system. Starting with the weapons system. Dark matter destruction ray. Small causes massive damage to enemy ships by distorting and crushing matter with dark matter. Dark matter destruction ray. Medium causes massive damage to enemy ships by distorting and crushing matter with dark matter. Dark matter destruction ray. Large causes massive damage to enemy ships by distorting and crushing matter with dark matter. Dark matter destruction beam. L-slot main gun projects a powerful dark energy annihilation beam, causing huge damage to the enemy. Berserker close defense system. The last line of defense of a battleship, specifically designed to defend against missiles and space fighters. The 6th generation Reaper machine gun is a large caliber ballistic weapon that can fire discarding Sabo SH.LS at ultra-high speeds. Burning deep space fighter. A mid-course carrier-based fighter with high speed, small size, and strong raid survivability. Dark matter spear. Battleship main gun. A heavy energy spear that can fire high energy dark matter that can melt armor. The power of advanced dark matter technology weapons is 10 times that of conventional level 5 technology weapons. The maximum power of a normal level 5 battleship's main gun neutron spear is 75,000, while the power of a dark matter spear is as high as 750,000. A full 10 times. In addition, the range has also increased significantly, although not 10 times, but more than 5 times. Whether it is these conventional weapons, such as the Light of Doom and the Titan Light Spear, there are dark matter versions, and their power is 10 times that of the 5th generation. In addition, there is a set of ships dedicated to advanced civilizations, namely escort ships, dreadnought battleships, and Lost Titans. It is worth mentioning that after Li Qing mastered the Lost Titan, he was able to use it to reversely infer the 7th generation star-level Lost Titan that had been used by the negative stars, which is the same version of the current star-level escort ships and dreadnought battleships. The negative stars have not been idle in the past 2 months. They have re-derived the star-level Lost Titan and the star-level Lost Aircraft Carrier. In other words, advanced civilizations do not have flagships and titans like dreadnoughts and conventional aircraft carriers, as well as super aircraft carriers and super flagships. They only have Lost Titans and Lost aircraft carriers. Lost Titan, Group Star Super Strategic Class Flagship, the strongest conventional warship. Lost Starship, Star Class and ultra-large combat platform that uses carrier-based aircraft as its main combat weapon. Usually the core flagship of a fleet. Both the size and the internal space utilization have reached the extreme. With such strong attributes coupled with dark matter technology weapons and accessories, the combat effectiveness will be extremely amazing. In addition, although the Star-class battleship series that once belonged to the Negative Stars was deduced, the escort ship series from the Ida recorders did not disappear and is still there. This also means that he will have 2 sets of escort carrier ship series. One set of level 7 peak, enhanced 9 times, and one set of level 6 unenhanced. He will use both sets of escort ships, and will use the copied blueprints to build warships. He will use the Star level series for himself, and use the 6th level series to do favors in the future, such as selling them to the Yu family of Tianjin, the Li family of Qinghe, etc. The only pity is that the newly acquired Star level Lost Titan has not been strengthened. Only 5 copies are made per month, and only 60 copies per year. The output is too low. In addition to these military systems, all other civilian systems are advanced civilization versions, including better industrial ships, better mining ships, transport ships, and so on, coupled with various more advanced technologies, including a full set of genetic ascension technology and a full set of mechanical ascension technology, etc. In addition, if there are sufficiently good ship designers, they can design their own mobile fortresses, war moons, or even mobile battle stars based on existing warships. Although designing something like a mobile battle star is too difficult and requires very high standards from the designer, Li Qing does not have much else now. He has too many outstanding scientists, such as the 2 super designers Long Yuan and Jinshan. In addition, there are many servants of light with slightly weaker abilities. These can be transformed into negative star ones to forcibly enhance their abilities and also enable them to design mobile fortresses. In addition, there is a set of blueprints for the galactic miracle megastructures and various means that only advanced civilizations have. It can be said that all the systems that a civilization should have are contained here. Anyone who digests this system will become a new advanced civilization. The only requirement is time. He needs enough time to digest all this. Half a month later, Li Qing walked out of the Palm universe. He looked up at the sky with hope in his eyes. At this time, the 20 static streams of light in his hand had been used up in one go in the past half-month. He carefully selected 20 subordinates from the talent pool, most of whom were selected from the Servants of Light, and transformed 20 new Servants of Light in one go. Of course, he did not skimp on the money, and spent another 20,000 civilization points to enlighten 20,000 Servants of Light. Now is the time to race against time to digest this technology, and he cannot afford to save more than 20,000 Servants of Light, all of whom are gold-named, cooperate with the more than 2 trillion gray-named population in the Palm universe, and start a crazy large-scale construction in the Palm universe. First, significantly increase the scale of shipbuilding. The 3 advanced mobile fortresses, 10 conventional mobile fortresses, and 3 war moons on hand began to be built simultaneously. As long as we don't use mobile battle stars, this super dock array is large enough to accommodate so many ships for simultaneous construction. In addition, he also built a giant scientific research hub in the palm of his hand, a galactic miracle megastructure, and planned to move all scientific research institutions there after it was completed. The palm-sized universe only has this one megastructure. Other megastructures are not suitable for being placed in the palm-sized universe and have to be placed outside. For example, the Strategic Command Center is not only a super strategic command center, but also will give the entire country a buff after completion. Ship movement speed plus 30%. Startup speed plus 30%. Jump distance plus 200%. Just like the Void Blessing buff. All players and indigenous commanders in the territory can obtain this additional buff, and they can always obtain it as long as the Strategic Command Center exists. Sentinel Array. This is a super surveillance system that can monitor most of the galaxy. Even nebulae cannot block its surveillance. However, this monitoring function requires active viewing in order to see what you want to see. For example, if you want to observe the territory of the Broven Union, You must actively observe the star field you want to view. In addition, the Sentinel array itself also comes with a series of buffs that affect the entire territory, including strong electronic interference, level 9, and interception intensity level 9. In other words, when the Sentinel array is built, all places in the territory will be equipped with these 2 levels of interference and interception, and any fleet that is not allowed to enter the territory will be automatically interfered with. Moreover, this effect also applies to wild monsters, which means that wild monsters and pirates will have difficulty moving in the territory, and will no longer pose a threat. Giant Dock Array. This is a super dock that can build mobile fortresses. This thing also has a buff that applies to the territory. Shipbuilding speed plus 50%. Dyson Sphere, a galactic wonder that envelopes an entire star, providing nearly limitless energy. After this is built, basically the entire territory won't have to worry about energy usage. However, most of the time, powerful civilizations have no shortage of energy, not to mention nuclear fusion reactors, antimatter reactors, dark matter reactors, etc. can provide infinite energy. Generally, civilizations that can build Dyson spheres have no shortage of energy. Therefore, Dyson spheres are generally built to provide energy for some ultimate weapons with superpower. The Dyson sphere also has a buff that affects the entire civilization, reducing the energy consumption of the territory by 10%. Chapter 293 Emergency Meeting of the Senate. Matter Decompressor. Built above the event horizon of a black hole, it can extract matter from the black hole and convert it into various basic minerals. The extraction speed of this thing is affected by the size of the black hole. No one knows the exact amount before it is built, but it will definitely not be small. This thing also has a buff that increases the territory's or refining output by 5%. Ring World. Build a super ring world billions of kilometers long that can accommodate countless people. There is no need to explain this. The specific size depends on how big you want to build it. This thing also has a buff cohesion plus 20%. These megastructures all have their own buffs, and you can build multiple of them, but effects of the same type cannot be stacked. Li Qing came out of the universe in his palm and began to survey the territory, preparing to find some suitable places to build a giant structure. However, the range of options is limited, and it can only be built in the star field between the capital Galan Galaxy and Lock Fortress. This star field is located in the core position of the territory, close to the capital and the largest military fortress, and can be better protected. The escort ship flew out from the Galan Galaxy and headed for Lock Fortress. It could be seen that there was a large flow of people in the nearby galaxies, and fleets could be seen coming and going. Today's Galan territory has long since transformed from a war zone into a peaceful territory. There has been no war for many years, and more combat players have left the territory and gone to other places in the human United Empire. The active players in Galan territory now are basically casual players and businessmen, just like what he had seen in the various provinces in the southern border of mankind. The vast majority of active ships in various galaxies were civilian ships, and military fleets were rarely seen. The current Galan territory has established a Stargate network centered on the Galan Galaxy, which can directly teleport from the Galan Galaxy to the Outpost Base Galaxy in Tianjin and the Lock Fortress, then transfer from Lock Fortress and teleport to the 4 major star fields of the territory, as well as the territory of Yuqingji and his father Li Xingchuan. At this time, Li Qing was already prepared to build a pioneer fortress in each of the 4 major star region capitals, namely the Galan Galaxy, Lock Fortress, and Quilta Fortress, with its own pioneer stargate. Once these pioneer fortresses and pioneer stargates are built, the transmission capacity can be greatly expanded. Conventional star cities and stargates of human beings have an upper limit on their teleportation capacity, so the price of using stargates for teleportation is generally very expensive. It is not cost-effective for merchants to use stargates for teleportation to do business, regardless of whether they are small or large caravans. Small caravans earn little, so it is not worthwhile to go through the Stargate. Large caravans have too much cargo and are so large that it is very expensive for them to go through the Stargate. This is why there are so many caravans on the route. In order to make more profits, merchants would rather spend longer time on conventional routes than go through the Stargate. If pioneer fortresses and pioneer stargates are built, the capacity that can be transmitted at one time by the pioneer stargates will be much higher than that of conventional stargates, and the cost of one transmission will naturally be reduced. In addition, The Pioneer Stargate can forcibly penetrate the nebula within the Zutter star field and directly teleport across the nebula to the human headquarters territory. When that happens, there will no longer be any distance restrictions between the human headquarters and Galan territory and Tianjin, and their business capabilities will surely increase significantly. Of course, the prerequisite is that he lifts the restrictions on the Stargates and actively connects to the Stargate network in the heart of humanity. But Li Qing doesn't know how to connect to the Stargate network at this stage, so he'd better stay hidden for now. If they are connected, the changes in the territory cannot be hidden from the major military lords. Although it cannot be hidden if they are not connected. Even if they find out, they will not be able to get through for a while. What is the concept of complete advanced civilization technology? This means that once Li Qing has fully digested these technologies, his strength will surpass all star lords and become the number one in human civilization, which will directly change the entire power structure of civilization. The power structure that had been maintained well for tens of thousands of years suddenly changed drastically. A stronger one suddenly appeared above all the military leaders and even the lords of the Star Sea. How should they cope with this? Especially when the 14 Star Sea lords have ruled over mankind for tens of thousands of years. And suddenly one day a stronger one appears, and their ruling position is no longer secure. What will they think? What will they do? Human nature is selfish, and he dared not imagine what they would do or think. In this situation, you can't rely on others at all, and can only rely on yourself. Survive as long as you can, until you are strong enough to withstand all the pressure. It is worth mentioning that when Li Qing obtains the Pioneer database and complete dark matter technology, theoretically he can use it to communicate with the will of the universe and be promoted to Star Lord directly regardless of all conditions. Yes, that means being directly promoted to Star Lord. For example, the 14 Star Lords of the Human United Empire were promoted to Star Lords only after they mastered all 6-level enhancement technologies, gathered 10 destiny points, and met some conditions that he was not clear about yet. But they are pseudo-Star Lords, because they have not truly mastered the 6th level advanced energy. Level 6 enhancement technology is level 6 technology, and dark matter technology is also level 6 technology. But there is a huge gap between them, which is the difference between true and false. Precisely because level 6 enhancement technology is not truly advanced energy. It requires some messy and harsh conditions to advance. However, if one could directly master higher level energy, there would be no need for any prerequisites to be promoted directly, and one would become a true Star Sea Lord, with higher and stronger benefits than a pseudo-Star Sea Lord. But the same thing goes. He has not yet fully mastered the dark matter technology. The strength he has in his hands is not strong enough, and he cannot withstand possible covetous eyes. So he has to survive for a while. But that day will not be too far away. Now he can build 11 Dreadnought divisions a year. All of them are level 7 Star-class Pioneer ships equipped with dark matter technology weapons. Their combat effectiveness is very strong. One division can easily defeat dozens of standard level 5 human divisions. If each division is equipped with a Servant of Light commander, given the gap in technology and the gap in commanders, it is possible for one to fight 100. If you can survive for about 10 years and gather more than 100 fearless divisions, you will basically not be afraid of anyone at that time. Even if the entire human civilization comes rushing in, you can resist it. In fact, it is impossible for everyone to be an enemy. And he is not a foreigner. As long as he has enough power to protect himself, no one will dare to rob him. Therefore, it will take about 10 years to be promoted to Star Lord. It was very simple to find a suitable galaxy to build a megastructure. He didn't even need to run too far. He first followed the waterway to Lock Fortress, took a circle in the Fortress Galaxy, found 2 planets in the galaxy, and built the 3 megastructures: the Strategic Command Center, the Sentinel Array, and the Giant Dock Array. In this galaxy, these 3 megastructures are all related to war, so it is most appropriate to build them here. As for the Dyson Sphere, it is planned to be built in the next galaxy to Lock Fortress. The matter decompressor is a bit troublesome. This thing can only be built on a black hole, and the nearest black hole is 2,000 light-years away and far away from major capitals. If it is built there, a garrison must be stationed there, and a military base must be established for special protection. As for the Star Ring world, Li Qing considered for a long time and decided to build it in the Galan Galaxy. Once the Ring world is built, this megastructure that can accommodate trillions of people will definitely be the center of the entire territory and the new capital of the territory. The location of the Gallon Galaxy is actually very good. He has never thought of changing the capital galaxy, so he can only build in this galaxy. Of course, these are just concepts now. Some can be built immediately, while others can only be plans at this stage. For example, the Strategic Command Center, the Sentinel Array, and the Giant Dock Array can now be built in Lock Fortress. Normally, it would take 50 to 100 years to complete the construction, but with the bonus of his talent as a negative star, it will only take 5 to 10 years to complete. For example, the Star Ring world is just a plan now, and the materials need to be prepared in the early stages, and the final specifications and size need to be designed. A Star Ring world like this one is not comparable to a megastructure like a Strategic Command Center in terms of the materials required or the amount of construction work. The materials required for the two are not at the same level. The construction of a normal Star Ring world requires countless alloys to build a super alloy frame that is billions of kilometers long and tens of thousands of kilometers wide and high. Then the planets, meteorites, asteroid belts, etc. in thousands of galaxies are all dismantled and transported here. And the frame is filled with all these planetary materials. The amount of material required is countless. Moreover, the dismantling materials cannot be dismantled in nearby galaxies. Otherwise, after the dismantling, thousands of galaxies around the capital will be empty without a single planet. The planetary materials must be disassembled from thousands or tens of thousands of light years away and then transported over long distances. This is the most troublesome point, requiring too much manpower and material resources. But this is not a problem for Li Qing, as he has the universe in his palm. First send a fleet to dismantle the planet and blow it into small pieces. Then gather all the rubble scattered in the starry sky. Finally, use the palm of your hand to collect it all and transport it back. The above are all normal methods of building a ring world. Li Qing plans to use an abnormal method. Normally, an alloy frame several billion kilometers long is built first. The specific length depends on the size of the ring world. If the stars in the galaxy are too large and the design specifications of the ring world are large enough, the length may exceed 10 billion kilometers. Such a huge alloy frame requires an extremely outrageous amount of alloy. This is also the main reason why the frame of the ring world is made of alloy and the interior is filled with soil and rocks, mainly to save materials. But Li Qing didn't do that. He wanted to build the entire ring world frame, SHL, an internal structure with alloys, and finally cover the internal structure with layers of soil several kilometers thick. The only advantage of doing this is that the ring world is strong enough. After it is built, the alloy SHL that is hundreds of kilometers thick is ridiculously hard and cannot be penetrated even by the bombardment of a fleet. Since it is the future capital, it must be as tough as possible. Moreover, the ring world planned by Li Qing may be very large, with a length of tens of billions of kilometers, a width of more than 100,000 kilometers, a thickness of nearly 100,000 kilometers, and a thinnest edge of tens of thousands of kilometers. Anyway, we will build it to the best of our ability and try to accommodate as many people as possible. He doesn't have much else, but he has a lot of minds. One day a month later, Li Qing was in a galaxy on the edge of the territory border in the south, far away from the capital circle. In order to prepare to build a ring world, he needed to collect a large amount of stellar mass to convert it into refined steel and then synthesize it into alloys. It is worth mentioning that the alloy he transformed was not the standard alloy used by humans, but the standard alloy used by advanced civilizations. They are all called standard alloys, but the standard alloys of advanced civilizations are much stronger than those of humans. To put it bluntly, why are the hulls and armor of the escort ships of advanced civilizations many times stronger than those of conventional level 5 civilization warships of the same specifications and size and the same armor thickness? In addition to the technological gap in the ships themselves, a large part of the reason is the gap between the standard alloys used. It is also worth mentioning that the 7th level star-class escort ships and dreadnought battleships in Li Qing's hands use mankind's strongest compressed alloy, not the standard alloy of the 7th level civilization. This means that the properties of the star-class escort ships and dreadnought battleships he is currently building have not reached their limits. If they can obtain level 7 dark energy technology and level 7 standard alloys, their basic properties will be greatly improved. The reason why he was unable to build the ships of the 8th level divine civilization was actually due to material limitations. Under the extraction of the palm-held universe, The infinite energy of a star turned into a terrifying ion torrent with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, which was injected into the light-casting furnace, and then converted into various metal materials in the standard alloy formula, directly synthesizing the sixth-level standard alloy in one step, and thrown directly into the starry sky outside the high-dimensional fortress through the gravitational conveyor belt, piling up into planets. This conversion method is much more efficient than using the dimensional convergence light to collect the stars and throw them into the light-casting furnace for direct refining. Using the light of dimensional convergence to collect and refine, it is equivalent to swallowing a whole fruit. Most of the energy is wasted before it is fully released. A star can only transform 50 or 60 refined steel spheres with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. And by slowly extracting it from the universe in your palm, you can completely release the stellar energy. At this point, he had been drawing for nearly a month, and the universe in his palm had accumulated 35 sixth-level standard alloy spheres with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. But the star system in front of him had not changed much. The only change is a slight redder color, which means the star is losing a lot of mass, according to the difference in energy consumption. Once all the energy from this star is extracted, it is estimated that several thousand standard alloy spheres can be converted. But this takes a long time. But he has no shortage of time now, as he can transform and build at the same time. The construction of the ring world is not something that can be done all at once, and the previous accumulation is enough for the initial construction. Li Qing estimated that once the star is drained of energy, it will be enough for a ring world. Huh? Li Qing, who was extracting stellar energy on the Dreadnought battleship and checking the territory channel out of boredom, suddenly received a reminder to convene an emergency meeting of the elders. The meeting started at an urgent time, and there was only 12 hours to prepare. What big thing happened? Normally the Senate meets once a year, and will only be convened temporarily when something earth-shattering happens. This is the first time Li Qing has encountered such a situation in the 11 years since he joined the Senate. Chapter 294. The Awakening of the Fallen Empire of Fëanor. The time for this temporary elders meeting was very tight, and there was basically nothing to prepare in half a day. Li Qing entered the Daluo Palace without even waiting for the time to be up. He found that everyone came quite early, many even earlier than him. A large number of military lords and small lords gathered at the door to chat and ask each other what big event had happened. Li Qing listened around and found that no one knew what big event had happened. As time went by, more and more participants arrived. Li Qing also saw the old patriarchs of Jimen and Qinghe arriving. He immediately stepped forward to ask, and the old patriarchs shook their heads and said, "I don't know what happened. But the last time the Elders' Council was convened temporarily was more than 600 years ago. Two Starsea lords clashed and almost went to war. The other lords convened the Elders' Council for emergency mediation. The last time the Elders' Council was convened temporarily was when the advanced civilization of the Milky Way, the ancients of Blog, sent a special envoy to discuss the reception arrangements." Well, nothing further was said. But Li Qing roughly knew what the criteria for convening an interim Elders' Council were. In fact, he had some guesses in his mind about the reason for convening the Elders' Council temporarily this time. But he was not sure because it happened too quickly. According to his prediction, it would take several years for the Fëanor fragments to discover the reappearance of the Ida recorder and start to react based on the efficiency of the fallen civilization. However, only a few months have passed, so it shouldn't be so fast. But after all, it was just a prediction. He was not from the Fëanor fragment civilization, nor did he inherit the legacy of the Ida recorder. So he didn't know how great their hatred was at the beginning. The degree of stimulation of different levels of hatred is different. If the hatred between them is much greater than he imagined, it is not impossible that he will be stimulated and awakened immediately. But no matter what, at this moment he was powerless to stop the changes, and could only respond passively. One can only hope not. Time pushes. The meeting is about to start, and everyone gradually begins to sit. And Li Qing also came to his position. This time, the Starsea lords arrived very quickly. Before some people took their seats, the 14 Starsea lords had already arrived. This time, His Highness Xiao Bieli presided over the meeting again. After he sat down, he knocked down the golden hammer and said in a heavy tone, "The main discussion proposal to convene the elderly meeting is about the awakening of the Fëanor's fragmented civilization. His Royal Highness Simon Wu, the defender of the Simon Tattoo, received a message from the Guardian of the Guardian. The Fëanor military isolated from one of Inqi's fallen empire has abandoned the isolation policy that lasted millions of years and began to expand. According to the news from the Cervanti Guardians, the Fiano military isolators have abandoned their isolation policy and returned to their pre-corruption policy. The latest news shows that they have notified the civilizations in the Galactic Center and officially changed their name to the Fiano Restorers. The meaning is very clear. They have set their sights on the big stage of the Milky Way again. His Highness Xiaobieli's tone was very low, with a hint of worry. Judging from the information collected by His Royal Highness Sheeman, the Fiano Revisitors have reissued the call, reassembled the fleet, and reactivated the sealed mobile battle star and mobile fortress. The ancient factory that had been abandoned has been repaired. The ruined giant dock has been restarted. It is clear that this giant, which has been dormant for millions of years, has decided to return to its former glory. This is very bad news for us. At this critical juncture when humans and the Broven Alliance are about to go to war, this news is bound to affect our strategic plan. This temporary elders meeting will discuss where humans will go in this great change. After His Highness Xiaobieli finished speaking, the venue fell silent, with everyone digesting this horrifying news with shocked faces. Ordinary players might not react much after hearing this, but the Star Lords and military commanders present are knowledgeable and well-informed. How could they not know what impact the awakening of a fallen empire would have on the civilizations of the entire galaxy? The awakening of the Four Revolution will inevitably recover the territory of the peak of civilization. These territories have now been occupied by other powerful civilizations. Many civilizations even re-evolved directly from a planet in the ancient territory. The origin of its origin is in its territory, and it cannot avoid exit. It's like humans originated from the Imperial Star region in the Perseus Arm, and suddenly one day a fallen empire awakens, saying that the entire Imperial Star region was its former territory, and asks humans to give up everything and leave. Will they leave? This is still considered good. If the awakened civilization wants humans to become their vassal and annex them, will they be willing? Therefore, with the reawakening of the Pioneer Renaissance, a war that will engulf countless civilizations is bound to take place. But this is not the worst. Others don't know why the Pioneer Revival has suddenly awakened from its corruption. But Li Qing knows clearly that it was because of the sudden appearance of the Ida Recorder that the Pioneer Revival has sensed the breath of its ancient enemy and awakened. The civilization of these two pioneers has been emperor since ancient times, although the hostility of the two sides has long been drowned in the long river of history. Even with the failure of the Ida Recorder in the battle of the ancient rivals, it is estimated that the former Fiano Star Sea Empire has fallen because of defeating the enemy without an opponent. They would have continued to degenerate until one day they were replaced by a young, emerging civilization. But now, the Fiano Renaissance, who had fallen for millions of years, suddenly discovered that their former enemy had not been completely destroyed. This would inevitably cause a strong reaction among them, causing them to resume their old grudges, awaken from their slumber, and use the entire galaxy as a battlefield to fight their old rivals again. In other words, it won't be long before Fatigra, who inherited the legacy of the Ida Recorder, will be forced to declare his existence to the galaxy and start a holy war with the Pioneer Restorers. The meeting place was silent for several minutes before a military leader asked, "Your Highness, I wonder if the revival war of the Pioneer Renaissance will affect us. Is our current human territory within the former territory of the Pioneer Renaissance?" "That's a good question." Lord Xiaobieli spread his hands and said, "I don't know about this either. You need to ask His Highness Shimen Wu." At this time, the man whose appearance could not be seen clearly in the second seat to Xiaobieli's right said, "I got a map from Cervanti. It's the map of Fiano's territory at its peak 1 million years ago. You can take a look at it." Li Qing quickly saw a new attachment on the screen in front of him. He clicked it immediately, and a virtual star map appeared in front of him. It was a huge star map of the Milky Way, with a large red area occupying about 1/3 of the Milky Way, including a large part of the galactic center, most of the shield arm, and a small part of the Perseus arm. Li Qing enlarged the virtual star map to take a look. It included about 70% of the shield arm. The blood color extended to the end of the arm, with only a small piece not occupied. It seems that all the territories of the Zener star cluster are included. Now they have no choice but to unite with Fatigra to fight against the Fianor Restorer. The Perseus arm only accounts for about 15%, covering the entire Kelzakar star empire and Tianjin star region, extending all the way to the Zuder star region and occupying half of the star region. It is estimated that due to the influence of the nebula, it did not continue to extend deeper into the Perseus spiral arm. Fortunately, the headquarters of the United Human Empire is not located in the former territory of the Fionnuo's restorers. However, they can't be too happy. Like this ancient rejuvenation civilization, recovering the former territory is only the first step. After completion, they must conquer other young civilizations to re-establish their domineering position in the Milky Way. So they may not be affected in the first stage. But as the war expands and the Fionnuo restorers gradually regain all their territories, they will definitely turn their attention to other civilizations and demand their submission. In addition, the Tianjin star field and half of the Zuder star field were once the territories of the Fionnuo Renaissance, which means that the locations of the Tianjin family and Li Qing's Gallon Collar were once the territories of the Fionnuo Renaissance, and they were also included in the first wave of attacks. Damn. Li Qing found that although he seemed to have escaped, he actually had not and still had to face it. After reading the star map, everyone looked different. Some were relieved. Some looked at the old man of Ji Minyu. And some people looked at Li Qing. He suddenly raised his head and looked to the right, just in time to see the gloating smile of the Lingji army commander. When he noticed that he was looking at him, he immediately restrained his smile and turned his head away with an expressionless face. Li Qing ignored him and showed no sign of anxiety. He seems to be facing a crisis now. But upon closer inspection, it is actually nothing. The main reason is that he is too far away from the Fionnuo revivalists. There is a powerful alliance, a powerful Sarwar devouring swarm civilization, and a Kelzakar star empire in between. Even if the Fionnuo revivalists declare war on humans, they will not be able to defeat them in a short time. With such a vast territory, even if the Fionnuo's resurrectionists swept all the way here, given the distance between the two sides of 80,000 to 90,000 light years, it would take who knows how many decades to sweep here by fighting all the way to the Zuder star field. In fact, although the Fionnuo Renaissance has been awakened and has restarted the sealed fleet at this time, after all, it is no longer the peak. At first, it must take a certain time to prepare. It would take at least 2 decades, and at most 3 or 4 decades, for Li Qing to digest the Pioneer database and prepare for war. By that time, no matter how bad he is, he will have accumulated 200 to 300 level 7 star-class dreadnought fleets, and will probably have initially mastered level 8 god-level technology. So there is no need to be afraid of him. It's hard to say whether we can win or not, but at least protecting ourselves won't be a problem. After all, the Fionnuo Restorer was not his only enemy at that time. Its main force would definitely be fighting against the Ida Recorder and the Zinner star cluster. The size of the fleet attacking him would not be too large, and he should be able to resist it, retreating 10,000 steps to say that he couldn't fight. He also had the universe in the palm as the last retreat. The big deal uses the universe in the palm to put everything away and run on the spot, and wait for the strength of the future. However, he was confident, which others did not know. At this time, the military leaders in the meeting hall recovered from their shock and began to discuss fiercely how to respond. Li Qing listened to his ear and found that although there were many people discussed, they almost thought of it. They wanted to let Ji Minyu give up Ji Min. Li Qing gave up the blue-collar workers and withdrew from all the territories from the Zeter Star domain to avoid direct conflict with the Farino rejuvenation. This idea was not surprising. Even Li Qing had thought about it. Anyway, the human headquarters is not there, and Zeter is the two of them. Anyone would think that they can exchange the safety of the entire civilization for the lowest cost. As for how miserable the two who were abandoned are, it has nothing to do with them anyway. Even the lords looked at Li Qing and Yu Tiangang, the old patriarch of the Yu family. They exchanged opinions with each other, and Xiao Bieli said to him, "Sir Li Qing, I am sorry for being so presumptuous. For the safety of human civilization, I hope that if the situation becomes uncontrollable, you will relocate your territory for the safety of human civilization. I have discussed this with the other lords. If it really comes to that, the Human Elders Council will compensate for all the losses of the Gallon territory and the Yu clan of Ji Min, and arrange a suitable star field for you to rebuild your territory." The meeting place was silent, and everyone looked at Li Qing and Yu Tiangang, the old patriarch of the Yu family. Both of them were silent. Even though they had expected this, they still felt reluctant to give up. No matter whether it is Gallenling or Ji Minyu family, they have invested their entire lives in their own territories, and no one would be willing to give them up suddenly. But there was no way out at the moment, regardless of whether the Senate required it or not. They had no other choice, because their territory was within the former territory of the Awakening Empire. Li Qing did not blame the Senate for its intentions. This had nothing to do with them, and it was already good enough that they were willing to give compensation. Li Qing pondered for a while, sighed and looked up. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Shimen Wu, one of the 14 lords, suddenly shake, then suddenly stand up and say, "Something big is happening. Please wait for me for a moment." Then the person disappeared. Everyone was stunned and started talking to each other. Li Qing stopped what he was about to say. The lords communicated with each other for a while, and Lord Xiaobieli said in a deep voice, "There is an unexpected situation. Please wait for a moment. This meeting is temporarily adjourned." During the recess, Li Qing privately communicated with Lord Xiaobieli and asked, "Your Highness Xiaobieli, I wonder if this incident will affect the all-out war between humans and the Browan Alliance." Xiaobieli immediately replied, "It will definitely have an impact. Your Highnesses are now saying that we should suspend war preparations first and wait, and see how the situation develops to determine whether the war will affect us or how long it will take to affect us. Then we can decide whether to continue the war." This answer was what Li Qing expected, but not what he wanted. His idea was to continue pushing for a total war. After thinking for a while and organizing his words, Li Qing said, "I think the awakening of the final restorer will not have much impact on us. After all, there are several powerful civilizations before us. It will take at least 20 to 30 years for them to reach us. We can take advantage of this time to launch a full-scale war with Bruvan and gain greater strategic depth for ourselves." Chapter 295 The Sudden Battle in Heaven. Xiaobieli immediately responded after hearing this. "This is one of the assumptions. If the impact is not significant, we will continue with the previous strategic plan. However, the dust has not settled yet. We will wait until His Highness Shimen Wu has definite news before we can make any decisions." "Your Excellency Li Qing, there is no need to worry too much. The Empire has been preparing for this strategic plan for many years. If nothing unexpected happens, it will continue to move forward. If we are lucky enough to defeat the Bruin Union, Your Excellency Li Qing can then carve out a star field within the Bruin Union as a new territory." Since he already had this idea, he had nothing to say. The most important thing now is to determine the situation in the Galactic Core area, find out the strategic goals of the Fionnuo's restorers, and then formulate subsequent plans. Next, he contacted the old Patriarch Yution Gang and told him what His Highness Xiaobieli said. The old Patriarch Yution Gang was even more patient than him. He did not say much at this time, and was also prepared to wait until Shimen Wu had definite news before speaking. He waited for nearly an hour, and at some point his figure suddenly appeared again. Then, the 14 Star Sea Lords on the rostrum whispered to each other privately. Although the faces of most of the lords could not be seen clearly, the few lords who did not cover their faces showed shocked expressions, which made the military lords and small lords below feel uneasy. Soon the princes finished their communication. With a crisp sound, His Highness Xiaobieli struck with his golden hammer and said in a heavy tone, "Now I have some bad news for you all. Just now, His Highness Simon Wu received news from the Servanti Guardians that not long ago, an advanced civilization claiming to be the Eldar Guide announced its return to the galaxy and declared war on the Fionnuo restorers." "What?" Countless people stood up in shock, looking at each other, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. At this time, His Highness Shimen Wu also said in a heavy tone, "Millions of years ago, the Fionnuo Star Empire defeated the Eldar Guide and won the Holy War. But the Eldar Guide was not completely destroyed, and their hatred did not fade in the long history. The two ancient enemies once again set off the flames of war with the return of the Eldar Guide. This situation has occurred many times in history. In order to defeat their destined opponents, the ancient empires launched a competition that affected the entire galaxy. All new civilizations could not avoid being affected by the war, and we are no exception. It can be expected that it won't be long before the two awakened empires send envoys to us, asking us to join them against the other. We have no choice, no matter which side we choose to support. It means being dragged into the melee. But if we choose not to join either side and choose to remain neutral, it will be even more dangerous, because this may lead to being attacked by two advanced civilizations at the same time, unless we can find an ally with enough weight." The news was too shocking. Even more shocking than hearing about the sudden awakening of the Fionnuo military isolates. "Doesn't this mean that the war in heaven is about to begin again?" Li Qing turned his head and saw a veteran military leader sitting in the foreseat on his left, sighing. I once saw a historical record in an ancient ruin when I was digging a grave. More than 4 million years ago, the current Cervanti Guardian once fought a war with his mortal enemy, another advanced civilization, which affected most of the civilizations in the entire galaxy. In the end, he narrowly defeated his opponent. But that war also wiped out most of the civilizations in the entire galaxy at that time. That war was so brutal that a large number of civilizations were wiped out, including many civilizations more powerful than humans. Countless fleets were sunk. Colonized planets were shattered. And trillions of people died in the war. Li Qing listened silently. He didn't know what to say at this moment. The universe is so cruel. If you are not strong enough to protect yourself, you may be destroyed at any time by an accident or the inadvertent impact of a powerful civilization. Just like how he single-handedly destroyed the Shada United Empire without human civilization having to make any move. Human civilization at this time is like an ant facing those advanced civilizations. And it is possible to sweep away the entire human civilization by sending out just a squadron. The gap between higher energy and conventional energy is too huge, beyond ordinary people's imagination. The power difference between level 6 enhanced technology and level 6 dark energy weapons is only 3 times. But the gap in actual combat will be terribly large, coupled with the gap in ships and other accessories. The higher civilization dealing with the lower civilization is like an adult beating a child. A completely one-sided crushing. The meeting came to a stalemate because no one could do anything at this point. But the meeting must go on. There must be a protocol for dealing with it. And a decision must be made regardless of voting for one side or remaining neutral. Finally, His Highness Xiaobili spoke up. It is estimated that in 1 month at the least, and 2 to 3 months at the most, we will see the envoys of the 2 advanced civilizations. We don't have time to wait for the next meeting. So we must make a decision this time. Should we join the Fianu Restorers, join the Ida Guides, or remain neutral and join neither party? Everyone looked at each other. You looked at me. I looked at you. And no one spoke. Boom, boom, boom. His Highness Xiaobili struck the golden hammer and said, "Don't worry. This is just a discussion. You can speak freely." After a pause he continued, "Since no one is talking, I'll start first. My idea is to remain neutral. We are far away from the center of the Milky Way, and not in the center of the battlefield. In addition, the Zutter star field is shrouded by nebulae. During the Fionuo Star Sea Empire period, they had no interest in expanding here. Now that they are facing their old enemy, they will have no interest in expanding here. Perhaps we can remain neutral here." After he finished speaking, many people could be seen nodding, and probably half of them wanted to remain neutral. But soon another lord knocked on the table and said, "Neutrality is a good approach. If possible, it would be best if we don't get involved. But the problem is that we don't have a choice. If we choose to remain neutral, and the Kelzaka Empire, located at the junction of the Perseus Arm and the center of the Milky Way, chooses to join one side, or if our old enemy Bruin joins one side, how should we deal with it?" As many people looked worried, he continued, "No matter which side they join, they can take the opportunity to use the power of higher civilizations to deal with us. If we remain neutral, we will have no allies, and will definitely not be able to resist any party that borrows the power of higher civilizations." These words touched everyone's heart, and immediately caused quite a stir. Seeing this, the Lord continued, "So, we don't have the capital to remain neutral. We can only join one side and gain some allies. This is the only way to gain the power to protect ourselves in this chaos." Xiaobili nodded after hearing this and said, "Then, everyone can discuss which side to join." In fact, his idea was the same as that of the Lord just now. The reason why he said neutrality was just to stimulate discussion. Maybe many lords don't know the specifics of these 2 advanced civilizations. I will tell you what I know first, and you can refer to it. Before the fall, the Fianu Restorers were called the Fianu Star Empire. After the fall, they were called the Fianu Fragments, also known as the Fianu Military Isolators. They are an advanced civilization with extreme ranking and militaristic ideology. We don't know much about the Ida Guides. After all, they have been extinct for millions of years, and have just reappeared. We don't know much about them. But from the name of the civilization, which is the same as the Sedian recorder, we can tell that this should be an advanced civilization with extreme materialistic thoughts. Generally speaking, civilizations with extreme xenophobia and militarism are not friendly to foreign civilizations. while those with extreme materialism are relatively more friendly. At this time someone asked, "Your Highness Xiaobieli, do you want to choose to join the Ida instructor?" Xiaobieli looked at the little lord who asked the question, and neither nodded nor denied. Relatively speaking, after choosing to join Ada Mentor, we will have more autonomy. Then someone asked, "In fact, it doesn't matter which side we join. The key is which of these two advanced civilizations is stronger. We must join the winner." "That's a good question." Xiaobieli spread his hands and said, "In fact, we don't know the answer to this question either. The Fire Restorers used to be militarily isolated and did not allow any outsiders to enter their territory. So no one knows their specific strength to this day. And the Ida Mentor has disappeared for millions of years. He's suddenly reappeared now. We don't even know where they are now. So naturally we don't know how strong he is. But since Instructor Ada chose to appear at this time, he must have been well prepared and must have sufficient strength to appear. In this case, choosing Ida as a mentor is a good choice. Of course, everyone can speak freely. If anyone knows the background and strength of Instructor Ada, please speak up." After a moment of silence, everyone started to discuss. Some wanted to join the Ida Guides. Some wanted to join the Fionnuo Renaissance. And some proposed to unite with the Pan-Galactic Defense Alliance in the Galactic Center to fight against the two powerful awakened empires. Li Qing looked at it for a while, and felt that he couldn't sit down anymore. So he sighed and stood up. Suddenly everyone looked over, and Xiaobieli asked, "Mr. Li Qing, do you have any ideas?" Li Qing nodded and said, "I don't have an idea. Just a suggestion. You say, don't join the Ada Mentors." "Why do you say that?" "A year ago, I had the honor of entering the secluded star region of Ada Guide and saw the strength that Ada Guide possessed. The lords instantly became interested, and one of them immediately asked, 'Where is it? How strong is it?'" Li Qing did not hide anything and told everything about the location of Guide Aida's seclusion in the isolated star field and the strength he possessed. When he talked about his strength, the military leaders and small lords who were listening were amazed. What a powerful force! It is enough to easily sweep across 10 human united empires. Such a powerful force, coupled with terrifying war potential, is worthy of being a high-level civilization. I wonder how powerful the Fionnuo Reviver is. It's hard to say. Although the territory owned by the Fionnuo Restorationists now covers thousands of star systems, people occasionally pass by the surrounding star systems and don't see any large fleets. I don't know how strong they are. That's not a good choice. I think we can choose the Eldar Guides. Compared with the xenophobic Fionnuo Restorers, we will have more autonomy in the future. Moreover, this civilization is back on the galactic stage and is in urgent need of supporters. If we join early, we will definitely be treated differently. I think it's better to choose the Fionnuo's Resurrectionist. After all, it was once a victor. Even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails. Its potential strength is definitely not weak. But the Ida Guide is not bad either. Not only has it preserved so many fleets, it also has a complete set of megastructures and a ring world that can accommodate trillions of people. Its war potential is very strong, and it is definitely stronger than the Fionnuo Resurrectionists that fell millions of years ago. The military leaders had different opinions and each had their own support. But after watching for a while, Li Qing found that relatively more people supported Leader Ada. In fact, everyone is not very clear about the strength of both sides. The direction of support is not based on strength, but because Fionnuo's ideology is extremely xenophobic, which is relatively much stronger than the Ada Guide. If you support this side, your autonomy will be too low, and you may be forced to do things you don't want to do. Hearing this, Li Qing knew that he had to say what he needed to say. He tapped the table lightly to attract everyone's attention and said loudly, "There is one thing you may not know. We originally came to the secluded star field of the Ida Guide because of a super-continuous tomb. The person who went with me at that time was a Star Sea Lord from the Xenar Star Cluster civilization in the Shield Arm. The final step of that super-continuous tomb was to inherit the legacy of the Ida Recorder." At this time, everyone's attention was attracted by his words. Li Qing said, "Unfortunately, I lost the competition with that Star Sea Lord for the inheritance of the Ida Recorder, and finally had to leave with regret and empty-handed. The Star Sea Lord from the Xenar Star Cluster civilization inherited all of the Ida Recorder's inheritance." After he finished speaking, everyone in the venue stood up, and Lord Xiaobieli asked with a serious face, You said that the entire estate of this Ida recorder was inherited by a lord of the Zinor star cluster? Li Qing nodded. Yes. He inherited the complete dark matter technology left by the Ida recorder, as well as more than 20 mobile battle stars, hundreds of war moons, thousands of mobile fortresses, nearly 10,000 standard dreadnought divisions, a ring world, and a series of star sea miracles. His. How so? At this moment, everyone was shocked by the news, and for a moment an indescribable sense of tension enveloped the entire Lingsha palace. As military leaders, how could they not know that the Qiner star cluster was also a player civilization? They also knew what it meant for a player civilization to inherit the legacy of a higher civilization. Chapter 296, The Decision of Human Civilization. After the shock, there is relief. Fortunately, Lord Li Qing discovered it. Otherwise it would be dangerous. Xiao Bieli and other Star Sea Lords also showed a trace of surprise on their faces. He looked at Li Qing and nodded. Your information is very timely. And then, there was nothing else. Now that we already know that Fatigra is a member of the Xener Star Cluster, no matter whether he is weak or not, human civilization will never join their side. If they join the Xener Star Cluster and fail in the future, the outcome will naturally be tragic. Even if they win, it won't be much better. Player civilizations cannot coexist. Once the Xinhua Cluster defeats the Feanor Reviver, it will turn around and destroy other player civilizations in the galaxy. The ending will be even more tragic. At least if you are defeated by the Feonua's Reviver, you can finally abandon the Origin Star domain and run away. As long as you run fast and far, the Feonua's Reviver will not chase you to the end. But it's different between player civilizations. With the strength of the future Xener Star Cluster, I'm afraid they will be able to hunt you all over the galaxy. You won't be able to run anywhere unless you leave the galaxy. In addition, there are two oaths between Li Qing and Fatigra, which restrict him from humans. Fatigra and the Xener Star Cluster cannot attack each other. Theoretically, there are no loopholes. But this oath only lasts for 1 year and becomes invalid after 1 year. Therefore, at this stage, they are just joining the Feanor Restorer camp. And as long as they don't take any action, it won't be considered a breach of contract. At this stage, the two awakened empires are in the preparation stage and are recruiting people to join their sides across the galaxy. They will definitely not fight in the next few years. By the time the war is ready, the oath will have expired long ago, and nothing can be done at that time. In theory, it would not be considered a breach of contract if Fatigra immediately mobilized its main forces to exterminate humanity in one go. But this is only theory. In reality, Fatigra simply cannot spare any fleet to deal with humans. Once the full-scale war breaks out, he will have to mobilize all his main forces to fight against the Feanuth Revivers. And he will not be able to mobilize any extra strength. With Li Qing's information, there was no need for further discussion. The Elders' Council could directly discuss joining the Feonio Restorers. After discussion, the Council of Elders decided to send an envoy to the current country of the Feanor Restorers immediately after the meeting to join this side, as soon as possible. Now that things have come to this, we should be more proactive. Joining earlier can also leave a good impression on the suzerain country. Yes, when they joined the advanced civilization like the Feonio's Restorers, they were actually a kind of vassal. Without sufficient strength, you have no choice. As for the selection of the delegation, Li Qing did not say a word. But the lords finally discussed and added his name, saying that he had come into contact with the guide Ida and entered his secluded place. Maybe he could use this to have a chat with the Emperor of the Feanor Restorers and get closer to him. After the decision was made, the meeting ended quickly. But the members of the Council of Elders did not leave quickly. Xiao Bieli and other lords stopped him as soon as the meeting ended. Mr. Li Qing, please come over. I have something to ask you. Li Qing shrugged. He knew what the lords wanted to ask without being asked, and turned and walked away. The Lingyi army commander and the Fengyan army commander, who were sitting in the 7th seat, looked at each other, both showing complicated expressions. The Fengyan army commander said with both regret and relief, "It's a good thing he didn't inherit the legacy of Ada Recorder. Otherwise we would be doomed." The Lingyi army commander pondered for a moment and said, "Although I didn't inherit the legacy of Ada Recorder, I am one of the heirs after all. I wonder if I got some good stuff. I don't know. But it has nothing to do with us." The lords are very curious. In a large private room, all 14 Star Sea lords were present, with Li Qing being the only non-lord. At this time, The lords had stopped hiding their faces in this private room. And Li Qing could also see the true faces of the lords. They were basically middle-aged. And their temperament and bodies had changed over time, giving them an aura of superiority and majesty. However, it was obvious that they had suppressed their aura, and all showed a hint of kindness. Li Qing secretly wanted to laugh when he saw this. And he clasped his hands together and bowed to them one by one. And without waiting for them to ask, he said directly, "If you want to know the information about the Ida recorder, I have a video of his experience in my hand, which I can pass on to you now." After a pause, he continued, "If your highnesses want to know whether I have obtained any inheritance in the hermitage of the Ida recorder, then I can tell you that I did obtain some good things. But they are not what you imagine." The princes looked at each other, and it was His Highness Xiao Bieli who smiled and asked, "Since Lord Li Qing knows the answer, I wonder if you can help us solve the confusion." "Sure." Before saying this, Li Qing guessed that someone would definitely want to know whether he had gained any benefits, and he already had a plan in mind. "Although I lost the competition with the Star Sea Lord of the Zener Star Cluster, I also received a gift from the Ida Recorder Prophet. It can be regarded as a gift for losers. It contains a high-level civilization escort ship mother chip, a dreadnought battleship mother chip, a lost flagship mother chip, including a lost Titan and a lost aircraft carrier." Li Qing paused and continued. "In addition, a full set of weapons and accessories are included." Before he finished speaking, he could feel the surprise and excitement in the eyes of the Star Sea Lords. They looked at each other and made eye contact. This was an argument that Li Qing had carefully considered. If you say that you have not gained any benefits at all, they will definitely not believe it. There will definitely be various temptations in the future. So it is better to just reveal some of it directly. Although the full set of ships plus technology is amazing, it is only a full set of ships plus technology, not a complete high-level energy technology system. The relationship between the two can be compared. Having a complete dark matter technology system is equivalent to a major arms country, while having only a full set of ships and technology is equivalent to a small country importing some high-tech weapons from a major country. Although both sides have such weapons and their power is similar, the small country can neither produce these weapons nor even repair them. In fact, most of the same weapons sold to small countries are scaled-down versions. For example, under normal circumstances, although escort ships can be built with only the blueprints of ships and weapon accessories, due to the lack of complete dark matter technology and alloys dedicated to advanced civilizations, the basic attributes of the ships built cannot compare to the same version of the same type of ships from advanced civilizations. And because they don't have a full set of advanced energy technology, they don't have the ability to manufacture dark matter extraction equipment to extract dark matter on a large scale. You must know that these dark matter technologies, whether ships or weapon accessories, all require dark matter. Conventional civilizations can only use very few means and spend huge costs to extract dark matter, and the output is extremely low. Even with a complete set of ship weapon blueprints, production will be seriously affected. Therefore, Li Qing's display of this set of advanced civilization ships not only met their expectations, but also had the ability to defend it. Of course they all want it. If only one lord knew about it, there is a high probability that he would covet it. But now that all 14 Star Sea Lords are here, they can't have it all to themselves. They can only obtain it through cooperation. Once a cooperation agreement is reached with them, they will be partners. It is equivalent to having the endorsement of 14 lords at once. This will directly block the covetous eyes of all military lords. And the Baji Financial Group will have to stand aside and forget about it. The Star Sea Lords looked at each other and reached an agreement with their eyes without saying anything. Lord Xiao Bieli rubbed his hands awkwardly. Just as he was about to speak, Li Qing stopped him with his hand and said, "Your Highnesses, you know that the production of this thing is very low, and it is impossible to distribute it evenly. If your Highnesses want, use your destiny points to strengthen the mother chip. After strengthening it more than 10 times, each of your Highnesses will be able to obtain at least one division of Dreadnought Fleet every year." "Really?" Xiao Bieli rubbed his hands awkwardly, turned around to look at the other lords, and asked, "How many destiny points are needed to fully strengthen it?" Li Qing immediately replied, 1 point for the escort ship, 2 points for the dreadnought battleship, 5 points for the lost Titan and the lost aircraft carrier, 1 point for each set of energy weapons, 1 point for each set of kinetic weapons, 1 point for the L-slot main gun, 1 point for the dark matter missile, 1 point for the deep space fighter, 2 points for the X-Energy Battleship Main Gun. 2 points for the X-Kinetic Battleship Main Gun. 4 points for the T-Slot Doomsday Light. 5 points for the T-Slot Titan Light Lance. Altogether, it takes 26 points of Destiny points to strengthen it once. Well, most of the lords are stuck. Li Qing knew at a glance that most of the lords did not have enough Destiny points. So he said, if you don't have enough Destiny points, you can just strengthen your ships. For weapons, you can still use the level 6 strengthening technology of the lords. Although the power is not as strong as the dark matter technology, it is still a crushing blow to ordinary civilizations. Well, that's a good idea. Then 1 point for the escort ship, 2 points for the dreadnought, 5 points for the Lost Titan, and 5 points for the Lost Aircraft Carrier. A total of 13 points. Of course, if you want to save more, I suggest that you only need the Lost Titan for both flagships. And you can use your own 6th generation supercarrier as the aircraft carrier. This way, only 8 Destiny points will be enough. At this time, one of the lords whose name was not yet known said, "Can I not strengthen the flagship, but only the escort ships and dreadnought battleships? I can strengthen 2 more rounds." Li Qing thought about it and immediately understood what he meant. Obviously, he was ready to abandon the flagship and directly use his 6th generation Titan and super aircraft carrier, and then strengthen 2 more rounds of escort ships and dreadnought battleships, preparing to use these as the main force. Sure, this idea is actually quite good. After all, not everyone has the light of divine judgment like him, and can easily clear the field. On a normal battlefield, flagships are only a minority, and the main warships are still battleships. In a super large battlefield with hundreds of divisions, without the light of divine judgment to clear the field, the main reliance is on battleships or dreadnoughts to bombard each other. Even when besieging a mobile fortress, the fortress or flagship is led by the battleships to assist in the siege. In a super large battlefield like this, the fighting could easily last for dozens of days, or even months. It would be impossible for him to clear the battlefield in just a few hours. Of course, not all lords are short of money. The top lords are powerful, and have enough Destiny points. Some of them will choose a full set of technology, while others will choose to strengthen for several rounds. With each additional round of reinforcement, they can obtain several rounds of ships. Communication between different lords is done by opening a new room for private chat, which is also considered private. In addition, Li Qing also had to put forward his own conditions according to their needs. This certainly can't be done in vain. The mother chip is in his hands, and if they want to obtain the advanced civilization warships from him, they will of course have to pay a certain price. The specific price depends on how much they want, but at least you have to pay 1 Destiny point. The higher the requirement, the greater the reward. Li Qing doesn't want anything else. He is not short of money, so he just wants the Destiny points. In addition, these advanced warships need to pay cash according to the cost plus 100% profit. In addition, they have to prepare dark matter and several other ultra-rare minerals themselves. Although he could use the light forging furnace to transform any substance, and could also use the supporting technology of dark matter technology to extract dark matter. What he showed to the outside world at this time was that he did not have dark matter technology. So naturally he could not act as if he had nothing missing. Of course, they had to provide it themselves. The Star Sea Lords communicated with each other privately, and traded the Destiny points according to their needs. As for other materials, they could not be traded in the Lingxiao Palace, so they had to send their own fleets to deliver them. At the same time, during the transaction, Li Qing also got to know the 14 lords one by one, and learned their names. It is worth mentioning that this also includes the Nantiani family, who once had disputes with him. But that happened a long time ago, and the incident was limited to Yi Zhao's lineage. Now both parties have already reached an agreement and understanding, and it will not affect the current cooperation. After a private transaction, Li Qing had accumulated 224 Destiny points, and according to the agreement, 21 of them were his reward. With so many Destiny points in hand, Li Qing had the urge to embezzle them for a moment. All these Destiny points are used to strengthen his star-level escort ship suit, which can be instantly strengthened dozens of times. Dozens of divisions can be built in a year, and it can take off in 10 years. Or it can be used to repair the universe in the palm of your hand. With so many Destiny points poured into it, I'm afraid it will be able to take off immediately. It's a pity that I can't embezzle it. Otherwise, I would immediately offend the entire human United Empire, and would have nowhere to stay in the future. The 14-star lords united. Their will was the will of the entire human civilization. The wills of other military lords were no longer important when they united. But it is not a big problem. He now has 21 destiny points that can be used to repair the universe in his palm first. And now he can choose whether to randomly repair an area of the high-dimensional fortress, or to choose to restore an area in a targeted manner. He plans to use all of them to repair the superstructure assembly center in the high-dimensional fortress, and try to unlock more. When there are extra spaces, he plans to start building mobile battle stars, hoping to build all the battle stars as soon as possible, and then form a star fortress. Once the star fortress is built, its combat capability will definitely be the strongest existence below the god-level civilization. Coupled with the sizable dreadnought fleet, it will be able to fight even against advanced civilizations. Chapter 297 Unlocking a New Superstructure Assembly Center. Under normal circumstances, a conventional mobile fortress takes 50 years to build. But Li Qing only needs 5 years. It takes 80 years to build an advanced mobile fortress. But Li Qing only needs 8 years. The Moon of War took 200 years to build. But Li Qing only needed 20 years. It takes 600 years to build a mobile war star. But Li Qing only needs 60 years. But this is just the standard period. The specific completion time will vary slightly depending on the ability of the engineers, the total manpower invested, and other factors. In other words, even if we start building a mobile battle star now, it will take at least 50 or 60 years before we see the mobile battle star completed. I'm still short of time. We can only hope that human civilization can persist longer in this great change and survive until its own rise. After the meeting, Li Qing left Daoyuo Palace, returned to his territory, and then turned around and entered the palm-sized universe. It is worth mentioning that as humans choose to join the Fiano's restoration camp, Galenling and G-Men may not need to evacuate. The edge of the territory of the Fionio Renaissance at its peak was at the edge of the Zoltar star field. If humans joined the Fionio Renaissance, they would be equivalent to their vassals, so there was no need to expel the vassals. Of course, the main reason is that Zutter and Tianjin star regions belong to the edge of the ancient territory of the Fionio Restorers, so their location is not important. If it is its core area, even if it is a vassal, it will not work. Either give up the existing territory and migrate. If the Fionio Restorers can successfully revive and defeat the Eldar Guides, they may find a suitable star field for the vassal to rebuild the country. However, it is more likely that they will be integrated and annexed by the Fionio Restorationists and become a part of the Fionio Restorationists, which is equivalent to having multiple races within one civilization. But don't expect a high status. Even if they are annexed, they will still be a second-class race or servants. The Fionio and Restorers are an extremely xenophobic group. The defeated will either be exterminated or enslaved. It is impossible for them to give you the same status as their own people. Entering the palm-sized universe, Li Qing first took out a series of ship mother chips extracted from the Pioneer database, and began to strengthen them with destiny points according to the requirements of the lords. Different lords have different needs, but most of them choose to strengthen their ships. Relatively speaking, fewer lords strengthen their weapons. Only the top 3 lords choose to strengthen their weapon accessories. In the end, more than 200 destiny points were strengthened, in addition to the weapon accessories being strengthened 3 times each. The escort ship and dreadnought battleship were strengthened a full 25 times each, and the Lost Titan and Lost Aircraft Carrier were strengthened 5 times each. In total, the total consumption, weapons 26 times 3 is equal to 78 points. Escort ship 25 points. Dreadnought battleship 50 points. Lost Titan and Lost Carrier add up to 50 points. All in all, he consumed a total of 203 points, plus his reward of 21 points, for a total of 224 destiny points. Not more, not less. According to the agreement, he needs to prepare 25 fearless divisions every year and distribute them to the 14-star lords according to the number of destiny points they contribute. The weapons are configured according to their requirements. Weapon accessories are enhanced if needed, and those that are not enhanced use level 6 technology. They will send enough blueprints for these every year. In addition, the construction time of the Lost Titan is more than a year, which is not included in the calculation. It will be sent over when it is completed. In addition, as one of the additional rewards, Li Qing also asked them for a group of shipbuilding engineers and chief engineers, including several flagship chief engineers for each lord. and a chief designer for each mobile fortress. Once this group of mobile fortress chief designers arrive, he will transform them into negative star people, and then preside over the construction of the mobile battle star. As for now, Li Qing entered the core of the high-dimensional fortress, and began to use destiny points to repair the high-dimensional fortress. Unlike previous repairs, since he used the destiny points to activate the fortress's core power reactor, and repaired a certain mechanism inside the palm-sized universe last time, he can now make a preliminary attempt to use the destiny points to actively repair a certain area. However, it is only limited to the edge areas of the existing unlocked areas, and unknown areas cannot be specified for repair. However, Li Qing does not need to repair the unknown area at this time. What he lacks most now is a dock to build a mobile warp planet. Without any nonsense, a full 22 destiny points were invested into the core of the universe in his palm, transforming into a force that could not be described in words and injected into the high-dimensional fortress. Almost instantly, he felt that a large number of areas inside the high-dimensional fortress were unlocked. At the same time, he also knew the destiny points needed to unlock a complete superstructure assembly center. It was 3 destiny points to unlock a large area. He now had 22 destiny points, which could unlock 7 superstructure assembly centers, with 1 point left over. Still a little short. The Star Fortress contains 12 mobile battle stars and 36 war moons, with a total of 8 superstructure assembly centers, minus 1 for building other ships. So only 7 mobile battle stars can be built at a time. It would take at least 2 rounds of 120 years to complete the construction of a war star, plus the 20 years of the war month. So it would take an estimated 150 years to complete a Star Fortress. Fortunately, the Superstructure Assembly Center can be unlocked later. I hope to see some opportunities in this chaos and earn more destiny points. As soon as many superstructure equipment centers were unlocked, Li Qing began to mobilize manpower and material resources to prepare for shipbuilding. First, we need to set up a superstructure assembly center specifically for the construction of war moons. A total of 36 war moons will be put into operation. We are going to prepare for this now, and we can start construction once the talents supported by the lords are in place. Some of the accessories of one of the war moons were used to equip the advanced fortress on Cybertron, and later additional level 6 dark matter technology weapon accessories will have to be prepared to be equipped with it. This will cause the combat effectiveness of this war moon to decrease slightly, but the impact will not be significant. The remaining 6 superstructure assembly centers began to build mobile battle stars, one of which was a battle star blueprint obtained from previous grave digging, and 5 were mobile battle stars contained in the Star Fortress. The war stars obtained by digging graves are the 6th generation dark matter technology version, and the Star Fortress contains the 7th generation dark energy version. This means that, in addition to conventional ships, Li Qing has already launched 6 mobile war stars, 36 war moons, 2 advanced mobile fortresses, and 7 conventional mobile fortresses. By the time the mobile war star is completed, his power will have basically taken shape and will be no less powerful than any civilization below the advanced level. It is worth mentioning that when building a war star in the Changzhong universe, it is first divided into a large number of modules that are smaller than the black hole gate. After all of them are built, they are sent out for assembly. It is not done directly in one step inside the palm-sized universe. However, this is just a preliminary idea. We have 2 plans. If the black hole gate continues to expand to the point where it can accommodate the war star in and out in a few decades, it will be assembled directly inside the palm-sized universe. After coming out of the universe in his palm, Li Qing was not idle either. He was not in the mood to continue extracting stellar energy and converting it into matter. He immediately returned to the territory, summoned the core members of the territory, and arranged tasks. The originally planned construction of the megastructure was temporarily suspended, and a decision would be made after he returned from the Fianu Empire restoration. If we can be sure that Galenling will not be taken away by the Fionua's restoration empire, we will naturally come back to continue building it. If Fionua's revived empire wants to take back all the territory, then there is nothing we can do but suspend construction and wait and see the situation in the future to decide whether to continue. Half a month later, Li Qing was teleported to Tianjin through the Star Gate. The gathering place for this delegation was in Tianjin because the messenger from the Fionua Revival Empire was staying in Tianjin. The reason is naturally that Tianjin is located in the old territory of the Fianu Revival Empire, while the human headquarters is not in it. When Li Qing returned to Tianjin, everything in the galaxy was normal. Ordinary players had no idea of the changes in the galaxy. They had never even heard of the name of the Fionua's revivalist. Everything was still the same as before. When Li Qing arrived, half of the other members of the delegation had already arrived. 2 hours after he arrived, the other members of the delegation also arrived one after another. The delegation consists of 12 people, including 3 lords, 9 military commanders, and a large number of staff. About 500 people in total. They plan to gather here, and after meeting the ambassador, they will go to Fiano to revive the empire. This ambassador is just a messenger sent by the Fionua Renaissance Empire to various young civilizations. If they agree to join the Fionua Renaissance Empire, they will also need to go to the headquarters of the Fionua Renaissance Empire in the name of the Human United Empire and sign a treaty. The treaty would spell out in black and white the rights and obligations of the suzerain state and the rights and obligations of its vassal states. At that time, ambassadors like them will be needed to negotiate with the Fianu Restoration Empire for better rights and obligations. Vassal states are also divided into levels. Although they are all vassal states, their rights and obligations may be 2 different worlds, and they need to fight for it. Although being a dog is shameful, it is not unacceptable to be a dog for an awakened advanced civilization. But the most important thing is that there is no other way. You can't win by fighting, and you have nowhere to run. You can only choose one side. Only when you become strong in the future can you choose to become independent again. There is no need to worry about being annexed by the suzerain country. Ordinary civilizations may do so, but awakened advanced civilizations will not, because they look down on ordinary civilizations like humans. In the eyes of these advanced civilizations that have experienced millions of years of glory, decline, and revival, conventional civilizations like humans are just primitive people. Who would be willing to incorporate these primitive people into their own civilization? They looked down on them. Once they were together, everyone went to meet the ambassador of the Fianur Restorer. The ambassador arrived a day earlier than them, and was accommodated in the embassy. On the way, Li Qing got the information about these ambassadors that you had collected earlier. Li Qing was surprised to find that the Fionua Revival Empire was actually a silicon-based creature. A stone man with a strange appearance. The data shows that the overall appearance of the Fionua species is human-like, with the head and body combined as a whole. The appearance seems to be made up of many rectangular blocks, with a variety of colors and many golden lines on it. There are 2 bright lights on the head, which are probably the eyes. There are no nostrils or mouth, and silicon-based creatures do not need to eat. The arms and legs are not connected to the main body, but are separated. But there is a tangible layer of electric light connecting the hands and feet to the torso. This electric light exudes strong psychic energy, which shows that the ambassador is also a psychic. Psionics is the power that comes from the mind. So except for soulless species like robots, both carbon-based and silicon-based creatures can become psychics. All in all, the appearance of this Fionua species is quite pleasing to the eye. At least in Li Qing's opinion. It is more pleasing to the eye than the species of Guide Ada. However, it was only pleasing on the surface. When they really met the envoy in person, his condescending attitude instantly shattered the good impression they had formed before. When the messenger saw them, he said in a proud tone, "The Supreme Emperor gives you the opportunity to change your destiny. Surrender to the powerful Fionua's Rejuvenation Empire. Your entire race will get the opportunity to survive." Several lords and military commanders present, including Li Qing, felt a surge of anger in their hearts in an instant. But they were all old foxes, and did not reveal their thoughts. The leader of the delegation was Yi Songqiong of the Southern Sky Yi clan. After the envoy finished speaking, he immediately said, "I have heard of the great Fianu Empire's reputation long before I served in the Servanti Guardians. I have long yearned for it. Now that I have heard that the great Fianu Empire will lead the Galactic Order again, our civilization has already made the decision to submit to the rule of the great Emperor Fianu. We are the envoys going to meet the Emperor, and are preparing to go to the Empire for an audience." These words, Li Qing didn't know what to say, but he could clearly feel the ambassador's happy mood, and even his tone became a little kinder. He said admiringly, "This is a very wise choice." After a good start, Li Qing then witnessed how a veteran politician deceived an alien who was immersed in the glory of his own civilization. The lords had experienced a lot, and they were not inflexible just because they were in high positions. They were willing to bend down completely. They collected a lot of information about the Fionua civilization before coming, which would come in handy now. All kinds of flattering words opened Li Qing's eyes, and he felt that he had learned a lot. The whole journey couldn't talk about his words, except for nodding. He laughed and communicated. The ambassador from Fiano has changed greatly. The pride at the beginning has long disappeared. Like a friend. After the exchange was over, everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they personally saw the ambassador off. Good. Several lords looked back at the other members of the envoys, and Yi Tianqiang smiled and said, "It seems we can still communicate." Lord Xiao Bili nodded and said, "I hope that the Bruven Alliance will choose to support the Eldar guides, so that we can have a chance to use the power of the Fianua Reviver to deal with them." The last lord of the delegation was Chan Yongchun of Luoyang. He put his hands behind his back and turned to go back, saying, "Just like what we thought at the beginning. If the Bruin Union wants to gain more autonomy, they will also choose Guide Ada. But they don't know the true strength of Guide Ada. If they choose Guide Ada, this will be our opportunity." His Highness Yi Sanqiong nodded and said to the military leaders of the delegation, "Everyone, get ready. We will set off tomorrow to revive the Empire in Fiano. We will have a meeting in another hour to discuss everyone's tasks after we go to revive the Empire in Fiano." Li Qing shrugged and followed him back. Chapter 298, Going to Fiano to Restore the Empire. The Supreme Emperor is in charge of the Fianu Restoration Empire. But those dozens of Grand Dukes all have considerable power. If we visit a few of them, they may be able to come in handy. There should be quite a few representatives from different civilizations coming over by then. If you know anyone there, you can visit them. Several lords assigned everyone some tasks at the meeting, mostly related to diplomacy. Even Li Qing was assigned a task to visit several Grand Dukes. The Grand Duke of the Fianua Renaissance Empire is the most powerful person in power in the Fianua Renaissance Empire, and the Star Lord of this advanced civilization. This advanced civilization practices an imperial system. The Emperor is the most powerful Star Lord. But there are other Star Lords and military lords in the country. It is just like the current Fatigra who returned to the Xener Star Cluster after being promoted to Star Lord. After completely inheriting the legacy of the Adar Guide, his strength crushed the rest of the civilization. So if he chose to change the political structure of the Xener Star Cluster from the original parliamentary system to an imperial system, then he would be the Emperor of the Adar Star Empire. As for other Star Lords and military commanders, they are likely to obtain the title of Elector and other nobles. Of course, the titles of Emperor and Elector are human translations. Other civilizations may not have the title of Emperor. But as long as it is an authoritarian political system, there will be a title with power and status similar to that of the Emperor. The meeting ended, and the delegation set off. The three lords each dispatched a fleet to form the delegation fleet, and the other military leaders and staff either had a single ship or only brought a small fleet to be incorporated into the mission fleet. Li Qing only brought one modified destroyer into the fleet. The ships from Guide Ida certainly could not pass through, and Star-class ships were even less suitable, so he could only use ordinary ones. The fleet set off quietly without alerting anyone, and began to jump after leaving Tianjin. Not long after, they passed through the Tianjin star field and arrived at the first star field, the Timor star field, which was ruled by the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire. The fleet paused here for a while, and the leader, His Highness Yi Sanqiong, contacted a Star Lord he knew in the Kelzaka Star Empire and obtained temporary passage. Although the relationship between humans and the Kelzaka Star Empire is not good, it has not yet reached the point of war. At least the two civilizations will never fight before defeating the Sarnoo devouring swarm. So it is not surprising that Star Lords like them have known each other and become friends over thousands of years. However, this kind of friendship is not reliable. It is fine under normal circumstances, but once a war breaks out between the two countries, they will immediately turn against each other. A fleet of the Kelzaka Star Empire was flying nearby, following their fleet through the Timor star field until it stopped at the northern border of the Kelzaka Star Empire. Further north is the territory of Sarnoo, which devours the swarm, and the location of Fianu's revived empire is at the center of the Milky Way, not too far from it, about 40,000 to 50,000 light-years away from them. This requires passing through the territory of the Sarnoo devouring swarm, as well as the territories of the Pangalactic Defense Alliance and numerous Star Sea civilizations. Other civilizations are fine, given the current galactic situation. It's not difficult to gain border access. The main problem is the Sarnoo devouring swarm. This thing is an extermination regime, and it won't care whether you are an ordinary civilization or an advanced civilization. It won't give anyone any face. and you will definitely not be able to pass through their territory. So you can only take a detour. The territory of this civilization is very vast, and it takes a long detour to get there. The fleet moved to the right along the border of the Sarnu swallowing swarm, preparing to circle along the border. However, the Sarno devouring swarm still seems to be prosperous and powerful. But in Li Qing's opinion, it is only the final prosperity, because the territory of this civilization is all within the ancient territory of the Fionnuo Renaissance Empire. Once the Fionnuo Renaissance Empire is ready, the first step will be to destroy it. Although this devouring swarm is powerful and can fight against an alliance of more than 20 level 5 civilizations alone, it is still no match for a revived empire. The journey ahead was very boring, due to the interception systems and various interference systems that were seen from time to time in this our new border galaxy. Their jump distance was not fast, and they were intercepted from time to time. Although these interception systems have no troops stationed and have not encountered war, they are always intercepted, and their speed is still very slow. The current leader of the delegation is Yi Sanqiong, and the fleet commander is one of his subordinates, a Jiming commander. He is quite capable, but neither his talents nor skills are focused on traveling. There is no bonus to the penetration strength and distance of the jump, which results in their slow travel speed. Li Qing felt that the speed was too slow. At this rate, it would probably take less than a year to reach the Fionnuo Revival Empire. He returned to the Palm universe and found a subordinate with talents similar to Li Qi among the many light servant commanders. He found several lords, demonstrated his talents to them, and soon obtained temporary command authority. This talent of servant of light increases the range and penetration strength of the jump, which is just right for traveling. With this, the travel speed will increase instantly. The talent plus the virtual realm buff bonus and the tenfold jump distance will greatly reduce the travel time. With just 10 jumps, it ignored all kinds of interception and interference along the way and crossed a distance of more than 6,000 light years, arriving at the easternmost part of the territory of the Sarnu devouring hive. Then turned here and began to jump towards the center of the Milky Way. What followed was still a boring journey. After a full month and a half, we turned a corner again, left the border of the Sarnu devouring swarm, and entered the territory of the Yuzablon star cluster civilization. This civilization is one of the member states of the Pan-Galactic Defense Alliance, considering that he is probably now wanted by the Alliance. Li Qing's next route will all pass through the borders of these civilizations. Although it is troublesome to keep taking detours, the jump distance is 10 times, so the speed is not much slower. The fleet continued to move forward, passing through civilizations one after another, and unknowingly arrived at the inner circle of the Milky Way. The entire Milky Way is a galaxy with 4 huge spiral arms. The 4 major spiral arms are another matter. In the center is a huge galactic disk region, including the inner and outer parts and the central galactic center of the galaxy, with a diameter of about 100,000 light years and a radius of 50,000 light years. The thickness increases towards the center of the Milky Way. The edge of the galactic disk is about 5,000 light years thick, while the Perseus spiral arm is only more than 3,000 light years thick. The thickness at the very center of the Milky Way is more than 10,000 light years thick, and the core is about 12,000 light years thick. The location of the revived Empire of Fionnuo is about 10,000 light years northwest of the galactic center. The Perseus arm is located in the north of the Milky Way, while the Shield arm, where the Zener star cluster is located in the east of the Milky Way. In other words, the Fionnuo Resurrection Empire and the Ida Guides are exactly on opposite sides of the Milky Way, with a straight line distance of about 60,000 to 70,000 light years. According to the Common Division of Galactic Disk Regions, the area within 10,000 light years from the galactic center is collectively called the Galactic Center region. The area between 10,000 light years and 30,000 light years is collectively called the Inner Star region. The outermost edge of the Milky Way disk, ranging from 30,000 to 50 light years away, is collectively called the Outer Star region. Therefore, the Fionnuo Renaissance Empire is located at the junction of the galactic center star field and the inner ring, and the Zener star cluster is located in the outer ring star field of the galactic disk. After 4 months of twists and turns and flying for nearly 200,000 light years, the delegation finally arrived at the center of the Milky Way, near the Fionnuo Empire. According to the original star map, it was still more than 2,000 light years away from the Fionnuo Restoration Empire. But in fact, when the delegation arrived at a galaxy in this star field, they received a declaration of sovereignty over the local star field from the Fionnuo Restoration Empire. This means that in the past few months, the Fianu revived empire has expanded its territory by more than 2,000 light-years in all directions. Fortunately, we are in the Persis Arm. Li Qing and other lords couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If they were in the Silver Plate area, there wouldn't even be any buffer space. And even if they joined one of the parties, they would still face the risk of being annexed. It is worth mentioning that, not sure if it was an arrangement by fate, all player civilizations seem to be distributed in the 4 spiral arms. Anyway, none of the player civilizations he knew originated in the Silver Disk area. Even the territory of another player civilization called Isabal in the Pan-Galactic Defense Alliance is now located between the inner and outer rings of the galactic disk. But in fact their place of origin is not here. It is said that they are a group of expelled people who only appeared and developed in that star field more than 7,000 years ago. According to this legend, they should have originated from an unknown spiral arm, but were defeated and expelled by other player civilizations, and had to leave the origin star field and come to the dangerous Milky Way star field to rise again. Just like the new Aisha player civilization that emerged in the north of the Persis Arm, which was once defeated by humans, but has risen again. The fleet stopped at this galaxy whose sovereignty had been claimed, and the leader of the delegation, His Highness He Tsongqiong, immediately sent a note to the other party, together with a token obtained from the ambassador of Emperor Fiano in Tianjin. They soon obtained permission to pass, and at the same time obtained the coordinates and passage rights of the galaxy, the capital of the Fiano Resurrection Empire. However, although they have obtained the pass, they cannot jump there directly. Instead, they need to jump to the nearest base first, and then be teleported through the star gate in the base to the border star when the Fiano Revival Empire had not awakened, and then transfer from there to the capital system. 2 hours later, the fleet completed the jump and appeared at the edge of the gravity well of an unfamiliar galaxy, and immediately received a warning communication. After obtaining permission to pass, the fleet entered sublight speed and headed towards the center of the galaxy. When they emerged from the sub-beam and appeared in the starry sky, everyone present looked ahead in shock. In the starry sky ahead, a super fleet of extremely large scale, which is beyond the scanning range of their fleet sensors, is anchored in the starry sky. They were all escort ships, dreadnought battleships, lost titans, and aircraft carriers. Huge mobile fortresses stood among the fleet, extending into the far distance. In the center of the fleet, everyone saw 4 huge mobile war stars. The one in the center was much larger than the others. The specifications of a normal mobile war star were between 10,000 and 12,000 kilometers. The one in the middle had a diameter of more than 18,000 kilometers, which was 1 level larger than the surrounding ones. In the center of this large mobile war planet, there is a huge star gate. A steady stream of fleets are pouring out of the star gate, including even huge mobile fortresses. Under the command of the headquarters, they are leaving the star gate in an orderly manner and dispersing to the surrounding areas. Too strong. The mobile battle star has its own star gate, which means that during the war, fleets can be continuously transferred from other places, making the star stronger and stronger. Conventional civilizations have never heard of this technology. At least humans have more than a dozen mobile war stars, but none of them has its own star gate. Even though the Pioneer database that Li Qing obtained contained a full set of technology, it did not contain this kind of technology. He guessed that it was not that the technology he had acquired was incomplete, but that this technology should be an advanced technology that only senior and advanced civilizations could possess. After all, there is no complete set of blueprints for the mobile battle star in the Pioneer database. This thing needs to be designed by scientists and designers. Li Qing has a lot of star carriers on hand, so he is not afraid of not being able to design it. And even if it doesn't exist now, it won't be a big problem, because one of the 12 mobile war stars in the star fortress in his hand is probably the core war star with the technology of having its own star gate. When it is completed and put into service, he will also have it. The scale of the fleet is indescribable. Li Qing doesn't know how big this fleet is or what level it is within the Fiano Renaissance, but this fleet alone is capable of breaking through any of the 3 core fortresses of mankind. Not to mention the size of the fleet. These 4 war stars of advanced civilizations alone are enough to crush the war stars of mankind in the 3 core fortresses. Coupled with the technological superiority of the conventional fleet and the continuous support of the fleet from the Stargate, it is absolutely capable of directly breaking through the 3 core fortresses. The delegation waited nearby for nearly half an hour before obtaining permission from the leader of the base. Under the guidance of the dispatcher, the fleet headed towards the supermobile battle planet. The diplomatic fleet, which was no less than a division in specifications, was as small as an ant in this huge fleet. Unimaginable pressure lingered in their hearts, and everyone felt their own insignificance and powerlessness. The gap between conventional civilization and advanced civilization is too big. This is the case when the Fionnuala Renaissance has just awakened from its corrupted state and is no longer at its peak. If it were an advanced civilization at its peak, God knows how powerful it would be. No wonder there has never been any successful example of a conventional civilization challenging an advanced civilization. Even the Alliance has never heard of a successful example. The gap between the two is too big, and they are not opponents of the same level at all. The fleet headed for the huge Stargate that could accommodate advanced mobile fortresses, and it felt like a group of mosquitoes rushing towards the gate to heaven. A surge of energy surged out, and the mission fleet plunged into the Stargate and disappeared without a trace. The fleet commander did not show up during the entire process and did nothing. Everyone could only feel an incomparable sense of insignificance and powerlessness. It's a long and arduous journey. After witnessing with his own eyes how powerful the regular fleet of an advanced civilization is, Li Qing feels that he should stay alive for a while longer and make more preparations before he dares to officially step onto the galactic stage. Chapter 299, the capital of the Pioneer Resurrectionist Ring World. When they reappeared, they had arrived at the other end of the Stargate, in a galaxy on the border before the Fionnuala Renaissance awakened and expanded. This time they flew out from the central Stargate of a pioneer fortress whose specifications were no less than those of War Moon, and then saw a fleet even larger than the one they had just seen parked around the Stargate. There are also 4 mobile battle stars, and one of them has a Stargate, but there are more mobile fortresses and conventional fleets under the battle stars. They stopped here for a while and were asked by a diplomatic officer of Fiano to keep most of the fleet in this system, and only a small fleet could go to the capital system. This is normal. No civilization would be willing to allow fleets of other civilizations to enter its home planet. And the same is true for other civilizations' diplomatic visits to human capitals. Speaking of which, it seems that Li Qing has not yet been to the Imperial Galaxy, the nominal home star of the United Human Empire. That galaxy is located in the heart of human civilization and does not belong to any lord. It is a public star field within the human race and has more symbolic significance than practical significance. After all, the core of human politics is the Senate, and any major issues are usually resolved by convening Senate meetings. In addition, although the current human race is called the United Empire, it does not have an emperor, nor does it have an absolutely powerful Star Lord who can subdue everyone. There are only 14 Star Lords who take turns to preside over the Elders' Council, which is generally rotated every 5 years and can be re-elected. But in fact, few lords are interested in re-election. After all, no new Star Lord has been born in the past 7 or 8,000 years. 14 lords have been rotated for thousands of years. Even those who are power-hungry have no interest in re-election after so many times. Now the rotation is basically based on procedures. A rotation table is drawn up, and the person is replaced every 5 years. The person will step down immediately when the time is up. The current rotating lord is His Highness Xiao Bieli, and the next one will be Yi Sangqiong of the Southern Sky clan. So Xiao Bieli had no interest in being the leader of this delegation and directly gave it to His Highness Yi Sangqiong. Of course, although they have no interest in re-election and seem to have no desire for power. If a very powerful lord suddenly appears in the human camp to crush them and intends to seize all power to become emperor, they will definitely strongly oppose it. They are just not interested because they have been in the same position too many times and are tired of it. It does not mean that they are willing to give up their position. It was just like when they asked His Highness Xiao Bieli how to obtain the 6th level enhancement technology in the 003 mechanical galaxy. His Highness Xiao Bieli clearly told him that they did not want new lords to divide their existing status. Less than 20 ships were teleported through the border Stargate, and after just a few minutes they passed through the Stargate and appeared in an unfamiliar galaxy. Coming out of the Stargate, I turned around and saw that behind the Stargate was a super large pioneer fortress with specifications comparable to a mobile battle star. Within the scanning range of the surrounding sensors, I could see more than 10 of these super large pioneer fortresses, as well as hundreds of conventional pioneer fortresses, and several mobile battle stars. An extremely large conventional fleet. And this is only what we can see now. There must be even larger war stars in other locations in the galaxy. coming out of the Stargate, led by several diplomat escort ships. They left the area and flew towards the center of the galaxy. From afar, you can see a huge ring world surrounding a bright yellow star in the center of the galaxy, bathed in the bright yellow star light. Near the ring world, huge shadows are floating. As they approached the ring world, they slowly saw the huge fleet anchored around the ring world, stretching endlessly to the end of their field of vision and sensor scans. In the center of the huge fleet, the huge shadows were mobile war stars, and there were probably more than 10 of them in total. However, most of these mobile war planets have not yet been activated. Their shields are not visible. The surface of the planet is pitch black, and there is a thick layer of meteorite dust on the thick armor. At this time, they can see a large number of industrial ships surrounding these dusty mobile war planets to clean up dust and repair damage. It was obvious that these fleets were the fleets of the Fionua's revived empire at its peak, but were sealed in the capital system as the civilization began to decline. Now, as the Fiano civilization begins to revive, they will restart these fleets and war stars one by one, drag them onto the battlefield, and once again start a holy war with their historical enemies, the Eldar Guides, starting a fateful contest with the entire galaxy as the stage. Unlike the alloys of human civilization, which will gradually become fragile after hundreds or thousands of years, the alloys of advanced civilizations are doped with dark matter, which will cause the warships of advanced civilizations to remain unchanged after millions of years. When civilization fell, the warships were sealed. Millions of years later, the conventional civilization fleets had turned into dust and space junk. However, after the advanced civilization awakened and revived again, all the warships that had been sealed were still there, and they could continue fighting as long as they were restarted and sealed. I don't know about other galaxies because I haven't seen them, but from what Li Qing has seen now, the Fianu Revival Empire has more than 20 war stars, and there are probably more sealed fleets and mobile war stars in other locations in the capital galaxy. Add to that the fleets distributed in other galaxies, as well as the fleets and war stars that have already been deployed. And Fianu's strength is obviously stronger than that of Guide Ida. However, this is not absolute. After all, he only traveled around the galaxies in the isolated star field, and did not visit other places in the galaxy. He only looked at the core area of galaxy number 0001, and did not check the ring world and places outside the ring world. Perhaps there are fleets there, and there may be more mobile war stars. But regardless of whether there is hidden strength or not, as long as the successor of the Ida Guide is another player civilization, they have no choice but to join the camp of the Fianur Restorers. Following the instructions, they flew to the ring world in the center of the galaxy, and arrived at one of the areas of the huge ring world. As the distance got closer, Li Qing also saw the appearance and size of the ring world, as well as the densely packed civilian spacecraft and aircraft surrounding the ring world. This ring world is quite large. Its exact length is hard to tell, but its width exceeds 50,000 kilometers. The thinnest part is about 10,000 kilometers, and the thickest inner ring is about 30,000 kilometers on one side. The outer L of the ring world is made entirely of rock within a super large alloy frame, and the interior is filled with rock and soil and divided into several layers. Ring worlds usually have a complete set of gravity systems throughout the entire ring world, which means that both the upper and lower surfaces of the ring world can be positive, just like a planet is affected by its own gravity. And you feel like you are facing the front no matter what angle you look at the planet. So at this time, Li Qing's fleet was located above the ring world. They could see all kinds of high-rise buildings on the top of the ring world, which was 5 kilometers wide and billions of kilometers long, just like the surface of a planet. Countless aircraft shuttled back and forth among the buildings on the surface of the ring world, just like the surface of a normal life-bearing planet. The surface of this ring world, which is 50,000 kilometers wide and billions of kilometers long, is equivalent to a super planet, with huge cities, super large industrial areas, beautiful scenic spots, lakes, seas, and snow-capped mountains. There are also super large agricultural areas where they cultivate, raise livestock, and so on the surface of the outer L that is hundreds of kilometers thick around the world. As the fleet crossed the 50,000 kilometer wide ring world and headed for the ring area on the other side of the ring world surrounding the star, Li Qing saw that the surface on the other side of the ring world was another new world. When the battleship adjusted and turned over in the void, the back of the ring world that was originally thought to be the front became the front, and the perspective was exactly the same as the world view of the super large ring world just seen. The surface of the 30,000-kilometer inner ring of the ring world close to the central star is a huge plane. The entire plane is covered with super-large star energy-absorbing panels that can absorb central solar energy and provide additional energy for the ring world. Of course, this energy-absorbing plate is not necessary. If you want, you can install a gravity device in this inner ring and make use of this area as well. Moreover, this area is directly illuminated by stars 24 hours a day and is always daytime, making it a great place to live. In addition, there is a more vast space inside this ring world. The narrowest part is more than 10,000 kilometers, and the widest part is 30,000 kilometers. Even if each layer is 1,000 kilometers, it can be divided into more than 10 or even dozens of layers of space, which is enough to accommodate trillions of people. So a ring world can accommodate tens of thousands of people, which does not mean only 1 trillion. It could be 10 trillion or even more. This ring world is the capital of the Fiannu revived empire, but its administrative center is located in one of its sections. The fleet stopped in front of a pioneer fortress tens of thousands of kilometers away from this area. Next, they will transfer to civilian spacecraft to go above the ring world. It is worth mentioning that in front of this huge pioneer fortress, Li Qing saw many fleets from different races anchored in the pioneer fortress anchorage. There were 5 warships of different shapes. It was obvious that there were more than just 5 young civilizations that chose to join the Fiannu revitalized empire. There were more than 5 that arrived faster than them. This made them feel a little urgency, and they held an emergency meeting on the way to the administrative center, reminding everyone to be careful not to get into disputes with other civilizations. When the aircraft arrived at the administrative section of the ring world, the aircraft entered the prosperous urban cluster on the surface of the ring world. A group of diplomatic officials received them and arranged them in the diplomatic area of the administrative section. What followed was a series of standard diplomatic welcome ceremonies, and the reception was given by a senior official of Fiannu, who was also a military leader. The ceremony was of a decent standard. Although the Fiannu Renaissance Empire is an advanced civilization, it has a natural arrogance in the face of lower civilizations and looks down on them. But looking down on others is one thing, and they also have their own set of rules. Since they have already sent a formal invitation to human civilization, and human civilization has accepted the invitation, they must be received according to formal diplomatic etiquette. The area where they lived was a super large manor, which was more than enough to accommodate several hundred people in their delegation. That night, the 3 lords and 9 military commanders held a small meeting and arranged some tasks for them. As a new military leader, Li Qing didn't have much of a mission. He was just asked to collect more information when he had nothing to do. If he knew some powerful people from foreign civilizations, he could communicate with them more. As a diplomatic mission, they can connect to the national network of the Fiannu revived empire and enter the diplomatic channel. This channel is mainly used for communication between these delegations, and it is also a window for the Fiannu Renaissance regime to communicate with the outside world. Li Qingwang entered the diplomatic channel and saw a welcome message from His Majesty the Emperor of the Fiannu Empire at the top of the channel. He clicked on it and saw a Fiannu man with a crystal body surrounded and twisted by powerful psychic energy sitting on the high throne and speaking in an extremely formal tone. There is nothing much to say about the content. It is very formal and official wording. However, the contents of the following pinned messages are quite useful. One of them is about the policies and foreign policies of the Fiannu Renaissance after its awakening. Li Qing immediately clicked on it and started watching. Half an hour later, Li Qing's frown relaxed a little. The official policy of the Fiannu Restorers is to reclaim all territory from the height of the empire without exception. But this policy is adjusted based on specific circumstances. For example, some young new civilizations that were born on the former territory of the Fiannu and Restorationists were either required to migrate or be incorporated into the Fiannu and Restoration Empire as second-class citizens or third-class civilians according to policy. Whether you are a citizen or a civilian depends mainly on the potential and role of your species, including whether you conform to their aesthetic standards. If this species does not conform to the aesthetics of the Fair people, the main race of Fiannu, then according to the consistent policy of extreme xenophobia of the Fiannu Renaissance, it is likely to be used as a slave or cannon fodder. If you can conform to the aesthetics of the main race of Fiannu, you will have the opportunity to become a third-class civilian and become a member of the Fiannu revived empire. As for second-class citizens, only those who meet the aesthetic standards of the Fio people and have played an important role in the Empire Restoration War or made great contributions are eligible. For example, one can become a citizen only if he plays an important role in the decisive battle between the Fiano Empire and the Elda leaders, or if he has made great contributions such as delaying a major fleet of the Elda leaders. Although citizens are one level lower than Fio people, they already have full citizenship rights and can live in the capital ring world. Their elite descendants are eligible to receive the unique education system of advanced civilizations, master some of the exclusive technologies of advanced civilizations, and so on. It is worth mentioning that if Li Qing had been able to escape from the isolated star field of the Ida recorder before and run to any advanced civilization to hand over the coordinates of the Ida recorder, his entire Galan territory would have been fully incorporated into these advanced civilizations and obtained a status second only to its main race. Although this behavior is stupid and no one would do this, it is true. Next, Li Qing spent half a day browsing the diplomatic area, including some expired content, and had a general understanding of the attitude of the Fionu Restoration Empire towards other civilizations. There are no words to express his speechlessness, so he could only use one sentence. I can only say that it is worthy of being an extremely xenophobic advanced civilization. Chapter 300, Galaxy Changes. Emperor Fionio did not meet with the human delegation immediately. According to the Fionio diplomat, it was not yet time for the emperor to handle government affairs, and he would have to wait until next month. According to regulations, unless there are special unexpected circumstances, the emperor will only handle government affairs during a fixed time period every month. This is only because Fionir has been so diligent after his revival. In the fallen empire before its awakening, it was generally handled once a year. Now the efficiency has been greatly improved. Taking advantage of this time, the lords and military commanders visited some powerful people within the Fionio Restoration Empire. Li Qing had no mission, besides the fact that he had just been promoted to military leader for less than 20 years. He was too young in every aspect. Mainly, there were not many big guys he could visit now, as powerful nobles within the Fionio revived empire. That is, military lords. They all commanded a large number of fleets. At this time of the revival of the empire, most of them had already led their fleets to the expedition, and there were not many left in the capital. After a round of rotation, he and the other two military lords had no tasks. As time went by, representatives of new civilizations gradually arrived, and the diplomatic channel gradually became lively. Early in the morning of that day, Li Qing checked the diplomatic channel as usual, and suddenly saw that there were 4 more civilizations in the list of arrived civilizations on the official channel of the empire, 2 of which were names he was very familiar with. One is called Oba Civilization, and the other is called Ecos Collective. Both are members of the Pangalactic Defense Alliance. Li Qing thought about it, and tried to contact a person in his friend list whom he hadn't contacted for a long time. In less than 30 seconds, the communication was responded to, and the other party sent a response. "Is it Mr. Li Qing?" Li Qing responded with a smile. "It's me. I didn't expect to see Mr. Ecos here again." Half an hour later, Li Qing saw Ecos number 18 in a bar-like place on the corner of a street in the diplomatic district. This is the 18th advanced descendant of the Ecos overlord, which can be understood as one of his clones. He and Ecos number 216 and Ecos number 211, whom Li Qing knew before, are both direct descendants of the overlord. They share memories. So Li Qing had a good relationship with Ecos number 216 and Ecos number 211 in the alliance before, which actually means he had a good relationship with the Ecos overlord. In this way, as long as they are the masters of Ecos, all their directly subordinate high-level bodies can share this memory and relationship. The appearance of this advanced sub-body of Ecos number 18 is different from that of other sub-bodies. It looks a bit like the Fio people. It is estimated that its appearance was deliberately adjusted in order to be closer to the Fiano Revival Empire. The two of them exchanged a few polite words when they met, and Li Qing asked directly, "Sir Icos, I remember that you are an official member of the Pangalactic Defense Alliance, but I don't see many members of the Alliance here. Did they not come? Or?" Icos number 18 hesitated for a moment and said, "The Alliance may be breaking apart." Li Qing was stunned and quickly asked, "Why did it split? Was there a disagreement within the Alliance about which side to join?" "Yes." Icos nodded. "The Alliance prefers to join the Ida Minter, but several Alliance members, like me and Oba Civilization, are too close to the Fianu Revival Empire, so we have no choice." Li Qing understood. They actually also tend to favor the Ida Guides, but their own civilization is too close to Fionio. Once the war starts, they will be the first to bear the brunt. Although the Ida Guides are also an advanced civilization, they are too far away. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. By the time they dispatch their fleet to attack, their own civilization will have been destroyed. Squeezing his chin, Li Qing suddenly laughed. In fact, although it seems that you are forced, it is possible that you actually made the right choice. Ikos was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Li Qing with surprise and confusion on his face. Li Qing didn't keep the secret and directly used his psychic power to transmit his voice. I left the Alliance and went to the Shield Arm. On the way, I accidentally entered the retreat of the Eldar Guide. There, I met the remnants of the Eldar Guide and saw their remaining strength. Although I didn't see the whole picture, from what I saw, it should be inferior to the Fionath Resurrection Empire. Almost instantly, one could clearly see the strong spiritual energy pulsating in Ikos' pupils, and waves of invisible spiritual energy surged like a tide, which showed how excited he was. This is fantastic news. Although a slight advantage before does not mean final victory, it is at least an advantage. This proves that the side of the Fianu revived empire that they choose to join will have a relatively higher chance of winning in future wars, which is good news for the civilizations that choose to take sides. After hearing the good news, Ikos' mood was obviously much better. They chatted for a long time, and Li Qing asked him about some information about the Pangalactic Defense Alliance. If it were in the past, he might not have said much. But now, with the awakening of two advanced civilizations, the war in heaven triggered, and the split of the Alliance a fact, many things that could not be said before can now be said. First of all, although the Alliance is still operating, the major civilizations no longer send fleets and supplies to the major core fortresses. Of course, the fleets of various civilizations that were already in the core fortress were not transferred and remained there. But the war with the Sarno devouring swarm had become conservative and had switched to a defensive posture. It is estimated that they are waiting for the civilizations in the Alliance to take sides and determine the situation before making a decision. Fortunately, the Alliance had no intention of going to war at this time, and the Sarno devouring swarm was also preparing for the response. They did not take the opportunity to launch a large-scale attack on the three core fortresses. Instead, they transferred troops from all over the place, tightened defenses, and directly abandoned many unimportant galaxies. The battle in heaven between the two advanced civilizations has an equally significant impact on the Sarno devouring swarm. As an extinct civilization, it has always been the enemy of intelligent life. Most fallen empires will not pay attention to these. But if the fall awakens, any extinct civilization that is the enemy of galactic life may be its target. Not to mention that the entire territory of the Sarnu devouring swarm is within the ancient territory of the Fianu Revival Empire. And it is also the core area of the Silver Disk, which must be taken back. It also means that when the Fighter Resurrection Empire is ready for war, there is a 99.99% chance that it will declare war on the Sarno devouring swarm. He is dead. Ikos nodded. He is dead. The reason why it is 99.99% instead of 100% is because nothing in the world is absolute. It is not that there is no way out. At least Li Qing knows a way out. If the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor is willing to give up the national policy of exterminating everything, change his philosophy, and become a common swarm civilization like the Ecos Cluster, and then submit to the Fioneer Restoration Empire, with his powerful strength to take on an entire alliance alone, he will definitely be able to change the balance of power in the war in heaven. Taking this into consideration, the Fionwar revived empire will most likely accept its surrender. Of course, surrender is surrender, and regardless of victory or defeat, the territory that Sarnor devoured the swarm will have to be moved to another place after the war. The starfield he occupies now is the core area of the territory of the Fionor Revival Empire, and it must be taken back. But survival is survival, and it is not certain whether Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction, is willing to take this path. An existence with extremely terrifying strength like this has always been very confident in its own strength. Even if there are higher civilizations, it may not be afraid of it. Li Qing guessed that there is a high probability that they will still have to fight. If this is the case, Li Qing pinched his chin, looked up at Icos number 18, and suddenly used psychic power to transmit his voice. My friend, you and the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor are the same existence. If the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor is defeated by the Fionor Revival Empire, can you seize his power? Icos number 18 was stunned for a moment, thought for a while, and shook his head. He can take it. But he is stronger than me. Much stronger. If you take it, will his will of destruction affect your thinking? Icos shook his head and said, No. I will only take away his spiritual energy. As long as you give up the fusion of the will and memory of destruction, it will not affect me. Well? Li Qing's eyes flickered, and he was about to ask. But Icos 18 asked back, Do you want his will and memory? Li Qing nodded. Yes. I want to obtain his will and memory. Icos immediately said, I can keep it for you. Li Qing smiled. Then I'm welcome. The two smiled at each other, and in a few moves decided the fate of Sarnor, the Lord of Destruction. It seems ridiculous. Why should an immortal ruler allow himself to be slaughtered by them? Even if the Sarno devouring swarm was truly destroyed, wouldn't the greatest trophy belong to the resurrected empire of Fiano? In fact, it is really possible. The reason is very simple. The will of the hive can only be separated by the strong will of the same hive. There may be many swarm masters in the entire galaxy, and there are more than 2 of them whose strength can reach the immortal level, and the only one who meets the conditions is the master of Ecos. Of course, there will definitely be other beings who covet the super psychic power and will of the Lord of Destruction of Sarnor, and it does not mean that they can definitely obtain it. But as long as they work together and make preparations early, there is a high probability that they will be able to grab it, because they got along well and had common interests. The 2 of them quickly formed a small alliance. An alliance consisting only of the 2 of them, and not including human civilization for the time being. Time passed unknowingly, and civilizations continued to arrive. Within half a month, Li Qing saw the Isabal civilization, one of the other 2-player civilizations of the Pangalactic Defense Alliance, rushing over. After another week, another player civilization called Vidorn also rushed over. Not long after, 2 more player civilizations that Li Qing had never heard of arrived one after another. In just 2 months, a total of 5 player civilizations had gathered together. This was not the end. Not long after, the Aisha player civilization in the Ezor star field in the northern Perseus arm also sent representatives. This is just the beginning. After a while, when other player civilizations discover that the successor of Guide Ida is actually a member of the Xener star cluster, they will all come to join the Fianor Empire. Even the civilizations far away on the other side of the galaxy will not be left behind. Even on the other side of the galaxy, within the sphere of influence of other advanced civilizations, player civilizations that will not be affected by the revival of the Fionio Empire will also send envoys. I won't necessarily join, but I will definitely provide some support. There is no other reason. Just to destroy the Xener star cluster. Once the player civilization is fully promoted to the level of advanced civilization, other indigenous civilizations may still have room to exist, but other player civilizations will undoubtedly die. By the time Instructor Ada had time, they were all killed one by one. For months later, when the Emperor of the Finder revived Empire announced that he would meet with representatives of various civilizations, 11 player civilizations, including human civilization, had gathered in the Ring World diplomatic zone. It is worth mentioning that 4 months from now is exactly the time when the Fionio Empire awakens from its corrupt state, which is exactly half a year. This means that they only give other civilizations half a year to choose their sides. Those who fail to come for more than half a year will be deemed to have automatically given up their sides. Li Qing didn't know whether there were other player civilizations in the galaxy. Maybe there were, but they might not be strong enough, or they were too far away to be taken seriously. In other words, the mainstream powerful player civilizations in the Milky Way now are just the 11 of them. The 12 in the Gazener star cluster. There are only 2 civilizations in the Perseus arm, namely human civilization and Aisha civilization. Among them, the Aisha civilization expanded its influence to the Perseus arm, and its main native body is in another spiral arm. But it is not clear which arm it is. Most of the other civilizations are scattered in other spiral arms. Even at the very end of the shield arm, where the Xener cluster is located, there exists a civilization called the Council of Kezan. This civilization is a tall humanoid civilization with blue skin. It is quite powerful, and has been competing with the Xener star cluster between the 2 chaotic star fields in the center of the shield arm, with no clear winner. Just like the nearly 10,000 years of war between the United Human Empire and the Bruven Alliance. The 2-player civilizations, the Council of Kezan and the Xener star cluster, are also sworn enemies. But as someone in the Zener star cluster suddenly inherited the legacy of advanced civilization, they were the most anxious at this time. The meeting was held in the auditorium of the Fionnuo Renaissance Empire. The Supreme Emperor of Fionnuo and several Elector Lords, who were still in the capital galaxy, were all present, along with a total of 27 civilizations, including these 11-player civilizations. Each civilization can only send 3 representatives to the conference. The representatives of human civilization are the head of the delegation Yi Sanqiong and Lord Xiaobieli, plus Li Qing. Another lord did not go. The purpose of bringing him into the delegation was the same as before, which was to use his experience of visiting the secluded place of the Ida guides to leave a good impression on His Majesty the Supreme Emperor Fionnuo. Although Li Qing felt that it might be useless, he did not refuse. On the aircraft, Xiaobieli said in a deep voice, "There is one thing everyone should be prepared for. I searched for civilization representatives before, but did not find the names of Bruin and Kelzaka Empire. They should have joined the Ida Mentors camp. This means that our joint battle with Bruin will usher in changes. Kelzaka Empire may take advantage of our joint battle with Bruin to stab us in the back." Li Qing had already known the news, but he still felt unhappy when he heard it again. Chapter 301 Vassal Agreement. In the huge conference hall, the rostrum is suspended in the air like a pyramid, surrounded by large metal pillars standing in the flowing clouds and sea, with multiple positions in the hollow grooves on the top of the pillars. Li Qing entered the venue with the 2 lords, and sat down in the metal column that was issued at the time of entry. Looking up, there is an exquisite relief above your head. There is no lighting, but there is a soft light shining down, and the venue is as clear as day. The hollow metal pillars were filled with mist, like a bottomless valley. Several figures of various appearances stood on top of each hollow metal pillar. Races from different civilizations gathered together, waiting for His Majesty the Supreme Emperor of the Fionnuo Empire to be revived. Li Qingjing sat motionless in the seat at the top of the metal pillar belonging to humans. The 3 of them did not chat, as they had already said what they needed to say. The meeting was mainly addressed by the human representative Yi Sanqiong, and he just made a supplementary statement. There is not even a chance to speak. His Majesty of the Emperor of the most of the 4 may not be interested in his contact with Ida records, and he may not have the opportunity to speak with His Majesty of most Emperor alone. At a certain moment, the sky suddenly brightened, and then Li Qing felt an inexplicable threat coming. He quickly turned his head, and saw streams of light falling from the dome of the central rostrum, transforming into figures emitting terrifying spiritual energy that made him feel suffocated. For Fio people with faint distortions all over their bodies stood around the central throne. The hidden and terrifying spiritual power made everyone feel a little uneasy. Immortal level psychic, for immortal psychics appeared, bowed their heads slightly towards the center. The void twisted slightly, and a phantom quickly turned from virtual to real, as if it appeared out of thin air. So powerful, as expected of an advanced civilization. The entire United Human Empire still does not have an immortal level psychic, but the Supreme Emperor of the Fionnuo Revived Empire actually has 4 immortal level psychics as guards. This is too luxurious. When the figure was blurred, a more terrible coercion arrived. Li Qing leaned back subconsciously, and felt a little pain. He was somewhat shocked. This invisible pressure actually produced a physical touch like a blade. It was too abnormal. Li Qing was almost sure that the Supreme Emperor of the Fionnuo Revival Empire was definitely not inferior to Nalino's destruction. You must know that one is an individual, and the other is the master of the bee colony. You can borrow the power of all individuals of the entire bee colony. No wonder he was able to suppress all the Star Sea Lords among the Fio people, and become the Supreme Emperor. His strength was too terrifying. Although such a powerful spirit cannot have much effect in the battle of heaven, it is impossible to let His Majesty the Emperor shoot in person. At that step, it must be the final decisive battle related to the victory. However, the strength of the ruler can affect the morale of his subordinates. In addition, the Supreme Ruler possesses such powerful psychic power. In addition to the psychic power itself, the psychic's own characteristics are equivalent to a powerful buff. The spiritual person reaches this point. Its effect is not as a bonus of the spiritual power, but a very, very powerful buff, which is definitely not inferior to the powerful talent of the negative star. New Psychic. A period of spirit can rise. The second stage of spiritual energy ascension. 3 stages of spiritual energy ascension. Immortal level spiritual capable. With each level increase, the effect of the psychic's buff will be enhanced. After strengthening it 4 or 5 times, who knows how much the 20% bonus can be increased. Moreover, As the ruler of the Fionnuo Renaissance Empire, his abilities basically apply to the entire Renaissance Empire. Li Qing recalled Fatagara's strength. Although he inherited immortal-level psychic power from Guide Ida, he was sure that he was definitely not as strong as the Supreme Emperor in front of him. He was probably not much different from these four guards. Logically speaking, there should be a huge gap in strength between the two sides. Why would Guide Ada challenge the Fionnuo's revivalist at this time? I was discovered. I have to get back again? Or have other heritage and core cards? Confidence to fight for the Fortu rejuvenation? Li Qing is unknown. If possible, he really wanted to remain neutral. But the situation left him with no choice. Both powerful civilizations had chosen to take sides. If humans did not want to be besieged on both sides by the Bruvan Alliance and the Kelzaka Star Empire, they could only choose to take sides. Remaining neutral would mean certain death. My head hurts. The situation is rarely satisfactory. And most of the time it is unsatisfactory. We can only find the route that best suits our own interests in this complex situation. At this time, the best route of humans was the only one to stand up to the Fionnuo Renaissance. As Fionnuo's Supreme Emperor came, the meeting officially began. After a formal opening speech, a diplomat from Fionnuo took over the meeting on behalf of the Supreme Emperor. It is estimated that it has been awakened from the corruption state, and the worker efficiency of the Fei-Ao people is higher than that of their imagination. A mediocre agreement soon appears in front of Li Qing. Yi Tianxiang glanced at the agreement and whispered, "Let's take a look at the agreement and see where there are some places that are not suitable for us to propose. I will negotiate with them later." The affiliated agreement can be negotiated. If you talk about what conditions are, it depends on the ability of both parties to represent the strength and role of its own. Powerful civilizations will naturally receive more lenient vassal agreements than weaker civilizations. And you cannot expect the United Empire of Shah to have the same status as the United Empire of Humanity. Li Qing took a close look at the vassal agreement, which mainly consisted of several aspects. Part 1. Suzerain Obligations. The conditions for the Fionnuo Revival Empire to the Human United Empire are to ensure the limited autonomy and limited diplomatic rights of the Human United Empire, and allow them to retain the existing sites. But they must not expand to the Silver Plate area. In other words, no matter how the situation changes in the future, the territory of human beings is limited to the British Xianxian arm. Even in the future, the Fionnuo Revival Empire won the victory of the Heavenly Battle and annexed the territory of the instructors of Ida and all supporters. And there was no relationship with humans. And their forces were limited to the British Xianxian arm. This problem is not too big. It is really going to victory. It is already very cool to occupy the Yingxiangshuan arm. Limited autonomy is further divided into several major powers, among which territorial restrictions are one of the major items. Limited diplomatic rights refer to the restrictions on diplomacy. After human beings become vassal, they no longer allow any territory other than claiming to claim that Yingxiangshuan arms cannot be concluded with other civilizations, including guarantee independence, and many diplomatic powers including the alliance. In addition, the sector state will ensure the security and territorial integrity of the attached country. Any civilization will declare war on human beings as declared war to the primary country, and Fionnuo can participate in the war. Part 2. Obligations of Vassal States. There are two main aspects of the vassal state obligations on the agreement. On the one hand, the standard obligations. On the one hand, the war obligations. There are many standards and obligations, and human civilization can choose one freely. Either they become a resource supply vassal, or they need to pay tribute to the suzerain country in large quantities of minerals every year, mainly refined steel and various rare minerals. The specific amount of tribute has not yet been determined. Either become a military supply of vassals, and the affiliated kingdom needs to form a huge fleet to participate in the foreign war of the prince country at any time. To put it plainly, just be a cannon fodder. Either become a talent-type supply of vassal, and the Congress of the Sects dispatch military instructors to train various professional talents to the attached country. The vassal country needs to send a large number of trained talents to serve the Sects. There is no need to expect high-end talents. Most of them are basic professional talents, such as various crew members. As for the obligations of war, it refers to the initiative of the affiliated kingdom in the war of the Mandarin Kingdom. There are also two types. One is the limited war obligation, and the other is the unlimited war obligation. Needless to say, the obligation of infinite warfare is to be involved in any war. The obligation of limited war only requires participating in the war specified in the agreement. If there is no special indication, it generally refers to defensive war. In other words, if the master of the clan actively declare war on other civilizations, human civilization does not need to participate. However, if other civilizations declare war to the primary country, human civilization will participate. Basically, these are the subjects of the agreement. Specific rights and hypotheses are all included in this framework. But what rights and obligations different civilizations can obtain depends on the strength of their own civilization, the role they can play, and their negotiation skills. In this regard, Li Qing said that this has nothing to do with me. This is the head of the group. He provides at most some opinions. The Fiona Revival Empire for the civilization to check the agreement for up to 2 hours. It is worth mentioning that His Majesty of the Emperor halfway has left, leaving only one spiritual incarnation. Of course, there are a large number of diplomats, and several pairs of negotiations with the civilization of the scene. Next, Yi Sanqiong sat face to face with the 3 Fio diplomats and began to negotiate the many terms of the agreement one by one. Li Qing and Xiao Bieli listened to it, listening to their negotiations one by one. It has to be said that the ability of any Star Sea Lord is still extremely powerful. Even an ordinary person can become an elite after living for tens of thousands of years. Not to mention that those who can become Star Sea Lords are definitely not ordinary people. Yi Sanqiong was not afraid of facing the future Lord. He argued for the interests of the entire civilization. From time to time, he was seen staring at the opposite side with wide eyes, and he even slammed the table to get better conditions in a certain clause. To be honest, leaving aside their personalities and relationships, there are no useless lords or military commanders among the Star Seas. They are all absolute elites. Even several soldiers of the 8-Pole Consortium, who had a resentment with Li Qing, were outstanding elites. However, Li Qing just because no one expected that he had the universe in the palm of his palm. If there was no palm-held universe, with the power they possessed, they would not have to take any action at all. Any of the 5 super conglomerates in their alliance would be able to kill a small lord. As time went by, the negotiations on each clause were completed, and soon they came to the end with disputes over several additional clauses. Li Qing looked at the negotiations throughout the process. All the agreements were completely satisfactory, but they could already obtain the best conditions to be able to obtain. Then, there are 2 additional clauses. In the first additional clause, human civilization needs to prepare at least 1 mobile war star, 10 wars, 100 mobile fortress, and 1,000 standard division teams, including the festival of the 10-year-old fleet, to participate in the Battle of Heaven. And it is required that a divine general must be sent to serve in this fleet. The second additional clause is that human civilization needs to prepare an extremely exaggerated amount of materials to support the war in heaven within 1 year after signing the agreement. It is worth mentioning that this additional clause is the minimum standard and can be increased. At the same time, the amount of fleet dispatched and the amount of support materials will determine the attitude of the suzerain country. The Farino's Fortune Empire's diplomat told them very clearly that if the support of the fleets and supplies is enough, they can adjust the previous agreement clauses to obtain an agreement that is more beneficial to them. We need to discuss this. Yi Tianqiang neither refused nor agreed. The diplomat from Fiano nodded and said, "You have to know that the Battle of Heaven is both dangerous and opportunities. You can think about it." Yi Sanqiong nodded seriously and said, "We'll think about it carefully." The Fio diplomat added, "You have 1 month to think about it. During this time, you can contact me at any time. You know how to contact me." Okay. The first meeting ended quickly, and the next diplomatic meeting would begin in 10 days. These 10 days would be a time for various civilizations to discuss and contact their domestic partners for preparation. After returning to his residence, Li Qing immediately received a reminder of the convening of the temporary elders meeting. 20-4 hours later, Li Qing stepped into the Dalution Palace again. This should be the 3rd time that the Elders' Council has been convened temporarily this year. Stepping into the Lingxiabao Hall, Li Qing was surprised to find that only the lords and the military leader were found in this meeting, and no other lords were found. Soon during the formal meeting, Lord Xiao Bieli gave an explanation, considering that it was not appropriate to let too many people know about this meeting for the time being. He did not notify other small lords. Also, whether it is to regulate the fleet to participate in the Battle of Heaven or collect resources, they are raised by the leaders and the military main position. They will not be asked to raise them with ordinary players. Naturally, there is no need to notify them. What rights correspond to what obligations? As the actual rulers of the United Human Empire, they have corresponding obligations while enjoying the right to rule. They are the first to bear the brunt of any problems. There was nothing much to discuss at the meeting. It was mainly about assigning tasks. Each lord would be supported with a fleet and supplies according to his ranking and status. Li Qing supported a conventional mobile fortress and a full 10 division. It just so happens that we are now preparing to upgrade the entire fleet to a level 7 dreadnought division. So the original conventional fleet can be pulled out to do the job. As for supplies, it is even easier to say. He lacks everything now, including minerals. However, after the basic tasks were assigned, they became entangled in the issue of which god general to select for service, and whether an additional fleet should be dispatched to participate in the war in heaven. The divine general must be adjusted. But which one to adjust is a problem. Mainly how many additional fleets are required to participate in the battle of heaven. Adjusting the support of multiple fleets can please the sovereign country and gain greater autonomy. But if too many adjustments are made, it will affect one's own strength, and the ability to resist risks will be greatly reduced when facing the attack of the Bruven Alliance. Chapter 302: The final preparation for the regiment to return and the comprehensive war. As the saying goes, you can't have your cake and eat it too. We must make a decision. Lord Xiaobieli knocked on the table and said in a deep voice. In fact, this question is very simple. If we want to unite with Browen to determine the winner of this battle in heaven, we cannot dispatch more fleets to participate in the sovereign's battle in heaven. To put it bluntly, we have to give up one side. Everyone thinks about voting in 5 minutes, and the number of votes determines our main tendency. After he said, the lords of the army in the venue made their heads and whispered. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Lord Xiaobieli started the voting session without hesitation. Voting begins now. Those who agree to increase support for the sovereign and enhance their own autonomy in this battle in heaven, please press the red button. Those who agree not to participate in the main battlefield in this battle in heaven, and to devote most of the troops to the all-out war against the Browen coalition, please press the green button. Those who have no preference do not need to press any button, or press the abstention button. Hearing this, Li Qing looked at the 3 buttons showed by the red, 1 green, and black displayed on the curtain in front of him. The battle of heaven is too far away from them. No matter how big the key support is, they do not allow them to develop into the silver market. It is better to operate the British Xianxin arm. First, Browen jointly defeats it and occupy 4 or 5-star fields in one breath. No matter how big the princes of the clan country, it is also limited, and the missionary country cannot be willing to see the rise of vassals. No matter what, we still have to rely on ourselves. We must first defeat the Bruven Alliance and then eat this piece of fat meat. The voting took only a minute. A dozen lords looked at the results and communicated with each other. Soon His Highness Xiaobieli announced the results. It was beyond our expectation. We thought that many people were interested in the battle in heaven, but it turned out that there were far fewer people than we thought. In the end, there were 7 abstentions, only 22 votes in favor of increasing support, and more than 200 votes to continue with the original strategic plan and join forces with Browen to go to war. At this time, the voting results appeared in front of Li Qing. Exactly the same as what Xiaobieli said. There is no need to doubt whether it is fake. They are now in the artifact of civilization. The Lord only has temporary control, not ownership, and cannot control the votes. At this time, Xiaobieli continued, since the results of the voting have been issued, the delegation will be executed according to the voting results of the Senate. It will complete the matter here as soon as possible. Go back as soon as possible, and prepare for comprehensive war matters. Next, taking advantage of the temporary Senate meeting, the lords continued to discuss a series of resolutions on total war and the selection of serving divine generals. Do not continue to support. Do not continue to support. The basic support will not be less. How to support? Which collection? And which god will be in service? It will need to discuss it. At this time, Li Qing sat in his seat motionless, his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart. He didn't need to pay attention to these things. He just had to cooperate. In fact, up to now, his mission has been basically completed. And their mission has also been basically completed. Once the meeting is finalized and the final agreement is signed with the Fianu Restoration Empire, they can go home. Li Qing took a look at the trip to Inxin in his heart, and felt that in addition to some insights, He generally knew that the current situation of the galaxy did not gain much. The bottom line is that his own strength is too weak. If he were stronger, he could actively participate in the war in heaven, and even gain the attention of the reviver of Fiano and join the war as an important vassal or even an ally. At this time, the United Human Empire was only considered average among all the level 5 conventional civilizations in the galaxy, slightly above average, with many being stronger than them. So it was naturally not worthy of the attention of the Renaissance Empire. There is nothing much to say. Let's go home and deal with the Browin Union first. Try to defeat the Browin Union as soon as possible to avoid being besieged from both sides by the Browin United Civilization and the Kazaka Star Empire. As for the previous cooperation plan with Ecos, there is no need to rush now. There are 3-inch nails in bad boats. Anyway, a powerful civilization that can resist more than 25th level civilizations alone, even if the Farouz rejuvenation of the empire personally shot. It is not possible to push it in a half and a half. He still has time. As he expected, the Council of Elders quickly completed its discussion and made the final count to determine the number of support personnel. The support gods would be assigned by the second-ranked lord. Although Li Qing has 2 divine generals at his disposal, this kind of good thing will definitely not happen to him. That's right. Although this support fleet will most likely be used as cannon fodder by the Fionua Restoration Empire, it is still a good thing for human civilization. Cannon fodder returns to cannon fodder, but it can be exposed to high civilization. Although it is a cannon fodder, there is room for operation. Under the command of a god general, such a huge fleet is not impossible to do something. This is bound to be a good thing. The meeting ended quickly, and then Yi Sanqiong signed the final agreement with the Fionua Renaissance Empire on behalf of the United Human Empire, officially becoming a treaty state of the Fionua Renaissance Empire. Well, probably to save face for various civilizations. It was not directly called a vassal state. The official name is the treaty country, although the inner meaning means that at least there is a trace of face. After that, the delegation stayed in the capital of the Fionua Renaissance Empire for about half a month. Yi Sanqiong asked to see His Majesty the Supreme Emperor in the name of the delegation. After waiting for a week, he finally saw him. But they only had 15 minutes, and had no time to do anything. Although Yi Sanqiong mentioned that Li Qing had entered the secluded place of Guide Ida, a word from His Majesty the Supreme Emperor left him speechless. I saw you in the sentinel array. Young human, you should be glad you failed. Li Qing. There is nothing but speechlessness. Sure enough, the moment the legacy of the Ida recorder was inherited, it would be discovered by the other enemy, Fiano, and there would be no possibility of hiding it. That night, Li Qing visited Ecos number 18 again and agreed that after the Fianu Resurrection Empire defeated the main force of the Sarnu Devouring Overlord, Ecos would send someone to notify Li Qing to prepare for action. At noon the next day, the human delegation left the Ring World, left the Fianu Revival Empire, and prepared to return. They were considered to be slow in moving, as most of the delegations had already left before them, including many player civilizations. The delegation had no contact with these player civilizations throughout the entire process, because everyone could see the undisguised hostility in each other's eyes. It was certainly not suitable to do anything now during the war in heaven. But once the war in heaven was over, the galaxy would be fun. If Instructor Ada wins, then needless to say, everyone should prepare to run away. If the Fiano Empire is victorious, there will definitely be all kinds of intrigues among the many player civilizations, and there may even be direct war. It's exciting to think about it. A month and a half later, the delegation fleet circled back and forth in the Milky Way for more than 200,000 light years, and finally returned to the Tianjin Galaxy in the Perseus Arm. Li Qing left the delegation here, and was teleported directly back to Galan territory through the Star Gate. After returning, he summoned all the core members of the territory, told them about the experience of this mission, and asked everyone to prepare for war. First, Li Qing readjusted the territory fleet and recalled all 10 standard level 5 divisions scattered in the 5 major star regions, plus a conventional mobile fortress, and let Li Qi lead it, carrying a large amount of supplies to the Tianjin star region. According to the meeting agreement, this time the gathering point is in Tianjin. As for the missing fleets in the garrisons of the 5 major star fields, they have not been replenished for the time being. Now, after years of uninterrupted patrols and cleanups in the star fields near the territory, rebels and pirates are rarely refreshed. If there are occasional refreshes, The strength of the 7th level Fearless Division in the star field can easily sweep them away. In addition, Li Qing took out the Quilta Fortress, Lock Fortress and the 3.5 level 6 standard divisions in the Palm universe, plus a total of 11 level 5 standard divisions, and divided them equally among Li Qi, Li Lai, and Hong Changfeng, 1 level 6 and 2 level 5 standard divisions each. Finally, the remaining 5 divisions were assigned to other subordinates. These subordinates were all those clansmen who had followed Li Qi and Li Lai a long time ago. There were some clansmen brought by Yufa from her mother's family, some supporting clansmen from the Qingheli family, and some clansmen brought by Ding Yuran from her own clan. Anyway, Li Qing didn't care too much and just left it to them to distribute. Anyway, they have all been enlightened to become servants of light, so it doesn't matter to him who they are assigned to. In this way, all the level 6 standard battleships and level 5 standard battleships in the territory can be easily dealt with. Then the territory will only have level 7 Fearless Divisions and level 6 Fearless Divisions, all of which are elite. Next, Li Qing redeployed the fleet, transferred out the Fearless Division fleet that had been stationed in the Palm universe, and replenished the 2 major fortresses. In the end, each of the 5 major star regions in the territory has a level 7 Fearless Division, and there is also a conventional mobile fortress in the capital. There will be 5 level 7 Dreadnought divisions in the Quilta Fortress system. The Lock Fortress Galaxy will have 1 advanced mobile fortress and 15 level 7 Fearless divisions, which are enough to suppress the entire territory. In addition, all remaining fleets remained in the palm-sized universe, including 1 advanced mobile fortress, 6 level 7 Fearless divisions, and 2 level 6 Fearless divisions. Of course, the 6th level Fearless divisions belonging to the Lords are not included. Next, the Palm universe will no longer build conventional fleets, but only build Fearless divisions, as well as fortresses and battle stars of various levels. Keep hiding until the full-scale war with the Browen United Civilization begins. Time passed quickly, and half a year later, Li Qing completed the verification of the Divine General. What was beyond his expectation was that His Highness Xiaobieli, who had come to verify, did not seem to be aware of Cybertron's identity. This was quite surprising to him. He thought that according to the rarity of the gods, and since the Cybertron gods had been so active in ancient times, there was no reason why Xiaobieli, the Lord of the Star Sea, had not heard of them. But in fact, apart from expressing surprise and envy when His Highness Xiaobieli verified it, and congratulating him after the verification, there was nothing strange about it. Since nothing happened, Li Qing naturally wouldn't seek trouble for himself and would continue to hide. A few months later, at the regular elders meeting of the following year, Li Qing was successfully elected as one of the 10 Army Group Commanders of the Eastern Allied Forces. The specific Army Group Commander he will be affiliated with has not yet been determined, but the position has already been obtained. No matter how strong the fleet assigned to him is at that time, at least he is cannon fodder. The Joint Command Center of the Three-Way Coalition has been established, and it is basically confirmed that an all-out war with the Browen Alliance is a foregone conclusion. Next, a temporary Senate will be held every 3 or 4 months to continue to raise fleets and various material support from lords and military leaders of all sizes. Li Qing donated the blueprints of the discontinued level 5 standard divisions in his territory, and the blueprints of more than a dozen level 6 standard divisions obtained as spoils of war one by one. In addition, all military leaders simultaneously issued announcements, announcing that a total war was about to begin, and calling on some interested players to prepare for war. At this point, the total war chariot between the United Human Empire and the Browen Alliance has already pulled the brakes and stepped on the accelerator, with no way back. In the 3rd year, the major military leaders had begun to dispatch their fleets to the north for assembly, and Li Qing also began to mobilize the fleets within the territory. Not to mention other things, the 5 major star regions and the Quilta Fortress remained unchanged. He transferred the advanced mobile fortress Cybertron that was resident in the Lock Fortress and 10 level 7 Fearless divisions, and put them all into the palm of the universe. There are 15 level 7 Fearless divisions left in the territory, plus a dozen regular divisions under his command, and a regular mobile fortress. As long as there is no invasion by the Kelzaka Star Empire, defending the home will not be a problem. Taking into account the possibility of being attacked from both sides by the Kelzaka Star Empire and Browen, the Elders' Council discussed and decided to speed up the process. Instead of preparing for war for 5 years as expected, They assembled in the 3rd year and estimated that they would be ready for a full-scale war in the 4th year, which would be the next year. According to the time calculation, Li Qing can only build 3 rounds of level 7 fearless divisions. A total of 30 fearless divisions. Unfortunately, the time is still a little short, and the conventional mobile fortress will not be launched and put into service for about a year. By then, only about 36 level 7 fearless divisions can be mobilized. According to the comparison of combat power, I am afraid that they can fight against several thousand level 5 standard divisions head-on. And there is no problem using them as the spearhead and main force of their own army. After all, a group army has at most 200 or 300 level 5 divisions, with the least likely to be just over 100, and the most likely to be 400 or 500. The exact number depends on the organization. For example, Li Qing has a god in the future to command him, so he will definitely try his best to play the role of a god general. And it is estimated that he will be assigned a large coalition force. In the second half of the 3rd year, Li Qing received an expected piece of news that the Pan-Galactic Defense Alliance had split. As expected, the alliance naturally split as its members joined different awakened empires. Of the total 25 major alliance members, only 8 that were close joined the Fioneth Restoration Empire, and the remaining 17 all joined under the command of Guide Ida. The Kelzaka Star Empire and the Holy Granted Besat Monarchy, located at the junction of the Perseus Arm and the Galactic Disk, have all been confirmed to have joined under Guide Ida, just when the Human United Empire was holding a temporary council of elders to discuss how to respond next. They suddenly received news. As the alliance broke down, the 8 alliance members in the 3 core fortresses of the alliance withdrew one after another. The Sarnu Devouring Swarm took the opportunity to send troops and launched a fierce attack on the joint fortress between the Kelzaka Star Empire and the Holy Granted Besat Monarchy. Chapter 303, The First Fall of the Star Sea Lord in 8,000 Years. A think tank gave the answer to why the attack was launched immediately as soon as the alliance split, and why the other 2 core fortresses were not attacked, but only the core fortress located between the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire and the Holy Granted Besat Monarchy. Sarnu is saving himself by devouring the swarm of bees. Of course, he knew that he was the thorn that must be eliminated in the revival of the Fiano Empire. He also knew that with his own strength, he would definitely not be a match for the higher civilization. So he had to find a way out. The escape route he chose was simple: leave this star field, leave the chaotic galactic disk area, and enter other spiral arms to avoid disaster. The main battlefield of the war in heaven is the silver disk area. The 4 major spiral arms are only slightly affected, especially the Perseus arm, which is the closest one. Most of its territory does not belong to the ancient territory of the Fiano revived empire. As long as they destroy the civilizations on the way and enter the Perseus arm, and abandon their original territory, they can avoid this disaster. So as soon as the alliance split, and the 8 civilizations withdrew their troops from the United Fortress, and their strength was weakened, he immediately mobilized his main forces to launch a fierce attack. The United Fortress no longer had the support of the alliance member states 2 years ago, and now a part of its main force has been withdrawn, greatly reducing its strength. It is highly likely that it will be unable to withstand the enemy's offensive. Once the United Fortress is destroyed, the Kairzakar Star Empire will bear the brunt. If Guide Ida does not provide support, the Kelzaka Star Empire and other nearby alliance members will probably not be able to stop the enemy's attack, and the Kelzaka Star Empire will be in danger. The United Empire of Humanity is also in danger. It may be okay now, but once the Kelzakar Star Empire is destroyed, the next step will be the United Empire of Humanity. What an eventful time. But at this point the arrow has been drawn to the string and has to be shot. We have been preparing for so long. It is impossible to suddenly terminate the plan. After some discussion, the temporary Senate finally decided to continue the war plan. However, 2 preparations have been made. The military leaders in the southern border of the empire need to be prepared for war, and must retain a fleet for emergencies. If the situation really develops to the worst, it is necessary to ensure that a fleet can be temporarily assembled to resist head-on for a period of time, to buy time for the frontline troops to withdraw. When Li Qing led the fleet north, he also reminded his wife to make immediate preparations for evacuation if the worst happened. All the people on the planet were loaded onto ships and prepared to be taken away when he returned. If the Sarno Devouring Swarm kills through the Kelzaka Star Empire, it will take several years to annex the vast territory. It will take several more years to cross the Tianjin Star region and reach the Zuder Star region. There is still time to start cleaning up after receiving the news. After making all preparations, Li Qing led a fleet consisting of 2 advanced mobile fortresses and 10 fearless divisions northward. It is worth mentioning that he had already asked his subordinates to modify the appearance and paint of the 6th level dreadnought into the appearance of a 7th level star-class dreadnought, including those sold to the Star Lords. The two are exactly the same in appearance and can be completely mistaken for the real thing. When he went to the north, he would use the excuse that he had used the destiny points he had saved to strengthen the batch of level 6 dreadnought mother chips to cover up the level 7 dreadnought. As for whether he would be exposed during the war, he had no control over that, as long as he refused to admit it. Given his current status and position, no one can do anything to him without solid evidence. One jump was over 2,000 light years, and 3 jumps would cross the Zuder star field and appear in the southern border of the Empire. Just 1 week later, the fleet crossed tens of thousands of light years, spanned 2 star fields and arrived at the northern border of the Empire, the Eastern Core Fortress. When he returned to the Eastern Core Fortress, his identity and status were completely different. He used to be an ordinary lord, but now he is the 5th-ranked military leader in the Human United Empire. He ranks 19th in the entire Human United Empire and is definitely a super big shot. In terms of status, he is now one of the 10 army commanders of the Eastern Allied Forces of the Empire. It is worth mentioning that the status of the Eastern Allied Forces headquarters is higher than the original decision-making level of the Eastern Core Fortress. As one of the 20 core decision-makers of the Eastern Allied Forces, he enjoys the same authority and status as the decision-making elders of the Eastern Core Fortress. The strange appearance of the Dreadnought Division attracted a lot of people's attention. Many knowledgeable people recognized that these were the Dreadnought battleships exclusive to advanced civilizations. They were all envious and asked whose fleet this was. Li Qing arrived early. When he got here, only half of the 20 core decision-makers were there. The commander-in-chief had not arrived yet, but the chief of staff had. Coincidentally, the chief of staff was the younger brother of Shanghai Lord Shiman Wu, and also the chief of staff of his military staff group, named Shiman Lu. Li Qing got from him the location of the 2nd Army of the Eastern Allied Forces, to which he belonged, which was located in the number 3 galaxy next to the Eastern Core Fortress. Judging from the ranking, this is one of the main army groups of the Eastern Alliance, but it is not known how many fleets are allocated to it. They moved the fleet to the 5th planet in galaxy number 3 and saw from afar a row of 5-star cities near the planet. Densely packed fleets were parked around the planet, extending all the way to the distant starry sky. These are the fleets of various lords that arrived early. After a rough scan, there are about 100 divisions. As Li Qing's fleet approached, they immediately received a message from the Central Star City Dispatch Tower and were granted entry after their identities were verified. The fleet was anchored near the Central Star City. After a series of verifications, Li Qing obtained the authority corresponding to his status. This planetary base and the fleet anchored around it were all under the jurisdiction of his 2nd Army. It is worth mentioning that although these fleets are contributed by different military leaders, they will be fully commanded and controlled by the decision-making level of the army group during the war phase, and the original owners of the fleets will temporarily lose command. If the war is over in the future and the fleet is still there, it will return. If the fleet has been sunk in the war, it will be gone. The military lords who contribute fleets can go on expeditions with the fleets, but they are not allowed to interfere with the command at will. However, the commanders of the fleets are appointed by the military lords and can be indirectly influenced. Theoretically, Li Qing could replace all the commanders with his own people, but he was not interested in doing so. Anyway, the commander of the army group is a Cybertronian god. As a commander, his talent buff applies to all fleets. He can at most arrange a few servants of light as commanders of subordinate legions in order to better control the fleets. Now the senior officers in the army group are not all present. Less than 1/3 of them have arrived. Li Qing just greeted them one by one and had no intention of convening a meeting. He turned around and entered the palm-sized universe and the high-dimensional fortress. He first went to the battle zone that had been repaired before. Up to now, 5 complete areas of the Light of Divine Judgment have been repaired. When combined, they can almost destroy an advanced mobile fortress in one round. It is still in the preparation stage, and it is estimated that it will take about a year for the official start. By then, it is estimated that more than 1 complete area will be repaired. If there are 6 repaired Divine Judgment Light battle zones, They could almost kill a high-level mobile fortress in one round when combined. By then, the deterrent power will be greatly enhanced. The other areas have not changed much. And Li Qing has come to the super livable area to see the investigation. At this time, it has been more than 10 years since the first super habitable zone was unlocked. The territory had not been established when it was first unlocked. And now it has been more than 10 years since the establishment of the territory. At this time, the first batch of newcomers collected from the Cybertron fortress are about 15 years old. Basically teenagers and girls. And their basic studies are nearing completion. In 2 or 3 years, the first batch of outstanding professional talents will be available. At the same time, the first batch of players born in the palm-sized universe are about to be put to use. For this group of new human players, Li Qing plans to let them take different routes according to their professions. And the endings will also be different. Those who choose basic professions, administration and scientists will continue to stay in the palm-sized universe, or be sent to various planets in the territory. Those who choose the military route will be sent out directly. Each of them will be provided with an escort ship and fixed funds, and allowed to go out and mix. Anyway, they have been in the super habitable zone from birth to adulthood, and do not know the truth about the palm-sized universe and the high-dimensional fortress. Even if they go out, they will not expose the secret of the palm-sized universe. Born from his territory, he provided initial development funds. Anyway, if there is this instance, if you can develop in the future, this will be a natural allies. Of course, if you don't want to go out and hang out, you can also work under him. He has such a huge fleet that is in need of crew members, captains and commanders. Those with ability can also develop in his territory. And this is just the plan for now. When the Bruven Alliance is defeated in the future, human power will have a huge expansion. The territories of 4 or 5-star fields will need a large number of players to explore and develop. And this is when they will come in handy. In the following days, Li Qing stayed in the Palm universe most of the time, occasionally going to the core fortress to meet some friends he had known before, or visiting other military leaders and the 3-star Sea Lords, whose defense zones were assigned to the Eastern Fortress. They are Taishan Xiaobieli, who is ranked 9th among Lords, Shiman Lu, who is represented by Shiman Wu, who is ranked 6th among Lords, and Shiliang's Luozhen, who is ranked 5th among Lords. Shiman Wu's real body is still serving in the Serv Anti-Guardians, and he will be represented by his younger brother Shiman Lu. The 3 lords naturally occupied high positions. His Highness Luozhen was the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Allied Forces. His Highness Shiman Wu's representative Shiman Lu was the chief of staff of the Eastern Allied Forces, and His Highness Xiaobieli was the chief of logistics. The other positions were held by other military lords. Basically, non-military command positions are held by the lord or military commander himself. If it is a direct commander such as an army group commander, it is held by the military commander's command subordinates. Such as Li Qing let the Cybertron God General hold the position. Half a year later, 20 core decision-makers of the Eastern Coalition arrived one after another, and 10 senior commanders of his second army also took office one after another, and the fleet also gathered one after another. At this time, his second group army has gathered more than 440 standard divisions, obviously a large group army. At the same time, at the first online meeting of the Eastern Coalition's decision-making level, Commander-in-Chief Luozhen also made it clear that the first army group would serve as the main force of the center. The second army group would serve as the main force of the left wing. The third army group would serve as the main force of the right wing. And the other armies would belong to one of the 3 routes. As the fleet's top brass arrived one by one, the fleet was assembled one by one, and all the war supplies were in place. The war atmosphere in the entire frontline fortress began to heat up. At this moment, the comprehensive war with Bruin has entered the final stage. At this time, unless the instructors of Ida declared war on humans, this battle would never stop. At the same time, Li Qing had just completed another batch of fearless divisions. He immediately entered the Palm universe and began to prepare crew members to man the warships, striving to be able to serve before the war began. At the same time, prepare another 20 or so level 6 fearless divisions and hand them over to the lords. The crew and the captain were well prepared. There was a huge amount of supplies stored in the palm of the universe, most of which were sent over long ago by the Star Lords. As long as the ship was built, they could get on board immediately. It took half a month to get everything ready. Li Qing got out of the Palm universe and was about to contact the lords to take over. But he found something was wrong and an inexplicable sadness came over him. No one told him what happened. But he knew what happened through some mysterious feeling. He quickly walked out of the room and came to the window. He saw the starry sky outside the window inexplicably turned red, and an inexplicable sadness came over him. He was silent for a while, then opened the communication with mixed feelings, and immediately saw a bunch of messages, all of which were from the decision-makers of the Eastern Coalition contacting him. He took a look and found that among the 20 decision-makers in the Eastern Coalition, 14 had contacted him except himself, leaving only 5 missing, including the one with the highest status. Sir Li Qing, please do not leave the base, and be careful and safe. Excellence. Commander Li Qing, please respond immediately after receiving the message. Mr. Li Qing, please come immediately after receiving the message. The 14 messages were basically the same, all asking where he had gone. Li Qing was silent for a while, and responded one by one. I'm back. Then opened the Supreme Command channel of the Eastern Coalition forces inside the regional channel. There were 20 people in it, and now there are only 14 people. The fewer names include Luo Jin, commander of the Eastern Allied Forces, the Human United Empire ranked 5th in the Star Sea Lord, and it was also the highest commander of the Eastern Allied Forces, which fell just 10 days after he entered the Palm universe. That is, 5 days ago. His Highness Luo Jin was assassinated by the Broan Union while inspecting the outpost command post that was being built more than 2,000 light-years north of the Eastern Core Fortress, and died on the spot. Normally, he could be resurrected if killed, but this time the Broan Alliance had been planning for a long time. There were actually 3 Star Sea Lords and more than 20 military lords, who gathered more than 120 super psychics to surround and kill him. They captured His Highness Luo Jin alive in one fell swoop and successfully completed the sacrifice before the strong support from the Eastern Core Fortress arrived. Before the full-scale war began, 1 Star Lord and 4 military lords had already fallen. Yes, there are 4 arms, as well as a large number of middle and senior commanders together with the palace of Hall Luotian. This is the first time that a Star Lord has fallen in the Human United Empire in 8,000 years, and it is ranked 5th. This shows the horror of the total war of civilizations. In addition, such assassinations not only occurred in the Eastern Fortress, but also in the Central and Western Fortresses. The Commander-in-Chief of the Central Fortress was alerted in advance and escaped, while the Commander-in-Chief of the Western Fortress was not far from the fortress at the time, and support arrived in time to rescue him. Chapter 304, Expedition. His Royal Highness suddenly had a series of consequences. First of all, Lord Qinghai fell completely, and was forcibly sacrificed by other civilizations, which means that the entire Star Sea's leading lattice was also sacrificed, and its offspring could no longer inherit its position. His territory, descendants and subordinates are still there, but his territory is no longer recognized by the will of the universe. It is no longer the territory of the Star Sea Lord. The series of buff bonuses and system framework that originally relied on the Lord have all disappeared and have lost their binding force. This means that the generals and subordinates in his territory are no longer bound by any ties to their fellow tribesmen and can theoretically simply take their property and leave. However, His Highness Luo Jin's fellow clansmen and even descendants can no longer inherit his title as the Lord of the Star Sea due to the loss of his title. In reality, no matter whether the Star Sea Lord or the Star Navy Lord dies in battle, as long as their status is still there, their direct descendants can inherit the position of military lord. However, each inheritance requires a large amount of civilization points or destiny points to ensure that the status does not decline. For example, the Lord Qinghai, each inheritance, requires 10 o'clock to ensure that after the inheritance is still the element of Qinghai Lord. If not, it will be reduced by the Lord to the Lord. Each time a military leader inherits a position, he needs 10,000 civilization points to ensure that he still has the status of a military leader. If not, the status of a military leader will collapse. In other words, the Star Lord can inherit unconditionally once, but the military lord does not have this opportunity. If the civilization points are not enough, the military lord's family will disappear. His Highness Luo Jin's status has been sacrificed and is completely gone, and his descendants cannot even inherit the title of military leader. This means, well, the internal struggle for profit among a Star Sea Lord has nothing to do with Li Qing. At this moment, he has neither the opportunity nor the ability to covet the Lord's legacy. It's just that the 5th-ranked Star Sea Lord suddenly died, especially since His Highness Luo Jin was the Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Coalition forces. which is bound to have a huge impact on the Eastern Coalition forces. Regarding His Royal Highness Luotian, the fleet is estimated to be directly under the jurisdiction of the Senate of the Human Senate, and it is mainly the commander-in-chief. Of course, Li Qing was not completely without benefits. At least with the death of His Highness Luotian, he would not have to provide him with the level 6 dreadnought fleet that he had previously ordered from him, either now or in the future. The destiny points given by His Highness Luotian were strengthened twice, and 4 divisions were built in 2 years. Now Li Qing can take charge of them all. Anyway, few people know about this. It is estimated that His Royal Highness's son will not know that other lords are even more impossible to find him. They will only feel good luck. Although this incident had a great impact, it did not affect the progress of the war. At this time, the total war was no longer a matter of being on the verge of collapse, but had already been launched. Once the arrow was shot, there was no turning back, and no one could stop it. A week after the death of Lord Luotian, the Eastern Alliance held a new election. It is worth mentioning that the 4 military owners who fell with His Royal Highness Luotian were all high levels of the Eastern Allied forces, which means that the Eastern Allied forces have made 5 decision-making levels. All 4 military owners were sacrificed, and the seats disappeared, and their territory would fall apart. At this point, only 13 Starseed Lords and 269 military owners remain in the United Empire. After a week of re-election, Li Qing, who had no idea what was going on, was surprised to find that he had been promoted as the position was re-elected. He was originally the commander of the 2nd Army Group, but now he became one of the 3 deputy commanders-in-chief. I fainted. Li Qing didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. The 4 fell offspring have 2 deputy commanders, an intelligence minister, and a commander of the group army. As they fell, other people's positions increased upwards. Although Li Qing was just promoted to the military, the 5th ranking was extremely high. Before, there were too many powerful and senior military leaders for him to compete with. Now, several of those who were stronger than him have died, so he can only be promoted. The task of the deputy commander-in-chief is generally to assist the commander-in-chief in controlling the overall situation, and depending on the specific circumstances, there are 3 deputy commanders-in-chief in the Eastern Allied forces. The original plan was that one would follow the Central Army, and the other 2 deputy commanders-in-chief would command the left and right-wing fleets respectively. According to the original plan, the 10 groups will be divided into 5 parts, which are Striker, the Central Army, the Reserve Team, and the left and right wings. Among them, the Striker is estimated to be a group army. The Reserve Team is also estimated to be a group army. The left and right wing are estimated to be 2 groups. The remaining 4 groups are concentrated in the Chinese army. This means that if you become the deputy commander of the left and right wings, you can control 2 army groups at once. Good. Of course, the more cannon fodder the better. He is sure of a group army, let alone the 2 groups. After the meeting, the Eastern Allied Forces headquarters announced the results online and opened an application channel, allowing player fleets and legions, as well as small lord fleets to apply to join. Players can choose to sign up to join the legion, and can freely decide to join the Striker or left and right wings to reserve teams with the Chinese army. There are also 2 options for joining. One is to be incorporated into the regular fleet, and the other is to be a non-staff member. If you choose to incorporate it into a regular fleet, a large number of large and small fleets will be integrated into complete division-level fleets, like a regular fleet. Many small and medium-sized fleet players incorporated into the large fleet will temporarily lose the command of their own fleets. The advantage is that there is a 100% merit bonus, and the redemption authority is higher than that of non-staff members. And there is a chance to redeem some good things that non-staff members cannot redeem. If you choose to editors, you can act freely without accepting integration. But you cannot be bonused by the buff bonus of the commander of the Legion. After the re-election of the Joint Command, the final preparations began. There were endless meetings almost every day, with several meetings held a day, in addition to adjusting the fleet and continuing to raise supplies. The main task was to formulate combat plans. The command of each fleet had been determined at the beginning. Commander-in-Chief Shiman Wu and Chief of General Staff Xiao Bieli were in charge of the Central Army. Among the 3 deputy commanders, Ma Arong was also in charge of the Central Army, coordinating the vanguard and the rear reserve fleet. Another deputy chief commander Yu Zongqiao was allocated as commander of the right-wing fleet, commanded the 4th Army and the 9th Army. Li Qing was assigned as the commander-in-chief of the Left Fleet, commanding the 2nd Army and the 8th Army. Among them, the 2nd Army has 1 mobile battle star, 2 war moons, 7 advanced mobile fortresses, and 31 conventional mobile fortresses, and 440 standard level 5 divisions. It is a large army, and its commander is Kai Chung-ho. The 8th Army has 1 war moon, 9 advanced mobile fortresses, 25 conventional mobile fortresses, and 260 standard level 5 divisions. The army commander is Yi Jingqiu. In addition, there are a large number of player fleets who are registered as regular fleets. The powerful formal legion can raise 5 or 6 division fleets, and small private players have only thousands of warships. Although there are not many of them, there are enough players. You have hundreds. He has thousands. And the powerful ones have tens of thousands of large and small warships. With a large number, the assembled fleet is also quite impressive. Just now, there are about 85 non-standard divisions assembled. The reason why it is called a non-standard division is because the number of player ships is large. But the quality is not high. Most of them are boats, such as frigates and destroyers. A non-standard division has 4,000 to 5,000 battleships, and hundreds of thousands of frigates, which is extremely non-standard. There are so few battleships, let alone flagships. These 85 non-standard divisions cannot even have 2 flagships per division, let alone powerful weapons, like mobile fortresses. There is not even one. In fact, this is the norm. Normally, only large groups such as legions will have flagships. How could ordinary individual players have several flagships? They can't even afford to maintain them. If an ordinary player were to give him a flagship aircraft carrier, he would probably go bankrupt within a year. The current gathering of players is just the beginning. After all, the intensity of the war is too high when it first starts. And the cannon fodder is real cannon fodder. No matter how many warships are thrown in, it will not be enough. But after the initial collision in the back, after the war entered the stalemate stage, it was when the player played. At that time, it is estimated that a large number of player fleets will gather. In addition, there are a large number of players in the private sector who form large fleets themselves. In particular, some small lords have certain strength, capital and status, and can call on a large number of individual players to form a large-scale joint fleet. Li Qing did not pay too much attention to the player team, except for some members of the Qingheli family, such as Li Jingtuan and some other members of the Qingheli family. They would all gather in the Eastern Fortress and join the Eastern Coalition. It is worth mentioning that Li Jingtuan's strength increased greatly with the support of his flagship a long time ago, giving him an advantage in the competition with other Legion members. But later, as his lineage, that is, Li Qing's father, captured a life planet in Zutter and established a territory, he simply gave up the base here, exchanged shares for compensation, and then set up his own business. With the support of this lineage, he developed well. For this all-out war, Li Qing's father also mobilized a fleet and gathered the strength of all members of his lineage, which was about 6 divisions. With this as the foundation, it attracted a large number of individual players, and now has gathered a fleet of more than 10 divisions, which is considered a strong player force. One day 2 months later, the Eastern Allied Forces Vanguard Fleet held a grand oath-taking ceremony at the Eastern Core Fortress and officially set out on the expedition. In the center of a huge fleet that was no less powerful than the Second Army stood a huge mobile fortress, surrounded by the huge fleet. It slowly moved away from the military camp. A layer of faint jump waves slowly spread and enveloped the entire fleet. According to regulations, the forward and left and right wings each have a mobile battle star to ensure that there is sufficient force to suppress all 3 routes. The mobile battle star on Li Qing's left wing belongs to the Eastern Core Fortress. Li Qing has command authority, but cannot control this battle star. The Vanguard fleet quickly jumped out of the core fortress. According to the combat plan, the Vanguard fleet would move forward along the predetermined route until it reached the outpost base Galaxy in the north of the middle of the Faust star field between humans and the Bruven Alliance. A few years ago, the Human United Empire had built no less than 10 fortress galaxies between the Fusher star domain as a combat base and a support base. 3 of the 3-way joint headquarters each distributed 3. The day after the Vanguard left, Li Qing returned to the war star Zhulong, which belonged to the left-wing fleet, summoned senior commanders above the rank of Corps Commander of the left-wing coalition forces, and ordered the fleet to prepare to set off. The specifications of the reorganized combined fleet were reorganized according to the standards of Total War. Each corps-level fleet was composed of 10 standard divisions. For example, the Second Army had 440 standard divisions, which means there were 44 standard corps. Of course, Li Qing's dozens of fearless divisions were not incorporated into it. He reorganized these 30 or so divisions into a reinforced corps as a direct guard corps of the left-wing coalition forces. The huge fleet left the barracks and began to jump. After 2 hours, he leaped away from the fort's galaxy under the high attention. The fleet is too huge, and the transition time will increase according to the size of the fleet. Li Qing has seen quite a few mobile war stars, about 20 or 30 in total. But this is the first time he has personally ridden and commanded a mobile war star. As the commander, he had the authority to mobilize all the fleet's information and quickly found the information of the mobile combat planet named Zhulong. Zhulong, a mobile war planet with a diameter of 10,500 kilometers. It is equipped with the ultimate weapon, the Star Blaster. Most of the weapons are level 6 enhanced technology, and only a small number are level 6 dark matter technology. It is obviously a relic of an ancient advanced civilization, but it has experienced many large-scale wars and overhauls. A large number of original weapons have been damaged and can only be replaced with level 6 enhanced technology. Mobile Battle Star, the ultimate strategic level war weapon, with the power to suppress a nation's destiny. Chapter 305, the fourth all-out war of humanity officially begins. After reading the properties, Li Qing remained silent for a long time. It cannot be said that this attribute is abnormal. It can only be said that it is too abnormal. The basic attributes are very simple. 1,000 times that of a high-level mobile fortress. The weapon slots it possesses are also very simple. 100 times that of a high-level mobile fortress. It has a W-slot ultimate weapon, the Star Blaster. Its combat power cannot be said to be abnormal. It can only be said to be too abnormal. At this moment, Li Qing also saw the power of the Star Blaster that he had been thinking about. Star Blaster, the ultimate weapon, after a long period of charging, fires a terrifying energy column that can shatter a planet. The power was within Li Qing's expectations. 150 trillion ignored any damage reduction aura and force field, and the destructive power was enough to easily destroy a conventional mobile fortress. However, it is quite surprising that this thing does not benefit from any bonuses, which means that he cannot use the talents and skill bonuses of the negative star player to kite the enemy's mobile battle star, and can only fight it head-on. Unfortunately, this is not mine. There are several ships under construction in the palm-sized universe, but this thing has taken decades to build, and now even the framework has not been built, so it cannot be relied upon for the time being. The heritage of Lord Sunluo in the isolated star area has no news so far, and has been trying to open it, but has not been able to open it, and there is no response until now. Li Qing also felt speechless, and really wanted to just demolish it with violence. If he has to wait several decades to open it, by that time, he will have several mobile war stars, and the value of this thing will be greatly reduced. Li Qing was silent for a moment, and issued orders to the 2 negative star people stationed in the isolated star field through the mind matrix, giving them another year. If they still could not safely open the mechanical war star within a year, they would have to dismantle it by violent means. He couldn't really wait for decades. Although he might not get the war star by dismantling it, he could get Lord Sinlo's legacy and treasure. As a powerful lord of the Star Sea, he must have a large number of rare treasures, a large amount of accumulated civilization points and destiny points, which can greatly enhance his strength. It took only 2 jumps for the fleet to reach the outpost assigned to him, a system located about 3,600 light-years north of the Eastern Core Fortress. The fleet jumped directly in, and Li Qing gained control of the galaxy at the first opportunity. There are hundreds of superstar cities, and more than 50 divisions of garrisons within the galaxy, including a war moon and 14 mobile war stars, all of which are now under his command. After the fleet was in place, Li Qing opened the General Commander channel, and sent information to other fleets. During the Total War phase, the Senate consumed a large amount of civilization points to expand regional channels. Now the regional channels of human civilization have expanded to most of the Faust star field. The main reason for not continuing to expand was the suppression of the Browan civilization, although it is not a player civilization. As long as a powerful civilization with civilized will consent the existence of the regional channel, it will automatically reject it. If it was a weak civilization, it would be fine. Even if they knew, they would not be able to resist. Just like when Li Qing first established his territory, he spent a lot of civilization points to expand his territory channel in one go to cover the territory of the Shada United Empire, and even to the capital of the Shada United Empire. However, the Bruin United Civilization is also a level 5 civilization, and a powerful civilization with comprehensive strength comparable to that of humans. This results in the power of human civilization not only being unable to be projected into the territory of the Bruin United Civilization, but even its repulsive force has expanded beyond the civilization, blocking about 1/3 of the territory of the Faust star field between the two civilizations. The regional channel currently only occupies 2/3 of the Faust star field. If one wants to expand its scope, one must go through war, defeat the enemy, and seize territory. Wherever the territory is controlled, the regional channel will expand. If you can defeat Bruin and swallow it, the regional channel will expand to the entire Faust star and Bruin star domain. After the fleet was in place, Li Qing summoned many senior officials of the left-wing coalition and quickly issued a series of orders to prepare for the upcoming full-scale war. The left-wing coalition also has a top decision-making body, but it is small in number. It consists of only 4 people: him, the commander of the 2nd Army, the commander of the 8th Army, and the commander of the outpost garrison fleet. But if it is expanded, it will also include deputy commanders of each army group, commanders of each corps, as well as the army group's chief of staff, intelligence minister, logistics equipment minister, and other senior military officers, all adding up to about 100 people. Reconnaissance fleets left the outpost and headed north, gathering enemy intelligence between the outpost and the eastern core fortress of Bruin. They have to determine the decisions of Bruin, to see if they want to be outside the fortress with humans, or they want to adhere to the fortress. Not to mention the field battle. The 3 coalition forces mobilized their main forces to fight head-on in a certain galaxy. If you stick to the fortress, you have to find a way to join forces. Don't expect to use the ability of the mobile battle star to forcibly penetrate the border isolation zone and jump to the territory of the Bruin Union. In peacetime, you can jump at will with this ability, but in times of total war, the Bruin Union will activate the civilization artifact to prohibit jumps. You can still jump in from the outside, but once you jump in you won't be able to get out. This is the significance of the existence of the 3 core fortresses. If there is no civilization artifact to cooperate in suppressing the territory, no matter how strong the border isolation zone is, it will not be able to stop the penetration of the mobile war star. If the jump cannot be blocked, these 3 core fortresses will have no meaning of existence, and it will be impossible to rely on these 3 core fortresses to maintain a stalemate for thousands of years without a clear winner. The base on the left wing is not far from the outpost base in the center, about 1,500 light-years away. If there is a mobile fortress hosting the fleet, even if the commander does not have the skills and talents related to jump, he can jump over in no more than 4 times. For Li Qing, who has an extremely long jump distance, he can jump over in one go. The 4 outposts of the left and right wings, the vanguard and the central army, are not far apart, all located to the north of the eastern core fortress, facing the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Alliance across the air. The next day after the reconnaissance fleet was sent out, a large number of Bruin Union reconnaissance fleets were discovered. On the 5th day, Li Qing received news that the Eastern Alliance's vanguard reconnaissance fleet had discovered the Bruin Union's outpost base, which meant that the Bruin Union had the same idea as them and wanted to fight a battle with them in the wild. It is obvious that the Bruin Alliance is full of confidence after thousands of years of recuperation and feels that it is stronger than humans. After confirming that a decisive battle was possible, the Eastern Coalition Joint Command immediately held an online meeting, announced the news on the same day, and issued an emergency conscription order. The emergency conscription order is for all small lords and all formal legions. All small lords and legions that receive the emergency conscription order must send at least 50% of their warships to respond to the conscription. Boom! After being bombarded back and forth by the opponent's last 4 frigates for several minutes, the hull of the last destroyer could no longer withstand the blow and cracked apart with a loud bang. Flames gushed out from the cracks, and the entire battleship turned into a fireball. The starry sky was filled with burning wreckage of warships, including both human warships and those of the Bruin Alliance. The 2 civilizations are still gathering their forces, but their reconnaissance fleets have already started fighting in this 2,000 light-year star field. This is when the player's cannon fodder warships come in handy. Most of them are destroyers and frigates, which are basically pure cannon fodder on large-scale battlefields. But they can play the advantages of small and medium-sized warships when they are deployed on the reconnaissance front. Although the losses were equally great, they were no longer pure cannon fodder. The size of a reconnaissance fleet is generally not very large, and is composed of destroyers and frigates, with the total number generally not exceeding 100. Cruisers and above are not flexible enough and slow, making them unsuitable as reconnaissance ships. In this galaxy, after a fierce battle between two reconnaissance fleets of similar size, the human side was completely wiped out. But the Brevin coalition was left with only 4 frigates, which meant that they suffered 800 casualties, while losing 1,000 to the enemy. Both are destroyers and frigates with level 5 technology configuration, and their sizes are not much different. The victory or defeat mainly depends on the command skills of the commanders of both sides. Such situations occurred in different galaxies. Both sides sent out thousands of patrol fleets, which were scattered across the star field and continued to fight and test each other. As time passed, more and more fleets gathered at the major outposts. Li Qing's left-wing base also received support fleets one after another. He reorganized these fleets into standard divisions, and the 10 standard divisions were reorganized into standard corps. These newly formed fleets were not incorporated into the 2 army groups, but existed as reserves of the left-wing coalition and were directly under his command. It was not his intention to seize power. As the commander-in-chief of the left wing, he could directly mobilize his subordinates, bypassing the 2 army commanders. It was just to prepare a reserve force that could replenish the battlefield in the event of a battle without having to draw out the fleets of 2 army groups. Time passed in preparation, and almost 4 months passed unknowingly. In another 2 months, it would be half a year. At this time, Li Qingxin's batch of more than a dozen level 7 fearless divisions had been built and put into service, and the construction of a new batch had begun. The pace of a civilization war is so slow. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Once the war starts, you have to fight to the end until the winner is decided. Therefore, both sides try to prepare as much as possible and prepare as long as they can. For a full-scale war like theirs, it is normal for it to be delayed for a few more years in the early stages. In fact, strictly speaking, the battle has already begun. Although there has been no fighting, the gathering of such a large fleet has consumed an unknown amount of food and consumables every day, which is also a test for the material supply of both sides. If possible, Li Qing would like to delay it as long as possible. In another 2 years, the 7 conventional mobile fortresses in the Palm universe will be built, plus 2 batches of 20 level 7 fearless divisions will be obtained. He currently has 46 level 7 dreadnought divisions and 8 level 6 dreadnought divisions. In another 2 years, he will be able to gather 66 level 7 dreadnought divisions and 14 level 6 dreadnought divisions, under the command of the Cybertron General. Their combined combat power will be comparable to that of more than 5,000 level 5 standard divisions. What is the concept? The Eastern Coalition has 10 armies. The Second Army is considered a large army with 440 divisions, while the 8th Army has only 260 standard divisions. On average, there are 350 standard divisions in one army, and 3,500 in total for 10 armies. This means that Li Qingwang can defeat the entire Eastern Coalition with the fleet he currently has under the command of the Cybertron God General. Of course, this only limits him to conventional fleets, without including any large ships larger than mobile fortresses. He is far behind in this regard now. And these are only the level 7 star-class battleships using level 6 enhancement technology. And some are only level 5 technology. If the full level 7 dark energy configuration is used, a level 7 fearless division can easily defeat more than 100 level 5 standard divisions head-on without any bonus. If the technological gap is too large, the gap in combat power will also be outrageous. Just wait a few decades, until the batch of war moons and mobile war stars in the universe in his palm are built. The combat effectiveness of the mobile war stars equipped with full level 7 technology will be extremely terrifying. By that time, he will have the strength to defeat any level 5 civilization alone, and he will be able to fight even against higher civilizations. But although the idea was good, the reality was that 2 months later, that is, half a year after Li Qing arrived at the outpost base, the reconnaissance fleet discovered that the main force of the enemy vanguard had left the base galaxy. After a brief meeting, the human side chose to wait. It was not about defending the base and waiting for the Brevin coalition to attack the base. but about waiting to determine the exact location of the main force of the Browin Coalition vanguard. And then, the two sides would find a suitable galaxy for a battle. Although both sides have now agreed to engage in a battle, it does not mean that they cannot use strategies. It is not impossible that the main vanguard force coming for a battle may actually be a trap. Although it's unlikely. 20 days later, the reconnaissance fleet saw that the vanguard fleet of the Browin Alliance had stopped in a galaxy more than 800 light-years away from the vanguard base of the Left Alliance of Humanity. The fleet established a temporary base in the galaxy and deployed its battle formation based on the outpost base. It was obvious that they were preparing to engage the human fleet in a system located halfway between the two outposts. The reconnaissance fleet, which had not been intercepted, scouted back and forth for almost a week and confirmed that there was no ambush. The vanguard fleet broke camp and left the outpost base, approaching the galaxy. At the same time, Li Qing's left and right-wing bases also received orders from the commander-in-chief of the left coalition forces, asking him to prepare to break camp and be ready to jump and provide support at any time. Li Qing only mobilized the 2nd Army to prepare for the breakout, and the 8th Army and other reserve forces remained at the base temporarily, depending on the situation. 8 days later, on the morning, Li Qing, who was checking the reconnaissance fleet and collecting intelligence as usual, suddenly looked up along with other senior officers in the command center. At this moment, they felt an inexplicable feeling enveloping the entire galaxy. He knew without asking that this was the boiling point of the will of human civilization. This means that at this moment, human civilization and the Browin United Civilization officially went to war, and the 4th full-scale war in human history officially began. Chapter 306, Browin United's proactive attack. Rays of light descended from the sky, landing on the heads of the senior officers, and slowly formed a cloud-like vortex. Li Qing instantly felt as if his entire mind was immersed in mist. He instantly felt that his mind became very clear, without any sense of fatigue. Everyone knows that this is because after the Human United Empire and Browin, the two old enemies, started a full-scale war, the will of civilization was completely awakened and paid attention to this war. All senior officers participating in this battle will be noticed by the will of civilization and temporarily gain a buff patron of civilization. This buff does not increase the strength of these senior officers. It only has one effect, which is to keep them clear-headed at all times and ignore the temptations of some psychics or evil beings in the warp. In war, keeping a clear mind at all times is actually a very powerful state. It means that unless intentional, the commander will normally not make any confusion or mistakes on the battlefield. This is very important. The vortex of clouds above the heads of the senior officers gradually condensed into strange phantoms of crowns, which slowly merged into their bodies. At this moment, Li Qing suddenly discovered that the 8th Army Commander Yi Jingqiu beside him suddenly opened his eyes slightly and looked at him with a look of extreme surprise. "Mr. Li Qing, you?" The sound attracted the attention of many senior officers in the command center. They all turned around and immediately showed shocked expressions. Li Qing looked up in surprise, only to find that what was condensed above his head was a golden glazed crown that looked extremely luxurious, which was slowly emitting a faint crystal light and disappearing into the void. "What's this?" He also talked to himself in a rather strange way. Yi Jingqiu was silent for a moment, then said, "It's a status symbol." "A status symbol?" Li Qing thought for a while and asked, "Is there something wrong with the abnormality on my head?" Yi Jingqiu's mouth twitched, and he shook his head. "No. It's that the abnormality on your head has surpassed the level of military leader." "Speak more clearly." Yi Jingqiu looked at Li Qing, who was also confused and puzzled, with a puzzled and complicated expression. After confirming that he really didn't know, he said with full of doubt and envy, "Look at the abnormality on my head. The silver color represents the rank of military leader. Although I am not a military leader, I represent the Dongnan clan. The golden abnormality represents the rank of Star Sea Lord." Li Qing raised his head again, with a shocked expression on his face, and said, "That's impossible. I haven't been promoted to Star Sea Lord yet." Yi Jingqiu spread his hands and said, "I don't know about that. But the favor of civilization cannot be faked." Li Qing. At this moment, Li Qing already had a guess in his mind. If nothing unexpected happened, the fact that he obtained the Pioneer database and complete dark energy technology from the IDA recorder should have been concealed from the world. But it could not be concealed from the will of civilization. So in the eyes of the world, he is just a 5th-ranked military leader. but in the eyes of the will of civilization. It's not that he is a lord now. He is still ranked 5th among the military lords in the civilization artifacts. This golden crown only represents the will of civilization. This is impossible to explain to anyone. Li Qing pinched his brows, and could only say that he didn't know the answer to this question. He could only keep talking tough for now. And once he defeated the Broan Alliance, he would surely be able to obtain a large amount of destiny points with his own abilities. Then, he could use the destiny points as an excuse to be promoted to the Lord of the Star Sea. That is it. Retracting his thoughts, he did not intend to explain, but opened the communication with the commander of the Second Army, Kai Chum-ho, who was already in charge of the fleet, and ordered, "The war has begun. The vanguard has already engaged the vanguard of the Broan Union. You will set off now and transfer to the vanguard base before heading to the front line." Kai Chung-ho on the other end of the line immediately responded with a military salute and decisively cut off the connection. Soon the command received news that the Second Army had begun its jump. The abnormality just now was very obvious. It was a sign that the full-scale war between human civilization and the Broan United Civilization had officially begun. Only at this time would the will of civilization awaken and boil. Seeing the Second Army about to leap, Li Qing turned around and said to Yi Jingqiu, "Pay attention to the news from the front, including the situation of the Central and Western Coalition forces." Yi Jingqiu nodded and opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But after a while, he shook his head and did not continue asking. "I am curious. But this kind of thing is obviously someone else's secret, so it is not appropriate to ask about it." He turned around and returned to the command room, coming to the huge virtual star map sand table. At this time, the sand table had simulated in real time the vast territory of the 1st to 7th star fields of the entire Perseus spiral arm. The gathering places were the Imperial Star Field and Faust Star Field where human civilization was located, as well as the Brovan Star Field where the Brovan United Civilization was located. He stood motionless in front of the Starfield sand table, tapping his fingers lightly on the edge of the sand table as if he was thinking. Yi Jingqiu and several other senior officers of the left-wing coalition also came to the sand table. Several staff officers received information from the front line and then adjusted the strength and positions of the two fleets displayed on the sand table in real time to ensure the accuracy of the sand table. Li Qing thought for a moment, stretched out his hand and pressed the star map downwards, pulling the star field where the eastern core fortress of the Brovan Union was located in front of him. Thanks to thousands of years of reconnaissance and infiltration, humans now have a clear understanding of every galaxy within thousands of light years around the 3 core fortresses of Brovan. The star map is as real as the real thing, and even the terrain structure of each planet's surface has been photographed and included in the star map system. Basically, what the virtual star map looks like is what the nearby galaxies look like in reality. Li Qing opened each nearby galaxy one by one, checked it, closed it, and then opened another galaxy. He then combined the information he had and simulated it in his mind. After a while, he returned to the main command chair and sat down, closing his eyes and tapping his fingers lightly on the table. He was quite surprised that the Broan Alliance dared to leave the core fortress for a field battle. It turned out that his plan was to gather a large army to storm the core fortress in the east, and wait until the strength of both sides was almost exhausted and the all-out war entered a stalemate. And then, he would start to make trouble. At the beginning of a total war, both sides are very nervous. Whatever you do at that time will cause a strong reaction, making it difficult to handle. When the stalemate stage comes, both sides are no longer so nervous. If you find an opportunity to take action at that time, although it will still trigger a strong reaction, the troops of both sides will have been greatly depleted by then, and the pressure they face will be smaller than at the beginning. Don't underestimate it. Many times, the difference between victory and defeat is just a slight one. All-out wars have lasted for at least a dozen years, and the longest one lasted for nearly 100 years with no clear winner. There is no rush at all. 2 days later, a communication came from the commander of the Second Army, Kai Chum-ho, that the Second Army had arrived at the Eastern Allied Forces Vanguard Fortress base. After leaving behind a part of the reserve fleet, the main force continued to move northward, entered the galaxy where the two sides were fighting, and was deployed to the front battlefield. At the same time, Li Qing also obtained first-hand intelligence from the front battlefield in real time. The speed of the Second Army was almost the same as that of the right-wing coalition support. They arrived one after the other and, together with the Third Army, assembled more than 1,000 division-level fleets in the frontline battlefield galaxy. with 2 mobile war stars as the core. A total of more than 2,000 division-level fleets from both sides launched a super-long battle line of more than 1 billion kilometers in this galaxy. 3 days later, Li Qing ordered the 8th Army to begin assembling. And together with nearly 100 player divisions, they formed a joint formation and marched north. The left wing outpost still has 1 war moon, 3 high-level 5 conventional mobile fortresses, and about 50 divisions stationed. All other fleets are heading north with him, ready to join the battle. The fleet jumped more than 1,500 light-years in one go, paused once, and then made the second jump directly to the galaxy next to the battle galaxy. Warning: a large enemy fleet has been spotted. Commander, please prepare for battle. Warning: a large enemy fleet has been spotted. Commander, please prepare for battle. Warning: a large enemy fleet has been spotted. Commander, please prepare for battle. The fleet had just jumped into the galaxy, and was still at the edge of the galaxy's gravity well, when the sensors of the mobile battle star scanned the traces of the enemy fleet less than 1 million kilometers away from the jump site. By a coincidence, a main fleet of the Browen Union jumped to this galaxy less than an hour before them, and jumped to the same location. Prepare for battle. The fleet quickly spread out and deployed their battle formation. But the enemy arrived before them, and had already deployed their battle formation. When they discovered that they had just jumped not far away, they immediately seized the opportunity when their formation had just jumped, but had not yet been deployed to launch a preemptive attack. Only at this time did the fleet clearly scan the size of the enemy fleet, including 1 mobile battle star, 2 war moons, 15 advanced mobile fortresses, more than 41 conventional mobile fortresses, and about 500 standard divisions. The total size was about 25% stronger than theirs. No wonder you are so decisive. At this time, Yi Jingqiu asked in a low voice. Commander, I have contacted the 2nd Army Group. Commander Kai Cheng-ho asked if they would like support. Li Qing smiled and waved his hand. No, we can handle it. By the way, report the situation here to the headquarters. He tapped his finger lightly, and a light curtain popped open to reveal Chu Yuan sitting in the command seat, and ordered, be prepared for battle. Then he turned to the Cybertron general and said, deploy the halo, create some distance, and let the fleet deploy. God Sabute nodded, and everyone felt stunned in the next second. All the steep blurred in front of him recovered and recovered. In doubt, the staff immediately reported loudly. Report. Just now the fleet suddenly left its original position out of thin air, and has opened up a distance of 30 million kilometers from the enemy fleet. The senior officers were shocked. Li Qing did not wait for them to ask. This is a unique talent of the God General, which allows him to teleport within the galaxy regardless of any conditions. Yi Jingqiu looked at the Cybertron general, who was sitting expressionlessly in his original position, with a look of shock. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. Finally, he raised his thumb and pointed. Sharp! He clasped his hands together, and said seriously, Your Excellency, please take command from now on. It's very realistic. After knowing that Cybertron was a god, Yi Jingqiu naturally started to pass the blame. At a distance of 30 million kilometers, except for the Star Blaster of the mobile battle star, no other weapon can reach such a distance. After the two sides suddenly widened the distance between them, the other side was obviously confused for a moment. And then, the opposing fleet was seen spreading out, covering an area of tens of millions of kilometers. A terrifying energy vortex appeared in the center of the mobile war star standing in the center of the fleet, and the Star Blaster began to charge. Our side immediately retaliated, and the Star Blaster in the center of the mobile battle star also began to charge, targeting one of the mobile fortresses. The charging was completed in just 5 minutes, and 2 extremely thick beams of light crossed more than 30 million kilometers of starry sky and blasted into the enemy's fleet respectively. Then, 2 conventional mobile fortresses became victims, and 2 huge flaming fireworks exploded in the starry sky. There's no way to defend. Although Li Qing has the universe in his palm that can be opened to take away the attack, the prerequisite is that he must know who the target of the Star Blaster is. He is now on a mobile battle planet. The enemy Star Blaster certainly cannot directly bombard the mobile battle planet, although this thing is powerful and can destroy a conventional mobile fortress with one shot. Its power is limited to that of a mobile battle planet with an absurdly strong defense. Since he cannot attack mobile battle stars, he naturally cannot know the target of attack in advance by feeling the threat. 2 starbursts destroyed 2 mobile fortresses, and no one gained an advantage. The Star Blaster has an hour's cooldown period. And during this period the distance of 30 million kilometers ensures that they will not be attacked by any attack other than the star blast. So they can calmly adjust and deploy the fleet. An hour later, the ultimate weapons of both sides' mobile battle stars began to recharge again. The suffocating energy vortex gathered and transformed into two devastating beams of light that pierced through the void. As expected, two more mobile fortresses turned to dust. In just 2 hours, the 4 mobile fortresses were turned into cosmic fragments. Even the Star Lord would feel heartbroken and unbearable with this loss. I don't know which military leader owns these 2 mobile fortresses. I guess he must be heartbroken. 15 minutes after the 2 starbursts, the fleet finally readjusted its formation. After an order was issued to the entire fleet to prepare for battle, Cybertron immediately activated the unique talent of the God General. As everyone felt dazed, the fleet disappeared again and reappeared in 40 million kilometers away, behind the Brewing Combined Fleet. In other words, they jumped directly behind the Brewing Combined Fleet. The Vanguard was less than 100,000 kilometers away from their tail. From a distance, it seemed that the two sides were almost stuck together. This made everyone stunned. But fortunately, he had given the order before, and the human fleet was mentally prepared. They reacted after just a few seconds and immediately launched an attack. The T-slot main guns of all flagships, fortresses and mobile battle stars were charged at the same time, aiming at only 2 of the mobile fortresses. As millions of various T-slot light spears opened fire simultaneously, countless thick light spears poured down on the 2 unresponsive mobile fortresses like an endless rainstorm, and the thick shields became thinner and shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The high-strength alloy armor that was more than 10 kilometers thick was riddled with holes by countless Doomsday Light Spear Titans, and large chunks of hard alloy armor were forcibly torn apart by the more powerful T-slot Doomsday weapons and thrown into the starry sky. Chapter 307, Testing before the final battle. In less than 30 seconds, the armor within a few hundred kilometers behind the 2 mobile fortresses, along with a thicker hull alloy, were torn apart, revealing the internal structure compartments of the hull. The unspeakable terrorist energy penetrated inside the cabin and channels. The entire mobile fort was cracked in the severe vibration. Numerous white flames sprayed out of the cracks of the turtle. The cracks expanded rapidly. In just less than 1 minute, the entire mobile fort was split. At this time, the enemy fleet had not even reacted. How could they have imagined that such a large enemy fleet, which had just engaged in a star blast explosion with them 30 million kilometers away, would appear out of thin air right behind them in the blink of an eye? Who could react to this? The fleet's formation is very particular, with cannon fodder in the front, main battleships and dreadnoughts in the middle, and aircraft carriers and logistics ships generally in the back. Just like the 8th Army took almost an hour and a half to deploy its combat formation after it had just jumped over. This was because the combat formation had already been preset, and they just had to deploy according to the previously preset configuration. What the huge fleet of the Broen United Civilization needs to do now is not to deploy a formation, but to turn around, which is much more troublesome than deploying a formation. The reserve force at the rear of the Brewing Combined Fleet reacted immediately and rushed forward. But a reserve force of only about 20 divisions could not withstand the full-scale attack of more than 200 divisions. The battle line of more than 2 million kilometers was immediately overwhelmed by the larger main force of the human coalition. At the same time, Li Qing ordered the Divine Judgment Light Battle Zone to start charging the moment the Cybertron God took action and jumped the fleet out of thin air to the rear of the enemy fleet. The half-hour charging time is slower than the Star Blaster, but the enemy will take more than half an hour to turn around. When the Divine Judgment Light Battle Zone was gradually charged, the enemy only had time to release a fleet of space aircraft to buy time, and a large number of destroyers and frigates guarding the central position were temporarily dispatched to block the bullets. The first wave of Divine Judgment Light showed the stance mode. When the charging was complete, Li Qing stretched out his hand and pointed. A huge black hole door appeared on the chaotic battlefield. Dazzling rays of light flew out of it and shot into the Brewin Joint Fleet. Boom! As Li Qing clenched his hands and pulled, balls of light exploded like fireworks, forming huge balls of light with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Under his control, the light of divine judgment scattered to different parts of the starry sky, and brilliant fireworks exploded within an area of millions of kilometers. The farthest ones had penetrated the enemy fleet and shot into the rear, covering the Vanguard cannon fodder ships that were urgently interspersed and turning back. However, the main area of the enemy's battle for the enemy is the area where the enemy is located, which is the target of his focus. Fireworks representing death exploded, melting all the frigates and main battleships in the midst of them. Although he had seen it more than once, Li Qing still couldn't help but smack his lips. It is worthy of being the weapon of the negative star civilization. It is a one-sided crushing blow to lower-level civilizations. Only 6 battle zones have been repaired. If they were in good condition, there would probably be thousands or tens of thousands of them. A single round of attack would be enough to clear a galaxy from the inside out. It is estimated that everything can be covered from the stars in the interior to the edge of the galaxy's gravitational well. A wave of 600 divine judgment lights. 600 positions with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Almost covered nearly half of the range of the opponent's fleet. When this wave ended, the entire battlefield fell silent. He turned around and saw Yi Jingqiu staring at him in astonishment. The shock on his face was beyond words. Yi Jingqiu swallowed his saliva, feeling at a loss as to what to ask. Li Qing looked back at the shocked crowd, smiled and waved his hand. Don't be too surprised. Everyone, you all know that to be promoted to military leader, one must have experienced many adventures and opportunities. This thing is a treasure I got by chance. Everyone, I don't know where to start spitting out the old rot. They might believe it if they have a chance. But this thing is too outrageous. Such a large battlefield can complete the clear field in one way. This stepping horse is simply 1. This wave of divine light covered an extremely vast area, with 600 circular areas, with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers superimposed on each other. It was not a fatal blow to the enemy's huge front that was tens of millions kilometers long and wide, more than 4 million kilometers high and low, and more than 5 million kilometers deep. But the problem was that his main attack area was the enemy's center, where the battleships gathered. A wave of 600 positions, with a range of 10,000 kilometers, almost completely covered this core area, and one wave destroyed at least 20% of the enemy's central battle group of nearly 500 divisions. Although more than 95% of the fleet's total strength remained, and the flagships were still there, their combat effectiveness had been weakened by more than 20%. What's more important is that this is just one wave. He can launch such an attack every hour. However, he didn't have the chance to come a second time. After this wave, the mobile war star in the center directly activated the jump halo and started an emergency jump. It completed the jump in just over 10 minutes and forcibly left the battlefield with most of the fleet. This is the main reason why it is basically impossible to achieve total annihilation in a battle involving mobile battle stars. There is no way to restrict the forced jump of mobile battle stars, unless the opponent is stupid or stubborn and fights to the end. No one can stop you if you want to run. The encounter lasted less than 2 hours, and the result was amazing. After the war, his subordinates collected the spoils, reorganized and repaired the fleet, and Li Qing reported the battle results to the Eastern Allied Forces headquarters. According to wartime regulations, these are all military achievements. As a commander, his fleet's achievements are his achievements, but the way his merits are calculated is different from that of his subordinates. The battle lasted less than 2 hours, but it took 2 days to collect the spoils and repair the damaged ships. It is better to just need a simple repair so that it can sail. If it is severely damaged and cannot even sail, there is no need to repair it. Just throw it directly into the dock inside the mobile battle star for overhaul, and then jump with the mobile battle star when the time comes. Although it was delayed for 2 days, it did not affect the battle in the neighboring galaxy. As the jump halo exploded in the starry sky, a huge fleet appeared in the starry sky surrounded by dazzling energy rings. As soon as he jumped into the arena, Li Qing received a communication from the forward command. In addition to the current battle situation in the galaxy, the communication also included a map of the locations of the fleets of both sides in the galaxy, as well as the defense zone designated for his fleet. Li Qing took a look and found that his defense zone was located on the left wing of the vanguard fleet that was fighting in the center of the galaxy. It was roughly 2 billion kilometers away from the star, to the edge of the galaxy's gravitational well, with a width of about 3 billion kilometers and an area of about 70 to 80 billion kilometers above and below. In other words, the radius of this galaxy's gravitational well is about 5 billion kilometers. Of course, although the scope is so large, he does not need to defend such a large area. We just need to join up with the second army that arrived earlier and then guard the left wing of the central army. The huge fleet slowly entered sublight speed state, and was stopped by the enemy's war moon interception field about 3 hours later. appearing in the starry sky 40 million kilometers away from the Second Army. At this time, the Second Group Army was fighting with the Broen Joint Fleet. The core flagships of both sides were the moon of the war. Various interference fields began, which caused the normal submissive speed to directly rely on the past. However, at this time, the core flagship of the Liqing fleet was a mobile war star. You only need to adjust it to reorganize and force the interception force field to continue to enter the Asuka's speed with the higher priority of the battle star. About 45 minutes. The fleet broke away from the Asuka's speed after the scheduled time arrived and appeared in the starry sky less than 1 million kilometers behind the Second Group Army. Then adjust the fleet to the right of the Second Army and prepare to pinch with the Second Group Army on both sides. However, when the mobile battle star crossed the Second Group's warship group at the battlefield, the opposite fleet quickly shrank and retreat. The speed was so fast that the mobile battle star had already left the battlefield before it was even in position. Although the War Moon does not have a star blaster, and its specifications are not as good as those of a mobile battle star, it is not much different in level from a mobile battle star and cannot be forcibly intercepted. After the retreat, the fleet did not retreat completely, but stopped in the starry sky about 70 million kilometers away. The 8th Army merged with the 2nd Army, and Liqing took over the 2nd Army and reorganized it around the mobile battle planet. During the reorganization period, he checked by the way that he was not the record of the Second Group Army during this time and the situation of the galaxy. At this time, it is not a decisive battle. It can only be regarded as a test before the start of the battle. The main forces of both sides have not moved. There are only the left and right wings and the vanguard. The main central army has not arrived yet. The most important thing is that the generals of both sides have not taken action yet. Both humans and the three-way coalition of Broen have a god general in charge. The god general of the human side is still in the central fleet at the back. Only when the central armies of both sides arrive and the god general is in charge will it be considered a decisive battle. Well, although Cybertron under Liqing is a god general, he is not the commander-in-chief. He has no authority to command any fleet other than the left wing, and naturally has no qualifications to start the decisive battle. 8 hours later, the reorganized fleet restarted and advanced towards the enemy fleet 70 million kilometers away. Probing is also a form of war. Probing is to determine the opponent's combat capability, and thus decide how to fight, where to fight, whether to fight, and so on. The most important thing is to try to weaken the enemy's strength before the decisive battle. Liqing's ultimate goal is to capture the eastern core fortress of the Broen Union. If he can defeat most of the fleet of the eastern core fortress of the Broen Union in a field battle, he will have a lot less pressure when he is ready to take action. Half an hour later, a dazzling energy halo exploded in the center of the advancing fleet, and the huge fleet quickly disappeared along with the exploding halo as if being erased by an eraser. At the same time, a halo exploded behind the Broen Joint Fleet, which was 70 million kilometers away, and the fleet that had just disappeared appeared out of thin air behind the fleet. Use the same old trick again, and the effect is just as good. This fleet had never thought that such an operation was possible, and was completely unprepared. The operation was the same as before, and this time the Divine Judgment Light battle zone had been charged half an hour earlier. Less than 5 minutes after the jump, the black hole gate was opened, and a wave of Divine Judgment Light bombarded the fleet's central battleship group. The result was exactly the same as before, and they were stunned by one wave of attacks. After being stunned, the commander, either because he was stubborn or thought that his previous method could not be used a second time, did not retreat. Instead, he mobilized the reserve fleet to resist and turn the main force around, apparently intending to fight head-on. Liqing first laughed at his opponent's stubbornness, but after only 2 seconds, he realized something was wrong. Support? It is impossible for a commander who can command such a huge fleet to make such a low-level mistake. If he dares to stay in this situation, he must have a trump card or a backup plan. The Cybertron general thought the same as him and immediately adjusted the fleet. The Second Army took the main attack, and the 8th Army adjusted the position of the fleet to prepare for a possible two-pronged attack. Anyway, this fleet is not as big as theirs, and is not much different from the Second Army. They were able to fight on equal terms before, and now they have the support of mobile battle stars, so they don't have to be afraid. Boom! The mobile battle star took the lead in using a starburst to destroy a mobile fortress. The other side immediately retaliated, concentrating their fortresses and flagships in a concentrated fire. instantly wiping out one side of a conventional mobile fortress of the Second Army. The endless T-slot Doomsday light spears blasted open the thick armor on the surface of the mobile fortress as well as the hull in one breath. It was not until the second mobile fortress moved sideways to block the follow-up firepower that Li Qing opened the universe in his palm and put away the severely damaged mobile fortress. Fortunately, the opponent didn't have a star blaster, so he couldn't hit the target with one shot. The total power of flagship fire is not inferior to Xingbao, but as long as it is not spike, there is room for buffer. The chaotic battlefield did not make them tangled with the opportunity to be involved in the fortress. At this time, Subutin immediately gathered the fortress and flagship firepower aiming at a mobile fortress. The Doomsday weapons, and Titan Light Spear, and a small amount of Fort Dowd cannons run across the battlefield, in addition to a large number of cannon fodder battleships in front of the target fortress. The target fortress is heavily bombarded. Even if the mobile battle star does not use the Star Blaster, it is equipped with far more T-slot weapons than the War Moon. It is like a replica of the previous one. The terrifying light spears break through the fortress shields like a tornado, and the thick fortress armor collapses like foam, crushing it all the way to the end. Along with the same position in a wave of planet aerial rails, the hull was finally penetrated, and the terrorist energy penetrated inside the fortress. In a flash of brightness, the fortress exploded like a new star. Dazzling light energy spewed out from the shattered fortress, transforming into a huge ball of light burning in the void. After a wave of flagships set fire, the flagships were collectively dumb. Even the fastest firing light of doom requires 15 minutes of maintenance time. Then it is time for both sides' main battleships and the front row cannon fodder frigates to take effect. The front frigates of the two sides have already launched and charged when the Star Exploser was opened, and the front row was already on the front. The battleships were lined up in a row, with one ship about every 10 kilometers, stretching out for millions of kilometers in one breath. More than a dozen battleships were lined up and began a line-up and shoot-to-kill tactical bombardment. Chapter 308, New Ultimate Weapon Nova Projector. There is no control over the following war. It's a line-up shoot-off. Both sides line up and bombard each other without dodging. The commander basically has no room for command. It all depends on the bonus of basic naval skills and talent. While the battleships in the Central Army were bombarding each other, hundreds of millions of frigates and destroyers in the vanguard began to fight each other on the vast battlefield. Frigates are small, fast and very maneuverable. They can turn around in a small range to avoid ballistic attacks, especially although the main gun of the battleship can kill a frigate in one shot. It is difficult to hit the dexterous frigates. However, on such a large-scale battlefield, no matter how agile you are, it will be useless because you don't know when a laser or a missile will be fired from which direction. The battlefield is too large, and there are too many warships. Ordinary frigates simply cannot defend against all aspects at the same time. There was not much loss in the first few minutes of the striker, but the loss of about 5 minutes began to rise. When the 10th minute, the losses increased steeply. Li Qing sat at the command center of the mobile battle star. It was a large combat center up to 10 kilometers or more. There were several large light curtains upon 10 kilometers of the center and surroundings. At this time, the data on one of the light screens showing the casualties fell down like a screen. Li Qing had seen a large-scale war before, and the casualties data had been seen, but they had never seen it so fast. After waiting for a while, he looked directly at the final casualty statistics. In the 29th minute, more than 600,000 frigates, more than 80,000 destroyers, about 40,000 cruisers, more than 10,000 battleships, and more than 20 million space fighters were killed on our side alone. The fireballs from the exploding warships in the void were like fireworks on New Year's Eve, one after another, continuous, and no one knew how many fireworks exploded every second. This is just the death of the human side. Rowan's joint losses are even greater, and it is estimated that they are more than twice that of them. This is also the strength of Browen's general commander. It is also a top commander of the Golden Name. The talent and skills are not as good as the general of the Sobum, but the gap is not irresistible, and it cannot reach the point where brainless crushing. According to this loss trend, it will take an estimated 20 to 30 hours to force the enemy to retreat due to losses that they cannot sustain. But they dare to face it head-on when they are at such a disadvantage. So they must have a trump card. In the 30-3 minutes, the mobile war star sensor scanned a super strong transition signal, and it appeared behind his fleet. Generally, it can scan the transition signal, which means that the fleet will jump at any time. And there is basically no room for response. At the same time, Li Qing discovered that the fleet that was being suppressed by them head-on suddenly changed its previous defensive stance and launched a counterattack as if it had taken medicine. "Do you want to eat us back?" Yi Jingqiu's face on Li Qingqiu had no worry, and said with a smile, "They also want to go to the other way, in turn to surround us. But they have never wondered if our means can be used again, and can be surrounded?" Li Qing suddenly said with a malicious look. "What if the method just now can no longer be used?" Yi Jingqiu's smile froze, and he was stunned. After a while, he said nervously, "Commander, this joke is not funny." Li Qing laughed and said, "It was just a joke indeed." As soon as he finished speaking, Cybertron used his divine power, and a circle of light exploded. The human fleet that was fighting fiercely with the Browen United Fleet suddenly disappeared out of thin air, leaving the Browen United Fleet at a loss. The fleet reappeared 30 million kilometers away. The fleet quickly reorganized and repaired. And at the same time, the sensors of the mobile battle star detected that a huge fleet suddenly jumped out less than 700,000 kilometers behind the position they had just left. It is larger than the Browen combined fleet that they had just fought, and has a mobile battle star. The total size of the two is about 1,100 standard divisions, while their 2nd Army and 8th Army together have less than 800 standard divisions. The bad news is that their overall size is about 30% higher than the human side. But the good news is that they don't have any godlike generals, nor do they have any masters who cheat. As soon as the support fleet arrived, it adjusted its angle and fired a shot from the central mobile fortress. A ball of light flew out and exploded a terrifying high-temperature area with a diameter of more than 500,000 kilometers, melting all small and medium-sized warships below the battleship level in the area in one wave. Even Li Qing was stunned for a moment. "Damn! What kind of ultimate weapon is this?" Yi Jingqiu quickly checked the losses from the previous wave, punched the armrest of the command chair, and said to Li Qing, "Commander, the loss is quite large." Li Qing glanced at the damage and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. In this wave just now, a total of 4.52 million frigates, 1.14 million destroyers, and 220,000 cruisers were lost, as well as more than 40 million space fighters that had not yet returned to the aircraft carriers. They had never expected that the opponent would have such a large-scale ultimate weapon for clearing the area. Their fleet did not disperse on purpose. This unknown ultimate weapon directly wiped out all the small and medium-sized warships in the area where they were most concentrated. This loss is not a serious blow. After all, given the size of the fleet and the main battleships are fine. But if there were more waves, we would not be able to withstand it. Mr. Yi Jingqiu, Mr. Kai Chengho, have you ever seen this ultimate weapon? Yi Jingqiu shook his head. Never. Kai Chengho, who was on his flagship, a War Moon, thought for a moment and replied, "I seem to have heard of an ultimate weapon called a Nova projector before. It can launch a Nova that can explode. It is not very powerful, but has a huge killing range. I wonder if the ultimate weapon just now is one of them." Nova projector. Li Qing pondered for a moment and said in the command channel, "Let's use the kite tactic next. Since the enemy also has weapons to clear the field, we can't waste time. At this time, you can only play to your own advantages. Use Cybertron's super speed bonus, and the god's ability to teleport without limits to play kite. It wasn't used before because this tactic is too troublesome and time-consuming. The key is that you can't keep kiting. If you can't catch up with the opponent after 2 rounds, they will just run away and stop playing with you." The second round of cooling ended quickly, and the mobile battle star's ultimate weapon, the Star Blaster, began to recharge again. Li Qing also communicated with his subordinates in the Divine Judgment Light battle zone through telepathy, preparing to start charging. 5 minutes later, a devastating starburst shattered another mobile fortress. Needless to say, with the speed and acceleration of the mobile fortress, once aimed at, there is no way to dodge, and you can only take it. Therefore, mobile battle stars are fortress killers. In battles involving mobile battle stars, the thick-skinned and strong mobile fortresses suffer the greatest losses. Often after a battle, not a single mobile fortress would be left on either side. Half an hour later, the light of divine judgment was fully charged, and it once again washed the ground with a wave of attacks. Even though the enemy had prepared to disperse the fleet, the killing range of the light of divine judgment was too large. It was much larger than that of the Nova projector. One round of washing, the ground melted many more warships than the previous Nova. Nothing below the key flagship can block the light of divine judgment, which is much more powerful than the Nova projector. After one round of attack, Li Qing immediately ordered Cybertron to pull away again to 60 million kilometers away, escaping the killing range of the enemy's Star Blaster. Next, prepare to wait for an hour for the Star Blaster and the light of divine judgment to cool down. Then move the battle star over and attack again. I won't bring the fleet with me later, lest the enemy seize the opportunity and launch another wave. The mobile battle star shield armor is super strong, and even 10 starbursts cannot break the shield, so it can withstand it. However, although the idea is good, it requires the cooperation of the other party. The other side quickly understood his idea. After about half an hour, a circle of energy halo exploded in the distant starry sky, and a huge fleet leaped away from the battlefield with a mobile battle planet as the center. Seeing this, Li Qing spread his hands and said to the senior officers in the headquarters, "There's nothing we can do. People don't want to play with us anymore." Yi Jingqiu also laughed and said, "I can only get beaten and can't touch anyone. I wouldn't be able to play if I were in your shoes." Li Qing smiled and passed the news of the battle results and the enemy's departure to the vanguard, asking them to be prepared to avoid being ambushed. Then contact the Eastern Allied Forces headquarters to request further instructions. Then he turned back and ordered, "Get ready. I hope to be able to warp anytime in 2 hours." Not long after, the fleet received an order from the Eastern Allied Forces headquarters. Patrol the current system for the time being. Release the reconnaissance fleet to the nearby system, and prepare the Second Army for battle. Make sure to jump to other battlefields at any time to support them. Ready to go into battle at any time. Li Qing responded in this way, turned around and readjusted the fleet configuration, deploying the mobile fortress to the Second Army. If support was needed later, the Second Army and the mobile fortress would be transferred there. However, although preparations were made, there was no further instructions. He contacted the headquarters through the command channel and learned that although the vanguard had already engaged in battle, and the enemy had already dispatched part of the fleet for support, the main force of the enemy's central army had not arrived yet. If the enemy's main force is not discovered, it will be difficult for our main force to enter the battlefield, so as to avoid being besieged and suffering losses. In other words, at this stage only the forwards and left and right wings of both sides are in a stalemate, and the main force of the central army has not moved. It is also unclear what the enemy's intentions are, and even the specific location of the enemy's main force is still unknown. Up to this point, both sides have deployed tens of thousands of reconnaissance fleets of various sizes in the galaxies near the battle, which can be described as an iron wall. Their own reconnaissance fleet cannot get through, and the opposing reconnaissance fleet cannot get through either. There is no other way but to respond to all changes with the same attitude. Since the opponent's main force has not moved, our main force will not move either, and we will just keep on wasting time. Li Qing naturally continued to stay in the left-wing galaxy and waited, and there was no need for reinforcements. At this stage, ordinary conspiracies and tricks are basically useless, and the most they can do is just a matter of tactical priorities. 2 months had passed unknowingly, and the battle situation of the entire Eastern Allied forces remained unchanged. Apart from the stalemate in the middle and the constant consumption of resources, and the continuous support of the fleet from the rear, there was no other change. In fact, Li Qing did contact the commander during this period and transferred himself to support the Central Army. He used the power of his divine light to clear the field and force Browen to join forces with the main force to take action. But unexpectedly, after knowing this, Commander-in-Chief Simon Lu did not let him take any action and continued to wait. There is no special reason. I just want to observe it again and confirm a certain guess. Because this situation was not only happening to the Eastern Allied forces, but also to the Western Allied forces. Even after so long of fighting, no trace of the main force of the Western Allied forces of the Browen Alliance was found. Therefore, after synthesizing the intelligence, the headquarters of the three armies speculated that it was possible that the Brevens were trying to stir up trouble, and secretly transferred the main forces on the left and right wings to the center in an attempt to gather all the main forces to defeat the center in one fell swoop. This idea sounds unreliable at first. After all, with mobile war stars, the coalition forces on the left and right wings can rush back to the center to provide support in just 2 or 3 days. Given the size of the fleet assembled by the Central Alliance, It would be impossible for the Broen Alliance to defeat it in 2 or 3 days. However, this premise is that there is only Broen United. If there is interference from external forces, it is hard to say. For example, support from the Xenar star cluster. Alternatively, the Aisha player civilization in the northern part of the Perseus arm secretly reached an agreement with the Broen Alliance. Or maybe, in recent years, some Star Lord of the Broen Alliance has gained some special opportunity and greatly increased his strength, or obtained some super treasure, and so on. Just like Li Qing has the opportunity to obtain the Pioneer database and complete dark matter technology, it is not impossible for other civilizations to also obtain great opportunities. Total war does not allow for mistakes. The most important quality of a commander is stability. He would rather give up some opportunities than maintain stability. Players can take risks, but they hold the fate of the entire human civilization in their hands and have no money to take risks. It's like Li Qing can just rely on his talent as a Cybertron general to roam around everywhere, and it's difficult to catch him. But he can't do that. You know, it's difficult, but it's not impossible to catch him. First of all, Broen United also has some great generals. Officially there are 4 of them, but it is unclear if there are any hidden ones. The abilities of each god are extremely powerful and unreasonable. You can refer to the abilities of the 2 gods Cybertron and Cyrus. If he dares to wander around, the Broen Alliance will definitely dispatch 1 or 2 gods to hunt him down. If the abilities of these gods are strange enough, the possibility of failure will be very high. Although he has not met the 3rd Divine General yet, it does not mean that he will underestimate him. So, he obeyed the order obediently, stopped the fleet in the center of the galaxy, and then sent out thousands of small reconnaissance fleets to disperse throughout the galaxy, the farthest of which had reached the Kuiper belt outside the gravity well. However, although he is honest, he is not completely honest. He found a negative star to hide his breath, left the fleet alone and headed north. Li Qing gave him an order, asking him to sneak to the eastern core fortress of the Broen Union and find a safe place to hide. When the time was right, he used this negative star as the coordinate to teleport directly to the eastern core fortress of the Broen Union in one step. Chapter 309. The Mutant Aisha civilization joins the war. To the west of the Eastern Alliance, a galaxy more than 5,000 light-years away, is the main battlefield of the Central Alliance. The Eastern and Western Coalition forces were still in a stalemate, but after several attempts by the Human Coalition forces in the middle and the vanguards of the Broen Coalition, the vanguards of the Central Coalition forces discovered information that the main force of the Broen Coalition civilization was approaching the main battlefield. The main force of the Human Coalition in the middle received the news and immediately moved its main force towards the battle galaxy. The decisive battle was about to begin. At this time, within a range of more than 1,000 light-years centered on a certain galaxy, there are tens of thousands of reconnaissance fleets of various sizes. Countless players are traveling back and forth in this area with their fleets, looking for the Broen Union's reconnaissance fleet to fight. According to the contribution regulations, each time a reconnaissance fleet of the Broen Alliance is destroyed, a certain amount of merit will be obtained. In addition to the actual killing merit, there is also additional merit for destroying the reconnaissance fleet. A small fleet consisting of 30 destroyers and more than 80 frigates was anchored behind a huge meteorite. The fleet was attached to the meteorite and moved with the movement of the meteorite. Captain Wang Tingwan leaned back in his chair, checking the radar scan and chatting with his men. Do you think that the main force of the coalition can defeat the main force of the Broen Alliance? The other player sitting opposite him nodded. Of course we can win. The main battlefield star system has already gathered 6 armies, a large number of player fleets, a total of 5 mobile battle stars, and a huge fleet of more than 3,000 standard divisions. And 2 god generals are in charge. And there are only 4 god generals in the Broen Alliance, 1 each in the left and right coalitions, 1 stationed in the country, and only 1 god general stationed. Although the size of the fleet is not much different, it is slightly weaker in terms of god generals. Commanders, you can definitely seize this advantage and pursue and attack fiercely, slowly expanding your advantage, and eventually defeat the Broen Coalition forces and win the battle. Wang Tingguang nodded and said, I thought so too. But what I don't quite understand is that the Broen Alliance is clearly at a disadvantage. So why would they dare to fight? Could it be that they have some hidden cards that they haven't played yet? The companion on the opposite side laughed and said, They definitely have a trump card. But they have a trump card. So do we not have a trump card? Everyone's strength is similar. Once you lose the upper hand, you may not be able to turn the situation around even if you use all your cards. That is. Wang Tingguang laughed and said, if we can defeat the Browen Union in this battle, we will be rich. We will have a powerful civilization comparable to humans. The corpses will be enough to feed all of us. I told you. I have sneaked into Browen once. And I know there is one. Before he could finish his words, the fleet staff officer sitting on the other side suddenly stood up with a changed expression. An expression of disbelief in his eyes. The companion sitting opposite Wang Tingguang noticed his men not far away and asked curiously, what's the matter? This also interrupted Wang Tingguang's words. He turned back to see the inconceivability and fear on his companion's face. Did something happen? The staff officer turned around and said with a look of horror, I just received news from the Central Alliance headquarters that the main force of the Central Alliance was defeated. The headquarters ordered us to retreat immediately and assemble at the forward outpost. Everyone stood up suddenly and looked at each other. How can this be? Wang Tingguang's face was full of disbelief. Don't talk nonsense. The decisive battle has only been going on for a short time. Less than a day. How could we be defeated? Did you receive false information? The staff was silent for a few seconds, and his face said bitterly, the news is from the general headquarters of the middle force. He paused and continued, less than 10 hours after the decisive battle began, a new Browen joint fleet jumped directly onto the battlefield. In addition to its massive size of over 2,000 army groups, it also had 8 mobile battle stars, 3 divine generals, and a total of at least 500 super psychics. The coalition forces in the middle were caught off guard and abandoned the battlefield after holding out for 2 hours, leaving a part of the fleet behind. The main forces have already leapt away from the battlefield. Everyone looked at each other with extremely solemn expressions. In a galaxy less than 10 jumps away from them, in the starry sky less than 100 million kilometers away from the main sequence star, the densely packed Browen joint fleet was arranged in formation, launching a fierce siege on a large-scale remnant army in the center. The Central Remnant Army is a human fleet with a huge mobile battle star in the center. But the battle star's shield has been broken at this time, leaving only scarred armor. A large number of warships were assembled around, most of which had suffered varying degrees of damage. The void was full of burning warship wreckage, and the wreckage of mobile fortresses that had been blown to pieces floated in the starry sky. From time to time, flames would burst out of the burning wreckage due to the detonation of residual ammunition. It's over. Inside the mobile war planet, military commander Lu Jingyi, who received the order to guard the rear, smiled bitterly. There was a hint of helplessness on his face, but more of it was worry about the fate of mankind. There are a total of 11 mobile war stars in the huge fleet besieging the surrounding area, which almost catches up with the total number of mobile war stars currently mobilized by the entire human coalition. Human United Empire has studied Browen for so long. It is certain that this newly supported mobile battle star and the 3 new gods will not be owned by Browen. In other words, a new civilization has joined the war. Now it is 100% certain that a powerful civilization is involved in the all-out war between humans and the Browen Alliance. And in their hearts, they have already guessed who the attacker is. Aisha's civilization. Lu Jingyi's expression was solemn as he slowly uttered the name. I was careless. I didn't expect that they had remained silent for so many years, but secretly reached an agreement with Browen and transferred 7 mobile war stars here. He sighed for a long time, and he did not have a trace of fear of the upcoming death, and more worried about the fate of human civilization. The running is unable to run. The new 3 gods will gather one of the gods to intercept with various interference skills. Not only can they penetrate not even the mobile battle stars, but the civilized channels that have expanded with the fleet are temporarily blocked. After discovering that the enemy's strength instantly surpassed their own, the Central Command decisively gave up the decisive battle and reluctantly left behind a mobile battle star and an army group to cover the rear. The main force withdrew safely after moving away from the battlefield and the gods' force field. It was just a retreat, not a rout. But if there is no way to deal with the Browen coalition supported by the Aisha civilization, the fate of mankind will still be worrying. With 3 divine generals, 7 mobile war stars, and no extra fleets, they directly circumvented the ban of the suzerain country. Boom! 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 The central ultimate weapons of the 11 mobile war stars scattered in different directions were charged at the same time. 10 starbursts containing terrifying energy crossed millions of kilometers of starry sky and slammed into the mobile war stars. The hard alloy armor on the surface of the war stars was torn apart, and large chunks of alloy fragments as big as continents were lifted up by the terrifying energy and flew into the starry sky. After the starburst, a new star exploded in the fleet, and a large number of small and medium-sized warships melted on the spot. Many severely damaged battleships also melted or split apart due to being unable to withstand the terrifying energy of the nova explosion. After the ultimate weapon, there was a crazy concentrated fire of countless various T-slot doomsday weapons, bombarding the mobile war stars. However, the battle star is indeed a final war weapon. The armored hull is outrageous. He faces 11 mobile war stars alone, and more than 200 mobile fortress. Tens of thousands of Titan's fearless ships collect fire. It is also unable to jump. If it could jump, even if 11 mobile war stars of the same specifications besieged it, no mobile war star that wanted to leave would be able to stay. But there are no ifs in the world. 2 hours later, with another round of starburst fire that forcibly knocked open one side of the mobile battlestar's armor, revealing the ship's hull, Lu Jingyi, the commander of the army, let out a long breath, a hint of determination in his eyes, and ordered, "I order the mobile battlestar's reactor to overload and prepare for self-destruction." The fleet commanders who were looking hesitant fell silent for a moment, and the hesitancy on their faces slowly disappeared, replaced by determination. All the expressions on Lu Jingyi's face disappeared at this time, and he said calmly, "Although we've lost this battle, our main force is still there. We cannot let the enemy capture us, and we cannot let the enemy obtain our weapons of war to attack our people in the future." After a short silence, the fleet's deputy commander Qiao Wanji looked at the commanders of the many subordinate fleets on the command channel screen and said in a deep voice, "You should all know that we cannot surrender. And we must not surrender. We must not allow the enemy to obtain our warships and repair them to deal with our people." In the old saying, there was a cloud. A person inherently died, either lighter than Hong Mao, or more important than Taishan. As a soldier, you should have this consciousness. He paused and looked at Lu Jingyi. Lu Jingyi happened to see it, nodded, and said in a heavy voice, "As the fleet commander, I am issuing this final order. Please fight to the death." In the command hall of the Warstar, all fleet officers saluted in unison. "Yes, sir." Li Qing was stunned when he received the news that the coalition forces in the central route were defeated and retreated to the Central Army Outpost base. This was premeditated. At the emergency meeting of the Eastern Alliance, Commander-in-Chief Simon Lu said in a deep voice, "The situation suddenly changed. All the original strategic plans have been scrapped. The fleet is preparing to retreat." At this time, Deputy Commander Yu Zongzhu asked, "They have already transferred the main forces from the left and right wings to the center. Now the left wing is empty. Should we take this opportunity to attack and cripple the left-wing coalition forces of Bruven United? This will also reduce the pressure in the future." Chief of General Staff Xiao Bieli shook his head and rejected it. "Not feasible. Since Aisha civilization has joined the war, it must not be a small fight. The specific support is not clear yet. But since they dared to transfer the main force, they must have a backup plan. Our chances of winning are not high. We have mobile battle stars with high mobility. Unless we can completely defeat them within 2 or 3 days, their central fleet can provide support at any time. If we fail to achieve our strategic goals within 2 days, or if we are unable to stop them, we will be in danger." Everyone was silent. Li Qing was also silent. With the abilities he currently possesses, it shouldn't be a problem for him to cooperate with the coalition fleet to defeat the Bruven East Route coalition forces, where their main force is absent. But he was not sure he could wipe them out within 2 days. Although the Light of Divine Judgment has first-rate ability in clearing the field, this move is most effective only the first time. The key is that if they can't win, they can escape at any time, fighting and retreating. With mobile battle stars, they can't stop them at all, and they have no way to restrict mobile battle stars. Thinking of this, Li Qing suddenly remembered the information sent by the Central Allied forces, and his brows couldn't help but frown. It's abnormal that a god general has such a buggy ability that he can even intercept moving war stars. This means that in a battle with this divine general present, the battle can only be won and not lost. If we cannot win the battle, we must pay enough price to cover the main force's retreat. If they cannot be killed in one go, they will come a few more times. Each time, a strong fleet must be there to cover their retreat. As the retreat progressed, the fleet was gone. At this time, Commander-in-Chief Simon Lu said, We have received a notice from the Central Route headquarters asking us to prepare to withdraw our troops, and to withdraw to the core fortress on the east route first. Boom! Yu Zhongqiao slammed his fist on the table. And everyone was speechless. Li Qing frowned in thought, his eyes flickering. It's time to take action. The original plan was to fight the decisive battle for a while, and then take action after consuming part of the Bruven Alliance's strength. By then, the pressure they would face would be much smaller. But now the situation has suddenly changed, and the human side is in a bad situation. According to the current situation, the human side will definitely not be able to defeat the Bruven Alliance supported by the Aisha civilization in a field battle, and can only defend the 3 core fortresses. If it were in the past, it would be no big deal if we just defended it. Judging from the strength comparison between the two sides, they may not be able to win a field battle, but defending the home is not a problem. With the strength of the Bruven Alliance, it is unlikely that they can break through the 3 core fortresses. But now, with the support of an Aisha civilization whose strength is unknown, the prospect of holding out is uncertain. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He had to destroy their core fortresses along the way before the Bruven coalition launched a full-scale siege on the core fortress in the middle. Destroying a core fortress along the way does not mean that they will definitely win. But at least their Eastern Coalition forces will be destroyed, reducing the pressure on one side. The so-called destruction of core fortresses along the way does not refer to a single fortress, but to the entire fortress system relying on the core fortress. All affiliated galaxies, including logistics galaxies. Supporting a core fortress system involves a large number of logistical star systems. Once all the logistical star systems are knocked out, the entire Eastern Route Coalition will lose its logistical supplies, and will not be able to hold out for long, and will have to withdraw. The human side only needs to defend the Eastern Fortress. There is no place to get supplies outside the fortress. Once the Eastern Coalition forces of the Bruin Alliance have no supplies, and are forced to retreat, there will be no chance for them to make a comeback. This instantly liberated the Eastern Coalition forces. At that time, they could either attack the Bruin Alliance's homeland from the east, or transfer the Eastern Coalition forces to support the Central Route. The premise for all these plans is to successfully knock down the Eastern Core Fortress of the Bruven Alliance. I need at least an army group's fleet to serve me. But now the Eastern Coalition is preparing to withdraw to the Eastern Core Fortress. At that time, except for leaving a small fleet to defend the Eastern Core Fortress, most of the main forces will be transferred to the Central Core Fortress for support. I need to discuss this with those two in private. Chapter 310. The situation takes a turn for the worse. If you want to leave a fleet behind to do the work in private, you have to talk to the two commanders. After all, although the fleet was under his command, he only had command power. On the battlefield, he could mobilize the fleet depending on the situation. But now the situation had changed, and it had been decided to transfer the fleet to support the coalition forces in the middle. If he wanted to transfer the fleet at this time, he had to get their permission. As soon as the meeting ended, Li Qing contacted the two lords, Xiao Bieli and Shimin Wu. Privately, Shimin Lu is only a representative, and has the supreme command authority. Matters like this still require His Highness Shimin Wu to make the decision. In the small courtyard, two lords came together. Li Qing cupped his hands, and invited the two lords to take a seat. Xiao Bieli smiled and said, Mr. Li Qing invited us both privately. I wonder how important this matter is. His Highness Shimin Wu smiled but said nothing. His real body had been serving in the Servanti Guardians, and it was only during the total war of civilization that he was able to ask for leave to come back. Li Qing didn't keep anyone in suspense, and said directly, Your Highnesses are aware that with the sudden entry of the Aisha civilization into the war, human civilization is now facing a strong threat from the Bruin Alliance and the Aisha civilization. The situation is extremely dangerous. I have an ultimate weapon here, called the Light of Dimension Convergence. After a long period of energy storage, it can completely cut off a large area of space and converge it into a small space. What? The two princes looked at each other with strange expressions. At this time, Li Qing continued, theoretically, this ultimate weapon has no upper limit to its power. Given enough energy and charging time, it can theoretically cut off an entire galaxy in one go. At this time, the two princes had already understood what he meant and showed interested expressions. The conditions for using this ultimate weapon are extremely harsh. It can only be aimed at a fixed area and cannot move. During the aiming period, it will pose a strong threat to the existence in the aimed area and will definitely be discovered by the enemy. Therefore, I need a large fleet to resist the enemy's counterattack and buy time for me. Well? The two princes looked at each other. And Xiao Bieli asked with great interest. So, Lord Li Qing wants to lead a fleet to raid the eastern core fortress of the Broan Union. Li Qing nodded. Yes. The situation is not favorable to us now. We will suffer too much if we just defend blindly. If we can knock down the eastern core fortress of the Broan Union, it means that the eastern coalition forces of the Broan Union will lose their supplies and their ability to continue fighting. They will have no choice but to give up the attack and return to the east to defend. We only need a small part of the fleet to hold back their entire eastern coalition, thus freeing up more manpower to support the central region. Or we can simply gather a large fleet to break into the interior of the Broan Union through the eastern gap and force the current main force of the Broan Union's central army to withdraw. Or maybe we can just go all out and use the same method to jump to the central or western core fortress of the Broan Union before the main force of the Broan Union reacts, and forcibly knock one of them down again. If we take away one of the three core fortresses, their overall strategy will be affected. If we can knock down two of them, they will have to withdraw their troops to defend, and the crisis will be solved. Li Qing finished his plan in one breath, and then a hint of temptation appeared on his face. The most important thing is that if we can knock down any of the three core fortresses, we can obtain a large number of destiny points. If we can knock down two, we will definitely be blessed by the will of civilization. The most important thing is that if we can knock down one core fortress and break the perfect defense of the Broan Union, it means that the initiative has changed hands. We will immediately go from disadvantage to advantage, which is good for. There was no detailed explanation afterwards, but the two lords were smart men and knew exactly what it meant without him saying anything. Without any hesitation, Lord Xiao Bieli said seriously, "Let us see the power of your ultimate weapon. If it is as powerful as you say, we will support you with all our strength." Li Qing nodded. "Just try it in the next galaxy." At this time, the fleet had retreated to the Central Army's outpost and was packing up the base in preparation for retreat. A small fleet left the current base galaxy, jumped about 200 light years to the south at a time, and stopped in an extremely remote and unnamed galaxy. Xiao Bieli pointed at the galaxy in front of him and said to Li Qing, "Let's just go with this galaxy. It won't affect the normal route." Li Qing nodded and said, "In order to maximize the verification effect, we first go outside the galaxy's gravitational well." 2 hours later, the fleet appeared more than 10,000 astronomical units outside the galaxy's gravitational well and had entered the edge of the Oort cloud at the very edge of the galaxy. The fleet stopped, and Li Qing stretched out his hand without hesitation. A black hole gate opened in the starry sky in front of the fleet, facing the main sequence star in the center of a very distant galaxy. "Your Highnesses, I am now activating and charging the ultimate weapon. My target is the star in the center of the galaxy. Considering the strategic requirements at that time, I will directly target the entire galaxy this time." Xiao Bieli and His Highness Shimin Wu nodded expectantly. By the way, the larger the range, the longer it takes to charge. We can understand this. Then, hasn't the charging finished yet? The next day, the two Star Sea Lords no longer had the anticipation of yesterday on their faces. This charging time is too long. 1 day is enough for the enemy's main force to jump back again. If it takes 2 days, the enemy's entire Eastern Alliance will be able to return, and the nearby fleet will also have enough time to come to support. That's why I need your support. If an entire star system can be cut up and taken away in just a few hours, why would we need them? He looked for them both just to find more cannon fodder to take the blame and buy him more time. The two Star Sea Lords were silent for a moment and said nothing more. Then, time passes again and the charging continues. Li Qing carefully felt the light of dimensional convergence at this time, which had already encompassed about 2/3 of the area of this galaxy. Theoretically, if he took action now, it would be enough to destroy a galaxy. According to the internal defense layout of the human Eastern Core Fortress, at least 70% of the defense system and the garrison fleet are in the inner and middle circles. Taking away this part is no different from destroying the core fortress. Time passed again, and soon it was the next day. At this time, His Royal Highness Xiao Bieli and His Royal Highness Shimin Wu suddenly came in front of him and said in a deep voice, "I think we can stop it now. It's taking too long. Your plan is not feasible. The latest intelligence is that the main force of the Broan Joint Central Army has broken through the original fortress base of the Central Alliance. It is estimated that it will not take long for them to force their way to Yanmen Pass in the central route. We must withdraw as soon as possible and dispatch the main force for support. Xiao Bili also nodded and said. The major bases had packed up most of their supplies, and were evacuating yesterday. The main force is also preparing to evacuate. We need to leave here and return to the eastern fortress. Li Qing was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, Can. Then, the fleet leapt away, leaving less than 10 warships anchored in the void. Li Qing stood there motionless, and suddenly chuckled after a while. It's a pity that you didn't seize this opportunity. At some point an hour later, Li Qing suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed it lightly, and an invisible distortion in the black hole door disappeared in a flash. The next second, the direction of the distant star system suddenly twisted. Then, the galaxy quickly shrank into a small ball of light and flew towards him. There was only darkness and nothingness left at the original location, and countless Kuiper Belt meteorites lost their attraction and began to drift into the outer space. If no one supports me, then do it yourself. Although it was a bit unexpected, it wasn't too surprising. 2 days was considered extremely fast for Li Qing. In the past, it would have been impossible to cover the entire galaxy in less than a week. However, the risk was too great for the two lords Xiao Bieli and Shimin Wu. 2 days is enough time for the enemy to receive the message and withdraw. And by then, there will be no benefit except the loss of a large fleet. In addition, the current situation is not good, and they need to preserve more strength to support the core fortress of Yan'an Pass in the middle. Compared with his extremely risky plan, the two lords finally chose to play it safe. Of course Li Qing would not blame them. If he were in their shoes, and did not know his own cards, he would also play it safe. Since the two highest-ranking officers of the Eastern Allied forces did not support his plan, Li Qing could only rely on himself. First of all, he would not bring the Second Army and the Eighth Army with him. And when he returned to Shanhaiguan Fortress, he would resign from the position of Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Allied Forces. Since you are working alone, you will naturally have to enjoy the benefits alone, and some of the credit will be taken away by this position. As for the cannon fodder troops, he has a way to deal with it. You can't count on the regular fleet, but you can count on the player fleet. Although the combat capability is not that great, it is still okay to be cannon fodder. On the way back, Li Qing sent a message to his cousin Li Jingtuan. Where are you? Soon Li Jingtuan responded. I'm on my way back to Shanhaiguan now. How many fleets do you have now? There are about 13 divisions. What's going on? Li Qing smiled and said, I do have something good to talk to you about. Come find me when you get back to Shanhaiguan and we'll talk in detail. No problem. A day and a half later, the huge fleet returned to Shanhaiguan, and Li Qing immediately resigned to Shimin Wu and Xiao Bieli. Both of them were quite surprised, and Shimin Wu approved it directly. Xiao Bieli advised, in fact, you don't have to resign. The opportunity is indeed not right now. I can't take risks with you under the current circumstances. If you are sure, maybe you can wait for a while and try again after the Battle of Yan'an Pass is over. Li Qing smiled and said, although I can try it then. The situation is changing too fast. God knows what will happen in the future. I will try it myself. Failure will be fine and will not affect the overall situation. But if I succeed, it will greatly ease the pressure on Yan'an Pass. Xiao Bieli also understood this, and after a moment of silence, he nodded and said, you are right. In that case, I will not advise you any more. I wish you success. I will try my best, etc. When he was about to close the communication, Xiao Bieli stopped him, thought for a moment, and said, I will send you a war moon. If things are impossible, you can force a warp and leave. Li Qing's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this, and he clasped his hands and said, thank you, Your Highness. You're welcome. His Highness Xiao Bieli acted quickly, and someone soon contacted him to receive a war moon. But when he went to receive it, he found that in addition to the war moon, it also included a full 20 standard level 5 divisions, which were probably used as cannon fodder for him. Okay. This was quite beyond his expectations, and immediately increased the success rate of his plan. Half an hour later, Li Qing met Li Jingtuan, who came to visit him at his residence. Without any polite words, Li Qing directly told Li Jingtuan his plan, which made Li Jingtuan stunned. He finally said, bring your people with you, and you can contact a few good friends to come with me, and let's do something big. Li Jingtuan couldn't help swallowing and said, your plan is a bit crazy, but if we follow what you said, it is not impossible to succeed. Now the main force of the eastern route of the Browen Alliance has been transferred to the central route, and the other part is seizing important star systems outside Shanhaiguan. The defense of its eastern core fortress has reached the lowest level in history. If we are well prepared, we should have no problem holding off the defenders for an hour. Of course 1 hour is no problem. We are not attacking the core fortress directly. We are just defending it. He looked at Li Jingtuan, thought for a moment, and said, "By the way, who in the family is in charge here? Is it Li Weixin again?" "Yes." "Well, go and prepare first. Be ready within a week. By the way, don't look for too much. And don't reveal the whole plan directly. Try it out first." "Okay." Li Jingtuan nodded seriously, bowed, turned around and left. Although they are cousins, Li Jingtuan's attitude towards Li Qing at this time is like that of an elder. He didn't care how high Li Qing's status was at the moment, but he admired Li Qing's legendary life experience very much. From a small bastard son to where he is today, his strength and status almost surpassed the entire Qingheli family. What a legend it is. The experience of the protagonist in the historical novel is vividly displayed in front of him, and he cannot help but respect it. A lot can be done in a week. In the past few days, Li Qing contacted the family representative Li Weixin, as well as representatives of the Yu and Ding families in Tianjin, and borrowed a total of 11 divisions of cannon fodder fleets from them. Then Li Jingtuan originally had a fleet of 11 standard divisions, plus several large teams he recruited during this week, for a total of 7 standard division fleets. All in all, there was 1 war moon, a fleet of 39 standard divisions, and no mobile fortresses. Of course, this does not include Li Qing's own fleet. At this time, Li Qing had 46 level 7 fearless divisions, 8 level 6 fearless divisions, and 2 advanced mobile fortresses. The conventional combat power is actually very strong. This batch of level 7 fearless divisions can almost defeat 3,000 standard level 5 division level fleets head-on. But unfortunately, there are too many superstar cities in the core fortresses that are comparable to conventional mobile fortresses. And there must be many mobile fortresses and war moons left behind. With the combat power at hand, he cannot launch a head-on attack. Chapter 311 The Call from Lord Sunluo. Unless the size of the fearless division is increased several times, it can then rely on its hard power to launch a frontal attack. The premise is that there is no mobile battle star. If there is a mobile war star, then it goes without saying that even if there are 500 level 7 fearless divisions, they cannot defeat the fleet with a mobile war star. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. But when Li Qing was about to set off, a sudden piece of news stunned him. 2 negative star people from the isolated star field sent a message that Lord Sunluo has awakened. To be precise, Lord Sunluo showed signs of awakening some time ago. At that time, strange fluctuations were heard from inside the mechanical war planet from time to time. Later, as the war between humans and the Browen United Civilization began, the strange fluctuations became more and more obvious. Until now, a message suddenly came from inside, asking to see him by name. This surprised Li Qing greatly. After only a second of consideration, he decided to go back first. He asked the assembled fleet to wait for a while he headed south alone. The Star Swarm escort ship can jump up to 2,000 light-years at a time. The jump speed of a single ship is extremely fast. It only took 1 day to cross a distance of tens of thousands of light-years to reach the Zutter Galaxy. With the help of the negative star as the coordinate, it can directly jump to the isolated star field. The 2 negative stars stationed here were transformed from the many personal guards of Lord Sunluo, who were captured before. They were now waiting at the place where Lord Sunluo was sleeping. The escort ship was anchored in the starry sky. Li Qing stepped out and came to a huge mechanical war star. The size of Lord Sunluo's mechanical war planet is much larger than a normal war planet, with a diameter of about 22,000 kilometers. At this time, the energy shield has long disappeared, but the surface armor is intact. No one knows what alloy it is made of. One can clearly see some broken meteorites and debris in the gaps of the armor SHL, but the armor structure is completely intact, without even a scratch. He came in front of 2 negative star people, who is also one of the mechanical war stars. One of the negative stars said to him, when the human race and the Browen Alliance were engaged in a full-scale war, there was a sudden sign of awakening in the mechanical war planet. Later, the signs became more and more obvious. A signal suddenly came 2 days ago, and it specifically requested to see His Majesty. Li Qing clasped his arms and looked at the huge mechanical war star floating alone in the starry sky, with a thoughtful look on his face. If nothing unexpected happens, the awakening of Lord Sun Luo should be related to the all-out war between humans and the Broen Alliance. But the main reason that caused him to wake up directly was the stimulation of the alliance between Aisha civilization and Broen. It's not like all-out wars between humans and the Broen Alliance have never happened before. During the thousands of years that Lord Sun Luo has been sleeping, all-out wars between humans and the Broen Alliance have been fought several times. But he has never woken up. But this awakening is most likely due to the participation of Aisha civilization in the war, which makes the will of human civilization feel an unprecedented threat. Lord Sun Luo, who had been sleeping, woke up. As for why he specifically came to find him, Li Qing guessed there were two possibilities. One possibility is that he is the only one who is currently researching mechanical battle stars. Another possibility is probably his potential. The other lords and military leaders did not know the news that he had obtained a complete database of pioneers of advanced civilizations. But the will of human civilization could not have been unaware of it. With a complete inheritance of advanced civilization, his potential instantly surpassed that of all Star Lords in the eyes of the human civilization will. Even all the Star Lords and military lords of the entire human United Empire combined could not compare to him. After all, when he digests these technologies, it only takes 100 years of preparation. And his comprehensive strength will be able to crush the entire human civilization. But whatever the reason, it's a good thing for him. Standing in front of the mechanical battle star, Li Qing straightened his clothes, bowed in the direction of the battle star, and shouted loudly, "Jialan Li Qing. I greet Senior Sun Luo." Silence. Li Qing was not in a hurry, and stood there for a long time without moving. After an unknown amount of time, a faint glow suddenly appeared on the surface of the mechanical battle planet, which quickly formed a huge, blurry face made of light. In the center of the face, the originally closed outer SHL split apart, revealing a huge passage large enough to accommodate a Titan superflag. Layers of lights lit up in the passage, extending all the way to the depths of the passage. At this time, a mechanical voice sounded. "Come in." Li Qing clasped his fists, and while the two negative star men were waiting there, he flew towards the passage alone. As soon as you enter the passage, the entrance is closed silently. Li Qing took a look and continued forward without any worries. The passage was straight and led deep into the ground. Li Qing observed his surroundings while flying. However, he gave up after looking for a while. There were only smooth alloy walls around the passage. With his extraordinary psychic power, he could detect gaps in the walls that were invisible to the naked eye. But he could not see inside through the gaps. Without thinking too much, he quickened his pace and soon reached the end of the passage. After passing through the passage gate, you will appear in a huge independent space. He looked up and saw moving alloy structures everywhere in the space. He felt like he was inside a huge mechanical clock. In the center of the independent space that is constantly moving and changing shape, there is a huge invisible distortion, in the center of which is suspended a constantly changing gear sphere. It is composed of countless crystalline gear parts. These gears can change their shapes, and their external shapes continue to change as the gear sphere moves. Li Qing slowly flew through the empty independent space towards the center. As he approached, the surrounding structure slowly lit up, and the texture of its internal structure also slowly lit up from cold metal to crystal-like. There are no lights, but the interior is as bright as day, and the light comes from the internal structure itself. At the same time, the constantly changing sphere in the center no longer rotated irregularly as before, but slowly formed a mechanical head. When the head took shape and the eyes lit up, emitting a faint distorted light like a white hole, an inexplicable will slowly awakened. Li Qing hung motionless in front of the distortion, waiting patiently. I don't know how long it took, but when the slowly awakening will reached its peak strength, a loud voice suddenly rang out. "Welcome to the Sun Luo, young human." Li Qing saluted with a serious face and said in a deep voice, "Junior Li Qing. Greetings to His Highness Sun Luo." The voice paused and replied, "I am a loser. No need to call me Your Highness anymore. On the contrary, you, the one favored by the will of civilization. I believe that it won't be long before I can respectfully address you as Your Majesty." Li Qing's heart was moved when he heard this, but he did not respond. Instead, he asked, "My subordinates told me that His Highness Sun Luo wants to see me. Is that true?" A loud voice sounded. "I have woken up 3 times since I fell asleep. But this is the first time I was awakened on my own initiative. It seems that the war situation between humans and the Broan Alliance is not optimistic. Li Qing nodded and replied. Yes. The Aisha civilization that was once expelled by His Majesty has returned to the Perseus Arm and interfered with the all-out war between humans and the Broan Alliance. Aisha civilization? I remember now. These scums haven't been exterminated yet. Not only have they not become extinct, but they are even more powerful than before, as humans have not been able to defeat the Broan Alliance. Their development has been limited over the past few thousand years, and their current strength has not improved much compared to 7,000 years ago. What a bunch of rubbish. Except you. Li Qing. He didn't dare to respond. As Lord Sunluo, who once fought against nearly half of human civilization alone, he is indeed qualified to say this. Wrong. Li Qing suddenly had an idea and unexpectedly discovered a blind spot that he had never thought of before. He remembered that Lord Sunluo was only ranked third among the human lords at the time, and there were 2 Star Sea lords ranked first and second above him. Even Lord Sunluo was able to fight against nearly half of the human United Empire alone. So the other 2 lords should be even stronger. But in fact, the 2 ancient lords did not seem to demonstrate the strength that matched their ranking, as if they had no sense of existence. Just like when the lords came to him to buy level 6 dreadnoughts before. The projections of the 2 big guys did not seem mysterious, and did not give the feeling that matched their status and legend at all. Something's wrong. There happened to be a big boss in front of him. So Li Qing didn't hesitate and asked immediately. I remember that in ancient times, Your Majesty was so powerful even though he ranked third among the lords. There were 2 other lords who ranked higher, but I did not feel their power in this all-out war. Lord Sunluo paused for a moment, and then his voice rang out. That's because they are not the first generation of lords at all. The first generation of the first lord disappeared a long time ago. He was stationed at the Cervanti Guardian. A long time ago, he accepted a special mission from the Cervanti Guardian that rewarded him with a 6th generation escort carrier chip. He disappeared while leading the main fleet on the mission. What you see now is the 2nd generation. They don't have the skills and abilities of the 1st generation. With the main fleet missing, their strength is bound to weaken. And the 2nd rank Sea Code discovered an ancient star gate that connected to another galaxy in his territory. An accident occurred during the exploration, and the star gate was damaged. Sea Code was also trapped on the other side of the star gate and could not return. Now he is only the 2nd generation, and his strength is no longer as glorious as it once was. I can only be speechless. It turns out that the 2 strongest star lords have fallen. No wonder the current strength of the human United Empire is not as strong as imagined. If that's the case, a lot of things make sense. But that's all history now. Li Qing looked up at the crystal-like mechanical sphere, pondered for a moment, and asked, I wonder why Your Majesty wants to call me here. The mechanical sphere was also silent for a while, and then a loud voice sounded. I have a question. Why did the will of civilization choose you as a military leader instead of other lords? Can you explain it to me? Perhaps it's because I have obtained a complete pioneer database and complete dark matter technology. In an instant, an extremely strong wave of will emerged, and at this moment Li Qing felt like a small boat swaying involuntarily in a stormy sea. Such a strong will, close to immortality. The storm came quickly and went away quickly, and soon became calm. You have access to the complete Forerunner database? Yes. You got the complete dark matter technology? Yes. When did this happen? 3 or 4 years ago. No wonder. Lord Sunluo sighed, and then did not respond. But Li Qing could clearly feel a pair of eyes falling on him. He remained motionless, allowing himself to be observed. After a while, the loud voice sounded again. If that's the case, you are indeed qualified to inherit my estate. And you are also the most suitable heir. Li Qing was delighted when he heard this, and clasped his hands together and said, Okay. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is what you get from your own efforts and ability. Lord Sunluo's voice suddenly became somewhat sad, and then he was silent for a long time before he spoke. You have 2 ways to inherit my legacy. You can choose one way from it. Your Majesty, please speak. In the first way, you transfer the machine to the root, and then devour the core of the mechanical battle star. When you completely decompose and integrate and master it, you will fully inherit everything me, including this powerful mechanical battle star and the will of immortality. The second way is to give up the mechanical ascension root. But it means that you will not be able to inherit perfectly. Including this mechanical battle star is bound to my will. If you don't take the mechanical ascension route, you will not be able to control this mechanical battle star. Of course, if you have enough time and a powerful fortress designer, you can spend hundreds of years redesigning and modifying it. But the current situation may not have that time. Li Qing nodded. There really isn't that time. This mechanical war star cannot be put into the Palm universe. And it will take nearly 100 years even if the time is accelerated by several hundred years. During this time, he has built the 13 mobile war stars and the star fortress. By then, the role of this mechanical war star will not be that great. My head hurts. Li Qing rubbed his forehead and asked, if I choose the second option, what will I inherit? My former treasure, and a mechanical battle star that belongs to you. Isn't this mechanical battle star impossible to master? Some question marks popped up in Li Qing's mind, and he didn't react for a while. Until Lord Sinlo's voice sounded and explained to him. You can't master this mechanical battle star. But I can degenerate this battle star into the initial state. You can invest and upgrade your own resources. As long as you have enough resources, you can soon be promoted to the current level, or even higher. Li Qing was still a little confused and didn't quite understand. What evolution or upgrade? This mechanical battle star is not one of them. Li Qing's expression suddenly froze. And an incredible thought that he had never thought of suddenly emerged in his mind. He exposed an incredible expression on his face. Whispered, His Majesty Mori. Your mechanical battle star. Is it that kind? As you guessed? This is a new universe from 10,000 years ago. The initial base that the initial survivor comes with the initial survivor can improve the level as long as you put enough materials and meet the conditions. After years of fighting, this mechanical battle star of mine has been promoted 7 times. Chapter 312, Lord Sinlo's Legacy. Shit! What a mess! At this time, Li Qing was in his heart that he was shocked and ecstatic. And he was extremely excited. What is this? It may not be worth it in 10,000 years ago. At that time, when humans just entered the new universe Shanghai's survival stage, it was a man, and it was not worth it at all. However, as time passed, Shanghai's survival stage ended, and the first batch of predecessors who survived the development of survival either died or die. These initially unlimited upgrades have disappeared. It has become a legend until now. Only in historical textbooks can we hear such rumors of this magic ship. Every player dreams of wanting to get an initial number. But this is just a dream. Li Qing never thought about it. And today, he had a chance to get an initial number. This is really, etc. Li Qing suddenly thought of something and asked quickly. Her Majesty Sinlu. I remember that the initial number seemed to be unable to transfer? Lord Sinlu replied. Of course, it cannot be transferred under normal circumstances. But if there is cooperation from the will of civilization, it is possible to do so. How to do it? You kill me. Sacrifice me. And the will of civilization will be deprived of my initial number. After hearing this, Li Qing's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. He opened his mouth, but was unable to speak for a while. At this time, Lord Sinlo's voice sounded again. Don't be surprised. This is my destiny, my choice, and my way of atonement for the mistakes I made. Because of me, it caused a great injury of human civilization, which missed the best time to grow. I was guilty. Li Qing remained silent. He couldn't respond to this, and didn't know how to say it. Although we can assume that if he had not changed his ideas and become independent, and had not rebelled against humanity, there would not have been that earth-shaking war. With his strength plus the strength of the human united empire at that time, it would not have been impossible for him to defeat the Browin Union earlier and dominate several star fields. You have to know that 8 or 9,000 years ago, humans were very powerful. Several player civilization expelled several player civilization, and more extinct indigenous civilization. At that time, the Browin Union could not fight humans at that time. And at that time, there were no so-called 3-core fortress defense lines. If it is not a civil war, it is really likely to defeat Browin Union. But if there is no in the world, the derivation cannot be regarded as a fact. And things have happened. After being defeated by the Semro, he was sober after thousands of years of sleeping. But it was difficult to collect the water. And what he had done could not be recovered. This is estimated to be the real reason why Lord Sun Luo had been sleeping for thousands of years. It's not that he's really in a deep sleep. I guess he just doesn't want to wake up, and he's trying to avoid it. The space fell into silence. and Li Qing didn't know what to say at this moment. After a long time, the heavy voice of Lord Sinro sounded. Young Junior, you are the most promising lord in the history of human civilization. You can lead human civilization to glory. As a senior, I am very pleased and willing to see your birth. Kill me. Sacrifice me. Let me atone for my past actions. And also help you. Li Qing pondered for a while, looked up at the huge mechanical sphere in front of him, sighed heavily, and said, at this moment, the juniors have nothing to say. Where they promised to their predecessors, they will definitely lead the rise of human civilization and defeat all competitors to the top of the galaxy. Lord Sunluo said with relief, I believe you have this ability, and I am optimistic about you. For a long while again, Li Qing suddenly said, does the senior have any unfulfilled wishes? Unprecedented wish. A faint voice sounded. I used to have many regrets, but unfortunately, with the passage of time, they no longer exist. The past grudges and wishes have long disappeared with the passage of time. And now I have no wishes. Child, do it. Goodbye. Senior. Li Qing was silent, stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. The suspended mechanical sphere in front of his eyes suddenly appeared a faint light flame around the surroundings around him, and quickly boiled and turned into a huge group of light balls. At the same time as he started, an inexplicable breath came slowly. Li Qing looked up, and this was that the will of human civilization had come. Normal human beings cannot sacrifice the lords and lords of the same race. At this time, he sacrificed Lord Sunluo to the will of human civilization, which was equivalent to sacrificing a powerful civilization that once had a comprehensive strength of more than 1/3 of that of humans. The benefits obtained would be much greater than the normal sacrifice of a Star Sea Lord. With the advent of the will of human civilization, an indescribable force began to burn. The mechanical sphere in front of him was covered by flames, quickly burning and decomposing. Moreover, this invisible force also spread up and down along the invisible distortion. One end flew to the dome, and the other end fell to the floor. The extremely hard alloy floor burned quickly like foam. In just a short while, everything in Li Qing's sight was burning. He stood there motionless. The blazing flame seemed unreal to him, and he felt nothing at all. But outside, unknown to him, the mechanical war star that had been suspended in the starry sky for thousands of years suddenly began to burn. A stream of light flames exuded from the interior of the mechanical battle star, and quickly extended to cover the entire mechanical battle star. It covered the entire battle star in less than an hour, and it looked like a burning sun. Time passed, and the turbulent flames had covered Li Qing's whole person, and there was nothing to see in front of him. But he didn't panic at all, although no one said to him. He naturally knew what he was going to do, and what he should do. It was unknown how long it had been, but the huge mechanical war star quickly shrank in the eyes of the two negative star operators, getting smaller and smaller. And soon it changed from a war star with a diameter of more than 20,000 kilometers to a small ball, almost the size of a frigate. Li Qing's field of vision has not changed, and there is still a combustion and distortion in front of him, and nothing can be seen. But at a certain moment, he could feel what he could be connected with his own will. In other words, at a certain moment, something suddenly appeared in his will. One of the sidelines, Li Qing realized. At this moment of enlightenment, the distorted burning in front of my eyes suddenly became clear, and the burning flame quickly became transparent and slowly disappeared, replaced by... He was standing in the middle of a small ship's bridge, with a metal command chair behind him. Behind the chair was a transparent column extending all the way to the top, through which he could see many wires inside. Is this the original appearance of the mechanical battle star? No tutorial was needed. Li Qing's mind moved, and a beam of light fell in front of him. A model appeared out of thin air in the beam of light. This model looks like a mini mobile fortress. The whole thing is shaped like a round bun, which is high in the middle and flat around the edges. It has 8 corners in all directions, and each corner has a gun muzzle. It is only 100 meters in diameter, and about 50 meters thick in the center. It looks like a mini mobile fortress. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the organs. Li Qing called out the attribute panel of this initial account, touched his forehead, and felt it was quite interesting. The initial attributes of this thing are not very high. Roughly speaking, the basic attributes are stronger than frigates, but slightly worse than destroyers. But this configuration, a whole new generation of technology, nuclear fission reactors, chemical propulsion, Optical electronic radar. Li Qing covered his face. It had been a long time since he had seen such an ancient term. However, it is normal that humans initially use the first generation of technology when they first enter the stage of survival in the new universe. This can't be upgraded. Li Qing did not study it for long and looked directly at the upgrade bar of the initial account. He found that in addition to meeting the upgrade conditions, upgrading to the second level also required 100,000 cubic meters of various metals. The specific metal is not indicated because there is no demand for metal. Any metal will do, whether it is steel, copper, gold, or various alloys, or other rare metals, etc. However, the metal used for upgrading and fusion determines the upper limit of the attributes increased after the upgrade. Which means that if you want to become more powerful with each upgrade, you must fuse better metals. Li Qing immediately opened the door of the black hole, drove the initial number in, and took out 100,000 cubic meters of dragon-scale alloy from the warehouse. Yes, it is the God-level civilization alloy that incorporates the characteristics of the dragon scales of the top-level Leviathan beast, the Ether Dragon. Since the fused metal determines the potential of the initial number, it is natural to fuse the best one. At this time, the strongest metal in Li Qing's hand is dragon-scale alloy. 100,000 cubic meters of dragon-scale alloy were sucked into an aperture that opened at the bottom of the initial ship, confirming the upgrade. Then Li Qing saw the entire initial ship begin to become blurred and transparent, and countless rays of light flew out, quickly outlining a model in front of him. He knew in his heart that this was a change after the initial number was promoted, and he could adjust it freely. If he ignores it, it will evolve and upgrade according to the original appearance of the initial number. Li Qing ignored it and let it evolve by default. There is no need to adjust it now. We can do it later. You must know that this time, he completely inherited Lord Sinluo's mechanical war star, although it was degraded to its original state. After the sacrifice, the will of civilization perfectly stripped off the mechanical war star, including its previous promotion and evolution experience. To put it simply, although this thing is returned to its original state, the other conditions required for upgrading have been completely preserved. This means that he does not need to spend time thinking of ways to meet various conditions. He only needs to provide a large amount of supplies to continue to be promoted. And he can be promoted a total of 8 times. Yes, 8 times. Lord Sinluo's mechanical battle star was upgraded 7 times. But he could upgrade it 8 times after inheriting it. Li Qing was not very clear about what the influence was, but it did not affect him from fully opening the light forging furnace and madly converting the dragon scale alloy. For the next 8 promotions, you won't need any resources. Just use dragon scale alloy. No matter how many other materials there are, they cannot compare to the dragon scale alloy used by the god-level civilization. It has been upgraded 8 times from level 1, all using dragon scale alloy. The basic attributes of the initial account after the upgrade are definitely far superior to before. It takes a quarter of an hour, or 15 minutes, to be promoted. Li Qing did not wait, and took the time to check his total gains after sacrificing Lord Sinluo. Closing his eyes, Li Qing soon revealed a hint of joy. Good. We should be the biological son of the will of civilization now. He did his best to preserve Lord Sinluo's legacy for him. First of all, after the sacrifice, he was directly given 124 destiny points, in addition to the remaining points in his hand. It also included all the consumption during the promotion to Star Lord, such as 10 destiny points for promotion to Lord, strengthening the 5th level technology to the 6th level technology, and strengthening the mother chip, etc. Now the will of civilization has stripped away all of it, even the cost of upgrading the mother chip. This would of course cause the 6th level enhanced technology mother chip in Lord Sinluo's hands to degrade to level 5. But this had no effect on him. He did not use the 6th level enhanced technology. He directly used the 6th level dark matter technology. With so many destiny points, is there any problem in strengthening the dark matter mother chip in my hand several times? No problem. I have to say, he is worthy of being a powerful Star Lord who can compete with half of human civilization in the later period. He actually holds so many destiny points, which is too powerful. In addition, Lord Sinluo has a total of 568,552 civilization points. Yes, more than 560,000 is a bit more civilized. This was totally beyond Li Qing's expectations. To be honest, he guessed that Lord Sinluo might have tens of thousands of civilization points, or at most 70,000 or 80,000. But the result is that there are more than 560,000 civilization points. And no one knows where they came from. Compared to him, the Starseed Lord of the Zener star cluster whom he had sacrificed before seemed quite shabby. But no matter how there are so many, it is a good thing. Which means that he can use so many civilization points to improve his strength. In addition to these two intangible benefits, he also obtained a top-notch treasure. Li Qing stretched out his right hand, and in his palm hung a metal gear sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, which was rotating continuously and aimlessly. After sacrificing Lord Sunluo, a top-level treasure was condensed, called the Heart of Destruction Machinery. Chapter 313 Li Qing's first mobile battle star. What a powerful relic! Li Qing rubbed his chin excitedly, his eyes falling on the last active effect of this relic. A mechanical miracle. With enough alloy, it can construct a mobile fortress out of thin air every 2 years. The specifications and size of the fortress are determined by the alloy consumed. This means that if enough alloys are consumed, an advanced mobile fortress can be built directly in one step. Even if enough alloys are prepared, a mobile fortress comparable to the Moon of War can be built in one step. Please note that it is a mobile fortress with specifications comparable to the Moon of War, not the Moon of War itself. The War Moon is at the same level as the mobile battle star, but it is smaller in size. Even if one has the ability to shrink the Star Blaster and install it on the War Moon, it can be used to replace the mobile battle star. This means that Li Qing can use a large amount of dragon-scale alloy exclusively used by god-level civilizations to build a mobile fortress with super basic attributes. Well, you can try. Li Qing pinched his chin and was in a good mood. This relic is the last legacy left by Lord Sunluo after his sacrifice. And there is nothing else. It's not that Lord Sunluo doesn't have good things. It's mainly because during the sacrifice, the will of human civilization decomposed all other heritage. And then all of them were used to convert into destiny points and repair this relic. Otherwise, where do you think so many destiny points and civilization points came from? There is also the Heart of Destruction machine, which is said to be an artifact of the destroyed mechanical civilization. Logically speaking, Lord Sunluo's once independent civilization was incomplete, and it was the will of civilization that sacrificed other heritage to repair this artifact of civilization. So after the sacrifice is completed, there are only 4 main benefits. A starting base, more than 100 destiny points, hundreds of thousands of civilization points, a holy relic, not a lot, but super high quality. Without saying anything, just stock up on dragon scale alloy first. 15 minutes passed quickly, and the initial number was successfully promoted for the first time. Li Qing immediately checked its properties. After only 1 promotion, its combat capability reached the level of a cruiser. Needless to say, continue to get promoted. The second upgrade takes 30 minutes. After the upgrade, the combat capability exceeds that of the Overlord class battleship and has 8x battleship main guns. The third promotion took 60 minutes. After the promotion, the combat capability reached the level of a flagship. That is, it had the firepower of a dreadnought and a huge hangar comparable to that of an aircraft carrier, similar to a combination of a dreadnought and a flagship. The fourth promotion took 2 hours. After the promotion, the combat capability was equivalent to that of Star City, which was equivalent to a mobile Star City. The fifth promotion took 5 hours, because all that was used was dragon-scale alloy plus various super rare metals. After the promotion, the combat power had surpassed the advanced mobile fortress, and began to possess various halo force fields. The sixth promotion took a full 10 hours, and the specifications after the promotion were equivalent to the enhanced version of War Moon. The seventh promotion took a full 24 hours, which is Lord Sunluo's current promotion level. The specifications after the promotion are 30,000 kilometers, which is larger than Lord Sunluo's machine, with more powerful attributes, and he can also choose what type of ultimate weapon. It is worth mentioning that each promotion comes with technological weapons and accessories that match the level. In other words, the weapons equipped after the 5th promotion are all 5th generation technology. The 6th generation is equipped with level 6 enhanced technology, and the 7th generation is equipped with 6th generation dark matter technology. The next 8th upgrade was equipped with the 7th generation dark energy technology, and according to the specifications, it will also come with a series of halo accessories and ultimate weapons. Don't ask how it came from. Just ask that it is given by the will of the universe. When the 7th promotion was completed, the moment Li Qing opened the attribute list, An option popped up. After the 7th promotion to an enhanced mobile battle star. And because its specifications far exceeded other mobile battle stars. It could be equipped with 4 ultimate weapons and an advanced star gate. And there are 3 ultimate weapons to choose from. One is the most common Star Blaster, which is as powerful as other Star Blasters. One is the Nova Projector that Li Qing had seen before. And its power and range were the same as those he had seen before. One is Nanoplague Virus, which is an ultimate weapon against living things. It can launch a plague virus that is fatal to organic life forms. It can exterminate designated life forms on a planet without destroying the planet's environment. It is very suitable for exterminating species on a planet while preserving the planet. Li Qing thought about it casually and chose the Star Blaster for all 4 ultimate weapons. Although Nanoplague is the most suitable for him. He has the Light of Divine Judgment to replace the Star Blaster and Nova Projector. But the problem is that when everyone's battle stars use the Star Blaster, he can't stand out. And there are many ways to commit genocide. And other methods are at most a little troublesome. After completing all the options, Li Qing stopped the 8th promotion. It's not that I don't want to. But the Dragon Scale alloy I have stored is far from enough. This stuff is an alloy of the 8th level God-grade civilization. And the conversion efficiency is extremely low. The stock has been used up before. And the demand for Dragon Scale alloy for the 8th promotion is extremely high. So it has not been gathered in a short while. But it's not a big problem. The diameter of the Mobile War Star promoted for the 7th time is as high as 30,000 kilometers. And its attributes are far stronger than those of a normal Mobile War Star. In addition to the ultimate weapon, it also comes with an advanced Stargate that can connect to the Stargate network of human civilization. But the prerequisite is to have authorization from other Stargates. If you don't have authorization, you can't teleport there. Li Qing was also lucky. Lord Salu upgraded this thing to level 7 while he was asleep. The 8th upgrade requirement was met during his sleep. But there was no time and resources for upgrades later. So he got a bargain. So handsome. The mobile battle star floating in the starry sky looks exactly the same as the common mobile battle stars. A huge sphere. He did not deliberately fabricate the appearance. After all, this was an initial base that could be upgraded infinitely. If the appearance was too strange, it would be too conspicuous. Although mobile war stars with a diameter of 30,000 kilometers are also rare. They do exist. They are just relatively less conspicuous. Li Qing's mind moved, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the huge war star. A beam of light flew out from the war star and enveloped him. The next second, the beam of light was retracted and he had disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in the core center of the war star. In the center of the core central space of the war star with a diameter of 10 kilometers stands an invisible twisted pillar that connects the sky and the earth. In the center of the twisted light pillar is a twisted vortex. A faint light rotates with the twist. And it looks like a rotating galaxy in the long twisted river that connects the sky and the earth. Li Qingfei slowly merged into the center of the twisted light column. In an instant, he felt his consciousness spreading rapidly, extending at the speed of light along invisible channels to every inch of the entire mobile war planet. Unlike conventional mobile battle stars, this thing does not require any crew members, and all the weapons inside can be controlled by the owner's consciousness alone. Well, space fighters are not a good option, as they either require crews or combat computer automation. In addition, this mobile battle planet is equipped with all weapons and general accessories, but does not include space fighters. Now the huge hangar inside is empty, and you need to configure it yourself, or slowly produce it on the battle planet's own production line. This battle star comes with 80,000 hangars, each of which can accommodate a squadron of 360 space fighters, which means that this mobile battle star can accommodate up to 288 billion space fighters. Very strong. Li Qing opened the door of the black hole and entered the universe in his palm. He first counted the aircraft carrier combat zone in the high-dimensional fortress. At this time, there were about 260 million space fighters stored there. He thought about it and decided to give up and let the mobile war star produce the products on its own production line. Anyway, this mobile combat planet itself has very strong firepower, so it doesn't seem to make much difference whether there is a space fleet or not. Next, Li Qing invited a total of 20 negative star warriors, a total of 10,000 servants of light, and a large number of senior crew members to join the mobile war planet as the crew of the war planet. Although he could use the war star's special control system to control all the weapons on the entire war star by himself. That would be too tiring, and he couldn't stay on the ship during both wartime and peacetime. Prepare an extra group of crew members, who will usually be responsible for controlling the weapons on the war planet and maintaining the Stargate. After making these preparations, Li Qing first communicated with the territory, connected the war planet Stargate network to the Lock Fortress, and ordered the territory fleet to assemble and prepare at the Lock Fortress. He then drove the mobile war planet out of the isolated star field and jumped directly to the north. He let his men control the war star halfway through, and he returned to the universe in his palm. And then, with 124 destiny points in hand, you can't just leave them unused. After a little consideration, Li Qing spent 104 destiny points without hesitation and strengthened all the dark matter technology weapon mother chips 4 times, together with the existing ones. He can now produce 5 sets of dark matter weapons in each batch, and can configure 5 standard division level fleets at one time. It is well worth spending so much on this. In the future, when dark energy technology is upgraded based on existing dark matter technology, these weapon mother chips can be directly upgraded on the existing basis and will not be discarded. With 20 destiny points remaining, Li Qing considered staying for a while. Once we defeat the Broan Alliance, we will definitely get more destiny points, and then we can decide how to use them. As for the 560,000 civilization points, they are also useful to him. A full 500,000 civilization points were exchanged for 500 static streams of light, and then 500 servants of light were selected to transform into negative star ones. The more negative stars there are, the stronger he will be, especially the more negative stars the mind matrix connects to. The more powerful it will be. When there are only a small number of negative stars, this thing is just a place for their minds and thoughts to communicate. When there are enough connected negative stars, the power of the mind matrix becomes stronger and stronger. The wills of a large number of negative stars combined can automatically condense the spiritual and mental world. The more negative stars there are, the stronger the effect of this spiritual and mental world will be. Chapter 314, What a Big Star! When there were only about 60 negative stars, the influence range of the mind matrix was only 30 to 40,000 light years, and the negative stars could only communicate through thoughts within a range of 30 to 40,000 light years. Now the number of negative stars exceeds 500, and the influence range of the mind matrix has increased dozens of times. Now the maximum communication range has exceeded 1 million light years, covering the entire Milky Way. All the new negative stars were selected from the servants of light, and like the previous negative stars, they all had an initial psychic energy strength of more than 20 million, and they also possess super strong negative star talents. But things are different now. In the past, there were only a few star bearers, and each one was very important, shouldering heavy responsibilities and tasks. The quality of today's negative stars has not declined. Each one is not much different from Long Yun, Zhao Feng, etc. It's just that there are more of them, and they are not given as much attention as before. It's like if a student from a small county suddenly gets admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. That would definitely be big news. But if dozens of people from a small county are admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University every year, they are all Peking University and Tsinghua University. But at this time, it can only be regarded as routine small news every year. With more than 500 negative stars in hand, Li Qing thought about it for a while, and selected 300 of them. Then he spent 30,000 civilization points to exchange for places for servants of light. He selected various scientists from the talents he had collected before, and transformed them into 30,000 scientific research-type servants of light. Their task was simple. The 300 negative star people were divided into 3 groups, responsible for scientific research in the 3 categories of physics, engineering, and sociobiology. The 30,000 servants of light were also divided into 3 groups to assist the 300 negative star ones in conducting scientific research. Their main task is to first fully understand dark matter technology, and then study advanced dark matter technology after fully understanding it. The dark matter technology that Li Qing currently possesses is standard advanced civilization technology. He does not yet know some advanced technologies, such as the technology of mobile battle stars equipped with advanced star gates. This requires scientists to research it based on existing technology. 300 immortal scientists plus 30,000 gold-quality scientists. This is a scientific research team that is less than 1/10 of the total number, even in advanced civilizations. Once we have fully mastered dark matter technology, we can start researching dark energy technology. This won't take too long. After all, Level 7 dark energy technology is a technology that the negative stars have long eliminated. As long as the dark matter technology is mastered to the extreme, it will be very easy to master the dark energy technology. Just like how he was able to directly infer the 7th level star-class escort carrier chip after obtaining it. When he has mastered the advanced technology of dark matter energy, he will be able to naturally infer the 7th level dark energy technology. And it is not initially mastered, but the dark energy technology that directly launched the 7th level peak. Or to put it another way, they directly master all technologies below the 8th level of God-level civilization technology. That is, all the technologies mastered by the negative stars before they were promoted to God-level civilization. So, Li Qing did not use the remaining nearly 40,000 civilization points for anything else, but used them all in this regard. It is burning and consuming all the time, improving the minds and thinking of the scientific research team, allowing them to quickly master dark matter technology. Coming out of the palm-sized universe, the mobile warp planet has entered the territory of human civilization. Li Qing contacted his men from a distance and asked them to lead the fleet to sail and meet at a star system he designated outside Shanhaiguan in the east. He didn't dare to drive this mobile war planet directly back to Shanhaiguan, a mobile war star with a diameter of 30,000 kilometers, equipped with 4 ultimate star blaster weapons and its own advanced star gate. This is a configuration that the entire human race, the Broan Alliance, and the participating Aisha civilization, together with the 20 or 30 mobile war stars, do not have. This is an absolute strategic level war star. Its main strategic value is not the 4-gate star blaster, but the advanced stargate. A fleet can only jump to a certain approximate range within a galaxy. For example, the fleet's anchor position is the edge of a galaxy's gravity well, but its exact location is unclear. The edge of the gravity well is extremely large. Even if one direction is anchored, the gap may be hundreds of millions of kilometers. It is impossible to jump within the galaxy hundreds of millions of kilometers, so you can only fly there at sublight speed. However, sublight speed navigation will be affected by various interception interferences. If there is a mobile battle star to intercept and suppress, unless there is a mobile battle star of the same level leading to penetrate and intercept, a conventional fleet will be completely unable to quickly enter the battlefield and can only fly slowly. The distance is hundreds of millions of kilometers, and even if we fly over at normal speed, a battle will probably be over. At this time, the star gate comes in handy. The war star has its own star gate, which is connected to the star gate network. According to Li Qing's advanced star gate, the maximum transmission distance is up to 100,000 light-years, covering most of the Milky Way. It can fully realize the strategic behavior of mobilizing troops from all provinces within the entire human United Empire in a short period of time. But its more crucial role is to break through the blockade of civilization artifacts. Broven and the artifacts of human civilization can block national borders, and even mobile war stars cannot penetrate them. But this blockade cannot prohibit Stargate transmission. One can imagine that after making preparations in advance, Li Qing would lead a fleet into the territory of the Broan Union and directly attack the capital of the Broan Union. Then a steady stream of fleets would gather in the capitals of the major provinces in the human territory and be directly transported to the fleet through the stargates there. Needless to say, in this way, most of the fleets of human civilization were assembled and put together a full-scale attack. If we can raid and break through the capital of the Broan United Civilization, destroy its civilization artifacts, and paralyze the will of the Broan United Civilization for a short period of time, this will play a great strategic role in the total war of civilizations. It is worth mentioning that the artifact of human civilization is also in the capital of the human United Empire. If it is breached, the will of human civilization will also be paralyzed for a period of time. Therefore, all lords and military commanders of the United Empire must contribute a large amount of resources or warships to form a powerful absolutely neutral defense fleet to garrison the capital. This fleet belongs to the Capital Defense Fleet and is absolutely neutral. After being contributed, it has nothing to do with the military leader and lord, and it will never be taken back. It is even less likely that the contributor will influence the fleet, precisely because a mobile war star with a high-level stargate plays such a great strategic role. Li Qing dare not pass through Shanhaiguan now. Otherwise he will definitely be noticed by the Joint Command and temporarily recruited to participate in the Battle of Central Yemen Pass. He now has to implement his plan, and only after completing the plan will will he consider doing anything else? The mobile war star jumped across 2,000 light-years in one leap, directly passed through the northern border of mankind, and appeared in a strange galaxy more than 800 light-years away from the north. Then he gave orders to his men and Li Jingtuan and others to come and join him. Li Jingtuan received the message and immediately posted it in the temporary channel he had set up. "Brothers, gather quickly and get ready to work." Someone immediately asked, "Has Lord Li Qingjun returned? Come back. Let's go over and gather. Finally you're here. I waited until all the flowers were withered." Li Jingtuan laughed and said, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you succeed, I can eat you up in one go. If I succeed, I will be able to eat a lot." "But, Zhang Bin, what did you say? Do you regret it?" "No. I just feel a little guilty. To be honest, this action is really bold and outrageous. It would be strange if I didn't feel guilty." Li Jingtuan looked at the comments in the channel, curled his lips and said, "Let me make it clear first. This operation is entirely voluntary and will not be forced. If you feel that the risk is too great, you can withdraw. I will never force you, and it will not affect our relationship." He paused and asked again in the channel, "I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it now. If you have any regrets, you can tell me in private." There was silence for a few seconds in the channel, and then someone laughed. "Hey, I've been waiting for almost 10 days. If I wanted to regret it, I would have done it earlier. Anyway, I don't regret it. I want to hug the thigh of His Excellency Li Qingjun and see if I can get rich overnight." As soon as he finished speaking, many people laughed out loud. What a coincidence. I'm here to curry favor with someone too. The rise of General Li Qing is legendary. We haven't seen such a big boss who can rise so quickly in a short period of time in thousands of years. Generally, such big bosses have great luck during their rise. If we curry favor with someone, maybe we can get some benefits. Li Jingtuan also laughed after hearing this and said jokingly, "That's hard to say. The rise of such a big boss is always accompanied by a large number of cannon fodder and a large number of corpses. Maybe we are one of those corpses." "Bah! Stop talking nonsense." "That's right. Good luck. How can you say such things at this critical moment? Anyway, if we really fail, I won't be the one who suffers the most. The fleets of Li Qingjun and your Li Jingtuan are much larger than ours. I'm not in a hurry." "Hey, I'm not in a hurry. Anyway." Watching a group of people chatting and talking, Gu Qinzhou watched quietly without saying a word. At this time, he participated in this activity as a collaborator with a fellow tribesman. Since Li Qing defeated Sada's United Empire to promote the army, he took the disabled department to lead the Zeta Star realm to the northern Xinjiang of the empire. But it is not easy to get along when you first arrive. Although the northern frontier is large, the good places have already been occupied by other teams. You either have to find a worse place to build a base or go further north. But further north, it was too close to the Broan Union, and it was difficult to sustain a sweep every 10 years. So he changed his idea and used his current strength to join the legion founded by a fellow tribesman and got a position as a core member. With his ability to accumulate the capital, it has been mixed in the legion for many years. Now he is the 4th leader of the legion, second only to several founders of the legion. In this total war, the legion gathered many friendly teams to form a joint fleet with a total size of 8 divisions, which is considered a first-class scale among player teams. It had been hanging around near Shanhaiguan and participated in the battle with the Eastern Allied forces. Later, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and the fleet withdrew to Shanhaiguan. Originally, when the coalition forces were preparing to discuss whether to continue to mix near Shanhaiguan or go to Yanmen Customs in the middle of the road, they suddenly received an invitation from Li Yanyan. The coalition forces were not interested in this invitation, and the risk was too great. But when Gu Qinzhou heard that the organizer was Li Qing, he immediately realized the huge benefits contained in the huge risks. If it was organized by someone else, he would definitely look down on it. But it's different because the organizer is Li Qing. Having been entangled with Li Qing and Zutter for so long, how could he not know Li Qing's previous style of doing things? He would never do anything without certainty. But the most important thing is that he believes that Li Qing possesses extraordinary luck. During the years in Zutter, he witnessed with his own eyes how Li Qing rose step by step from an insignificant little figure to a new military leader rarely seen in the human United Empire in hundreds of years. Moreover, His ranking jumped from the last place among military masters to the 5th place among military masters, which was an outrageous upgrade speed. No one knows you better than your opponent. When Gu Qinzhou saw the invitation, he immediately realized that this was an opportunity. Then he tried hard to lobby several core founders of the Legion, convinced them with Li Qing's past experience, and gathered the strength of the entire Legion to give it a try. It would be fine if you lose. There are wins and losses in everything you do. But if you succeed, you will not only make a lot of money, but you may also be promoted to military leader in the future. And the possibility is not small. This was the main basis for him to convince several Legion founders. The fleet made several consecutive jumps and arrived at the designated galaxy. A dim galaxy whose main sequence star was a white dwarf. Because there is no stellar light, the entire galaxy is extremely cold, and all the stars are frozen planets. At this time, Li Qing had not arrived yet, and there was nothing in the galaxy except a small number of wild monsters. Li Qing assigned tasks in the temporary channel, clearing out the wild monsters while waiting. The fleet was anchored above the orbit of the planet closest to the star in the galaxy. On one side of Li Qing's fleet, there was a group of player fleets that were summoned. These player fleets were also parked here, and they're according to their affiliations. All in all, there were about 40 or 50 divisions. When the surrounding area was almost cleared, the fleet received a strong jump signal. Li Jingtuan immediately notified everyone to get ready for departure. About 5 minutes later, the jump signal became extremely strong. Everyone looked towards a certain location in the starry sky. That was the marked jump site. Circles of space fluctuations that were almost visible to the naked eye were spreading in the starry sky. What a strong jump signal. Did Commander Li Qing send another fleet here? Not sure. Maybe. Shit! Before he finished his words, he saw a circle of strong light exploded at the jump site. And then the space twisted, and a mobile war star that was larger than they could imagine appeared in the distorted starry sky. Everyone stared in amazement at the mobile war planet that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and was several times larger than the planet they were parked on. What the HL? What is this thing? And why is it so big? It seems to be a mobile battle star. I know it's a mobile battle star. But why is it so big? As soon as the mobile war star leapt over, Li Qing received a communication request. When he opened it, he saw Li Jingtuan's shocked eyes, and even his tone was full of uncertainty. Brother, this is a mobile battle star. Right? Yeah. What's the matter? Why is it so big? Because it's so big. Li Will swallow. Chapter 315. Before the eastern core fortress of the Browen Union. I knew he was blessed with good fortune. And he is definitely the son of destiny. When Gu Qinzhou saw the appearance of such a large mobile war star of Li Qing, he knew that the matter was settled and the success rate would increase by at least 20 percentage points. Although other participants did not think so. It was obvious that their confidence had increased. In the past, they wanted to take a chance and they couldn't predict success or failure. But now they feel that the possibility of success is more than 10 times greater than before. It's very simple. If Li Qing was not sure enough, how could he take the risk of an extremely rare mobile war star? Even they knew that the Browen Alliance had civilized artifacts that could intercept everything. If they failed, Li Qing's mobile war planet would not be able to jump out once it jumped in. Under Li Jingtuan's introduction, Li Qing showed up in the temporary channel to encourage morale. Gu Qinzhou did not show up. Not only because he was only the 4th-ranked figure in the Legion and could not be ranked here, but mainly because he did not dare to see Li Qing. After all, their relationship was not very good in the past, and they had done some small things. He was afraid of being exposed and being fired by Li Qing. After Li Qing returned, he immediately incorporated the mobile war star into the fleet, and then summoned Li Jingtuan and a few other leaders in the team to assign tasks. Given his current status, they just need to cooperate and don't need to care about their opinions and ideas. Once you come, you have to be obedient. Or don't come. The fleet was ready to set off immediately. The first jump is only 500 light years. This is an attempt at coordination. The second jump was 1,000 light years, and the landing point was to the east of the current star field, mainly to avoid the possible reconnaissance fleet of the Browen Union. Now that the two civilizations are at war, the border star regions between the two countries are filled with reconnaissance fleets from both sides. His current behavior can be considered a sneak attack, so it would be best if no one knows about it. The longer the better. Jump to the easternmost edge of the spiral arm in one breath. And then the fleet jumps to the north along the edge of the spiral arm. The galaxies at the edge of the spiral arms are sparse. And further east is the endless void. To the naked eye, it is endless darkness. And from time to time, you can see layers of dark space storms like waves. There is an extremely terrifying force of decay contained in it. Any conventional ship that enters it will quickly decay and be damaged. Theoretically, the fleet could be commanded to move northward along the edge of the spiral arm, enter the decaying void at the border between the two countries, make a circle, and then enter the territory of the Browen Union. The border defense line of the two civilizations is only within the spiral arm star field. On the left and right sides is endless void, without any defense. Theoretically, it is possible to bypass both sides. Although the power of void corruption is strong, it does not mean that the ship will be damaged immediately. But in fact, no one has ever done this in all the previous Total Wars. Even if the situation is difficult to resolve, no one has ever thought of taking a detour. The reason is simple: there is no need. In fact, it is not difficult to bypass the defense line and enter the territories of both sides. But the difficulty lies in how to get out. The ban after the civilization artifact is activated can even intercept mobile war stars. So once you jump in, you can't jump out, unless the fleet that jumps in is strong enough to sweep away all the fleets of the Browen Alliance. They will be consumed one by one in the continuous battles until they are completely exhausted. After the fleet jumps in, it cannot jump, and cannot even enter sublight speed, and can only sail conventionally. At this time, both the Browen Union and the Human United Empire can calmly mobilize troops from all over the country to encircle and suppress you, and use various means that cannot be used in conventional battles to consume you. Unless the fleet that jumps in can sweep across head-on and push all the way to the end, it will eventually be submerged in the endless ocean of the people. The strategic role of the three core fortresses, in addition to their own defensive function, also serves as one of the support points for the civilization artifact to seal everything. To put it bluntly, the three core fortresses of both humans and the Browen Alliance are themselves the interception support points of the two super defense lines of the two civilizations, and are also one of the important support points for the civilization artifacts to play a role. If any one of them could be breached, the effectiveness of the interception system within a radius of thousands of light years around the breached core fortress would be greatly reduced. At the same time, the sealing effect of civilization artifacts within a few thousand light years around the breached core fortress will also be weakened. But what is more important is that after the core fortress is lost, the external fleet of mankind can attack the interior of the civilization through this gap and cooperate with the fleet that has jumped to the interior. You can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat. As long as any core fortress is breached, it means that the entire line of defense has been breached. The two civilizations have managed these three core fortresses for thousands of years. Once they are breached, it will be impossible to rebuild new defense lines in a short period of time. Even if they managed to repel the enemy, they would not be able to establish a new line of defense for hundreds, or even thousands of years. In other words, in the past 1,000 years, the other side could accumulate strength at any time to launch another full-scale war, and could use this gap to easily attack the heartland of civilization every time. The strategic disadvantage is beyond description. But both sides understand this truth. Even an ordinary person understands it. But for thousands of years, no one has been able to do anything to the other. Several full-scale wars were fought fiercely, but there was no way to break through any core fortress, and there was not even the possibility of breaking through. Li Qing had collected data on previous Total Wars before, and saw that in the last Total War, humans used a strategy to divert the main force of the Browen Union. The three main forces of the Union made a desperate attempt to besiege the western core fortress of the Browen Union, and assembled more than 10 mobile war stars and tens of thousands of divisions. After half a month of fierce attack, they still failed to capture it. The fleet made 4 consecutive jumps and arrived at the easternmost corner of the southern border of the Browen Union. After a short rest here, a large number of escort ships were sent out for reconnaissance. The reconnaissance fleet went ahead, with the fleet following closely behind. The purpose of reconnaissance here is not to hide ourselves. In fact, there is no need to hide ourselves at this step, and it is impossible to hide. It is just a routine reconnaissance to make sure that we will not run into the main force of the enemy. When the fleet jumped to within 1,000 light years of the eastern core fortress of the Browen Union, its tracks were captured by the unmanned fixed reconnaissance systems scattered everywhere in this star field. But the command center located in the core fortress in the east did not react at all except for confusion. The main reason is that his fleet is too small. Apart from a mobile war planet with a diameter of 30,000 kilometers, which is a bit intimidating, it only has a war moon and 2 mobile fortresses. The conventional fleet has just over 100 divisions. It doesn't look like a main force at all, although nearly half of the fleet in the fortress has been transferred away. The remaining fleet, together with the defense force, can hold out for several months even with a siege of 10 war stars and 10,000 divisions. In fact, as long as the enemy attacks the fortress, a fleet of more than 200 to 300 divisions can be mobilized from the fortress-affiliated galaxies surrounding the core fortress to provide support on the same day. In just 3 days, a fleet support of more than 500 standard divisions could be mobilized. At least 1 week, the other 2 core fortresses, and the fleets that have been collected can withdraw support. Therefore, although Li Qing's whereabouts had been discovered early, the commanders of the Eastern Core Fortress of the Broan Federation did not care about this fleet at all, until the fleet stopped in a galaxy outside the core fortress. And then a large number of warships spread out, wreaking havoc on various interception and monitoring systems in nearby galaxies. After various logistical ships and industrial ships set down human interception and interference systems in the galaxy, the senior officials inside the fortress suddenly realized what was happening. An uproar followed. This fleet actually wants to attack the fortress. The senior commanders who stayed behind were all shocked. They looked at each other for a long time, and then burst into laughter. The size of this fleet is not even as large as the fleet stationed at the fortress. Yet they still want to attack the fortress. They think the commander is crazy. They didn't even hold a formal meeting to discuss defense matters. Nor did they send a warning message to the fleet on the front line. They just issued a routine level 3 war warning in the fortress. This is routine procedure, and this warning will be issued whenever the fortress comes under attack. The lowest level is 3. The highest level is 1. Outside the fortress, the fleet was deployed in a tight formation. In the fleet channel, Li Qing looked at the player team leaders, who were looking at him on the screen in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "I won't say anything extra. I called everyone here mainly to let you be cannon fodder. It's not too late to regret now. If anyone wants to quit, just tell me now. I won't force you." After waiting for a while and no one spoke, he nodded and said, "It would be best if no one regrets it. So let's get ready." As he was about to close the communication, Li Jingtuan, who was on the far left of the light screen, suddenly said, "Commander-in-Chief, tell everyone about the benefits of success and cheer them up." As soon as these words were spoken, many people burst into laughter. Li Qing also laughed and said, "Also, I won't talk about the rewards from the will of civilization. It depends on your performance. Let me talk about my personal rewards. After the success, I will compensate you for all your losses. The compensation will be 3 times the loss. In addition, within 10 years after the war, all leaders will be eligible to order a standard division of the 6th level Fearless Division from Galan territory at the market price." Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience burst into exclamations. Is this true? Every legion can order a level 6 Fearless Division. This is too awesome. I heard that His Excellency Li Qing had obtained a set of Dreadnought mother chips from a level 6 advanced civilization. I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. It's a good decision to come this time. If nothing else, this Fearless Division alone is worth the money. Don't stop me. Let me go first. Go away. I'll go first. Li Qing did not see the chaos in the channel. He had already closed the channel. At this moment, he was opening the black hole door in the War Star Command Center, and one after another of the negative stars walked out of it. In this battle, we have to ask all of you who are negative stars to take action. Fortunately, we have enlightened more than 500 negative star people before, so now the manpower is not as tight as before. The 2 gods Cybertron and Cyrus are also among the ranks of the negative stars. How can the 2 gods be left behind in such an important battle? He will have to rely on them to hold the scene later. About an hour later, Li Qing looked at General Cyrus. There was no need to say anything explicitly. The mind matrix communicated, and God Cyrus instantly understood what he meant. Turning around and standing still, his eyes penetrated the space and looked at the starry sky. With a thought, Li Qing immediately felt a layer of ripples suddenly appear in the internal space of the War Star, and a layer of virtual light flashed. Shit! What is that? A player in the bridge of a Dreadnought flagship anchored outside the mobile battle star suddenly pointed at the scene in front of him, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Another player nearby turned around and saw on the light screen that a layer of virtual light suddenly appeared on the surface of the mobile battle star in the center of the fleet and flew out, condensing into a ball in the void hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the battle star, and quickly expanded into shape, forming a mobile battle star that was exactly the same as the mobile battle star and was condensed from virtual light. As the virtual light quickly condensed and turned into substance, an identical mobile war star appeared out of thin air in the starry sky. What the hell is this? Hack. This is the power of a god general. Awesome. There is actually a divine general in Galan territory. This was just the beginning. Next, Li Qing asked Cyrus to use his divine general ability continuously, copying it 5 times in one breath, and condense 5 reflections of mobile battle stars with 100% attributes of the main mobile battle star. In the next battle, he will first use these reflections to absorb firepower. After getting ready, Li Qing took a long breath, exhaled gently, and whispered in the command channel. Set off. The huge mobile war star shook slightly and began to move. The other fleets quickly followed and flew towards the hyperspace channel in the north of the galaxy. Beep! A shrill alarm sounded in the fortress galaxy, waking up countless people. Level 1 war alert. The main human force is attacking? The command center of the eastern core fortress of Browen was in chaos. The senior commanders gathered together and looked at the images displayed on the screen with confusion and disbelief. Humans? Are we crazy? 6 mobile battle stars are only worth this amount of fleet. To be honest, these senior commanders are quite knowledgeable and have seen all kinds of big scenes, but they have never seen this kind of fleet configuration. The number of mobile battle stars is already greater than the number of battle stars left behind in the fortress. But the fleet configuration is so small. It's simply ridiculous. But even though they thought it was funny in their hearts, they actually didn't find it funny at all. They don't care about 1 mobile battle star, but 6 mobile battle stars, and each of which has specifications far exceeding normal mobile battle stars, are enough to pose a certain threat to the fortress even if there are only 100 conventional fleets of less than a division to escort them. Order the nearest garrison fleet to come to support immediately. The current supreme commander of the fortress thought for a moment and continued to issue orders. The entire eastern core fortress is on level 1 war alert, and the garrisons in nearby star systems are asked to assemble and be ready to provide support at any time. In addition, he paused and continued. The message was quickly sent to the eastern combined fleet at the front, asking them to suspend their offensive and assemble at the center of the border and wait for orders. At this time, another senior staff officer asked, "Should we inform the Central Alliance?" The commander-in-chief glanced at him and shook his head. No need. The existing fortress is more than enough to resist. Letting the Eastern Allied fleet prepare is just a precaution. The Central Allied forces are of great strategic significance. We cannot affect the central battle unless necessary. Besides, a fleet coming here at this critical moment could be a delaying tactic by humans, intentionally affecting the battle in the middle lane. Chapter 316. Terrifying suppression effect of civilization artifacts. The fleet slowly sailed to the edge of the gravity well at the northernmost end of the galaxy, and saw 4-star cities lined up on the edge of the hyperspace channel, and a large fortress garrison fleet that was evacuating. The fleet ignored it, as it had already begun to enter the hyperspace channel, and could not be intercepted even if they wanted to. Star Blaster ready. One of the Star Blasters on the 4 mobile battle stars began to charge, and a huge energy vortex emerged. At the same time, Li Qing, who was sitting on the war star, suddenly looked up. At this moment, he vaguely felt the existence of the will of human civilization. He couldn't see anything, but he could feel that there seemed to be something extra on his body. He didn't dwell on it. Whatever it was definitely a good thing. 5 minutes later, the charging was completed, and 4 earth-shaking starburst light beams crossed the starry sky, blowing up the 4-star cities in midair cleanly and neatly. After the flames dissipated, the fleet slowly crossed the wreckage of the starry sky and arrived at the entrance of the hyperspace channel. The reflection of a moving war star exploded with a violent energy halo, turned into light, and disappeared into the vortex. The reflections of 4 war stars led the way, and then the main force began to enter. It was 2 hours later when the real war planet, where Li Qing was stationed, entered the hyperspace channel. Just half an hour later, the fleet passed through the hyperspace channel and appeared in another unfamiliar starry sky. What came into view was a burning warship and the wreckage of a star city at the entrance. The reflections of 4 war stars were scattered in all directions. and there were no other enemy fleets around. Before he had time to look further, a transparent light screen appeared in front of him, and a series of prompts attracted his attention. Suppressed by the artifact of the Bruin United Civilization. Unable to jump? Unable to enter the sublight speed state. Suppressed by the artifact of the Bruin United Civilization. Maximum movement speed minus 20%. Startup speed minus 20%. Attack minus 20%. Range minus 20%. Hit rate minus 20%. Suppressed by the artifact of the Bruin United Civilization. All commanders' basic naval skills are minus 20 levels, and talents below the epic level are invalid. Under the suppression of the artifact of the Bruin United Civilization, the fleet's shield regeneration has failed, armor regeneration has failed, and hull regeneration has failed. Suppressed by the artifact of the Bruin United Civilization, all flagship auras and force fields are ineffective. Suppressed by the artifacts of the Bruin United Civilization, the effects of all relics below the holy relics are ineffective. Li Qing. What an outrageous suppression. This is not because the Bruin Alliance actively activated the civilization artifact, but because the three core fortresses, the capital galaxy, and the nearby core galaxies all passively suppress it with their own civilization artifacts. Just like the three core fortresses of human civilization and the capital galaxy of the United Empire also have this series of suppression. No matter when, whether in peacetime or wartime, as long as they are identified as enemies and any destructive behavior occurs, it will be triggered. Except for these 4 star fields. Other star fields will not be affected unless the civilization artifacts are actively activated to cover the entire civilization territory. This is one of the main reasons why the 3 core fortresses are so difficult to capture. This series of enemy buffs are too powerful, and there is no way to be immune. It already has the defensive and home field advantages, plus this series of enemy buffs, as well as the buffs that are certain to enhance its own side. It is naturally difficult to break through. Fortunately, Li Qing did not use force this time. Otherwise the result would be no different from that of his predecessors. There are no defenders near the hyperspace channel, and the wreckage at the entrance is made up of several star cities fixed to the entrance, which cannot be evacuated. The fleet waited here for a while, and after all the fleets came in, they slowly sailed towards the center of the galaxy. It is impossible to enter the sublight speed state here. It takes several years to fly from the hyperspace channel to the center of the galaxy, a distance of billions of kilometers. By the time you fly there, the opportunity will be gone. Isn't it outrageous? It's just so outrageous. This is also part of the defense system. After several years of waiting, you finally get through the war. And the war outside is already over. The enemy even has time to repair all the warships and set up ambushes on the route you must take. This is outrageous. Li Qing couldn't help but sigh. Of course, with such outrageous suppression, the only few times in history when fortresses were attacked relied on the talents of very powerful god-level commanders to cross this distance and enter the combat radius. Civilization artifacts suppress all flagship auras and jumps, but cannot suppress the commander's innate abilities and the effects of some super relics. Some generals or super commanders possess special abilities that allow fleets to ignore the suppression of civilization artifacts and accelerate into the battlefield within the galaxy. Some super relics with terrifying power can also resist the suppression of civilization artifacts. In other words, if you want to attack the core fortress, you must either have a super commander or a divine general, or have a super relic of the holy relic level or above to lead the way. Li Qing happens to possess a Cybertron God General, whose God General talent allows him to ignore everything and teleport to any location in the galaxy. Without this, he wouldn't dare to come and take the risk. Smacking his lips, Li Qing turned around and ordered Cybertron. Don't give them time to react. Prepare to teleport. The Cybertron General nodded, and with a thought, a circle of faint ripples swept across, and the fleet suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The Fortress Command Center, which was keeping a close eye on the fleet, was in chaos again. Where did the fleet go? I don't know. It suddenly disappeared. The Commander-in-Chief immediately raised the alert level, and informed the surrounding garrisons to gather and come to support immediately without waiting. Found it. Where? In the center of the galaxy, in the void a billion kilometers away from the stars. Everyone was puzzled. What do they want to do? Someone immediately realized. They want to destroy the star? Immediately order the 3rd and 4th garrison armies to move towards the star. Don't worry. The star is equipped with a superstar shield. which has a defense power more than 100 times that of the mobile Battlestar shield. They can't break it. Strange. It's common knowledge that the central star of the 3 core fortresses has a superstar shield. Could it be that this fleet doesn't know about it? It's possible that his target is not a star, but just a pause. His main target is still the core base. Possible. In the starry sky about 1 billion kilometers away from the star, the fleet was teleported out of thin air and immediately dispersed. Li Qing ignored the exclamations and noise of the players in the command channel, and looked directly at the orange-red star in the distance, as well as a layer of shield visible to the naked eye outside the star. Outside the shield there was a huge fleet, and a huge mobile war star orbited the star all year round. In addition, there is a circle of hundreds of superstar cities 50 million kilometers away from the star, as well as several circles of densely packed floating artillery defense lines, the total number of which is probably over 100 million. Li Qing noticed that the circle surrounding the star was a stellar super shield. The principle was to directly extract stellar energy to form a super shield that completely surrounded the star. This thing also exists in Shanhaiguan. He has seen it. Its main purpose is to prevent the enemy from destroying stars. Although stars are large, they are not stable. 2 consecutive explosions from a star blast can cause them to deform and collapse. Or there may be some bomb that specifically destroys the stability of the star's structure, and one bomb can cause a star to explode, as the only vital point of the core fortress. How could we not take precautions? With a defense 100 times stronger than that of a battle star's shield and a constant supply of energy from the stars, its recovery speed is extremely fast, enough to ensure that even if 10 mobile battle stars bombard it continuously for a year, it cannot be broken. Not to mention that there is a powerful fleet stationed at the edge of the star that won't let you attack the super shield easily. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to destroy the 3 core fortresses by destroying stars. But Li Qing is not a normal person. His ultimate weapon, the dimensional converging light, is not a normal ultimate weapon. This thing doesn't destroy directly, but directly cuts off the space within the coverage area. He cannot break this super shield, but he does not need to break it. As long as he cuts off the shield and the surrounding space, a gap will appear in the super shield. Then a few starbursts will hit the star, directly destroying the structural stability of the star and causing it to explode. Without all the stars, the galaxy will surely collapse, and the fortress will naturally be breached. However, as soon as the fleet was deployed, the Battlestar sensors discovered a strong jump signal suddenly appeared in the starry sky less than 1 million kilometers away from the fleet. He looked at the target starry sky in surprise and said, "Is this the advantage that the civilization artifact has over us? Normal warships cannot jump within a galaxy, unless they have the ability of a Cybertron God General or some top-level relic. But the fact is that this was indeed a jump, and the speed of the jump was very fast. Before he could give the order, he saw a circle of light exploded, and a huge fleet with a total scale of more than 600 or 700 divisions, including a mobile battle planet and more than a dozen large and small mobile fortresses, appeared out of thin air in the twisting void. Interesting. Li Qing thought for a moment, then gave an order in the channel. Rely on the mobile battle star for on-site defense, and do not leave the 1 million kilometer radius of the battle star. After issuing the order, Li Qing ignored it and looked at the star in the distance that was covered by a super shield, quickly thinking about the next tactics in his mind. It was one thing to have expected it at the beginning, but when he really got here, Li Qing found that this task seemed simpler than he had imagined. It doesn't take much time at all. As long as a hole with a diameter of several thousand kilometers is opened in the super shield, and then 2 starbursts are blasted into the star inside the super shield along the hole, the mission will be completed. After all, there was no mobile war star in the original plan, and the current strength was not possible when it was first conceived. The plan that seemed very difficult and troublesome at that time was constantly weakened as his strength grew. God is helping me. Li Qing smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and pointed, and a black hole gate appeared between the war star and the central star, and then an inexplicable breath spread from the black hole. Then, at the moment when the light of the dimension starts to fill the energy, there is a moment of suffocation in the entire galaxy, and then all Browen combined with senior officers to ordinary members. And at an instant, it seemed like an electric shock. Stop them! Inside the core fortress, the commander-in-chief of the Browen fortress was still standing there, seemingly calm, but his red eyes and tense face revealed how scared he was at the moment. In fact, he didn't know what was happening now. But the crazy warning from the will of civilization made him nervous involuntarily. You don't have to think about anything at this moment. Just give orders according to your instinct. The first to react were the hundreds of superstar cities surrounding the star. And densely packed space fighters were released and flew towards them. It kept flashing in the sky, crossing hundreds of millions of kilometers in a flash, and was approaching them in a few seconds. At the same time, the fleet stationed near the star only left about 100 divisions behind. And the main force, including more than 400 standard divisions and mobile war stars, directly jumped into the starry sky only 100,000 kilometers away from the human fleet through the function of the civilization artifact. As soon as it landed, the Star Blaster started to activate, targeting the Black Hole Gate. But Li Qing didn't even blink, even though the Black Hole Gate was outside the War Star and was not protected. Instead, halos kept exploding around the fleet, and fleets scattered in other locations around the Eastern Core Fortress were being teleported over, with the smallest number having only a dozen divisions, and the largest number having hundreds of divisions. In addition, there are dozens of strong jump signals in the more distant starry sky, which means that the garrison fleet in the neighboring galaxy has also received orders to jump here. What a strong mobilization capability! Li Qing's expression was solemn, and he said in the command channel, "The next part is the most difficult part. You need to hold on for 2 hours under the enemy's crazy attack." No one spoke. It was too late to regret now. It wasn't really regret. It was mainly because the scale of the enemy was too outrageous, and everyone felt guilty. More than 1,300 divisions. I didn't expect that even though the main force was out, there was still such a strong garrison. It is worthy of being one of the 3 core fortresses. Then you think that if the defense was not strong, it would have been breached by our predecessors long ago. Now then, who cares? I'll fight him first. I'm mentally prepared before I come here anyway. But despite what they said, everyone was still very uncertain, and many of them became pessimistic after seeing the scale of the enemy and the speed of their support. Although Li Qing didn't look at the command channel again, he could guess it. At this moment, with the blessing of the will of civilization and his own super perception, he is very sensitive to emotions. But knowing was one thing. There was nothing he could do at this moment, so he could only continue with his original plan and stick to it for an hour. Yes, it is said to be 2 hours, but in fact only 1 hour is enough. He doesn't need to cut a large space. A space with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers will take less than an hour, and the Star Blaster only takes 5 minutes to charge. The plan can definitely be completed within an hour. However, his idea only lasted a few minutes, as a small fleet that was incompatible with the Broan Alliance suddenly appeared, and then an invisible force swept over. Li Qing was shocked to find that the space was solidified. His entire fleet was swept by this invisible wave, from the war stars to the frigates, and all the people inside were suppressed by a tremendous force and unable to move. God General. This is definitely a unique ability of God. The suppression lasted only 2 seconds before Li Qing forcibly broke free, and the other star bearers also escaped one by one. But the rest of the fleet could not escape. At the same time, the fortress defense fleet that had already been in place immediately seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack on the human fleet that was forcibly suppressed by the God General's talent. Chapter 317 Final Destruction. Energy beams and missiles bombarded the center from all directions. In an instant, countless warships were smashed into pieces and turned into fireballs. An energy vortex emerged in the center of the 2 mobile war stars. After 5 minutes, the energy was fully charged. 2 starbursts concentrated their fire, blasting an advanced mobile fortress in the fleet into pieces. Blazing flames gushed out from the split fortress. The human fleet was slaughtered without any resistance. After being suppressed by a series of enemy buffs, it had no power to resist the siege. In just a quarter of an hour, more than 20 divisions of fleets were destroyed. Seeing this, the players in the fleets could do nothing but roar helplessly in their hearts. They could only watch the fleets being destroyed one by one, and themselves being engulfed by the flames of the explosions. In a war involving divine generals and artifacts of civilization, ordinary players are insignificant and die silently without any ripples. Fortunately, they are all ordinary players without status or position, and it is not their turn to be sacrificed to the civilizational will of the Broan Alliance. Apart from the losses and penalties being more severe than normal deaths in battle, there are no other additional losses. Of course, once a battleship sinks, it sinks, and this one is definitely gone. The fleet sensors were still working, and reports of battleships sinking kept appearing on the light screen in front of him. Li Qing sat in the command chair with a blank expression. He saw this huge loss out of the corner of his eye. But except for his eyelids twitching, he did nothing. Instead, he reopened the black hole door and turned on the dimensional convergence light again. This once again attracted the attention of the civilizational will of the Browen Union. Immediately, a mobile war star adjusted its direction, and tens of thousands of T-slot weapons fired at the black hole gate. The sky was filled with the light of doom, mixed with Titan light spears, and even more powerful fortress orbital cannons. Thick beams of destructive light blasted into the black hole's gate, but they were like drop in the ocean, with no response at all. Li Qing learned his lesson. The distance between the black hole gate and the dimensional convergence light is more than 100 million kilometers. According to the power of this batch of concentrated fire, if it hits the area where the dimensional convergence light is located head-on, it will indeed affect the charging that is being prepared. But unfortunately, the distance is too far. Even the most powerful Battlestar orbital axis-based main gun does not have a range of 100 million kilometers. Even if it passes through the black hole gate, it cannot reach the dimensional convergence light that is being charged. No. We must stop him, the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Core Fortress said loudly in the command channel. Please ask all the masters to take action. Also, invite all the masters of Aisha civilization to take action. They are interfering in our all-out war with the United Human Empire. There is no way back now. Immediately, a subordinate responded. There are only 21 masters staying in the fortress for now, and there are more than 30 masters scattered in the star regions of the fortress. But they can't get here in a short time. Pass the order on, and have them come here within an hour. This is the most urgent military order. Masters, please come here at any cost. 5 minutes later, more than 20 streams of light were transmitted to the edge of the battlefield. And after a short wait, they disappeared one by one. Again, it is the edge of the mobile battle star in the center of the human fleet. The edge of the black hole door. More than a dozen super psychics with psychic powers exceeding tens of millions gathered around a powerful psychic, seemingly preparing some means to destroy the black hole gate. But before they could do anything, golden rays of light suddenly rushed out from the black hole gate, and soon hundreds of negative star people gathered to surround them. The golden light in the sky connected into one, forming a golden ocean. This, more than 100 negative star users with an average psychic power strength of over 20 million connected together and directly suppressed the 20 or so super psychics from the Browen Union. Even the leading super psychic with a psychic power strength of nearly 60 million was forcibly suppressed by negative star users, who were dozens of times more numerous. Several psychic masters of the Aisha civilization, who arrived a little later, saw this scene and looked at each other in surprise. So many psionic masters? What to do? It's difficult. An Aisha man with golden skin showed a trace of annoyance and regret on his face and said, I didn't expect that there would be such a person in human civilization. I have a strong feeling that he will be our great enemy. But it's a pity that we didn't discover it in advance. We are not well prepared and strong enough here. At this time, an Aisha man with a dazzling blue skin said, You know, I have a relic that can banish him to the Crimson Lord deep in the warp. And I can kill him with the power of the Crimson Lord. But he was immediately stopped by the Golden Aisha. It can't be used. This is our trump card. Moreover, with so many psychic masters here, plus the suppression of the civilization artifacts of the Browen Alliance, your relic may not be effective. Then don't care. Do not care. The golden-skinned Aisha said in a deep voice. It depends on the situation. If they can't suppress us, we should retreat as soon as possible. We have signed the letter of credence with Browen. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to just give up and leave? Then leave half the fleet. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. It would be best if we could defeat this fleet before that. The golden-skinned Aisha thought for a moment and said, You can communicate with the Browen Union to see if you can get permission for the civilization artifact. If you can directly communicate with the Crimson Lord and give it to him. It's unlikely, but you can ask. Before the words were finished, amazing changes occurred on the battlefield. After sinking a dreadnought, a commander of the Browen Union turned his attention to a super carrier in the human fleet. With an order, more than 50 dreadnoughts plus Titans, as well as the remaining main guns of a conventional mobile fortress, all aimed at the super carrier. Hack. They're targeting me. This super aircraft carrier is Gu Qinzhou's flagship, being in a state of confinement and suppression. He can clearly sense the terrible threats coming from all directions. I can't escape. What should I do? Although he was unable to move, Gu Qinzhou's mentality was surprisingly calm at this moment. Although he was defeated by Li Qing, it doesn't mean that he is that bad. His abilities, methods and mentality are all first-rate. He just had bad luck to meet Li Qing. If Li Qing had not risen to prominence, with his ability and background, he might have been able to seize a life planet from Zuder and become a lord. At this moment, his mind was working rapidly, thinking about the pros and cons of the next choice. We have come to this point. The fleet is doomed to fail, and the people are doomed. If we fail, all our previous investments will go down the drain. Although Li Qing promised to compensate for all losses, the loss of life, the loss during the period of rebuilding the ship, etc. are all huge losses. So, Gu Qinzhou let out a light breath, and as his mind moved, an inexplicable force suddenly emerged from his body. This is the last opportunity to use. I hope to turn decay into amazing. Let me turn over. As soon as he thought of it, an inexplicable force burst out from his body like a volcanic eruption, and disappeared in a flash like lightning. No, faster than lightning. An invisible wave swept across the starry sky at a speed faster than light, spreading to a distance of 100 million kilometers in an instant. Wherever the invisible wave swept through, the speed of various laser energy beams dropped sharply to 1/10, and countless warships that were charging were affected by the silent embers effect. Their weapons quickly malfunctioned, and the charging was forcibly interrupted. Embers of silence. Silence is everything within a radius of 100 million kilometers. The movement speed of the affected target is reduced by 90%, and the jump is suppressed to level 12. The target cannot enter sublight speed and cannot attack. Lasts for 12 hours. Is this the silent embers? Gu Qinzhou is here. This familiar scene was recognized at a glance, and he was very surprised. After a short silence, he said in the command channel, I never thought that you would help me so much today. From now on, our grudges will be written off. If this operation is successful, I will personally give you a great gift. He didn't say who it was, but if Gu Qinzhou heard it, he would definitely know who Li Qing was talking to. The effect of the silent embers is extremely powerful, as a top-level relic that can only be used 3 times. Its effect and power are 1 level greater than that of relics of the same level that can be used infinitely. Even the abilities of gods and the power of civilization artifacts cannot expel it. 100 million kilometers completely covered the entire battlefield. After the human fleet was suppressed by the civilization artifacts and the power of the gods, the Broen joint fleet was also suppressed by them. Although it is not completely unable to move, it can also move. But slowing down by 90% and making it impossible to attack is no different from suppression. Although the interception intensity of level 12 cannot stop the mobile war star from jumping out, there is no point in jumping out. Their strategic goal is not to annihilate the entire fleet, but to destroy the core fortress. Unable to attack, the two sides looked at each other with tens of millions of warships and became extremely embarrassing. It is worth mentioning that although Gu Qinzhou activated the silent embers in time, he did not escape this disaster. Before the relic took effect, the enemy's concentrated fire attack had already been launched. Embers of Silence only prohibits further attacks. Attacks before the relic takes effect cannot be cancelled. So, all the attacks, although slowed down 10 times, still smashed his flagship to pieces. However, during the tenfold delay, he heard Li Qing's promise and was still in a good mood. The Silence Broen joint fleet made a decision in less than 5 minutes and jumped out of the battlefield with 2 mobile war stars as the core. But when they jumped to a distance of 100 million kilometers and reappeared, they were embarrassed to find that they could no longer reach the human fleet. What made them even more embarrassed was that as they evacuated, the fleet of the Aisha civilization also evacuated. The divine suppression became ineffective due to the distance, and the human fleet returned to normal. At this time, it is not easy to jump in again. Hundreds of negative stars siege the space fluctuations produced by the Lingning Master of more than 20 Broen United Civilization, which affected the accuracy of the transition. It is possible to jump in again, but there is no guarantee that it will jump near the human fleet. The time quickly passed, and the light charging of the fast dimension was over half an hour. Li Qing roughly estimated the size, and did not hesitate to order the launch. Of course, before launching, he had already ordered the mobile battle star's ultimate weapon, the Star Blaster, to start charging. I saw an invisible ripple on the surface of the super energy shield outside the star a billion kilometers away. which spread to 1,000 kilometers away. Where the ripples spread, that space and a shield generator inside the super shield disappeared out of thin air, and a hole with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers appeared in the shield. Then, the mobile battle star that had been prepared for charging early, and the 3 closest battle star reflections launched at the same time. 4 starbursts were fired one after another, blasting into the holes in the super shield along the way. The star protected by the super shield seemed to be penetrated by 4 beams of light one after another. Terrifying energy exploded, and the star structure instantly became unbalanced, expanded, and exploded. The indescribable golden torrent expanded and exploded, filling the entire space wrapped by the super shield. And along the only gap, it spewed out a super ion flame column with a diameter of thousands of kilometers and a height of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Gorgeous and beautiful. It's over. At this moment, countless officers from the Browen United Civilization saw this despairing scene. It's done. Many surviving human players jumped up excitedly when they saw this scene. At this time, Li Qing was still sitting calmly on the command throne. But the calmness on his face had long disappeared, replaced by joy. There was no need to be serious at this time. Although most of the stellar energy is now restrained by the super shield and has not yet completely collapsed. A hole has been cut in the super shield. The collapse of the star is inevitable, and it is only a matter of time. This means that his strategic goal has been achieved, and it won't be long before the out-of-control stellar mass leaks out through this gap. When the stars disappear, the galaxy will automatically collapse. This galaxy is the core pillar of the entire Eastern Core Fortress Group. Once this galaxy collapses, other galaxies in the Fortress Group will also be affected. Of course, the other Fortress star systems also have strong defenses. The fleet in this core Fortress star system can still be withdrawn, and even the fixed star cities still have enough time to dismantle and evacuate. There is still a certain buffer time from the disappearance of the stars to the collapse of the star system. However, this is of no use, even if all the fleets, star cities, and supplies are preserved, because after the collapse of the most critical core galaxy, it means that the fundamental reason why the 3 core fortresses cannot be breached, that is, the permanent effect of the suppression of the civilization artifact, will disappear. The root of the permanent suppression effect of the civilization artifact lies in this core fortress. It is precisely because of the existence of this core fortress that it has always been resident in this fortress galaxy cluster. Now that this galaxy has collapsed, the existence of the civilization artifact has completely disappeared. So naturally it can't take effect. From now on, the suppression effect of the civilization artifact in the Eastern Core Fortress Group will be gone, and it will be no different from an ordinary galaxy. Of course, if we actively activate the civilization artifact to cover the entire Browen United Civilization, we can still suppress everything. But actively activating the artifact of civilization consumes a lot of energy, and it cannot be sustained. The moment the main star was destroyed, Li Qing's super strong perception instantly sensed that the suppression of the Browen United Civilization artifact was weakening. It was only a slight loosening, but it was a start. At the same time, he vaguely sensed a breath of human civilization's will in this loosening, like a boiling volcano. At the same time, in the territory of the human United Empire, which he could not sense for the time being, all the human military leaders and Starsea Lords looked up at the sky at this moment, with shocked expressions on their faces. Chapter 318, The Boiling Fate of Human Civilization. This is. Starsea Lord Xiao Bieli looked up at the sky with a blank face, at a level that ordinary people could not see. He felt the boiling will of human civilization. Or maybe you can use another word to describe excitement. He stretched out his hand, and at this moment, he felt a stream of luck flying out of him. No, it should be that everyone has had a bit of their luck stripped away in proportion. The stronger the luck, the more it is stripped away. This countless luck rose up and gathered in a place that could not be described specifically, forming a boiling cloud of luck. Is this what happened? Under normal circumstances, Xiao Bieli would definitely have a huge reaction to being deprived of his own luck. But at this moment, the boiling luck and the exciting will of human civilization attracted all his attention. He had never seen anything like this. In the thousands of years since he was promoted to the Lord of the Star Sea, Xiao Bieli had never seen the will of civilization so excited. Nor had he ever seen such a boiling gathering of luck. Your Highness Xiao Bieli, has something big happened? Several military commanders, who remained in the Eastern Core Fortress, sent messages to inquire at this time. He was silent for a moment, then replied, I don't know what happened either. I'll ask the lords at Yan'an Pass. After that, he immediately contacted the headquarters at the Yan'an Pass Fortress in the Middle Road. And soon the Commander-in-Chief Si Tianming replied, "We don't know either." And just now, the Brewing Combined Fleet, which had approached Yan'an Pass, suddenly withdrew. At this time, many military leaders in the command channel were asking what happened. However, many military leaders appeared one after another, but no one could give an answer. At this time, the rotating chairman Yi Sanqiong said, "Let's prepare to convene an emergency elders meeting to see if anyone knows what happened." Okay, let's hold the meeting. It is rare for many lords and military commanders to make decisions with extremely high efficiency. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Bieli entered the Daluo Palace, the artifact of human civilization. As soon as he entered, he couldn't help but look up. At this time, infinite luck had gathered above the Lingxiao Palace where the meeting was held, and turned into a huge golden cloud covering the Lingxiao Palace. A dazzling golden light shot into the Lingxiao Palace from the center of the cloud of luck. Is this a new lord being born? He quickly entered the Lingxiao Palace and found that everyone who had come here had already entered the palace, and no one was staying outside. As soon as he entered the palace, Xiao Bieli's eyes, like everyone else's, were attracted by the golden throne shadow condensed in a golden pillar of light in the center of the hall. He remembered that since the death of His Highness Luotian, there were only 13 Star Sea Lords left in the human race. I thought it would take a long time for a new Lord of the Star Sea to be born. But I didn't expect that a new Lord would be born in less than a year. Which veteran military leader has been promoted? I'm not sure. Most of the top 10 military leaders are here. Only the 5th-ranked Lord Li Qing and the 7th-ranked Lord Lingji are not here. Could it be Lord Lingji? Isn't it possible? It can't be Lord Li Qing. I admit that he has developed rapidly recently, but he has just been promoted to Army Lord and his accumulation is not enough. It is impossible for him to jump from Army Lord to Lord so quickly. Well, if it's not Lord Li Qing, then it must be the 7th-ranked Lingji Army Commander? It's possible. Lingji Army Lord is a veteran Army Lord with a lot of experience. If not, that's not right. Lingji Army Lord has been sitting in Human Pass in the West recently, and has no time to do anything big. It's unlikely that he will be promoted to Lord suddenly. Who are they? These two are the only ones in the top 10 who are qualified and haven't come yet. Then someone said, "Do you think it's possible that it's ranked a little lower? Like in the top 10? At this time, several military leaders stepped into the Lingxiao Palace together. The little lord who was speaking was stunned for a moment, and swallowed back the words he had not said. An emergency elders meeting was convened temporarily. The military leaders and Star Sea Lords were basically either preparing in the 3 major fortresses, or in their own territories. After receiving the notice, they came online very quickly, and many people arrived in a short while. However, no one stepped onto the central ancestral platform as everyone expected. Everyone sat down, including Li Yongcheng, who looked around curiously and said to a military leader beside him, "Now everyone is basically here, with less than 10 military leaders left. I don't know which military leader has done something earth-shattering to cross this level in one fell swoop." His old friend who was sitting next to him laughed and said, "We all know the few who didn't come, and it's basically unlikely that they were them." At this time, a military leader on the other side turned his head and said with a smile, "Your grandson hasn't come yet. Do you think it could be him?" Li Yongqing smiled and waved his hand. "My grandson is indeed good, and I am proud of him. But to be honest, my grandson has just been promoted to Army Lord. He is not strong enough, has no experience, and has not accumulated enough experience. How could he be promoted to Star Sea Lord so quickly? That's hard to say. If your grandson did something earth-shattering, it's not impossible that he could accomplish it in one go. That's too much. How could he achieve such a great success in one go? Could it be that he conquered the 3 core fortresses of the Broan Alliance by himself? Well, that's impossible. That's strange. Who is this?" The meeting naturally couldn't start because everyone was not present yet, and everyone was extremely curious about who this new lord was. As time passed, military leaders arrived one after another, and even many small lords arrived one by one. But as everyone took their seats one by one, no newcomers were seen arriving. Soon almost all of the 269 military leaders arrived, leaving only a few empty seats. Everyone looked at the remaining seats, and everyone knew that the newcomers were the ones who had not yet arrived. After a while, a military leader arrived, and as soon as he entered the door, He saw everyone's attention in the venue. As soon as he saw the golden pillar of luck in the palace, the military leader knew what was going on. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I really wish it was true. But unfortunately it's not me." Many familiar military commanders laughed. Not long after, another military leader arrived. He also understood immediately and waved his hand in the same way. "Not me." Many people sighed, but immediately took a deep breath, and everyone looked up at the front row. There were 13 Star Sea Lords and 2069 military lords. Now there were 13 Star Sea Lords and 268 military lords, with only the last seat left, which was the 5th-ranked military lord Li Qing. Everyone found it incredible. Isn't it possible? It's only been less than 10 years since he was promoted. How could he be promoted to Star Sea Lord so quickly? Actually, these are not really a problem. I'm mainly wondering why he was promoted to the Lord of the Star Sea. Recently, humans are fighting a full-scale war with Bruven, and the situation is at a disadvantage. What did he do in the Eastern Alliance to get promoted so suddenly? By the way, aren't His Highness Xiao Bieli and Shiman Wu commanding the Eastern Allied forces? Many military leaders looked towards the rostrum. Seeing this, Xiao Bieli spread his hands. "Don't look at me. I don't know either." Shiman Wu also nodded in approval. Indeed, the Eastern Alliance has recently been mobilizing its fleet to support the central route. There is nothing wrong with the operation. Shiman Wu suddenly thought for a while and said, "A month ago, His Excellency Li Qing did propose a plan to me and His Highness Xiao Bieli, but we rejected it." He suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Bieli, and could see the surprise in the other's eyes. At this time someone asked, "I wonder what the plan is." Neither of them spoke for a while. Xiao Bieli said, "At that time, Lord Li Qing proposed a very bold plan. He had a very special and powerful relic. If he could fully exert the power of the relic, it might be possible to destroy the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Union. But he needed a fleet to buy time for him." Speaking of this, Xiao Bieli suddenly had a mysterious feeling that this was the truth. He was somewhat shocked, surprised, regretful, and at a loss, feeling totally dazed. If nothing else, maybe this is the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the meeting hall. Military lords and chieftains of all ranks were whispering to each other, making the meeting hall extremely noisy. Some believe it, but most still don't. The truth was simply too shocking. Even though the situation was very likely at this moment, they did not believe that Li Qing could destroy a core fortress so easily. You must know that in the 10,000 years of human history, there has been no shortage of brilliant military leaders, especially the 14 lords, each of whom was the son of luck, the son of the times, and the son of destiny at that time. Whether it is a powerful fleet, powerful subordinates, super treasures, etc., there is no shortage. At the height of their fortunes, they all tried to deal with the Bruin Alliance, but without exception, no one succeeded. You have to know that when they took action, they were supported by a huge fleet and cooperated with more than one lord and military commander, instead of rushing in alone like Li Qing. This is too terrifying. Yes, this incident was a bit scary for some military leaders. Most of the military leaders were shocked, but for several military leaders of the Baji group, it was horrifying. If this was really done by Li Qing, his promotion to the main board of Shanghai territory is a foregone conclusion. With Li Qing's indescribable achievements, the power of defeating humanity's long-standing enemy, and billions of good fortunes, he will definitely have a period of promotion after being promoted to the Lord of the Star Sea. In addition, when it comes to rewards based on merit in the future, he will definitely get the most lucrative piece of the Bruven United Territory. Plus, with the blessing of destiny, his strength will grow very quickly in the future. It is estimated that by the time the Human United Empire annexes the Bruin Union, Li Qing's strength will be enough to compete with him. After 100 years of digesting all of this, he would be a Star Sea Lord with strength and status that matches his own, and would be able to crush them easily. I hope it's not him. General Feng Yin lowered his head and muttered to himself. Xiao Qing raised his head and saw the army leaders discussing enthusiastically. He heard a military leader talking to another military leader next to him. If this is true, then Lord Li Qing is a hero of our human race. A hero who can be compared with the legendary heroes who fought for the survival territory for our race during the Star Sea survival stage 10,000 years ago. If we can annex the Bruin Union, our Human United Empire will be able to occupy the territories of 4 or 5-star regions at once. By then, not only will a large number of new military leaders be born at once, but we old men will also be able to eat a large piece of meat. But the most important thing is that our human race has broken free from the shackles. From now on, the sky is high and birds can fly freely. And the sea is wide and fish can jump freely. Yes, after annexing the Bruin Union, our human race will have no restrictions and will usher in a period of rapid development. In less than 100 years, our comprehensive strength will increase several times, which will allow us to survive better in the Milky Way. After hearing these words, General Feng Yan fell silent. However, after everyone discussed it for a long time, someone suddenly discovered a problem. Where's Lord Li Qing? Why hasn't he come yet? At this time, everyone realized that a long time had passed. But Li Qing had not arrived yet. Where did he go? His Highness Xiao Bieli said that he was heading to the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Union. Could it be that Lord Li Qing has accomplished such a feat and is now being hunted down by the Bruin Alliance? It's possible. Then let's send a fleet to support us. Whom to send? At this time, several Star Sea lords on the rostrum had already finished their private communication. His Highness Yi Sangqiong, who was presiding over the meeting, knocked on the table with a golden hammer in his hand, and the noise in the venue gradually became smaller until it disappeared. Yi Sangqiong slowly stood up at this time and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency Li Qing's unparalleled feat is comparable to the legendary figures who opened up a place for human civilization to survive 10,000 years ago. The human race can survive in the dangerous Star Sea by uniting and facing all crises together. Now Your Excellency Li Qing may be facing a crisis, and we cannot sit idly by. Your Highnesses have now jointly decided to transfer the Eastern Alliance army to the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Alliance immediately. At the same time, the Western Alliance will support Yinmen Pass as soon as possible, and the fleets of the First Army, Second Army, Third Army, Fourth Army, and Fifth Army that have retreated to Yinmen Pass will be ready to assemble and wait for the Eastern Alliance to determine the situation. If the feat of His Excellency Li Qing is confirmed to be true, they will immediately go to the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Alliance. In addition, all military commanders and lords of the entire civilization are now beginning the highest level of mobilization and must complete the pre-assembly within 1 month." He did not mention specific standards, but within human civilization there is a set of so-called highest-level mobilization orders. Once the order is issued, it means that human civilization will reach a life-and-death situation. At this time, all lords and military commanders must assemble all fleets in the territory and stand by. The premise of all this is to confirm that Li Qing's feat is true. Now is the pre-assembly, which means preparation first. If it is true, the prepared fleet will immediately rush to the front line to prepare for battle. After announcing the decision of the Lords of the Star Sea, Yi Sangqiong announced the immediate adjournment of the meeting without waiting for Li Qing. The uneasy wills of the military lords left the civilization artifact Daluo Tiangong with excitement and returned to the real world. Li Yongcheng, the ancestor of the Qinghe family, and Yu Tiangang from Tianjin left, surrounded by many military lords. Feng Yun, Ling Ji and another military leader stood at the gate of Lingshao Palace, looking at Li Yongcheng and Yu Tiangang, who were surrounded by the crowd with complicated expressions. The three of them looked at each other with ugly faces. Chapter 319, The Fully Activated Civilization Artifact and Strategic Retreat. Eastern Core Fortress. With the destruction of the main star, the entire Eastern Core Fortress, which looked like a fortress made of steel, was finally successfully shaken. First, the system that was completely controlled by the Bruin United Civilization and was as solid as an iron plate showed a crack as it was shaken. After confirming the collapse of the main star, Li Qing vaguely sensed the existence of the will of human civilization. When the breath of human civilizations will appeared in this galaxy that the Bruin United Civilization had completely controlled for tens of thousands of years, it meant that the Bruin United Civilization no longer had complete control over this star field. And this is only the current change. As the entire galaxy collapses due to the loss of stars, this stability will completely collapse. This core fortress is the core of the civilization artifact band system of the Bruin United Eastern Defense Line. Once it collapses, the civilization artifact band system covering thousands of light years around the entire Eastern Defense Line will also collapse. By that time, no, it doesn't need to be until then. As the star collapsed rapidly, Li Qing could almost sense the existence of the will of human civilization with the naked eye. Faintly, He could sense that the civilizational will of the Broen Union was madly competing, fighting, and mutually exclusive with the civilizational will of mankind. In the past, the power of human civilization's will could not have overcome it. But now that it has lost its core support point, the power of the civilizational will of the Broen Alliance has been greatly weakened here. Although its local advantage is still stronger than the will of human civilization, it no longer has the absolute advantage like before. However, we cannot count on the power of human civilization's will now that the destruction of the eastern core fortress of the Broen Union has been confirmed. The next step is how to leave. There is no doubt that the enemy will go crazy and entangle him to keep him. After doing such a crazy thing, Li Qing has definitely surpassed everyone on the hatred list of the Broen Union and ranked first, and is definitely far ahead of everyone. Next, they will definitely use all means and mobilize all the fleets they can to surround and kill me. There are already more than 1,000 divisions and 2 battle stars here. If we delay for a while. No, there are only more than 1,000 divisions? And Li Qing checked the greatly weakened suppression effect of the civilization artifact, and his mind suddenly turned. There's no civilization artifact suppressing me anymore. Why should I run? The remaining fleet he has now is enough to confront 4 or 5,000 standard level 5 divisions head-on. And the initial mobile battle star he has in his hand has its own star gate, which can directly open the star gate leading to the southern lock fortress. Before he came, he had already ordered the territory fleet to assemble, in addition to the 5 level 7 dreadnought divisions in lock fortress. 4 level 7 dreadnought divisions could be transferred from Quilta fortress. Each of the 5 major star regions has a level 7 dreadnought division. They can send a part of their fleet over to form 3 level 7 dreadnought divisions. Now they have already gathered an advanced mobile fortress and 13 level 7 dreadnought divisions, in addition to the 46 level 7 fearless divisions and 8 level 6 fearless divisions he already had. Li Qing opened the command channel and said loudly, "Brothers, we have accomplished a world-shaking feat. We have successfully destroyed the eastern core fortress of the Broen Union. But this is just the beginning. We need to keep up the good work. The suppression effect of the civilization artifacts of the Broen Alliance is weakening. It is estimated that it will completely collapse and disappear in 2 hours. Then it will be time for us to fight back. I am going to do it after 2 hours to completely defeat the local defenders." The many players who survived were in high spirits and very excited. "Whatever you say, Lord Li Qing, is what it is. That's right. You can do whatever you want. And if I blink, you can beat me up. You don't have to be polite. Lord Li Qing, I'm willing to risk it all this time. The worst that can happen is that I'll end up alone." Everyone was talking one after another, and everyone became very bold, as if this was not a fleet but a group of worthless garbage that could be thrown away at any time. No one had any objections. At this moment, they all wished that Li Qing would lead them to accomplish a few more big things. "Then I won't be polite." Li Qing quickly used the advanced star gate equipped on the mobile battle star to communicate with Lock Fortress, and ordered the fleet gathered at Lock Fortress to prepare to teleport over. However, when the advanced star gate on the war planet opened, Li Qing suddenly looked up. At this moment, he felt that the power of the Broen United Civilization's artifact, which was originally weakening, suddenly began to increase significantly. At the same time, the human civilization will slowly weaken suddenly, and it was almost less than 10 seconds. Had they fully activated the artifacts of civilization? The collapse of the Eastern Core Fortress is inevitable, and the effectiveness of the civilization artifacts has been weakening, which cannot be changed. Now suddenly the suppression of the civilization artifact has returned to its peak state. There is only one possibility. That is, the Broen Union has fully activated the civilization artifact to cover the entire Broen Union. This is too decisive. Li Qing thought about it for a moment, and felt that in addition to wanting to capture him, the bigger reason was probably that he opened the Star Gate on the war planet. The local defenders thought that behind the Star Gate was the main force of the human fleet ready to go. After all, according to normal thinking, it is impossible for Li Qing to come here alone for such a major event. He must have the support of a large number of human military lords. And there may be a super large fleet behind the Star Gate. Li Qing didn't care whether it was a misunderstanding or not. Nor did he stop the transmission. He continued to let the fleet assembled in Lock Fortress come over. But the previous plan was not continued. Now that the civilization artifacts have been fully activated, there is nothing we can do but take shelter for the time being. After all the fleets came out of the Star Gate, Li Qing reopened the command channel. ignoring the surprise of many players who saw the fleet being teleported through the Stargate. He announced that the previous plan had been cancelled, and they were preparing to retreat because the Broen Alliance had fully activated the civilization artifact. Of course, I have to run away. The effect of Gu Qinzhou's silent embers only lasts for 12 hours. And he can't stay here for 12 hours. It can be expected that all the reinforcements of the enemy are rushing mad here. I am afraid that 12 hours are afraid that they can gather thousands of divisions and several war stars. Once you are blocked and can't escape within a few days, it's over. The main force of the coalition forces in the middle of Broen will definitely arrive. By that time, with more than 10 mobile battle stars, and a huge force of 10,000 divisions surrounding him, he would have no way out even if his entire division was made up of level 7 fearless divisions. So, without waiting for the effect of the silent embers to disappear, the Cybertron General's ability was activated, and the huge fleet disappeared in a flash, and reappeared at the hyperspace channel entrance at the edge of the galaxy. At this time, there is already a large-scale fleet to block the door, which is led by a month of war. Li Qing unceremoniously ordered the fleet to deploy, but not to attack. At the same time, he ordered the light of divine judgment in the universe in his palm to begin charging. At the same time, the star blasters of 6 mobile battle stars, 1 real and 5 reflected, began to charge, and their target was the Moon of War. Li Qing, a high-level battle star, has 4 star explosers, and is located in the 4 directions of the battle star. Each time it is launched, the angle of the war star can be turned to continue to fire. As long as the war star keeps moving, it will only take a dozen minutes to complete a 90-degree turn. This means that as long as you keep moving, you can achieve a high-frequency continuous strike of 1 starburst every 15 minutes. 5 minutes later, the first round of 6 star explosions hit the war moon. The terrifying power caused the strong energy shield on the surface of the war moon to form circles of ripples that spread to the surroundings of the war moon. The distortion and deformation of the shield could be clearly seen. But the shield was not broken, although the size of the war moon is not too much larger than that of a high-level mobile fortress. Its essential level is 1 level higher than that of a mobile fortress, resulting in its basic attributes being much stronger than those of a mobile fortress. Even the higher mobile fortress couldn't carry the 2 stars. But the 6 stars in the War of the War did not even break the shield. Even 15 minutes later, the second round of starbursts continued to hit the target. But the shield had not been broken yet. But it's not a big problem. If 2 rounds are not enough, you can try 3 or 4 rounds. At the same time, less than 20 minutes into the battle, another Broen joint fleet arrived and surrounded the human fleet from behind, along with the main force in the front. But Li Qing only sent out a part of the fleet to resist and ignored it. Half an hour later, the light of divine judgment was fully charged, and a shocking round of light of divine judgment covered the entire battlefield, clearing the field in one wave. Then Li Qing left the moon and some flagships of the wars and fodder wars. The main force of the fleet drilled into the super space channel and left this crumbling galaxy. Less than 10 minutes after he left, the third fleet arrived along with a mobile warp planet. The speed was very fast. It took only half an hour to block the door and provide support for such a large-scale battlefield. But unfortunately, Li Qing was faster and cleared the area and ran away in half an hour. The area outside the galaxy does not belong to the core fortress area, but within the coverage range of the civilization artifact. Jumps are still prohibited at this time. But with the Cybertron God, the entire galaxy can be teleported every half an hour. By the time we passed through the hyperspace channel, half an hour had passed. Without wasting a minute, we were teleported to the hyperspace channel on the other side of the galaxy. And it only took half an hour to enter the next galaxy. Half an hour after he left, a fleet accurately jumped in front of the hyperspace lane. But it was too late. Learn from the lesson. When Li Qing entered the 4th galaxy and came to the superspace channel on the other side again, he saw a huge fleet sitting in the town of the mobile war star in front of the ultra-space channel in advance. Li Qing ordered the fleet to pause and retreat to keep some distance. Without any entanglement, they were teleported away directly half an hour later. And when they reached another hyperspace channel in the galaxy, a wave of divine judgment light destroyed a small fleet guarding there. This is no longer a galaxy close to the core fortress. And there are no longer only 2 front and back lanes. There are a total of 5 hyperspace lanes in the entire galaxy in all directions. The only difference is that the hyperspace lane guarded by the war star just now is the direct departure route. Since we can't leave directly, We can just take another hyperspace route. At this time, the enemy only had local garrisons to intercept. But they were insufficient in strength, and could not stop the elusive Cybertron gods. Although Bruin's joint civilized artifact also has the function of transmitting at any time. This stuff requires the central headquarters to guide control. The conventional fleet commander is not qualified to communicate the will of civilization directly, unless there are dozens of military leaders of the Bruin United Civilization in charge, relying on the military leader's authority to communicate with the will of civilization at any time and transmit at will. It may be possible to block him, but unfortunately, there are many left behind military leaders. But the fleet's strength is seriously insufficient, except for the two main force to stop. The other branch fleet can't stop even if he can find him. As the fleet passes through the galaxies, the farther the core fortress is more difficult. When the 11th galaxy was jumped out of a breath, the moment came out of the super space channel. The ubiquitous civilized artifact suppressed suddenly disappearing. Li Qingtun lived, and then laughed. Escaped? The fleet immediately left the channel entrance and jumped out of the galaxy's gravity well. Then started a jump to the south. No longer within the territory of the Bruin United Civilization. It was impossible for them to stop him. The next step is that Tian Gaoren bird flying. Hi Gaoren Yu. After two jumps across the center line of the border star field, Li Qing opened the command channel of the Eastern Alliance and said, "Fortunately, the mission was accomplished. Jialan leader Li Qing destroyed the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Union in 10039 of the Shanghai calendar." There were quite a few people in the channel at this time. Since the end of the Senate, a large number of lords were mobilizing their troops, and a large number of reconnaissance fleets were heading to the core fortress of the eastern part of the Bruin Union for reconnaissance. However, the reconnaissance fleet had just set out and had not yet obtained any news. At this time, the most talked about topics in the channel are various speculations, as well as various issues and arguments about the highest mobilization. In this channel that is as noisy as a vegetable market, this message suddenly appeared. No one noticed it at first, as countless new messages quickly overshadowed his words. But not long after, the big guys who were chatting suddenly found that they were restricted from speaking. Or rather, everyone was restricted from speaking. The noisy messages in the channel became less. And then, Li Qing's previous speech was placed at the top in front of everyone. Silence. The restriction of speeches lasted only 15 seconds after it was lifted. But no one in the channel spoke. Until a minute after almost a minute. Oh my god. Is this true? After the surprise, there is ecstasy. Doesn't this mean that the 10,000-year stalemate between humans and the Bruin United Civilization is about to be broken? Then quickly convene a temporary elders meeting and gather the main forces to fight first. Don't worry. The Bruin Alliance has already activated the civilization artifact to suppress the territory. So we can't fight at this stage. The proposer soon discovered that the respondent was Li Qing, and immediately asked, "Your Highness Li Qing, are you sure that the Bruin Alliance has activated the civilization artifact?" "No. You are there. This must be true. Where are you now? Do you need our support?" Li Qing smiled and said, "No. I have escaped. And now I am only a distance from the Shanhaiguan." "That's great. I'll wait for you at Shanhaiguan." "You're so polite. How can I be so embarrassed?" Although he said so, the corner of his mouth that could not help but prove that Li Qing's mood was very good at this time. Isn't this what we are living and working hard for? Chapter 320 Promotion to Star Sea Lord and Rewards. Before entering the human civilized artifact de Lu Tian Palace, before reaching the Lingxiabao Hall, Li Qing felt the huge and extremely lucky and destiny condensed in the Lingxiao Temple. Luck comes from the contributions of all the military lords and overlords of the entire human united empire, as well as the will of human civilization torn away from the will of the Bruin United Civilization. While destiny comes entirely from the will of human civilization torn away from the will of the Bruin United Civilization. To put it bluntly, when he destroyed the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Union, at the level of civilization will, one of the four core elements of the Bruin Union suddenly collapsed, and the will of human civilization took the opportunity to rise up and forcibly tear this corner off. Li Qing did not see it. But when he entered the Daluo Palace and saw the immense luck and destiny, he naturally knew it. As the absolute hero who dominated all of this, Li Qing received the favor and reward of the will of human civilization. Huge luck and destiny. Li Qing is not sure how many destiny points he has now, but it is definitely not less. And now is just the beginning. As humans continue to become stronger and the Bruin Union continues to weaken, when the civilization artifacts of the Browen Union can no longer be activated. Humans and the Browen Union will have the final battle to defeat Browen, and he will continue to gain benefits from destiny points. There were not many people in the Lingxiao Palace, but the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace was filled with lords and military commanders of all sizes. Everyone knew why the temporary elders meeting was reconvened in such a hurry, and everyone wanted to witness the promotion ceremony of the Star Sea Lord, who had only appeared in a dozen or so years of human civilization. Yes, at this moment, it is Li Qing's promotion ceremony. The status of a lord has already been condensed. As long as he steps into the Lingxiao Palace, he can be promoted on the spot in one step. He didn't even need to reveal that he had mastered complete dark matter technology to be promoted. Normally, the promotion of a Star Lord requires meeting many conditions, such as level 6 enhanced technology and 10 destiny points to communicate with the will of the universe to gain status. But at this time, all these are paid for him by the original will of human civilization. Or he can say that he has made such a contribution that is worthy of any civilized will instead of paying all the promotion expenditures. Qinghe Li Yongcheng, surrounded by many friendly military lords, stood at the front of the group, alongside the lords of the Star Sea. He would not have this qualification at any other time, and he probably would not have this qualification in the future. Only at this moment did he have the honor to be on par with the other lords of the Star Sea. He looked at the young figure flying out of the clouds with pride, a smile on his face, full of satisfaction. The figure slowly landed on the stone steps of the Lingxiao Palace and stood still, looking up and looking around. He had entered the Daluo Palace more than a dozen times, but he had never felt as familiar as this time. At this moment, Li Qing felt the existence of the artifact of human civilization for the first time. He didn't feel anything in the past, when he was just a military lord. The Daluo Palace and the Lingxiao Palace, the artifacts of human civilization, were just a space where will existed. At that time, he could not perceive their existence at all. But now that his status has been promoted, his authority has naturally increased as well. He can already sense the existence of the artifacts of human civilization, and can communicate with them at any time. He also has the authority to summon the Daluo Palace, and convene the Council of Elders in his own name, and can enter and exit at any time. In other words, the Lord of the Star Sea does not need to hold a veteran meeting, and can borrow this Dalutian Palace at any time to communicate with other Qinghai lords. This is a privilege only possessed by the Star Sea lords, not ordinary military lords. Coming before the military lords, Li Qing clasped his hands and bowed with a smile. Everyone, I have accomplished your mission. After a few seconds of silence, His Highness Xiaobieli, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly clapped his hands. It was sparse at first, but soon became dense. Welcome, His Highness Jialan Li Qing. Xiaobieli clasped his fists and bowed. The other lords of the Star Sea clasped their fists and saluted one by one. The military leaders clasped their fists and slightly bent their waists to show their respect. Feng Yun, Ling Ji, and the 3 military leaders of the Tianshui Wang family stood in the back and looked at Li Qing, who was accepting everyone's congratulations with complicated expressions. Their mood was even more complicated. It has only been a short time since a small character who was too disdainful to do anything himself soared to the sky at a speed beyond their imagination. He was promoted from a pioneer to a small lord, then to a military lord, and now to the Lord of the Star Sea. The total time added up is less than 20 years. What can be done in 20 years? In the first 20 years of their development, they were still making money and accumulating capital, trying every possible way to find opportunities. At that time, they were not even ordinary lords. Outrageous. At this moment, they didn't know what to say except that it was outrageous. Well, the last military owner Tianshui Wang Yuanchao, who was surrounded by Li Qing, who was surrounded by Lingxiabao Temple, sighed and said to the 2 companions on the side, "He has become a momentum. In the future, it is not possible whether we can suppress us." The other 2 were silent for a long time, and then they all sighed heavily, feeling depressed but helpless. Since the Starry Sea survival stage 10,000 years ago, this kind of cheater has not been seen for more than 9,000 years. This led to their underestimated estimates, and before they could do anything, others had already risen and surpassed them. This is simply a speechless mother opening the door for a speechless son. It is extremely speechless. Now that Li Qing has become powerful and his status has surpassed theirs, they have no other choice. At this time, Li Qing had already entered the Lingxiao Palace surrounded by the crowd. The moment he stepped in, his figure suddenly disappeared. Many people showed surprised expressions. But there were also a few who looked towards the center of the hall with understanding and envy. The beam of light hanging from the dome suddenly lit up, and an invisible wave exploded. Then someone was surprised to find that Li Qing's original position disappeared as the wave swept by, and instead a new seat appeared out of thin air on the top podium. Originally there were only 13 seats left after the death of Lord Luotian, and now 14 more seats have been added. Everyone's eyes fell on a throne shrouded in a faint afterglow among the 14 seats, which happened to be located in the 9th position. Originally, His Highness Xiao Bieli was ranked 9th. But with the death of His Highness Xiliang Luotian, who was originally ranked 5th, he moved up 1 place to 8th. In other words, as soon as Li Qing was promoted to the Star Sea Lord, his status directly surpassed the other 4 Star Sea Lords. Of course, this refers to status, not overall strength. The ranking of lords and military leaders in the human United Empire has never been based solely on strength, but on contribution to human civilization. The higher the contribution, the higher the status. However, in general, those who can obtain more contributions will generally be very strong. So most of the time, the ranking can roughly measure the strength of the military leaders. The position of Star Sea Lord has been consolidated, but Li Qing has not come out yet. All the lords and military commanders know that he is understanding the changes after the promotion. Of course they wouldn't stand all the time, so they all sat down. At this moment, Li Qing's consciousness was indeed counting the series of benefits after being promoted to the Lord of the Star Sea, which could be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category, the improvement of status, includes a series of qualifications that only Star Lords have. For example, becoming the chairman of the Senate of the United Human Empire, the temporary supreme ruler, is just like the Star Lords taking turns to preside over the Senate. It can directly communicate with the will of human civilization, control the artifacts of human civilization, convene the Senate temporarily, is qualified to initiate various proposals, is qualified to sign some contract terms with other civilizations, is qualified to participate in a series of actions that only the Star Lords are qualified to participate in, etc. The second category is the favor of civilizational will. The Star Lord is the spokesperson for the will of civilization. If placed in a fantasy world, he is the so-called God's favored one, possessing a series of privileges. At the same time, you will be blessed with destiny and have a series of related benefits. The third category is the benefits of the power of Star Lord itself. For example, the Star Lord can choose 2 national policies, one more than the military lord, and can choose some powerful national policies that only the Star Lord has. Or, theoretically, Star Lords could become independent and become a new civilization. It can be independent from human civilization and build a new human-dominated new civilization. Although they are all dominated by humans, they are new civilizations. This means that if human civilization is defeated by other more powerful player civilizations in the future, all planets in the entire Imperial Star domain are destroyed, and trillions of humans are extinct. But as long as one Star Lord escapes alive, humanity will not be considered extinct, will not be eliminated, and will still have a chance to make a comeback. Just like the survival stage in the Starry Sea 10,000 years ago, a large number of civilizations were exterminated at that time. But many civilizations were only expelled rather than exterminated. For example, the Aisha civilization that has now returned to the Persis Arm is because the core figures of the civilization have survived and escaped. Therefore, in the eyes of the will of civilization, the military lord is considered a substitute, and the Star Sea Lord is the core. When Li Qing was promoted to military leader, he had already chosen a unique national policy called Descendants of Light. As long as he completed both the genetic ascension of all the people and the psychic ascension of all the people at the same time, this national policy could be activated, and in the future all the people could be transformed into Descendants of Light. Now, when you are promoted to Star Lord, you can get an additional new national focus. A transparent light curtain began in front of him, and the list of national policy above was presented in front of him for his choice. It is worth mentioning that his promotion to Star Lord has nothing to do with the will of human civilization at this time. What he is now in contact with is the original will of the universe. The authority of the Star Sea Lord is extremely extraordinary, and can be regarded as the seed of a new civilization. This row of national policies are different from the ones Li Qing had seen when he was promoted to military lord. But many of them are upgraded versions of some options he had seen before. with similar effects but more powerful. Li Qing patiently looked at them one by one, ready to choose one that suits him. Then he glanced at the second national policy, and his eyes lit up. National policy, Shanwu culture. This society has developed a powerful samurai spirit. The martial arts and combat power are higher than all. Only on the battlefield can we get true glory and status. Effect: battlefield experience gained plus 100%. Morale will always remain high. National policy is the policy of the territory, so it will affect the entire territory, whether it is the player or the natives, whether it is the fleet commander or the crew, or the army, etc. The 100% experience bonus acting on the entire territory is very powerful, and the morale will always maintain a high effect. The national policy affects the tendency of civilization and civilization. If you choose this national policy, the overall tendency of territory will definitely become extreme militarism. This national policy, Li Qing is the temporary backup candidate. Militarism is actually okay. In this crisis-ridden universe, militarists have great advantages in warfare and can more easily produce more and better commanders. Human civilization itself is extremely xenophobic and militaristic. It is worth mentioning that human civilization does not have a national policy, because human civilization does not have absolute rulers. And it is not necessary to have a personal rule, a rule of rule. Theoretically, it is also possible to have a presidium of the Elders' Council composed of all the Star Lords. But unfortunately, although the Star Sea Lord is strong, it is even more powerful to unite. But it cannot completely take over all the arms and leaders. And it cannot be unified. The so-called unity is not just talking verbally. If you want to meet the standards of completely unified, you must gather military power and financial power. To put it bluntly, all the fleets of military lords, and even Star Lords must be taken away and controlled by the Presidium of the Senate. Only by achieving this key point can it be considered a unified regime, and can it choose national policies. According to the human condition, this is absolutely impossible to do. Even if the 14 Star Lords unite as a united front, being able to defeat someone is one thing, but making them willingly give up their power is another. Therefore, the current human civilization is equivalent to a joint regime composed of many small civilizations. Everyone usually plays with themselves. Only when facing the important choice of the entire civilization, it will be united. Fortunately, the universe is too dangerous and surviving alone is too difficult, which makes everyone united enough. If humans unify the galaxy, that is, there would be no unified regime and no external enemies. The Lords would definitely split into individual human branch civilizations. Ambitious ones would even start a war and unify the entire human civilization by force. After recovering the chaotic thoughts, Li Qing quickly saw the second one who looked good. National focus, seeds of life. This civilization has gained the ability to condense seeds of life through unknown means. Effect: every other year, you can consume 10,000 civilization points to condense a seed of life on a planet. The seed of life will be nurtured for 1 year, germinate for 3 years, grow for 3 years, and mature for 3 years. After maturity, it will take 10 to 100 years to transform the planet into a super habitable planet. Note, there is no limit to the type of planet, but it affects the maturity time and transformation time. Wuji. After reading the introduction to this national policy, Li Qing was stunned. This is too outrageous. Is there such a national policy? This means that if there are enough civilization points, the seeds of life can be continuously condensed and then transformed into life planets. And there is almost no restriction on the transformed planet, whether it is barren planet or frozen planet. And even the planet of the furnace can theoretically be transformed in this way. But it takes too much time.